Monster Synthesis Master. 600 Twin Dragons Luck, The Glorious Shandu, Chapter 5.5. Looking at the Book of Dreams, which was still proud even after being imprisoned, Link couldn't help but laugh. Dark Knight has been killed for so long. He has become a stray dog. What is he pretending for? This time, the Book of Dreams was even more surprised. This person from a mere wasteland planet actually knew about the Dark Knight and even knew that the nightmare beasts had collectively been reduced to goods. This person was not ordinary. The librarian's gentle expression showed some surprise. He smiled and said, "Since the head of state has heard of it, that would be great." On the other hand, the macaw behind Link was full of question marks. It had a look of "Who am I? Where am I? What are they doing?" on its face. It memorized these words that it had never heard before so that it could ask Link about them when they returned. Link looked at the Book of Dreams that had already been made into a book. After checking it, a strange look flashed across his eyes. Interesting. Book of Dreams. Race, Special Creation. Level, LV 55+, Elite. HP, 299/300, Sealed. Energy, 300/300, Sealed. Attribute, Energy 240, Others Unknown. Skills, Dream Depiction, Spiritual Perception, Other Unknown. Evaluation, a wonderful masterpiece of creation. This Book of Dreams looked like a strange book, but it was actually classified as a living creature, and a level 55 elite. Link remembered that the normal nightmare beast was only around level 40 and was still a normal creature. After being transformed into a book, its power and abilities had increased by a lot. It could only be said that the person who had created the Book of Dreams was very powerful. "Do you know where this thing came from?" Link could not help but ask the librarian. The librarian shook his head. "Ever since I came here, this thing has been stored here." It was just that the previous administrator was not curious about these things at all and just followed the book step by step, so he did not discover the strangeness of this book. "When I found out that I would easily lose control if I kept talking to the Book of Dreams, I restrained myself and didn't communicate too much with it." Link nodded. The nightmare beast could indeed emit brainwaves. Although the Book of Dreams had been reconstructed and changed in shape, this ability was still there. Once he communicated too much with the other party and fell into the same frequency as the other party's brain waves, it was easy for him to be invaded or controlled by the mind. "Alright then, I'll give it a try." Since the administrator had personally tried to verify it, and the Book of Dreams was also sealed, Link decided to give it a try. It might really work. Link took out the sleeping crystal. The moment the soft green light appeared, it gave off a sense of peace and tranquility. It was as if all anxiety and uneasiness had quieted down. The imprisoned Book of Dreams was illuminated by the green light and immediately felt all kinds of discomfort. The book was in an abnormal state of weakness on top of being sealed. The tentacles on the cover had no strength, and they drooped to the side as if they had been injected with anesthesia, no longer moving. The dormant crystal could calm one's mind and weaken the Book of Dreams so that it wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. At the same time, Link opened the Book of Dreams. Now that it was weakened by the dormant crystal, it mumbled, "Ju is Sawazi and Toshi." Link ignored it. He reached out and touched the white, warm paper. The delicate, cold touch made it obvious that it wasn't ordinary. It was probably some kind of magic paper or cloth infused with magic power. As long as you describe the environment you want to build on it, you can create the same dream. Link began to think about the elements he needed. After a while, he opened his eyes and was about to start writing when the librarian handed him a pen with both hands. Link was stunned and asked, "Any pen will do?" "Yes, I am." After receiving the confirmation, a new idea suddenly came to Link. He took out the pencil John had given him and started writing. Although this pen was a pencil, it was one that John had used before. It was also of green quality and couldn't be compared to ordinary ones. The tentacles of the Book of Dreams were weak, but it could still speak. "I'm sorry, I'm venting my anger." Link didn't reply. This was nonsense. How could a pencil that the king of assassins, John, carried with him be ordinary? The pencil scribbled on the Book of Dreams. Other than planning for the city's development, Link rarely scribbled so quickly. The details of the environment were described in great detail. It was about John's situation, character, and strength. As he thought about it in his mind, he perfected it. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. Link wrote down almost all the details he needed before putting away the pen and letting out a breath of air. I'm done. It's time to test the results. All the words gradually disappeared, like water being absorbed into the paper, disappearing. Then, Link felt a golden light appear in the white paper. It grew larger and larger, and then he was sucked in. The macaw was stunned when it saw Link being sucked into the light and disappearing. It immediately pushed the librarian's leg and shouted, "Where did Link go? Did you set him up?" The administrator's thin body swayed with the macaw's pushing and shoving, but he was very steady and didn't move an inch. Only his upper body pretended to cooperate. Link was fine. He just entered the dream space he had described. Time flows very quickly in the dream space, and a day inside is only a minute in the outside world. Just wait a few minutes and he'll come out. The macaw grabbed the administrator's pants with one hand, its eyes skeptical. "Don't try to lie to me. If you do, you're dead." The macaw decided to wait for a few minutes. If Link still didn't come out after a few minutes, it would show its might. In the dream world, Link felt a flash of golden light. When the light faded, he could see clearly where he was an endless desert. The Gobi Desert was not desolate. There were cacti, tumbleweeds, and the scorching sun above their heads. Geckos the length of a finger were swimming in the Gobi Desert, and vultures circled in the sky. In the distance, a figure slowly walked towards Link. He was wearing a smart suit, his hair was neatly combed back, and he had sunglasses and stubble. Everything was just as Link had described in the Book of Dreams. "Looks like it's really effective. Next, I'll try out this John's charm," Lin K mumbled to himself. At the same time, the system updated his mission. The final trial mission has been activated. Use the skills Bullet of Misfortune and Heaven Sun's Insight in battle to increase the proficiency of the skills. When the skill proficiency reaches 100%, the mission will be considered completed, and you will successfully create new skill. The mission tips were very simple. Fight John and increase his proficiency. Once his proficiency was maxed out, he would successfully create his own skill. Next, I'll have to test the progress. John lit up a cigarette and held it in his mouth. He looked handsome, like a middle-aged man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. It was a sense of maturity that little girls couldn't resist. "I heard that your strength has improved recently. It's time to practice." John twisted his neck, and his muscles and bones made cracking sounds. Then, he took a deep puff, and the number of cigarette butts increased visibly. The sparks burned quickly and approached the filter. John removed the remaining filter from his mouth and took a deep breath. The smoke was quickly blown away by the wind and brushed past his mature and slightly weathered face. John flicked off the filter, and as the filter fell to the ground, the two connected their opportunities and felt each other's killing intent at the same time. They rushed to each other at the same time. Since he knew that the world in the Book of Dreams was virtual, Link didn't hesitate to attack. He also treated it as a performance and assessed his own strength through the battle with John. In the Book of Dreams, Link used the magic box pistol, which had an unlimited number of bullets of misfortune, to attack with the Heaven's Insight. In the battle, Link realized that only by using the Heaven's Son of Heaven's Insight to interfere with John and then using the bullet of misfortune to hit him would his proficiency increase. The increase was very limited, only a pitiful 0.1%. This meant that Link would have to hit John 1,000 times to complete the S-rank skill creation mission. The two separated, leaving a wound on each of their bodies. As expected, a legendary level creature was not easy to deal with. Even with his level advantage, Link could still feel the intense pressure from the other side. "Although your strength has increased quite a bit, you still need more practice if you want to defeat me," John said arrogantly as he took off his cracked sunglasses. Link snorted and muttered to himself, "This cocky personality. What I wrote in the Book of Dreams was right. It's exactly the same," he thought. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle again. Their speed was extremely fast, and there were even a few sonic booms in the air. The ground of the desert cracked and the air trembled. The sand and gravel on the ground were constantly pushed away by the pressure, and some places even sank. The battle in the dream book didn't stop, and the macaw waiting outside felt like years had passed. For the first time, it felt that time was so long. When it entered the accelerated state, the surrounding scenery changed rapidly, but it did not feel that time was slow. I'm telling you, it's been 5 minutes. If Link still doesn't come out, I'm going to drag you out. I didn't expect you to be so evil at such an old age. You actually dared to plot against Link. We'll capture you and bring you to the square for trial later. We'll tie you to the Knowledge's Power statue and let the Inhumans outside judge you. The macaw was so angry that its chest heaved up and down, and it clutched the administrator's trousers tightly with one hand. The librarian was also panicking. He was also a scholar, and he knew that self-created skills required a sparring partner, and the stronger the sparring partner, the better. Did Lin Ke exaggerate the strength of the sparring partner too much? The librarian was suddenly taken aback. He recalled what the dream book had said earlier, that pencil has a murderous aura. Only the painter John had a pencil with murderous aura. Link had the pencil with him, and the sparring partner was obvious. Link was extremely talented. As his disciple and the only successor of the erudite Archmage, he wouldn't meet with any mishaps in the Book of Dreams, would he? Everything in the dream book was an illusion. All the damage received wouldn't cause real damage, but if one received too much damage, their mind would also be affected. Just then, a golden light flashed from the page, and Link reappeared in the light. Link was panting heavily. He had not recovered from the battle just now. The macaw rushed up and hugged Link's leg, crying, "Do you know that you haven't come out for 5 minutes? If you still didn't come out, I would really think that you've met with some mishap." Link was pleased to see the macaw's sincere feelings. He patted its head and said, "Don't worry, I've made full preparations. What problems can there be?" The macaw looked up at Link and mumbled, "It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine, Ying Luo." As she said that, her stomach suddenly growled, instantly breaking the warm scene. "Didn't you already eat this morning? Why are you hungry so quickly?" Link asked. The macaw laughed embarrassedly and scratched its head as it argued, "No, it's just that seeing that you didn't come out for so long, I thought of starting the banquet, and then thought of delicious food, so I'm hungry." Good fellow, what a good father and son. He had only been inside for 5 minutes, and the macaw was already fast approaching the opening. If he were to go in for 10 minutes, would the eulogy and grave be arranged? "All right, tell me about the situation. You've been in there for 5 days, but I don't feel any improvement in strength." The macaw felt a little guilty and quickly changed the topic. "How can an S-class skill be so easy to complete? I still lack actual combat experience." When the macaw heard this, it thought about it and agreed. How could it be so easy to fight with John? Perhaps Link would be the one to be beaten up. "It's okay, don't be discouraged. Keep working hard. I'll always be here to support you. I'll bring the sleeping bag and the rest over later." The macaw was prepared to show its support for Link through actions to show its loyalty. It also wanted to get some snacks to calm down its stomach. But Link interrupted her, "Oh, there's no need. In about 5 minutes, I'll be able to get my hands on a legendary skill." After saying that, he turned around and entered the Book of Dreams again, leaving behind the macaw, who was clenching its fists and gritting its teeth. *CK, I was caught off guard by Link's act. I'm so angry. Link was getting more and more satisfied with the 5-day battle just now. The Heaven's Insight and Bullets of Misfortune worked together to the point of perfection. He had already raised his proficiency to 52%. After the previous trial and error stage, the next upgrade would be smoother. He might be able to reach the full proficiency in less than 5 days. While he was constantly improving in the Book of Dreams, in the Morrow's Tower, Constellation, one of the core members of the think tank, was surprised to find that the weather in Shandu had changed drastically after handing over the information to Pony. Although it wasn't obvious from the outside, he could sense 2 strong auras through chi observation and star divination. One was in the city library. The Constellation knew that Penny had ordered the library to be sealed because Link was going there. If he guessed correctly, it was probably because Link was about to break through. On the other hand, an invisible stream of fate shot up into the clouds like a dragon. It was comparable to Link's dragon of fate in the library. Looking at the position where the fate dragon rose, it turned out to be a turtle island in Shadu the Colosseum. 601 The birth of a legend. Star Constellation was stunned. Wasn't the Colosseum under Fu's control? Why would a dragon of fate suddenly appear? It was comparable to Link's fate. Could it be that one of the elders of the Moon Shadow Council has advanced in level and shocked the weather? Constellation suddenly thought of this, or perhaps the elders of the Moon Shadow Council were conducting some sort of ritual. The Moon Shadow Council had invested in recruiting Link back when they were still in the slums. Now, Link had become the Freedom Federation's ruler and an elder of the Moon Shadow Council. The council's status in the wasteland had also risen. Coupled with the fact that the divine tree Noxie was in the Weeping Valley and had participated in the construction of the Godwood City, their status could be considered national. It could be said that the fate of the Moon Shadow Council had long been tied to Link's. Now that Link was about to level up, the dragon aura was concentrated above his head. The Moon Shadow Council felt the opportunity, and a large cloud of fate energy gathered above their heads. Thinking about it this way, Xingziu seemed to have come to a realization. Perhaps this luck was really the work of the elders of the Moon Shadow Council. Once Link was promoted, the status of the Moon Shadow Council would rise with him. Defeating an alien invader was a matter that would spread far and wide across the universe. But was that really the case? In the Colosseum. After Fu and Pharaoh Tumen took a short rest, they continued to gather information. There was a lot of information on Sarbark, and even his family's descendants had provided him with books from their family collection, but they still couldn't find anything. They had already sent countless 999 plus emails to their emails. Although they had also seen a lot of useful information, after arranging for people to investigate, the results were all disappointing. It was fine once or twice, but they returned empty-handed each time. This made Fu and Pharaoh Tumen fall into a low mood. Another 999 emails were sent. When Fu refreshed the page, even more emails appeared. Fu was already numb to the scene. Countless emails and hopeless messages formed his day. The two of them looked at each other. Even the strength of Pharaoh Tumen's soul had weakened a lot. He had obviously been hit. No, let's rest for a while, Fu said. He felt that if he continued to watch, he would collapse first. Although it was necessary to hurry up, he also needed to be in a good state. It had been 2 hours since the Pharaoh Tumen talked about roping him in. This was wrong, very wrong. Looking at the concentration of his soul, it had also become much lighter. If he continued to persist, he might have to die heroically before he found any clues. Pharaoh Tumen was gritting his teeth and persevering. He might not be moving, but his brain was working at full speed, continuously analyzing and giving orders. It was very energy-consuming. The battle was only temporary, but this kind of analysis was like a long-distance marathon. It was constantly consuming his mind, and there was no room for rest. Fu summoned the Spirit Vulture Palace and asked, "Do you want to rest for a while?" Pharaoh Tumen didn't hold back. These two were now brothers in the same boat. He knew that the long road ahead had just begun, and he would have to spend more energy later. Thus, his soul directly turned into a blue ball and entered. Fu then stuffed the soul box into the enhancement backpack and decided to walk around the Colosseum aimlessly. He was completely empty and temporarily away from the pressure of reality. Fu walked and walked. The staff of the animal arena greeted him, but he only responded mechanically. The people in the Colosseum knew that the boss had been under a lot of pressure for the past 2 days. He only slept for 1 to 2 hours a day and spent the rest of his time searching for advanced knowledge and news of Sarbark. So, they just greeted him and did not disturb him. Fu leaned against the wall and walked down the stairs from the office to the basement. However, the stairs came to an abrupt end when he went down. The floor under his feet was no longer flat tiles and floor, but slightly moist sand. This was the underground of the Colosseum. Previously, Fu had planned to expand the Colosseum and open up another floor to develop a new project. However, Fu had sent them out to collect information on the advanced knowledge, divine weapons, and Sarbark. Although the monster security company was mainly in charge of this, the Colosseum was also an important part of the Lin financial group. Naturally, they had to take charge of it. Through the construction light above their heads, they could clearly see the cement mixing machine, the sand pile on the ground, the shovel, the three-wheeled cart, and all kinds of construction supplies. Ah Fu continued to walk aimlessly. She walked past the area illuminated by the construction lights and continued to advance into the darkness. There was only the sound of water dripping and rustling footsteps in the tunnel, but all of this made Fu feel extremely comfortable. The pressure on his body suddenly reduced, and his entire body relaxed. The ground started to become uneven. Fu didn't use the light bulb and fumbled forward in the dark. He didn't use his body's spiritualizability either. He just carefully moved forward in the dark, feeling the unknown. During this time, Fu felt the numbness in his body gradually begin to dissipate. The emails and clues that filled his mind had all disappeared. In their place was a sense of excitement, nervousness, and worry. This made Fu feel as if he had come back to life. After walking for a while, Fu felt that he had recovered well. He turned back to look at the construction light in the distance. It was only the size of a fist. "We've unknowingly walked so far," Fu said with emotion. Then, he prepared to go back. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a gust of wind from the darkness behind him, which surprised Ah Fu. According to the speed of the construction, the second underground floor had not been excavated yet, and there was only a stone wall at the end of the construction, so where did the wind come from? Could it be that they had dug through somewhere? Filled with doubt, Fu took out a searchlight from his backpack and turned it on to see the construction site. Sure enough, just as he thought, the stone wall not far away was in an unopened state, and there were drills and other tools piled up around it. This deepened Fu's doubts, and he simply followed the sound of the wind. Fu grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and slowly let it flow down through the gaps between his hands. He saw the direction the sand and dust had turned in and then walked in the opposite direction. After approaching the stone wall, they finally saw a finger-sized hole on the ground. The sound of the wind blowing came from there. Fu used a searchlight to shine around and found that there were radial cracks on the ground near the hole. Fu found a small stone of the right size on the ground and was ready to throw it to find the way. After throwing the stone into the black hole, Fu lay down and listened carefully to the high-frequency sound of the stone moving back and forth in the hole, which then suddenly disappeared. Just as Fu was feeling puzzled, a long dong was heard, and everything returned to silence. The stone could make such a sound, which meant that the underground was hollow. There was something under the second underground floor. Fu looked at the black hole and subconsciously put her finger in. Perhaps this was the nature of men. After seeing a black hole, they couldn't help but have the desire to explore it. Fu wanted to see if the black hole was naturally formed or if it was caused by carelessness during construction. However, he regretted it after his finger was inserted. The inside of the hole was not smooth, and he could feel the uneven wall. The hole seemed to be formed naturally, but it was exposed during construction. Fu wanted to pull out his finger, but he suddenly realized that his finger was stuck in it, and it was difficult to pull it out. With a little force, his knuckles immediately felt a piercing pain. Fu's fingers were stuck in the holes. Then, he stood up and turned into a sun. Then, it jumped twice on the spot, trying to pull out its finger with the force of the earthquake. However, after 2 times, he still remained unmoved. He can even get stuck like this. I'm really impressed. Fu was a little speechless. It had only been blocked by a finger, and he had to use body spiritualization to escape. Today's relaxation was really bad. What Fu didn't know was that because of his 2 jumps, the cracks around the hole had spread further. At the same time, the original cracks had loosened, and the ground under his feet was cracking at an extremely exaggerated speed. The balance had been broken. Crack, crack. Fu's beating power was like the first falling domino, immediately changing the original balance. The power transmission effect caused more and more cracks to appear and widen, and the stones under his feet made cracking sounds. Boom! The ground where Fu was standing caved in by 20 centimeters. Fu came back to his senses and quickly spiritualized his body. However, at the same time, the ground under their feet collapsed, and the entire area caved in and fell apart. Although Fu's body had spiritualized, there was not much strength under his feet, so he fell down as well. The rocks around him fell down with him. After a few seconds in the darkness, Fu suddenly couldn't hear the sound of the rocks. He sensed something and immediately cancelled his spiritualization. Plop! Pa! With a dull thud, a lump of meat slammed into the ground. Fu felt like his body was about to fall apart. He sobbed as he got up from the ground. Today was really too unlucky. If he had known that he would recover just now, he would have turned around and left. He wouldn't have caused so much trouble. After Fu got up, he looked around at the pitch-black surroundings. It was completely silent. He took out the searchlight from his backpack again and turned it on. It didn't matter if he didn't open it, but the moment he did, Fu was instantly stunned by the scene in front of her, and her mouth unconsciously opened wide. At this moment, he was in a metal corridor, and the various styles of equipment around him looked particularly advanced. It did not look like the wasteland style. Fu took the searchlight and looked around. After taking 2 steps, the mysterious space suddenly lit up. Fu couldn't find any source of light, but the entire space was lit up. A magnificent scene appeared in front of him. The space that Fu was in was huge, the size of a football field. There were all sorts of equipment and screens, all of which he had never seen before. Detected an outsider. Suddenly, a merciless mechanical voice rang out in the space. The screen in the center connected to the signal, and the image showed a dazed and shocked Fu. Not far away, Fu saw a floating mechanical creature that looked like a jellyfish. It had a basketball-sized head and several metal tentacles that were about 50 centimeters tall. And on the big head, there was a blue circle, which should be an eye or a camera. Fu immediately opened his backpack and took out Pharaoh Tumen's soul box. He then summoned the Vulture Palace and shouted, "Pharaoh Tumen, 9-patterned dragon, I need your help." As soon as he finished speaking, Pharaoh Tumen's soul entered the soul box, and the machine was activated. The 9-striped dragon appeared beside Fu in its spirit form. When Pharaoh Tumen's soul box was completely activated and he saw the scene in front of him, his mouth was wide open, just like Fu's, and he was extremely shocked. "Fu, how did you suddenly come here?" The Pharaoh Tumen was shocked. Didn't they say that they would take a break? Why did Fu suddenly come here in less than half an hour? "I don't know. I was just walking when the road suddenly collapsed, so I came here." "Do you know where this is?" Pharaoh Tumen looked around at the strange yet familiar place and said, "Of course I know, this is Yingluo. In the library." The macaw let go of the administrator this time and stared at the time with a watch. Just when there was 1 minute left on the countdown, a golden light suddenly burst out in front of them. A moment later, a shadow covered the golden light and appeared in front of the macaw and the administrator. At the same time, the macaw felt a strong aura pressing down on it, forcing it to retreat. On the other hand, the white-haired administrator, who felt as if his bones would fall apart at the touch, did not move at all. His long white eyebrows and beard fluttered in the air, and his clothes fluttered. He looked like a celestial being. The wardens smiled as they felt Link's aura. They couldn't help but say, "Congratulations, head of state, for your promotion. You're one step closer to the path to the heavens." Link was still in a state of shock. He nodded slightly and took a deep breath to adjust his aura. The powerful pressure and energy gradually converged, and returned to invisibility. The macaw was forced back by the aura and was now lying on the ground with its tongue hanging out of its metal beak, looking like a dead dog. "Good fellow, you're showing off your might the moment you come out." The macaw paused for a moment and couldn't help but complain. Link was in high spirits and had no time to argue with the macaw. He immediately checked the information panel. "Congratulations, the proficiency of your bullet of misfortune and heaven's sun gazing have been increased to 100%. You have realized the only exclusive legendary skill Finger of Death. You have completed the class mission The Last Trial. You have received 8,000,000 experience points. Your only exclusive skill has been upgraded by 1 level. Killed 5 commander level NPCs no lower than level 50, complete. Created a legendary skill, complete. You have completed the mission I Am Legend. You have received legendary template and the legendary material Dragon Bone. You are in the state of blessing of the knowledge altar. The experience gained has been increased by 100%. You have received total of 1.6 million experience. When Lin Ke finished looking at the statistics, his first reaction was to check his only exclusive skill Finger of Death. 602 The beginning of everything. Finger of Death LV2, S condenses an invisible misfortune and deals a fatal blow to the enemy, causing 4000 plus, 100 * luck attribute, chaos damage. The effect can be a critical hit. Every 1 point of luck attribute provides 0.01% critical hit rate. It also has an additional effect of death misfortune, lasting for 2 days. Consumption, 4000 health points plus 1000 energy points. Death's misfortune, marks the enemy, causing them to be favored by death. All damage received is increased by 30%, and the target's luck value is reduced, based on your luck attribute. If the target's luck is insufficient, other attributes will be randomly reduced. Lasts for 2 days. The skill's introduction was complicated, and Lin Ke had to read it word by word. Of course, the effects were also easy to understand. It was only because of the addition of a lot of floating damage calculation formulas that the entire skill description looked extremely complicated. First of all, the damage type was chaos damage. The characteristic of this type of damage was that it ignored the enemy's armor. However much damage was written, the damage would be the same. It could be understood as true damage. 4000 basic damage plus 100 times the luck attribute damage. Lin Ke's current luck attribute was 30 points, so 100 times the luck damage would be 3000 points. Hence, the damage caused by this skill was 7000 points. It was only a level 2 Finger of Death, but its damage was off the charts, exceeding that of the level 15 Apocalypse. Is this the power of a legendary skill? I love it. Other than that, Link noticed the important point in the brackets. This damage effect could also be a critical hit. The critical hit rate was also linked to his luck. Every point of luck provided a 0.01% critical hit rate. With Link's 30 points of luck, he would have a 0.3% critical hit rate. Although the damage was very low, he still had to have a dream, okay? Who knows? What if the soul-penetrating arrow doubled the damage? Anyone who received 14,000 damage would be half dead. Then there was the additional effect of Death's misfortune, which increased damage by 30%. The effect was similar to the Warbringer's Shattered Soul, but the effect lasted for 2 days, which was greatly increased. Apart from that, it could also lower the luck of the target. For example, if a target had 20 points of luck and was hit by Link's Finger of Death, they would be afflicted with the Death Curse status. Lin Ke's luck was 30 points, so a total of 30 points of luck would be deducted. However, the target only had 20 points of luck. After the deduction, the remaining 10 points would be randomly deducted to one of the other 6 attributes. Finally, there was the consumption. This move's effect was terrifying, so the consumption could also be said to be terrifying. 4000 health points and 1000 energy points will be consumed after one use. Lin Ke looked at his HP 17920. Then, he looked at his energy 2620. Without using any recovery items or skills, he could only fire 2 shots at most, and then he would die of exhaustion. After looking at the effects of the Finger of Death, Link was very satisfied with this legendary skill. He did not lack AoE skills. Apocalypse and Spatial Rend were both large AoE skills, and Finger of Death was the first one that targeted a single target. Not to mention the soul-piercing skill, just the damage reduction and 30% increase to all damage was a huge improvement. Then, Link focused on the next piece of information. After completing the final trial, not only did he gain experience, but his Finger of Death's effect also increased by 1 level. It was like a free gift. Unlike other skills, leveling up legendary skills did not require experience. The requirements to level up legendary skills were harsh, and they could not be directly upgraded with experience. Link didn't want to think about it in the early stages. He could only wait until he entered the universe and found an opportunity to collect soul shards to upgrade his legendary skills. Because he had created a legendary skill, the mission I Am a Legend had been completed automatically. Link also received the legendary template that he had been thinking about all this time. In addition, he also received the legendary material Dragon Bone. Link immediately used the legendary template and his attributes changed. You have used legendary template and gained the specialty legendary. Legendary, HP plus 5000, Energy plus 2000, Strength plus 80, Agility plus 80, Energy plus 80, increases according to the profession. Link looked at the attributes panel and immediately felt a change. Name, Link. Race, Human. Level, LV60+, Legendary. Experience, 41.6 million. Occupation, Sage. Status, President of Lin's Financial Group, Spokesperson of Mandala, Honorary Director, Sand City, Guest Elder of the Moon Shadow Council, Supreme Commander of Sand City, Desert Emperor, Terminator, Head of the Freedom Federation. HP, 22920/22920. Energy, 4620/4620. Attributes, Strength 290, Agility 306, Endurance 267, Intelligence 82, Energy 225, Charm 22, Luck 30. Potential points, 3. Influence, 16. Talent, Swarm Commander. Comment, New King of Shandu, a formidable force. After reading the new attributes, Link was finally satisfied. It finally looked like a legend. Although he didn't have as much HP as John, he had the advantage in other attributes, especially in terms of energy. With 225 points of energy, the Swarm Commander's range of control was extended to 22.5 kilometers. Another thing that surprised Link was that he had drawn the Dragon Bone as a random legendary reward. As an extremely rare material in the universe, the Dragon Bone itself was legendary. Legendary materials were not like the sub-dragons, dragons, or creatures with dragon bloodline on some low civilization planets, but real pure-blood dragons. The moment Link saw the Dragon Bone, he immediately knew how to use it. Among his current pets, the Touch Dragon God's grade was dark purple, and it was a sub-dragon, the creature closest to legendary. If he had the Dragon Bone, he could advance to legendary without a problem. A legendary pet was comparable to a legendary NPC in terms of combat power. It would definitely be a great help. Link did not receive the Dragon Bone immediately. Instead, he left it in the mission panel and would retrieve it when he returned to the castle. After all, it was a legendary material and was extremely precious. Link didn't want to expose it too much and cause unnecessary trouble. After receiving all the missions and rewards, Link finally came back to his senses. This time, it was all thanks to the administrator's help that I was able to create a legendary skill. The administrator chuckled. Link was both the leader and the only erudite scholar on the wasteland. With his talent and potential, it was very likely that he could push this rare profession to even higher heights. The macaw got up from the ground and recovered for a moment before saying, "Good Lord, you didn't just create a legendary skill, did you? I see that your entire spirit and state are different. Don't tell me that you've also advanced to the legendary stage?" Link chuckled and didn't try to hide it. He said, "That's right, I'm a legend now. Can we defeat the War Messenger and so many vanguards now?" Link thought about it carefully. With his current combat power, he could take on the War Messenger alone. However, it would be troublesome with so many vanguards. Unless they could raise the Tentacles Dragon to the legendary level, the alien army would not be easy to deal with. Just a little bit more. The macaw felt its heart start to burn. It wanted to ask what was missing, but it was suddenly interrupted by a phone ringing. Link took out his phone and was surprised to see Ah Fu's name. Picking up the call, Link said, "Fu, you're calling me at this time. Could it be that you've found a clue to advanced knowledge?" On the other end of the phone, Fu immediately said, "I didn't find any clues about the advanced knowledge, but I did find the abandoned ship that helped the Pharaoh dynasty deal with alien invaders." Link was dumbfounded. "Good Lord, I asked you to find a clue to advanced knowledge, but you found an alien spaceship instead. This is too much. Fu, where are you? I'll come over now. I'm in the Colosseum." This thing is running around under the Colosseum. Link was even more speechless now. What kind of luck did Fu have? He actually found the key in his own territory. As for why Fu was so sure that it was an abandoned ship that had helped the Pharaoh dynasty before, Link immediately understood. The Pharaoh Tumen had participated in the war against the alien planet and had naturally seen the predecessor organization of the First Order, the Brahma's Guard. He recognized this ship. Link also thought of the rumors he had heard on the forums in his previous life about something under the Colosseum. However, it was in the later stages of version 2.0, and everyone was preparing to follow the First Order into space, so he did not pay much attention to it. He didn't expect that the thing he had been looking for was actually under his feet. Link didn't waste any time. Now that he'd advanced to the legendary level and the fusion of skills was complete, there was no need to stay. Old Jin, follow me to the Colosseum. I'll show you some awesome stuff. Link left the library in the helicopter. When the library reopened, the players swarmed in like zombies, trying to find the advanced knowledge in the books. Link, on the other hand, was a little excited. They had even found the ship of the Vinti's guards. There was no need to worry about not having advanced knowledge. He had to admit that Fu was indeed a lucky person. His luck was heaven-defying. He went out for a stroll, and in less than 2 days after he returned, he discovered a ship that was outrageously prominent. The macaw looked at Link with a rare excitement. He wasn't this happy even when he'd just become a legendary magician. Where did this ship come from? Is it really that awesome? Why do I feel more excited about discovering a ship than finding advanced knowledge? That's more exciting than obtaining advanced knowledge. This was the guard spaceship that had helped the wasteland resist alien invaders 1,500 years ago. It was unknown why it was buried so deep under the Sand City. However, with this spaceship, there will definitely be advanced knowledge and advanced weapons left behind. These will all help us defeat the alien planet. More importantly, if we can repair this ship, we'll have a chance of entering space. The macaw was no longer sleepy when it heard that they were going into space. The city library wasn't far from the Colosseum. In the blink of an eye, the helicopter had landed on the top of the Colosseum. Fu and Pharaoh Tumen were already waiting. Link acted swiftly. With Fu leading the way, he asked, "How did you find out?" Fu scratched his head and said shyly, "I was just a little sleepy from reading the mail, so I wanted to clear my mind. Then I went to the second underground floor under construction and found a small air vent for no reason. It collapsed and I fell into the ship." Fu did not hide anything from Link. Hearing this ridiculous reason, Link was really convinced. There was no reason to speak of about Fu. It was all based on luck. At this moment, the Colosseum's second underground floor was cordoned off. Fu had already asked Bob to transfer the elders from the Kylin Hall over. They were the first batch to follow Link. They were loyal and kept their mouths shut. Now, all of them had status, and the lowest was the security chief of the Monster Security Company. Boss. When they saw Link, they all called him boss instead of head of state. This showed that Link's position as the leader was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Thank you for your hard work. Link walked to the side of the collapsed pit and found that the lighting had been set up, illuminating the ship. Seeing the ship, Link finally understood why it was here. 3/4 of the ship was left, and the most important quarter of the tail with auxiliary engines and thrusters were all broken. There were serious impact marks on the bow of the ship, and from the twisted fracture, it could be seen that the ship had crashed due to an attack. Looking at the weapons on the ship, other than the 4 self-defense cannons, there was nothing else. The rest were reconnaissance modules. Coupled with the size of the ship, the answer was obvious: it was a transport ship. Link jumped down from the pothole and used a beautiful hook to slow down the ship. He landed steadily on the ship. The others slid down from the top with ropes and followed behind. After entering the ship through the hatch, Link's guess was confirmed. Many of the circuits and equipment were in disarray, or damaged with exposed wires, rubber, and cables. Then, Link also saw a mechanical squid. After discovering Link, the mechanical squid floated closer and used the big eye on its head to shoot out a ray to scan. Behind Link, the Pharaoh Tumen quickly stood up and said, "Wula, this is the leader of the Freedom Federation, Link." He's the current supreme leader of the wasteland. After the mechanical squid scanned it, the red warning light next to its head turned green, indicating that the authentication was successful. This mechanical squid is the steward of this ship, explained Pharaoh Tumen. It activated its self-defense program after Fu entered the ship. Fortunately, I've seen it before and left some video data, so I determined it to be an ally and removed its lock and hostility. Afterwards, the Pharaoh Tumen led Link forward, explaining the current situation to him along the way. According to Wu La's inspection, the ship's power system and launch system are malfunctioning. There are also problems with the sealing of the bow and tail, and more than 28% of the ship is malfunctioning. Of course, we've also found out about the location of the advanced knowledge from Wu La. However, we've encountered some difficulties. The library that stores the advanced knowledge requires a key to open it. Soon, under the guidance of the Pharaoh Tumen, Link arrived at the place where the advanced knowledge was stored. He saw the black rectangular library. The library was black in color, and only a small amount of light was reflected. The rest was absorbed. It was about 1 meter long, 30 centimeters wide, and 2 meters tall. It looked more like some kind of monument. "Boss, this is where the key is." Fu pointed at the L-shaped space on the black book, then took out a goatskin scroll and said, "This is a secret letter that we found in the Ramon Pharaoh's dynasty in the primeval forest. It states the matter of the L-shaped key." He also said that Ramon had given the key to a trusted aide so that he could look for Sarbark to obtain the advanced knowledge. But the clues stopped here. Link looked at the key's password on the sheepskin scroll. He then touched the L-shaped groove on the black book and felt a cold sensation enter his body. This style, this touch. Link couldn't help but furrow his brows. It felt familiar. 603 advanced knowledge acquired. Link felt like he had seen this before, but he couldn't remember where. Link looked at the void as his brain worked quickly. Pharaoh Ramon, who had escaped to the forest, wanted to regain his power. Thus, he secretly contacted Sarbark, who was hiding in the Orthodox Pharaoh dynasty, hoping that he could use the key to open the library and obtain the advanced knowledge to start a counterattack. However, who would have thought that not long after the secret letter and trusted aides were sent out, the Ramon dynasty would encounter a mysterious incident and all of them would disappear into the depths of the dense forest. Their fate was still unknown. In Sarbark's biography, there were no records of him opening the library or betraying the empire. There weren't even any records of him coming into contact with any of the trusted aides of the Ramon dynasty. It was as if nothing had happened. In fact, after Sarbark died, he was even given the title of general and buried with the highest form of respect. This led to a dead end. It was still uncertain whether his trusted aide had come to Sarbark, so the news of the L-shaped key was like a stone thrown into the sea. "Have you checked the armory of this transport ship?" Link asked. Although it was the transport ship of the Van Ti guards, this ship had descended to the wasteland to help the Pharaoh dynasty fight against the alien planet. Other than advanced knowledge, it had also carried many advanced weapons. Even after 1,500 years, it was still advanced for the wasteland, which had almost been restarted. Afu and the Pharaoh Tumen shook their heads. After confirming that this was the ship that had descended to help them, they had contacted Link immediately. They had only paid attention to this area and had not set foot elsewhere. The mechanical squid Wu La received the message and replied, "There are still some weapons in the armory, but the interval is too long, so we can't be sure if they can be used again. Lead the way." They arrived at the armory. As the hatch opened, Link saw the weapons scattered on the ground. At that time, the guards were still using kinetic weapons, and after thousands of years, many of the weapon parts had been damaged and the metal had become brittle. Link picked up a gun and tried to load it. The entire gun fell to the ground with clanking sounds. The others were all disappointed. They had hoped to use alien weapons to deal with the alien planet, but it seemed like that was not going to happen. But Link didn't mind. With Helen's help, the wasteland's weapon level was not much worse than the guards. Taking his propped chi blade as an example, it was already a level 50 weapon, only 10 levels away from the alien battle axe. As long as she could open the library and obtain advanced knowledge, with Helen's potential, wouldn't she be able to advance to the level of the interstellar era at any time? However, the types and structures of these weapons could still be taken back for Helen's reference, which would save a lot of time. Then, Link went to the weapon rack. The kinetic weapons were badly damaged. At first glance, there was a suffix to their names damaged. However, the cold weapons on the weapon rack were well preserved. After thousands of advanced processes and quenching steps that were resistant to corrosion and oxidation, these cold weapons had been preserved for a long time. Link casually picked up a sword and blew on it. The dust on the blade immediately dissipated, replaced by a soft hum as if it had come to life. These weapons were all level 60 green-grade weapons. Their damage varied according to the type of weapon, ranging between 130 to 190. They all had a sharpness effect that increased damage by 50 points. At first glance, they were standard weapons, and there were about 100 of them. Link looked at the mechanical octopus, Eula, and asked, "I have an AI program here. It wants to access the spaceship to do a full check and see if the spaceship can be repaired. Wula, do you agree?" The mechanical octopus's role was the ship's butler, providing various services and help to the people on the ship. At the same time, it had various viewing rights of the ship. In the logical program, once the captain and the crew of the spaceship were sacrificed, all the authority of the spaceship would be transferred to this butler. It could be said that the mechanical octopus was the captain now. Wu La's mechanical program thought for a while and said, "The guards are committed to the peace and stability of the Fandi star system. They have a successful experience of working together with you to fight against foreign planets, so they are considered allies. Furthermore, the ship no longer has a captain or any other commanders. According to the procedures, you will be granted partial high-level authority." With Wu La's permission, Link immediately summoned Troy. After a flash of green light, a digitized fluid appeared in front of Link. It nodded at Link and then spread out through the ship's pipes and data lines. It began to take over part of the authority and started evaluating the ship's overall condition. To put it bluntly, the mechanical octopus was an artificial intelligence program that was similar to an auxiliary or navigation system. However, after 1,500 years, this artificial intelligence was no different from an artificial retard. It could only rigidly execute orders according to the program's protocol. Link stared at her for a while. Suddenly, her body twisted and the camera in her head started shaking. A few seconds later, sparks burst out from the mechanical joints. The floating mechanical octopus fell to the ground with a clang and lost consciousness. The next second, the red lens on the mechanical squid's head turned green and it rose from the ground. At the same time, it said, "Head of State, we've successfully taken over all the authority of the spaceship." The people behind Link were all dumbfounded, especially the Pharaoh Tumen. They didn't expect Link to order Troy to take over all the control of the spaceship despite his friendly gesture just a second ago. Even the mechanical squid was taken over by Troy and revised. "It was helping us. How could you just erase it?" After all, Pharaoh Tumen had experienced it 1,500 years ago. At that time, the guards had arrived and provided them with advanced weapons and knowledge, which was how they had successfully defeated the alien planet. Link's actions made him feel like he was betraying his allies. Link placed his hands behind his back, his expression calm. "This is an artificial intelligence from 1,500 years ago, and this crashed spaceship no longer has any authorized personnel. In addition, it has recognized us as allies and can only give us partial access, which is not conducive to our comprehensive understanding of the spaceship. Secondly, I didn't kill it directly. Its intelligent program has been copied by Troy, and it can be regenerated with just a shell. Finally, I need to repair this spaceship and it needs to take off again. The target is contrary to it, so I can only disarm it for the time being." Pharaoh Tumen opened his mouth several times, but he didn't know what to say. He knew that Link's decision was correct, but he couldn't accept Link's actions at the moment. "Bob, put away all these cold weapons. Pack up the hot weapons and send them directly to the underground research center. Let Ludwig and Dave dismantle the weapons and analyze the structure. The rest of you, follow me to other places to take a look." Following Link's orders, everyone got to work. After that, Link took Pharaoh Tumen, AFU, and some of his subordinates around the spaceship to see if there were any other treasures that they had missed. However, after looking around, he did not find anything else. During this time, Troy took out the black box of the spaceship and checked the operation records and the visit. The spaceship had indeed crashed here in the previous battle. Because it could not be repaired, the captain and crew had transferred all the supplies and left the spaceship. The visitor records also showed that Link's group was the first batch of visitors to enter the ship since the captain's decision to leave. This also proved that Sharbak had never entered the spaceship. After Troy analyzed the damaged parts of the spaceship, he came up with a complete data report. However, because it was too long, he only gave a rough outline. There were two key points. One was the auxiliary engine, and the other was the material repair. These 2 points had technical difficulties and could not be easily broken through. However, Link wasn't in a hurry. The Sky Eye satellite hadn't ascended yet, so it wasn't time for the transport ship. After finishing the last piece, Link and the others returned to the corridor. Although they didn't find anything, Fu had already done a great job by finding the spaceship today. Now that the advanced knowledge was right in front of him, as long as he could find the key, he would be able to open the library. With these standard cold weapons, he would be able to take on Esia's alien army head-on. Fu looked at the corridor that was lit up. Some of the circuits were malfunctioning, so the lights flickered from time to time. Coupled with the narrow passage at the back of the spaceship, the scene in front of Fu gave off a familiar feeling. "Boss, don't you think this looks like the passageway under the castle?" Hearing this, Link studied him carefully. He had to admit that this corridor was indeed very similar to an underground passage. "Indeed," said Link with a smile, "it's just missing a river." The Sand Eagle was still swimming in the water back then. But suddenly, Link's body trembled as if he'd been struck by lightning. He stopped in place, and the smile on his face froze as if he'd thought of something. Fragments of memories kept appearing in Link's mind. He quickly locked onto an item and quickly rewound the memory. The underground passage, the discovery of the army ants, the discovery of the prince's remains, the listening of the last words in the recording pen, and the black metal rod that Zhuge had taken apart the recording pen. The black metal rod was 10 centimeters long and had a hexagonal structure. Lin Ke could clearly remember the mysterious material and the feeling. It was the same as the one in the library today. However, the key to the library was L-shaped, while the black metal rod in the recording pen was only one. Link suppressed his doubts and pressed on the macaw's shoulder. "Old Jin, do you still remember the black metal rod in the secret room? It was placed together with the royal ring. I need it right now, so hurry up and bring it to me." At the mention of the black metal rod, the macaw suddenly had an impression. After thinking about it, it suddenly opened its mouth wide. That mysterious black metal rod. The shape and texture of this thing is similar to that of the library. Before the macaw could finish its sentence, it saw Link's confident gaze, as if confirming its guess. The macaw suddenly became energetic and made an okay gesture. "Don't worry, I'll be right back." Then, he turned into a gust of wind and flew up to the second underground floor, disappearing from the Colosseum. The Pharaoh-Tuman was still confused, but seeing the macaw's tone and Link's expression, he couldn't help but ask, "Link, have you found the key to the library?" Link and the others returned to the library. He reached out and touched the hole where the key was placed. The cold touch and the unique mat of metal overwhelmed him with a familiar feeling. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the key to the library." Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. They didn't know where Link had gotten the key, but once the library was opened and the advanced knowledge was obtained, the wasteland would have the ability to challenge the aliens. It would then fundamentally reverse the current situation. Soon, the macaw arrived and stopped in front of Link. It spread its wings and revealed a piece of black metal. It was the same color and texture as the stone tablet in the library. It was just that it was still a straight line in shape without any turns. Link took the mysterious black metal rod. The feeling in his hand made him even more certain that it was the key. However, Link wasn't sure if this was the complete key or just a part of it. He didn't say much. He would know once he tried. Link placed the black metal rod into the groove of the library. Following a crisp click, everyone held their breath and focused their eyes on the black library, waiting for the results. Just when Lin Ke thought that there would be no reaction, a high temperature rose from within the groove. The high temperature caused the end of the black metal rod to extend, automatically extending a section and filling in the last curved hook that rose up. Memory metal. When the entire slot was filled, the library's switch was activated. Blue lines of light extended from the key and began to spread in all directions. These lines were not scattered, but spread in a fixed trajectory, drawing horizontal and vertical blue lines on the black library, which looked like some kind of circuit board. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a vibration from the black library. Everyone except Link took a step back, looking wary. The black library slowly rose up, revealing a transparent and hollow internal structure. It was like a piece of glass, and when it appeared in front of everyone, it felt like a scroll had been unfolded. Then, all kinds of knowledge appeared on the transparent glass. It was as complicated as the ocean and flowed past Link like a waterfall. At the same time, a notification appeared on Link's interface. You have discovered advanced knowledge. Do you wish to learn it? Yes/no. Link chose to learn it without hesitation. The scene in front of him changed again, and 4 main categories appeared. They were Pugilist, Esper, Mechanic, and Mystic. Link clicked into Pugilist. There were many more options, such as Pugilist, Berserker, Rogue, Paladin, and so on. For Esper, it was Elementalist, Illusion, Telekinesis, and so on. Each category had countless classes that corresponded to them to choose from. Link immediately learned all the advanced knowledge related to his skills. Pugilist, Rogue, Priest, Gunsmith, Druid. When he was done, he chose to exit the game, and the holographic image disappeared. Then Link turned around and looked at everyone. Did you guys see the holographic scene just now? Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads in confusion. They didn't see anything. They only saw Link in a daze. Seeing that the Macaw and AFU had no chance, Link called for the Pharaoh of Tumen and had him stand in front of the library. Now, you can try. 604 Advancement Banquet. Pharaohs Tumen had great attainments in the soul and secret arts, especially when their current bodies were soul boxes, which were a masterpiece of machinery and magic. Although he had been asleep for 1,500 years, in terms of ancient machinery and magic, the Pharaoh Tumen still led the trend and opened up a completely different path from the mechanics of today. Even though Pharaoh's Tumen followed Fu around all day as a lackey, this guy's true strength was still very strong. As a level 45 leader, he also had powerful skills such as laser, matrix defense, and disintegration equation. Now, as long as he learned some advanced knowledge, he could unlock the upper limit of his abilities, learn more powerful skills, or increase the upper limit of his skills. Pharaoh Tumen stood in front of the library. A moment later, the 2 soul flames under his golden mask burned fiercely, and his breathing became heavy. He said subconsciously, I saw the truth, the vast truth may fly. On the other hand, Afu and the Macaw stuck their heads out from behind, their small eyes wide with doubt. There was nothing here, so where was the truth? The Macaw walked to Link's side and poked his knee. Hey, what's going on, why can't we see anything? Link smiled. In this black library, only those who are close to or have reached the limit of a certain field can see the advanced knowledge's information interface. Others can't see it. They can only see a lens. The Macaw scratched its head. Oh, I didn't know that was the case. I'll try it later. Link looked at the Macaw's eagerness and laughed. You're the one with the strength. Even if you see it, you won't see anything. It's better to leave some dignity for yourself. Don't be embarrassed later. The Macaw was unhappy when it heard this. What did he mean? Did he look down on it and feel that his strength was too low? When he used it, he would call it old gold, and when he didn't, he would become fat bird. Men. The Pharaoh Tumen quickly absorbed the corresponding advanced knowledge, and his whole body seemed to have been sublimated. Link, after reading the class advancement knowledge, I have an uncontrollable urge and thought I need to turn these thoughts into reality. Since you've found the advanced knowledge, you don't need me for the time being. I'll leave for a few days to transform the advanced knowledge into strength and then come back to help you. Pharaoh Tumen's tone was anxious. It could be seen that after obtaining the advanced knowledge, the shackles that had previously restricted him had loosened. The accumulated lake was now ready to break through the bank and flow into the sea to enter a higher realm. Go quickly. If you need anything, contact Fu directly. I'll congratulate you in advance for breaking through the shackles and reaching a higher level. Yes, sir. Pharaoh Tumen nodded and left quickly on his moon ship. Looking at the back of the pharaoh, Link couldn't help but sigh. The Pharaoh Tumen had something. In the field of mechanical magic, even though he had been asleep for 1,500 years, he was still at the top. The macaw shot a glance at the leaving Pharaoh Tumen, then looked at the black library in front of it, becoming more and more curious. The Pharaoh Tumen had only looked at it for a minute, and now it was running away as if it was about to escape. Was this thing really so magical? The macaw stepped forward and realized that it was not high enough. It was better to rely on itself than on others. It took a deep breath and flapped its wings to fly up. Its rice grain-sized eyes stared at the mirror as if it wanted to see through it. Link looked at the macaw's fruitless efforts and couldn't help but smile. This guy was using its life to prove what useless work was. However, before Link could mock it, the macaw took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Oh my god!" Then, Link was dumbfounded. His mouth twitched, and he felt a pain in his cheek. The macaw stared at the mirror in a daze and only returned to its senses after a while. It lowered its wings and landed slowly, smiling brightly. It patted Link and said with an exaggerated expression, "What? I heard someone say that he was looking for a way out." Link didn't say a word and accepted the macaw's mockery. The macaw tactfully taunted. Seeing Link's satisfaction, it felt great. "All right, since we're done trying, let's go back. This place must be guarded well. From today onwards, the Colosseum will be closed for business. When I return, I'll draw up an invitation list and invite the Freedom Federation's top experts in all aspects to study advanced knowledge and improve their strength," Link ordered. As the person in charge of the Colosseum, Afu memorized Link's arrangements. Link's sharp eyes noticed that Afu's eyes would occasionally glance at the library. He immediately understood what Afu was thinking. Then, he looked at Fred and the other die-hard fans behind him, who were also staring at the library with curiosity. "Since you're here today, don't leave any regrets. Those who want to try, line up behind Fu and do it one by one." The incident with the macaw had also reminded Link that there might be some talented ones among his subordinates who could obtain advanced knowledge. Fu pointed at himself and asked with uncertainty, I can too." Fu boasted that he was not good at anything. If he had not followed a good boss, he would probably be captured by mercenaries or begging in Shitu. After receiving Link's confirmation, Afu finally walked carefully to the black book and looked directly into the mirror as Link requested. Link stood to the side and stared at Fu, trying to see what he was doing from his eyes. Although he didn't have much hope, it would naturally be better if Afu could also obtain advanced knowledge. Just by looking at Afu's round black eyes and the way he scratched his head from time to time, Link knew that there was no chance. But just as he was about to speak, Fu's fat body suddenly trembled. Even the macaw beside him was shocked. Then, Fu stared at the mirror with his mouth wide open. Link noticed that his pupils had turned blue. Link's mind went blank. He had just casually mentioned it, and in the end, Afu had really obtained advanced knowledge? After a moment, the color of Fu's pupils returned to normal. He heaved a sigh of relief and came back to his senses. "Afu, what advanced knowledge did you obtain?" the macaw hurriedly asked. Afu scratched his head and said innocently, "Mysticism. It's related to mediumship." Link snapped back to his senses and said, "Since you've also obtained the advanced knowledge, then let's leave the sealing and maintenance to Fred. You should also go into seclusion and see if you can learn anything from the advanced knowledge." Following that, Fred and the other former subordinates also went forward to try, but they weren't as lucky as the macaw and Afu. After looking at the mirror for a long time, they could only stare at each other with wide eyes and nothing else. Link even consoled them at the end. The Lin Financial Group now had access to the Dark Book, and they would definitely be able to obtain advanced knowledge one day as long as they persevered. These words made the blood of these old subordinates boil, and they were all full of energy. Link wasn't trying to pump them up, but his former subordinates had indeed improved. They had been around level 5-10 in the slums, but now, they had all grown to around level 30. Although he was busier, he didn't stop improving his strength. The Colosseum was sealed off. Link also stationed troops there to guard it 24/7. Right now, the Colosseum was the key to turning the tide of the war on the wasteland, so safety must be guaranteed. Link didn't return to Windhowl Castle. Instead, he personally took charge of the Colosseum and started working on the next problem. Firstly, Link would learn all the advanced knowledge of the skills and then spend 110,000,000 experience points to max out the remaining skills and upgrade them to level 15. After the upgrade, when one looked at the skills again, one could only say that the difference between having advanced knowledge and not having advanced knowledge was like the difference between heaven and earth. Take a few classic skills as an example. Beast's Eye's communication range had increased from 2,500 meters to 5,000 meters. Bullets of misfortune were now produced 120 times a day, and 1020 luck points would be randomly deducted after being hit. Unfortunately, the effect could not be stacked. Haste increases movement speed by 150% for 30 seconds. Yujin Jing could now convert 1 energy point to 10 health points. The opposite was the same, 10 health points to 1 energy point. Pain Ignore's damage reduction was increased to 60%, and the duration was increased to 1.5 minutes. This wave could be said to be an all-round strengthening. If Link's power was like an armored vehicle before, he was now a heavily armed tank. After leveling up his skills, Link let out a long breath. The next step was to make the list. This list was the list of people invited to the Colosseum to study advanced knowledge. It didn't matter who was invited or not. The first name that Link wrote down was John. They were old friends, so there was no need to give a reason. The second to be invited was Silverhand. After all, he was one of the 3 legends of the wasteland. For the third name, Link directly wrote Grace's name. The master alchemist, Harpy, had also been cultivating an alchemy army. Once she leveled up, Link would be able to obtain more strange dark alchemy creatures or products. From the perspective of the undead, mummies, and eagle guardians, the zombie army was very useful on the battlefield and worthy of being cultivated. In fourth place, Li Zijun. If Li Zijun had not taught him the military killing fist, Link would not have been able to create Apocalypse. With Li Zijun's special forces and berserker professions, the increase in his strength was not to be underestimated. In fifth place, Link did not write down a specific name. He wrote down the elders of the Moon Shadow Council. These old men were at the forefront of the Druid path and had been stuck in the realm for a long time. If they could obtain the advancement knowledge now, it would be like a rain after a long drought. By then, any one of them would have amazing combat power. The sixth place had 4 names written on it. Helen, the Duke, Dave, Ludwig. The 4 representatives of mechanics and scientific research also represented the highest level of technology on the wasteland. If their level improved, the wasteland would improve. 7th, Troy. If the data stream of consciousness could be improved again, it would only be beneficial to Link. In addition, Link had shown Troy a vast future and knowledge. Now was the time to fulfill his promise. The 8th Bayan. Link cupped his chin in his hand and pondered. The current situation in the wasteland was dominated by the Freedom Federation, but they only occupied 80% of the population and territory. The remaining 20% was divided among the other forces. The machinery faith had been destroyed, and the wasteland gang no longer existed. The Platinum Hotel was like a stray dog, and the academy behind the Alliance of Pharmaceuticals was struggling at death's door under Link's pressure. The remaining forces were Nature's Alliance, Brotherhood, and the Cross Corps. This was also what Link was conflicted about. Link left Nature's Alliance aside for now. With the Moon Shadow Council's influence in the Freedom Federation, annexing Nature's Alliance was only a matter of time. The Cross Army, which worshipped religion, opposed all modern products and valued the past while degrading the present. Their thoughts were quite extreme. However, their leader, Arthur, although he did not directly contribute to the alien invasion, from the intelligence reports, he took the initiative to restrain his subordinates and reduce internal conflicts. He even took the initiative to patrol the scattered lands to prevent the arrival of alien planets from other places. The Brotherhood was similar. They called themselves New Humans and an extreme mutated human organization. Their slogan was still purification, evolution. In this alien invasion, they also took the initiative to recruit subordinates and maintain the security of the scattered lands. They did not add pressure to the borders of the Freedom Federation. Another thing was that the leader of the Brotherhood, Ivan, was also a legendary NPC with the talent to control magnetic fields. The ship that the guards crashed was severely damaged. Helen and the others could solve the problem of the auxiliary engine, but the casting and repair of the outer shell of the huge ship could not be completed by ordinary workers. In addition, this was a spaceship that was going to sail into space. If it couldn't be repaired 100%, it would be a big hidden danger if any problems occurred after taking off. Link had his eye on Ivan's ability to control magnetic fields. With his help, the repair of the spaceship would be much easier. However, he was still unsure of what the other party was thinking. If he were to send an invitation, the other party might not accept. Even if they did, Link still had to be on guard. After all, if a legendary NPC, who was good at controlling magnetic force, came to the Sand City and made a move, the entire Sand City would probably be buried with him. Even though John, Silverhand, and Link would be legendary NPCs at that time, it would be difficult to preserve Sand if they went all out against Ivan, a legendary NPC who could control magnetic fields. Link's eyes flickered. After a moment of consideration, he mumbled, "Perhaps I can send a team to sound him out before the advancement banquet." The Brotherhood that was heading to the scattered land would definitely have to send mutated humans. Coincidentally, Link had such a small team of mutated humans: the Suicide Team, the Nameless Warrior, the Secret Walker, the Vibration, the Spirit Child, and Lady Ghost. P.S. I recommend a friend's book, The Old God's Ruler. The novel has no thunder and no depression. Everyone can read it without worry. When huge machinery and steam-powered boilers roared non-stop under the fragile New Order, Wu Dongqing opened his eyes and found himself in a world full of unknown. The spying lurker, the Tint Aloes hound in the shadows, the Bizarreman Swan Ni who controlled the extraordinary, and the old gods whose names could not be mentioned. It was a story about a Far East investigator. 605 2 stars and 1 arrow. Of the 5-person team, other than the nameless soldier who was not a mutant, the other 4 were mutants from the Wasteland Gang. After the failure of the last assassination mission, the 5 of them had been recruited by Link. After a period of rest, they had been working in the Shudu military and participated in many missions. Their chemistry had improved a lot, and they had become famous. They were almost like military star groups. When the 5 of them received Link's order to enter the Colosseum, they were still in shock. After joining the Freedom Federation for so many days, they had finally received the summons of the head of state. If not for today's order, they would have thought that Link had forgotten about them. The 5 of them stood in front of Link with their backs straight, their gazes fearless. When they had fought Link, he had only been the leader of the Shudu. However, in just a few months, he had become the leader of the Freedom Federation and controlled more than half of the wasteland. The 5 of them also rejoiced that they had chosen to follow the right person. "I called you here to give you an important mission." Upon hearing that it was an important mission, the 5 of them's eyes lit up. Although it had been half a year since he joined the wasteland, he had been under the jurisdiction of the military since he surrendered. Most of the missions he carried out were mainly from the military. Now that Link had personally mentioned an important mission, what did this mean? It meant that their hard work all this time was in the eyes of the ruler. For the ruler to give them a mission personally, it meant that they were finally recognized. This was a transformation from being demoted to being valued. The captain of the Suicide Squad, the Nameless Warrior, was the first to step forward. He cupped his fists and said, "Head of state, if you have any missions, just give them to me. We've been in Shandu for more than half a year, and we've been under the care of the head of state, but there's nothing we can do to repay him for saving our lives. No matter what the mission is, the 5 of us will not decline." The other 4 took a step forward. Their determined gazes told Link that the 5 of them would advance and retreat together. Link chuckled. As expected of the Suicide Squad, he complimented. It was just a joke before. Now, it's really a flag of the military. After saying that, Link's expression changed. He said sternly, "The mission I'm giving you this time is very important and dangerous. But in the whole of Shidu, only you are qualified to take on this mission." The five of them looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. The truth was out. They had finally entered the core circle of the Freedom Federation and could now receive important missions. "Head of State, tell us about the mission." "We're all ready." The nameless warrior once again expressed his loyalty and confidence. He asked for battle. "This mission shouldn't be too difficult for the four of you. I'm only worried about the impersonator." Link paused for a moment before announcing the mission. "I need the five of you to go to the scattered land and find a way to meet the leader of the Brotherhood. Hand him the invitation to the advancement banquet and invite him to come to the Sand City to comprehend the advancement knowledge and improve his strength to fight against the alien planet together." Upon hearing this mission, the five of them were all shocked. Because the entire wasteland had been promoting the search for advanced knowledge for the past 2 days, it could be said to have triggered a wave of enthusiasm for the search for advanced knowledge. Now, things about advanced knowledge, artifacts, and Sarbuk were still the topics of discussion after meals. Now that the advanced knowledge had been discovered, they were even preparing to invite guests. However, after hearing that they were going to invite the leader of the Brotherhood, Ivan, the expression of the Suicide Squad members also changed several times. The Brotherhood in the scattered land had always wanted to get rid of the old humans and let the future be the world of mutated humans. Although they were all mutated humans, they had too many extreme ideas. Eliminating all ordinary people was equivalent to eliminating more than 98% of the wasteland's population. What was the difference between this and the machinery faith? Under the influence of this ideology, the five of them finally understood why the head of state said that he was only worried about the captain's nameless soldier, who was also the imposter. It was because the four of them were mutants, and only the captain was an ordinary person. No one could guarantee what would happen if an ordinary person went to the Brotherhood, which was hostile to ordinary people. Who would have thought that the nameless warrior would accept Link's mission without even thinking? "Don't worry, head of state. I'll complete the mission." Link nodded slightly. This mission was difficult. Others might not understand why he wanted the Suicide Squad to complete it, but Ivan would definitely understand Link's intentions. He was not even sure if Ivan would agree to it. "When you complete the mission and return in triumph, you will also be given the opportunity to study advanced knowledge as a reward. This will be of great benefit to you." Link's words made their eyes light up. Advanced knowledge didn't need to be explained. Even a 4- or 5-year-old child on the street would be able to explain it. As long as they completed the mission, they would be able to study advanced knowledge like Ivan. This reward was irresistible to anyone with a goal. As he watched the Suicide Squad members leave the office in excitement, Link focused his attention back on the guidelines. The invitation list for the advancement banquet had already come out. In order to avoid a crowd, they could invite them now. The longer the alien was stationed in Essia, the stronger it would be. Link couldn't sleep well. The earlier these top combatants could obtain advanced knowledge and break through their shackles, the higher their chances of winning would be. He would start from the first person. Link picked up his phone and dialed a number. A moment later, a slightly hoarse and magnetic male voice came out of the phone. "Why did you call me all of a sudden? Where are you now? Why is the wind so strong?" Link only knew that John had been entrusted by Penny to monitor the Platinum Hotel and the people who had tried to sabotage the Drug Alliance in Shadow. He didn't know the exact location. When she heard the sound of the wind over the phone, she became even more curious. John was holding a phone in one hand and a bottle of soda in the other. He was wearing sunglasses and looking down at the entire city. He said leisurely, "At the top of the TV station tower, by the way, you went to the library this morning, right? I felt a strong aura coming from the direction of the library this morning, but it gradually subsided. Have you advanced?" Link didn't hide anything and said, "Yes, there are 2 things I called you about today. One of them is this. I've been promoted." John stood up from the top of the TV tower and drank the soda with a straw in his mouth. He felt the coagulated blood gradually loosen, and his will to fight returned. "What about the other one?" John asked curiously, suppressing his fighting spirit. "I've found the advanced knowledge, and I've already comprehended a lot. It's your turn now. Don't even think about rejecting me. If you don't watch, there's no need for us to fight. I'm afraid I won't win fair and square. It's at the animal arena, come quickly. Link's tone was arrogant. It was as if he had just seen the advanced knowledge and was invincible. John was amused when he heard this. What a guy. He's already so cocky after getting the advanced knowledge. It seems that he hasn't been suppressed for too long. Then you wait, 5 minutes. John hung up the phone and could not help but smile. He had already seen through everything. In order to take care of his emotions, this kid actually used a goading method, afraid that he would refuse to comprehend the advanced knowledge. It was also a good intention. John jumped down from the top of the TV tower, his body as fast as a dragon, and he quickly swam between the cities. A few minutes later, John arrived at the Colosseum. Under Link's lead, they arrived at the library storage of the transport ship. John wasn't actually interested in advanced knowledge. After all, he had improved his strength through actual combat and assassination. However, he couldn't reject Link's kind intentions. Based on his understanding of Link, if he really didn't look at the advanced knowledge, Link would find a reason not to practice with him. Therefore, she decided to go along with his wishes and look at this thing. However, he was shocked when he saw it. After reading the advanced knowledge, John couldn't help but take a deep breath and sigh. I thought that I had already reached the ceiling in terms of assassination and had no possibility of further improvement. However, after reading the advanced knowledge, I realized that there's always someone better. John looked at Link with a complicated expression and said, I need to sort out some of my thoughts. Let's talk about the fight later. Link's lips curled up. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled as if his plan had succeeded. In his previous life, John had died early and had always appeared as a historical figure. In this life, John had become one of the main characters of the wasteland. Now that he had obtained the advanced knowledge, his breakthrough was unstoppable. Link was curious how John had improved. Then you'd better hurry up. In a few days, I'll be preparing to attack the alien army. Link said with a smile. John nodded and quickly left the scene. The more one reached the peak, the more intense the reaction would be when they saw advanced knowledge. They had thought that they would be unable to improve after reaching the ceiling, but after seeing the advanced knowledge, they felt like they had opened the door to a whole new world and could not stop themselves. After dealing with John, Link returned to his office and was about to call Silverhand when he received a call. After picking it up, before Link could speak, an excited voice came from the other side. Head of State, the Sky Eye satellite and rocket have been successfully developed. Link's mind buzzed and went blank for a moment. Then, he was overjoyed. Helen's news came at the right time. Are you still at the air base? I'll be right there. After getting Helen's confirmation, Link didn't rest for a moment. He personally drove the car to the Shadow Air Force Base. When he arrived at the underground research room not far from the launch pad, Link saw the unassembled rocket and the successfully developed Sky Eye satellite. To add on, it was still a double star. Helen had a bright smile on her face. The first thing she said when she saw Link was, Head of State, I didn't fail to live up to your hopes and trust. Ever since Link had assigned her this task, Helen had been working on it. She had even moved from Shenmue City to the Air Force Base. She had not left the research room at all. Penny fulfilled all of Helen's requests. He provided her with funds and materials. He was the first to respond to any request and gave her support. Sure enough, Helen didn't disappoint. She overcame several problems in a short period of time and successfully built the Sky Eye satellite and the propulsion rocket. The propulsion rocket also went through several test flights and solved many potential problems. Even Link could not help but sigh. As expected of the future mother goddess of machinery. In his previous life, Helen was able to self-study and become successful even in difficult situations. She took one step at a time using her machinery to take revenge and reached the top of the wasteland machinery industry. In this life, she had Link's full support, so she didn't have to worry about money, materials, and equipment. Her potential was even more terrifying. Link rubbed Helen's head lovingly and said seriously, You've worked hard during this period of time. I represent the entire Freedom Federation to express my gratitude to you." The strong woman who was always vigorous and decisive at work seemed to have returned to her childlike state. Her eyes curved into crescents as she enjoyed Link's praise. "It's no trouble at all. The head of state trusts me so much and has given me such an important task, so I must not disappoint him. Although I can't go to the battlefield myself, I still need to use my own strength to protect the wasteland." "Going to the battlefield is a small matter," Link laughed heartily. "Your inventions are enough to fight against 100,000 soldiers." Link wasn't bragging. Helen's improved new energy weapon was the only weapon that could be used in large quantities against alien invaders. And now, the 2 Heavenly Eye satellites and the rocket on them, once lifted off and entered orbit, the 3 satellites could form an all-weather, full-coverage signal area, which was of great benefit to the development of the entire wasteland. They could also monitor the movements of foreign planets on the wasteland at all times. Link wasn't bragging about the 100,000 soldiers. Helen giggled, and her eyes were filled with joy. "When can the rockets and satellites be launched?" "The rocket can be assembled now. The weather is suitable for launch for the next week. It can be launched tomorrow morning at the earliest." Helen knew the importance of this matter to the wasteland, so at the beginning of the rocket design, she made some modifications to the design and made the interior into a structure that could launch 2 satellites at once. Link nodded his head again and said, "After the launch, you, Dave, and Dr. Ludwig, the 3 of you will go to the Colosseum. I've successfully found the advanced knowledge, and there's even more advanced knowledge from the universe in it. I think you'll definitely be inspired after reading it." Helen was stunned for a moment, and then her cheekbones couldn't help but rise. "You found advanced knowledge?" After receiving Link's confirmation, Helen immediately said that she would complete the rocket launch mission the next morning. Then, she would immediately look at the class advancement knowledge and transform it into power against the alien planet. Lin K also said that he would personally come to watch the launch the next morning. Just as he stepped out of the Air Force base, Link received another call from Benjamin. "Ruler, Essia's alien army has started to send out shadow hounds and alien demons to expand." Link's heart sank when he heard the news. What was meant to come had come. 606 The Demonic Forgers Camp. Link had arranged for Benjamin to lead the Wolf Riders on a frontline patrol. He would also send a helicopter to the sky above Essia at a fixed time every day to scout and obtain first-hand information on the alien army. He had originally thought that they would first consolidate their camp and amass forces during the few days that the alien planet occupied Aisha. He didn't expect that only 2 days later, the alien planet would send out shadow dogs and alien demons to expand their territory and attack cities. This was also a signal that the alien army had gathered what they thought was enough and was about to begin their invasion. Benjamin, immediately mobilize the fox hunting special forces and the army's artillery unit to stand guard. Ask the Duke to gather the Inhumans in New West Asia. We must stop the alien planet and not let them approach New West Asia. I'll immediately contact the Macaw and Ren Yi and ask them to send reinforcements. Don't worry, head of state. I swear to protect New West Asia with my life." Link's brows furrowed as he hung up. The movement of the alien planet was 2 days faster than he had expected, completely disrupting his plans. This newly arrived commander seemed to be even more difficult to deal with than Tulu. Tulu only knew how to use brute force to solve problems. However, this war envoy had launched a surprise attack before the construction of the demonic forgers camp was completed. It was obvious that he wanted to waste his energy and buy more time. Moreover, this time, there must be a terrifying tactician behind the shadow dog and the mutant demons. It was definitely not as simple as a brutal attack. Link quickly communicated with the Macaw through the Spirit Network. "Administrator Link, at Group Leader Macaw, Old Gold, the alien planet is starting to attack. Quickly arrange for the Spider Demon Empire to help Benjamin defend. You must stop the alien planet army outside New West Asia." The group's leader, Macaw, thought, F***ck, this group of alien offsprings don't care about martial arts. A sneak attack before the camp was built? Don't worry, I'll guard the front line. Megaphone No 1, Old Gold is awesome. Sound breaking. Voice bug number 2, defend New West Asia with my life. Sound breaking. Voice transmission bug number 3, long live the Freedom Federation. Old Jin, we will always support you. Voice bug number 99, voice bug number 99 likes you. Although the macaw was usually jesting, it was still very good when it came to business. Without a word, it counted people and went out to help. Exiting the spiritual network, Link immediately dialed Ren Yi's number and issued an emergency mission to send players to the front line for support and patrol. Just as he was about to hang up, a thought flashed through Link's mind. He quickly added, arrange some more people to wait at the Red Ridge Mountain. I have a feeling that the alien planet will find a way to occupy the Red Ridge Mountain. Alright, don't worry, head of state. I'll make sure everything is arranged properly. In Lin Ji's previous life, the alien planet had invaded and occupied the Red Ridge Mountains as one of the Demon Forgers' camps. They had relied on the rich mineral resources in the Red Ridge Mountains to gain a foothold and put great pressure on the Sand City. In this life, the alien star started from the island. After sacrificing the shadow dog, the alien demon, the army's vanguard, and a war messenger, it occupied Essia and built the demonic forger camp. There were no more resources around Essia due to the wasteland gang's desperate development, so it could be considered as half a barren land. Now that the alien planet had suddenly moved out, it would definitely detect the metal reserves in the Red Ridge Mountains and find a way to occupy it. Link's rhythm had been completely disrupted, so he could only speed up. After that, Link called Silverhand, Grace, Li Zijun, and Troy, telling them to hurry to the Sand Capital Coliseum to study the advanced knowledge. Silverhand was still in Dragon City, but after a few months of seizing and giving up power, almost all of Dragon City's high-level officials were now the Shitu military, the Special Forces, or the Monster Security Company. They had successfully occupied all aspects of Dragon City, and a silent replacement and cleansing had been carried out from the inside. After receiving Link's call, she agreed to come back without hesitation. Of course, Silverhand's attitude towards advanced knowledge was just so-so, and his main purpose for coming back this time was to show off in front of John. Dragon City had developed rapidly under his rule, and the chaos caused by the aristocratic families had been completely pacified. All of these proved one thing: he was stronger than John. Li Zijun was stationed in the new city on the border of the Magic Knight Empire. She also rushed over as soon as she received Link's call. There was no need to worry too much about Fei's current situation. With his authority and the support of the people, the peaceful evolution had already been completed. The people had no objections to joining the Freedom Federation under Link's rule. In fact, they were even proud of it. When Grace heard that the advanced knowledge included alchemy, she left the Misty Manor and headed straight for the Colosseum without waiting for Link to finish. Troy was the most convenient. After Link called him over, the guy's true body that took over the transport ship appeared directly. He stood in front of the Black Library and received the baptism of advanced knowledge. Although the pure data stream of consciousness was an unexpected product, and there was no direct advanced knowledge, Troy learned everything in one go, including the electrifications and data network knowledge of the mechanic and general class, and his understanding of his own data stream was deeper. It didn't take long for Grace to arrive at the Colosseum. A cloud of grey fog headed straight for the alien spaceship on the second underground floor. Link waited at the side while Grace revealed her true form from the grey fog. She flapped her wings and approached the Black Library. "Can I surpass you in alchemy after learning the advanced knowledge?" Link shrugged helplessly. "I've read the advanced knowledge. Unless you can understand more than me, I don't think you can." Grace didn't say anything more. She walked to the front of the Black Library and stared at the transparent glass. After a moment, she took a deep breath. Her pupils suddenly opened, and she saw a lot of astonishing advanced knowledge that had broken her shackles. As his body was tensed up, he could not help but spread his wings. The feathers that were close to his skin were also spread open, revealing the places that were originally covered. Link could clearly see Grace's chest moving up and down due to the violent beating of her heart. It was straight and not bloated, but it gave off a feeling that could destroy mountains. After a moment, Grace's entire body relaxed. All the feathers that had been tied up were retracted once again. Her unbridled wildness was instantly added with a sense of beauty that was similar to holding a lute and half covering her face. Grace let out a breath of air, still shocked by the advanced knowledge she had just seen. This knowledge that was beyond her knowledge was like a key that opened the door to a new world for her. He thought of the words that Link had said when he was recruiting him in the Death Swamp. Now, he was fulfilling them step by step. First, it was the foggy manner, and now it was the advanced knowledge. Grace turned to look at Link and found that he was in a daze. His eyes followed the focus and eventually lowered to her. "What are you looking at?" Link was jolted back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Nothing." "Have you finished reading the advanced knowledge?" Grace nodded with a meaningful look in her eyes. "I've already finished reading." "What about you? Haven't you seen enough?" Link was stunned for a moment, but he quickly understood what Grace was talking about. He laughed awkwardly and quickly laughed it off. He just happened to see it and was a little curious. He didn't have any hopes of being an LP. "I heard that the alien planet is attacking again. I've recently created quite a few new dark alchemy creatures. Do you need me to arrange an appearance?" Grace said. In the Misty Villa, she was not ignorant of the outside world, so she knew a lot about what happened in the Sand City. "With your help, the alien army's dream of conquering New West Asia can be ended." Grace covered her mouth and chuckled. She brushed the dust off Link's shoulders as she walked past him and said, "I'll just take that as the interest for the advanced knowledge. I'll go back and study the advanced knowledge first." After Grace left, Link couldn't help but let out a breath of air. There was only one word left in his mind: vigorous. Grace was indeed the Harpy Queen, her words were full of wildness and unruliness. Now that Grace had seen the class advancement knowledge, there were only a few people left on Link's invitation list. After leaving the transport ship, Link did not walk out of the Colosseum. Instead, he went straight to the Moon Shadow Council on the basement level. Now, other than Yvonne, the leader of the Brotherhood, who was invited by the Suicide Squad, the only members on the list were the few old men from the Moon Shadow Council. The Moon Shadow Council was in the Colosseum anyway, so Link didn't need to call. He just came to inform them personally. When Link arrived at the Moon Shadow Council, his sudden appearance shocked the apprentices and elites for a long time. All the apprentices and elites were in awe. Link went straight to the meditation hall where the elders of the Divine Tree Noya were. "Head of State, you've come." They had felt it the moment Link entered, but they were still surprised when they saw him. They didn't know why he was here today. The elders also noticed that Link's aura had become even more reserved. It seemed to have become much stronger. Link and the others were old acquaintances, so he didn't stand on ceremony. He grabbed a futon and sat down cross-legged. "I'm here today to inform you that I've found the advanced knowledge. It's on the second underground floor of the Colosseum. I've already studied it in advance just now. You guys should go and study it now." The elders looked at each other. They knew about the advancement knowledge. The Moon Shadow Council had also sent out a lot of forces to search for it and had collected a lot of information. Unfortunately, they had found nothing after verifying it. They didn't expect Link to find it so soon, and it was under the Colosseum. How coincidental was this? When they heard that the advanced knowledge was of great benefit, they didn't waste any time and stood up to thank him. Then, they went to the second underground floor. After all, these elders had been stuck in this realm for a long time. Other than their daily routine of meditating and cultivating, and absorbing natural energy, they had no further progress. Now that they knew that advanced knowledge could break the shackles and allow them to reach a higher level and realm, what was there to be reserved about? 10 minutes later, Link saw the elders walk in with radiant smiles. Without a word, they bowed to Link in gratitude. "All right, there's no need to thank me. I have something to discuss with you. I'll borrow an ancient tree of knowledge and an ancient tree of war. The head of state is also an elder of the Moon Shadow Council. You don't have to inform us about this kind of thing. You can do as you please." The few elders' hearts were now drifting far away. After seeing the advanced knowledge, they had some enlightenment and couldn't wait to immediately bury themselves in seclusion. Link didn't want to waste his time on these useless things. He stood up and waved his hand at them. "Elders, please go into seclusion. I'll be in the Colosseum for the next few days. I'll take care of whatever matters the Moon Shadow Council has to deal with." They had been struggling to decide who would go first, but after hearing Link's words, they smiled and thanked him profusely. Link left the divine tree of Noya and headed straight for the garden. He had a purpose for asking to borrow the ancient trees of knowledge and war. As the players' level increased, they would need class advancement knowledge. First Order's assistance was practically non-existent, and with the sheer number of players present, if they were to line up at the library, they wouldn't be able to provide much service in a day. That was why Link thought of the ancient tree of knowledge. The ancient tree of knowledge was a place for the druid players to pass on knowledge. As long as the ancient tree of knowledge learned advanced knowledge, it could provide services to the players, diverting a portion of the players. In addition, the ancient trees of knowledge and the ancient trees of war were living units, so they were also combat forces. Now that he had a transport ship, Link had to make some preparations for the future. The ancient trees of knowledge and war were indispensable. When he arrived at the garden, he saw the ancient trees of knowledge and war resting there. The head of state has arrived, what a rare guest. The ancient tree of knowledge's voice was slow and drawn out, but it also carried a hint of heaviness. A breeze blew through the grass on the ground, causing many leaves to fly up. It was quite artistic. I'm here today to discuss something with you guys. I'd like to ask for your opinions, Yingluo. While Link was conversing with the ancient tree, the battle on the front line had already begun. Benjamin led the wolf riders to charge into the desert, fighting against the alien shadow hounds and the alien demons. The players had fought the shadow hound and the otherworldly demons before. Although their attack power was not impressive last time, they had tasted defeat. Many players learned from the painful experience and began to study ways to deal with the shadow hound and the otherworldly demons. In the end, they found the key. By having support classes use various weakening skills on shadow hounds and demonic creatures to reduce their armor and attack power, and then using weapons with armor-piercing characteristics, they could gradually open up the situation and cause damage to the enemy. This time, after receiving the mission from the Military Intelligence Division, the players were all eager to test whether their method was reliable. The wolf cavalry charged forward, the players held them back, while the macaw led the spider demons out of the desert to launch a sneak attack. Although the mutated demon was powerful and had the ability to backtrack and time barrier, it could not move freely in the sand after being dragged into it, let alone hit people with its club. In the sand, spider priests, guards, and even crypt assassins could attack the demonic creatures after the time barrier ended. As long as they were in the sand, the demonic creatures had nowhere to hide and were at their mercy. Similarly, the shadow dog, once it was dragged into the sand, it would be crippled, like it had fallen into a swamp. Although the battle was in a stalemate, the wasteland forces were slowly gaining the upper hand and finding a way to attack. On the other hand, the shadow dog and the mutated demon, from their initial strength to their current powerlessness, were gradually devoured. Benjamin smiled in joy. Perhaps he had found a way to deal with the alien planet. In the camp of the demonic forgers, on a huge sand table, the terrifying tactician picked up a small flag and stuck it on the Red Ridge Mountains, which had sharp spikes like blades. He said, "All right, we've attracted a large amount of the enemy's combat power. It's time to occupy the Red Ridge Mountain, this strategic point." 607 Gannis the War Envoy. At the end of the huge sand plate sat the domineering war envoy Gannis. The two horns on Gannis' forehead were thick and turned outwards, and his pale skin was covered in purple-black armor. His green eyes were in high spirits, and he exuded the cunningness of a conspirator. A pair of huge wings hung behind his back, adding to his domineering aura. Gannis's broad palm touched his chin, looking down at the terror tactician's plan. While Link was arranging for people to keep an eye on the alien army was also analyzing their motives based on their movements on the wasteland. The wasteland only sent helicopters to investigate every day, and other than that, there was no other action. After the discussion of the terrorist tacticians, the enemy was definitely regrouping their forces with the goal of taking back Essia. The construction of the demonic forgers' camp was already halfway done, and all the metals that could be used in the ruins of Essia had been used. In the end, they were embarrassed to find that they were lacking materials, and the construction could not proceed. The alien technicians discovered through remote sensing that there was a large amount of metal ore underground in the direction of the Red Dragon Ridge. Once this place was taken down, not only would it solve the construction of the demon forgers' camp, but it would also greatly alleviate the resources needed for the alien invasion of the wasteland. Therefore, the terrorist tactician organized this sudden change in attack. The wasteland thought that they would wait for the construction of the demonic forgers' camp to be completed and gather their forces before launching a large-scale attack. Who would have thought that they would suddenly attack halfway through the construction, disrupting the progress and plans of the wasteland? From the head-on battle, Ganis and the terror tactician saw the wasteland's quick adaptation to the rhythm of the battle. They used the desert terrain to minimize the threat of the shadow hounds and the other worldly demons, and even restrained them. The two sides fought back and forth, each taking damage. The shadow dog quickly fell in the desert, and the weaker players fell one after another, like leeks that had been harvested. The shadow dogs and mutant demons were not afraid of death. The joint forces of the Freedom Federation and the Spider Demon Empire also formed a wall, blocking the alien army's invasion. Very good. The enemy's attention is now fully focused on the main battlefield. Now, we just need to wait for the assault team to take over the Scarlet Dragon Dagger, and the main force can retreat. It's time to go. The terror tactician said confidently. This strategy of feinting the east and striking the west would definitely give the wasteland a hard time. After Ganis the war envoy finished reading, a glint flashed across his cold and proud eyes. But you have to see that the low-level mixed breeds of the wasteland are very adaptable. They found a way to deal with the shadow dogs and the demonic creatures in just a few days. Even if we get the Scarlet Dragon Dagger, we can't let our guard down. Don't worry, my lord. The terrorist tactician nodded. Once we successfully take the Scarlet Dragon Dagger, I'll set up the most comprehensive defense there. Even if the enemy senses it and wants to counterattack, they'll be greeted with alien evil cannons and all kinds of traps, which will definitely leave a deep impression on them. Ganis stared at the plate of sand, then slowly stood up. The shadow cast by the fire behind him began to spread over the plate of sand, quickly engulfing the entire plate, and finally completely enveloping it. We have to settle the wasteland as soon as possible. Lord Abu Dhabi has given orders that we have found a few more planets suitable for attack in the Fandi system. With the First Order gathering their forces, our real battlefield is still in the Sea of Stars. We should not waste too much time with a group of ants in this place. Ganis's tone was contemptuous. Although the wasteland had killed Tulu, the war envoy, he had always looked down on Tulu, who was brawny but simple-minded. Why not use Link to get rid of a strong competitor? Now that he was in power, he was scheming, cunning, and powerful. He had even occupied Essia as a demonic casting camp and was about to occupy the Scarlet Dragon Dagon. After that, there would be endless alien armies descending and conquering, making the entire wasteland taste death and fear. At the front line, the Shadow Hound army led by the Shadow Hound, together with dozens of demonic creatures, came out of the demonic forger camp and quickly attacked the Scarlet Dragon Dagger. In addition to the Shadow Hounds and demons, there were also alien mechanics driving vehicles at the back of the army. As soon as they took down the Scarlet Dragon Dagger, they would start to mine and smelt it. They would build dark power cannons and turn the Scarlet Dragon Dagger into an impregnable fortress. However, before it even got close to the Scarlet Dragon Dagger, the Shadow Hound sensed a familiar scent. It was the smell of Link's pet. In an instant, the Shadow Hound understood that the Scarlet Dragon Drake had already sent people from the wasteland to ambush them. The Shadow Hound began to give orders to the Shadow Hounds around it and adjust their formation. As the vanguard of the alien army, the Shadow Dogs had always been responsible for reconnaissance, impact, and meat shields. Since they knew that there was an ambush in the Scarlet Dragon Drake, as the leader of the Shadow Hounds, the Shadow Hounds began to quietly change their formation. They quickly adjusted the original arrow formation to a flat and fast formation, and they also quietly slipped behind the Shadow Hounds. The purpose was to prevent the Shadow Dog from discovering the ambush in advance. Only by charging in this formation would they be able to maximize the chances of being killed by their allies inside the Scarlet Dragon Dagger. The other worldly demons running wildly at the back did not notice anything unusual, and they had almost no perception of the change in formation. Although they were all members of the alien army, the Shadow Dog and the other worldly demon were of the same level and of different species. They had different bosses. On the battlefield, they could only attack together, and there was no such thing as a command. The players and soldiers hiding in the Scarlet Dragon dormitory were all bored to death. Especially when they thought about the soldiers attacking from the front, while they were facing the endless desert and could not get any military achievements, their hearts were filled with anger. In comparison, the players were better off. Once they accepted a mission, they would be rewarded as long as they completed it. It didn't matter if there were enemies or not, as long as they had the reward. Brother Feng, we came to the wrong place today. I heard that Wind-Chasing Wolf led the Miracle Guild and killed many shadow dogs and an alien demon at the front line. He earned a lot of materials and experience points. The players from the Northern Desert Wolf Guild couldn't help but sigh. Looking at their side, they could only get the routine rewards from the Military Intelligence Department, no additional rewards. Lang Feng wiped his electromagnetic sniper rifle, his eyes focused on the distance, his face expressionless. Look at the long term and don't care about these small profits. Don't tell me you still don't understand? We've profited this time. The brother next to him was confused. He looked at the empty desert and asked, "Hey? We've profited." The Military Intelligence Division naturally knew that we had to fight them head-on, but why do you think they suddenly assigned us the task of guarding the Scarlet Dragon dagger? You know that the enemy is at the front, but you still want to mobilize some troops to defend the Scarlet Dragon carriage. Are you going to defend it for nothing? The brother beside him suddenly realized, and his eyes lit up. I understand. There must be something important here in the Scarlet Dragon Drake, and the Military Intelligence Department is afraid that the alien army will occupy this place or discover it, so they sent us here to lie in ambush. Although the mission was simply to guard the Scarlet Dragon dagger, they knew how important the Scarlet Dragon dagger was. In the future, they could do something around it. Thinking of this, the members of the Northern Desert Wolf were all excited. Wind Chaser had only led the Miracle Guild to kill some monsters and gain some experience. However, they had obtained an important piece of information. Just as Mob Lang and the others were whispering to each other, Lang Feng suddenly said, "Hey?" Through the high magnification scope of the electromagnetic sniper rifle, he could see the sand flying in the desert far away. Then, a dense mass of red and black shadow dogs appeared from under the sand dune, like a huge curtain, gradually swallowing the desert. Lang Feng's camera swept across and found that there were many shadow dogs. He quickly said in a low voice, "Quick, inform the commander that the enemy is here." The players from the Northern Desert Wolf team bent down and quickly passed through the cover to find the commander and report the news. The players who had been complaining were all shocked when they heard the news of the alien Shadow Hound and the mutant demon's attack. They did not expect to encounter a battle while slacking off here. It was unbelievable. However, they immediately went into battle mode, waiting for the alien army to enter the Scarlet Dragon carriage so that they could prepare a big gift for them. An hour later, the Shadow Hound led the remaining Shadow Hounds and some injured demons to retreat from the Scarlet Dragon dagger. The alien army had never expected the wasteland to set up an ambush at the Scarlet Dragon Ridge in advance. The powerful firepower and traps of the players and soldiers, in addition to the spider demons led by the silver demons, caused the alien army to suffer a storm of attacks. Although it also dealt a big blow to the Wasteland Alliance army, they still failed to take down the Red Dragon dagger and returned in defeat. Before the Shadow Hound escaped, it turned around and glanced at the Silver Demon, a creature that had the same blood as itself. The two of them tacitly worked together to lay out a good plan. The commander didn't give the order to pursue. His mission was to guard the Scarlet Dragon dagger. Now that they had successfully repelled the enemy, relayed the traps, cleaned up the battlefield, and healed the soldiers, the key was to do so. Most of the people who were sacrificed in this battle were players. Although there were losses in soldiers, the number was not high. Almost all the traps had been triggered, and a lot of ammunition had been used up. Almost all the enemy's corpses were left here. Check the battlefield. If you find anyone still alive, give them a few more hits. After the commander gave the order to clean up the battlefield, he immediately called the Military Intelligence Department to report the situation of the Scarlet Dragon dagger. The Scarlet Dragon Drake must be defended. Hold on, I'll issue a mission now and arrange for the Outlanders to transport supplies and replenish their forces at the front line. After hanging up the phone, Ren Yi couldn't help but be amazed. As expected of the head of state, He actually knew that the enemy would attack the Scarlet Dragon dagger in advance. This ambush was really wonderful. If not for Link's judgment, the Red Dragon carriage would have been taken over by the enemy by now. Thinking of this, Ren Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. If the Red Dragon carriage was really occupied, the throat between Asia and New West Asia would be occupied, and he would have to be on guard against the enemy's surprise attack from the Red Dragon carriage at all times. After setting the mission, Ren Yi combined the information from the front battlefield and reported it to Link. At this time, Link had settled the matter of the ancient trees of knowledge and war studying advanced knowledge. He hummed a little tune as he walked out of the Moon Shadow Council. Suddenly, his phone rang. Head of State, the alien planet's frontal attack has been repelled. As expected, the Scarlet Dragon dagger has also discovered the enemy and has also been repelled. In today's conflict with the alien planet, our losses are higher, but 80% of the alien army's attacking forces have been killed. Hearing this, Link couldn't help but pause. He had thought that he would have to pay a greater price to stop the Shadow Dog and the demonic beast. He did not expect that he would successfully stop the enemy this time, and the battle loss ratio was surprisingly low, becoming 21:1. In other words, the death of 21 players could be exchanged for the life of one enemy. This number might seem ridiculous, but it was already quite impressive for players. Whether it was the Shadow Dog or the demon, their levels were quite high. Even the players in the first group couldn't change their levels. When they checked the levels of Shadow Wolf and otherworldly demons, they only received 3 ruthless question marks. Under such circumstances, it was worth it to trade 21 players for the life of a Shadow Hound. At the same time, Link was sure that the alien planet had indeed detected rich mineral resources in the direction of the Red Dragon carriage. Today's sudden change in attack seemed to be to catch Link off guard, but in reality, the real goal was probably the Red Dragon dagger mine. Why was the enemy so eager to take down the Scarlet Dragon dagger, even using the troops at the front as bait to stall for time? Link thought for a while, and then thought of the scene of the Demon Forge camp captured in the helicopter. Suddenly, his body trembled as he thought of a key reason. In the battle to defend Essia, Link and Tulu's battle had almost destroyed the entire southern slums. After that, another war messenger led hundreds of vanguards and descended, turning Essia into a sea of fire. All of Essia had been destroyed, and there were very few resources left that could be used. In addition, Essia was originally occupied by the Wasteland Gang. After half a century of occupation and mining, there were almost no usable resources in the surrounding area, only a desert. Under such circumstances, the construction of the demonic forgers' camp slowed down, and they even lacked resources. Yes, that must be the reason. Link's eyes brightened. He found the reason why the enemy was so eager to attack. If that was the case, the alien planet would definitely launch several more attacks on the Scarlet Dragon Drake, but they would not directly expose their purpose. They would even find many excuses or smokescreens to confuse them. Link chuckled. Now that he knew the purpose, it was easy. On the other side, in the demonic forgers' camp, the Shadow Hound ran back with the remaining soldiers, and under the leadership of the dog trainer Douglas, they met the war envoy Gannis, accompanied by an injured otherworldly demon. In front of the sand table, the terrifying tactician's face was ashen. On the seat at the end of the table, Gannis's pale skin showed a trace of anger. The enemy's attack last time was clearly weak, so why did the shadow dogs and otherworldly demons they sent this time return in defeat? They didn't manage to break through the enemy's attack head-on, and even the Scarlet Dragon dagger was ambushed. I think this matter needs an explanation. Gannis's face was dark as he stared at the terrifying tactician beside him and asked. 608 The darkness before dawn. The darkness in the sky was extremely dense, and the air was filled with a bone-chilling coldness. At the end of his vision, he could see the scattered lights of the city. Head of state, everything is ready. We can fire at any time. Helen came to Link's side and said after listening to the reports from the various departments and checking the rocket's data. At this moment, everyone was in the launch observation room far away from the Air Force base, looking at the rockets that had been placed on the launch pad in the distance. The signal lights on the launch pad were all red. They were waiting for Link's order to launch. This was the first launch vehicle of the Freedom Federation, named by Link himself. Link's name was also meaningful. It was called Daybreak. How much longer until daybreak? Link crossed his arms in front of his chest and stared at the hope-filled launch vehicle in the distance. There's still 15 minutes left. Helen looked at the time. The sun will appear on the horizon. Then we'll launch in 15 minutes. Link had named the launch vehicle Daybreak because it meant that it would be launched at daybreak. The second meaning was that he hoped that the rocket could cut through the darkness and become the ray of light to clear the darkness of the wasteland. In short, they had high hopes. Troy, are you ready? After the rocket is lifted off, you will control the flight state of the rocket to adjust the altitude and the satellite orbit adjustment work. Don't worry, head of state. The conditions for this launch are excellent. I've checked all the procedures again and again, and I've also simulated the post-flight situation. The success rate of the launch is as high as 95%. Troy's voice appeared in the observation room. As the sky started to turn white, the dark night sky finally showed a touch of white. At the same time, the Dawnbreak rocket ignited, and the intense flames and spurts swept across the entire launch site. Then, the rocket, under the strong propulsion, cut through the sky and continued to rise. The deafening roar of the launch of the rocket could be clearly heard even though it was more than 20 kilometers away from the city of Shandu. People woke up from their dreams and opened their windows to see the rocket that lit up the entire sky, flying straight into the sky. It was especially spectacular when it was reflected in the light of dawn. The rising light from far away shone on the surface of the rocket, and it was as bright as a rising star. Heavens, what is this? The rocket's tail even dragged out 2 white trails, drawing a beautiful and clear arc in the air. It was particularly clear under the light of the morning sun. From the location, it seems to be from the air base. Could it be a missile attack aimed at the alien army? This direction isn't right, it's going towards the sky. People rubbed their sleepy eyes and discussed the rising unidentified flying object. Many players also noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky, and the news immediately appeared on the forum, causing widespread discussion. And when the Daybreak rocket completely disappeared from sight, the sky was also illuminated by the morning sun, and the light scattered all over the earth. Link, Helen, and the other researchers and staff at the Air Force Base all held their breaths and stared at the big screen showing the rocket's current and predetermined trajectory. The entire launch control room was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Only Troy's mechanical voice reported the current altitude and angle every 10 seconds. Even the confident Helen clenched her fists tightly, her eyes constantly scanning the various statistics of the rocket that appeared on the big screen. Buzz. On the screen, the second stage thruster separated from the rocket's main body and scattered in the atmosphere. Through the edge of the camera, the curve of the planet could be clearly seen, and there was a lot of deep darkness in the background. The rocket had already flown out of the atmosphere and entered the edge of space. As the rocket reached a certain altitude, the propeller and the arrow below the main rocket separated, and the camera began to shake aimlessly with the main body, showing the appearance of the universe in front of everyone. Looking at the universe that was as dark as ink, Helen couldn't help but exclaim, "He looks lonely and lonely." Link chuckled. Helen was right. Even in the vast universe, Wasteland was at the edge of desolation. The star systems and planets here were not impressive, and the civilizations here could be counted with one's fingers. If one were to use a practical comparison, then Wasteland was just a straw house in the desert, while the center of space civilization was like a bustling sand city. Whether it was communication or interaction between civilizations, the frequency was high. The star system where the Wasteland planet was located was the Desolate star system, and the Wasteland was the only civilization in this star system. The Desolation star system belonged to the Fandi star system, and the other 2 novice planets were also within the structure of the Fandi star system. Because the size was too small, there was no star system coalition government. There was only the organization First Order, which was formed by the powerhouses of a few civilizations to fight against the alien planets. Don't worry, it won't be long before you can see the brilliance of the Sea of Stars. Helen's eyes were as bright as the stars, and her big eyes were full of surprise and joy. Really? When have I ever lied to you? Link paused for a moment. He watched as the heat-insulated ceramic of the arrow gradually peeled off. The two satellites inside the Arrow unfolded their energy panels and entered their designated orbit. Yay! We've succeeded! The entire launch control room was filled with explosive cheers and celebration. They changed history and took a solid step forward in technology. This was the Freedom Federation's first time sending a man-made satellite into space. As participants, they felt honored. Link couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Next, Troy had to make a few minor adjustments to the orbit. Then, using the jet propulsion device on the satellite, the three satellites would be linked together to form a 24-hour satellite network that covered the entire wasteland. Now that the satellite launch is over, you can call Dave and Dr. Ludovic and hurry to the Colosseum to comprehend the advanced knowledge. After that, I have another important task for you. Helen's eyes brightened. She liked things that no one had ever tried before. They were challenging, full of unknown, and the unknown. Head of state, what is it? Link chuckled, but kept her in suspense. Before that, you have to promise me one condition. Otherwise, I'll hand this mission over to Dave or Ludwig. Helen nodded without hesitation. Don't worry, head of state. Even 10 conditions will do, let alone one. Besides, you can't be willful. You still have to give me the important task. His grandfather was old and not as energetic as before. Although Dr. Ludovic was involved in a wide range of science, he could only be said to be proficient in machinery, not proficient. If it's about mechanical proficiency, it's up to me. Helen straightened her back and patted her chest. Link was stunned. My dear, I didn't expect that even Helen would become mortal. This is incredible. This condition is very simple. You must ensure that you have 8 hours of sleep and 8 hours of time to study advanced knowledge every day. This was a difficult scientific research project, and it was also a long-term project. You can't be distracted by one thing. If your growth is delayed because of work, it will be a loss for you and the wasteland. Hearing Link's serious tone, Helen felt conflicted. In Helen's eyes, new knowledge and projects weren't troublesome, but a treasure trove. With the limited time for sleep and improvement, he only had 8 hours left for the project a day. How could that be enough? But if she didn't agree, the head of state definitely wouldn't let her take on the mission, which would be troublesome. After a moment of struggle, Helen finally gave in and agreed to Link's unequal treaty. The Library for Advanced Knowledge is located on the second underground floor of the Colosseum. After you're done with your research, your mission is to find a way to repair the crashed transport ship. Troy will provide you with detailed information. The current difficulty is to completely destroy the rear auxiliary engine, and the other 1/3 of the rear is completely broken and damaged. The heat insulation material and powerful alloy at the head are all damaged to varying degrees. What you need to do is to use all the resources on the wasteland to find a way to repair the transport ship. Helen's eyes were burning when she heard the words alien transport ship. The satellite and rocket blueprints that she had obtained from the Machinery Faith, as well as the large amount of experiments and knowledge stored in the Machinery Faith's laboratory, had already dazzled Helen's eyes and made her exclaim in admiration. Now that a transport ship from an advanced alien civilization had appeared, she was even more interested. If Ran doesn't have anything to do here, I'll take Grandpa and Dr. Ludovic to the Colosseum. Helen couldn't wait any longer. As the commander-in-chief of the launch and design of the rocket, she didn't even have time to celebrate with her colleagues. Her heart had already drifted to the Colosseum. Link chuckled. Although Helen was still young, her talent in the field of mechanics was unparalleled. Those who had worked with her respected her greatly. She was already one of the Freedom Federation's top mechanics. She would only act like a child in front of Link when she heard new mechanical knowledge. Don't worry, since the satellite is in the air now, I'll leave the rest to Troy. You'll come back to the Colosseum with me later. Link looked at the time. He should be able to see the results when he returned. Link gave generous rewards to the staff who had participated in the development and launch of the rockets and satellites. Then, he brought Helen back to the Colosseum. When they arrived at the Colosseum, Helen had disappeared as soon as she got off the car. Link shook his head helplessly and ignored her. He went straight to his office in the Animal Arena. As Link was in charge of the Colosseum these few days, AFU had vacated his place for Link while she stayed in another room. Link pushed open the bedroom door and was greeted by the sight of the shattered blood cocoon on the ground. He looked around but did not see any trace of the synthetic creature. Whoosh! Link whistled, and many metal flying ants appeared from under the bed and on the edge of the table. The flying ants gathered together and formed a 30-centimeter-long red arrow in the blink of an eye. It flew to Link's side and circled him, trying to please him. Link reached out, and the red arrow landed in his palm. This new arrow was the product of combining the remaining silver array wall ants and demonized steel. He wanted to recreate the whistle arrow and make it more powerful. This time, the compatibility rate was as high as 105%, and the creature and materials were all blue level, which meant that the red arrow in front of him was purple level. Lin Ke impatiently checked the information on the new synthetic creature. Monster attributes. Name, Demonic Steel Ant. Grade, Light Purple. Race, Ant Family. Attribute, Metal Affinity. Level, 30+, Leader. Initial Skill 1, Powerful Armor LV5, the Magic Steel Ant can reassemble, gather, and transform to form an armor and shield wall plus 500 armor. Initial Skill 2, Red Arrow LV3, the Magic Steel Ants can be grouped together to form a red arrow. Control Range, 300 meters. Initial Skill 3, High Frequency Vibration Level 2, the Magic Steel Ants produce high frequency vibration, producing high energy, with 100 points of burning and piercing damage. Initial Skill 4, Alien Affinity, when the Demonic Steel Ant is in its strong armor form, it can use an alien skill or weapon to increase its damage by 100 points. Description: the Silver Array Wall Ant is a perfect fusion with the demonized steel. The demonized steel ant's body has been strengthened. Its speed and damage in Red Arrow mode have been greatly increased. It can also disguise itself as demonized steel to avoid detection. It is a creature with high stealth and destructive power. Link's eyes brightened as he read through the information on the demonic steel ants. He was once again amazed by his ability to synthesize. With the addition of the alien magical steel, not only did the effect of the magic steel ant whistle arrow increase, but it also gained more new abilities. In the armor and shield state, it could increase Link's armor by 500 points. At the same time, it also provided him with astral affinity. When using astral skills or weapons, it would increase additional damage. It was both offensive and defensive. The whistle arrow mode was a red arrow with a wider range of control. At the same time, it had the ability of frequent vibration, 100 points of burning damage, and a piercing effect. In addition, there were also some effects that were not listed in the skill list, which were all written in the evaluation. The increased speed of the red arrow and the fact that it could be disguised as magical steel gave Link a lot of inspiration. When he faced the alien army again, he might be able to play some tricks. Link whistled, and the demonic steel ant immediately disintegrated and burrowed into his arm to form a protective armor. Head of State, all 3 satellites have entered their established orbits, and the distance and altitude adjustments have been completed. The Wasteland's full coverage satellite signal network is officially in operation. Troy's voice appeared in Link's room. So fast! Link was surprised. He walked out of his bedroom and returned to his office. How's the situation in Essia now? Soon, real-time images of Essia appeared on Link's computer. In the picture, the desert and oasis of Essia were a wasteland. The land had been charred black, and buildings on foreign planets rose from the ground. Some were completed, while the rest were still in a half-built state. At the same time, the army vanguards that were covered in fire could also be clearly seen. There were many of them. However, half of Essia was still hidden in the dark clouds. However, judging from the density of the dark clouds, it was much thinner than before, and he believed that the clouds would clear and the sun would come out soon. When the advanced combatants started to study the advanced knowledge, they would more or less improve. It was the darkness before dawn. As long as they could hold on for a while longer, they would be able to welcome the dawn. 609 The counterattack began. Just as Link was looking at the photos, Helen had already brought Dave and Dr. Ludwig to the second underground floor of the Colosseum, where AFU personally welcomed and guided them. When they saw the crashed transport ship, the 3 of them were shocked. The 4 self-defense cannons, whether it was the structure or the material, could not be made on the current wasteland. Especially when they thought about how the cannon was used in space and could withstand the extreme conditions of the universe. It could operate normally under high temperatures, low temperatures, and high pressures, which was even more shocking. The layman watched the show, while the expert watched the tricks. The three of them stared at the four self-defense cannons with green eyes. It was only when Ah Fu called out to them that the three of them came back to their senses. 1/3 of the transport ship's tail is gone, the auxiliary engine is broken, and the jet engine is gone. It'll be very difficult to repair. Professor Ludovic couldn't help but say. After all, these were the spaceships of aliens from a higher civilization. If he wanted to repair them, he had to first understand the relevant knowledge and skills before he could talk about repairing them. Dave looked at the dent on the top of the transport ship. Many of the materials had fallen off or shattered, and he suddenly felt a headache. The core of the entire ship had 2 points, one was the engine, and the other was the bow. After all, in order to travel at high speed in the universe, the material of the entire body of the spaceship was of the space grade, and the material of the head was even more demanding. At the current level of the wasteland, they couldn't even get the materials for the spaceship, let alone the head material. Helen looked at the transport ship in front of her, but she was not as pessimistic as Dave and Dr. Ludovic. Since Link had entrusted this important task to her, he must have trusted her. How could she be afraid of a little difficulty? Brother Fu, can you bring us to the dark book first? Soon, the three of them entered the transport ship under Fu's lead. As they walked in from the outside, the three of them had a deeper understanding of the spaceship's damage. At the same time, they also had a new understanding of the internal structure and equipment. Welcome to the Van Ti escort transport ship. This ship fell in Sarbark 1,500 years ago and has been buried since then. Before Fu discovered us, no one entered the interior. Troy's voice came from the transport ship, and then a floating mechanical squid appeared in front of the three of them. There was a green surveillance camera on its huge head. Ludwig looked at everything in the transport ship and couldn't help but sigh. The technology from 1,500 years ago was already far beyond our reach. How much has technology grown today? The wasteland is too small to the entire universe. Dave, who was beside him, also suddenly felt a lot older. He had spent his entire life studying mechanical theory, but in the end, he could not even reach the technology of others 1,500 years ago. A sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. It's because of the huge gap that the head of state sent you here to study the advanced knowledge, Troy comforted. As long as you understand the advanced knowledge, you can quickly narrow the gap. Your knowledge and theories are already close to the end, but now you finally have the opportunity to extend the scenery in the distance. You should be glad. Helen was still young, so she didn't feel sad. Seeing Troy appear in the form of a mechanical squid, he was very curious. He stepped forward and carefully observed the structure of the mechanical squid. The floating module, mechanical structure, brain wiring, and divisions were all new to Helen. Troy was a little scared by Helen's stare. He put his mechanical tentacle on Helen's shoulder and said in a soft voice, "It's not the time to look at me. Go in and take a look at the advanced knowledge. You can't figure anything out even if you look at it for a long time now." Soon, the three of them arrived in front of the black library. Looking at the black metal board with distinct edges, the three of them sharply noticed that this library's material was extraordinary. The extremely low reflective rate and the distinct edges and corners revealed the difference in civilization in every aspect despite the seemingly ordinary details. When Ludwig walked to the library slowly opened, revealing the transparent glass, reflecting the doctor's slightly surprised face. But the next second, the doctor's eyes flashed with a blue light, his whole body tensed up, breathing rapidly, he muttered, "Vast knowledge Kazaya." Helen and Dave were surprised. They didn't know whether to stop or let it go. Fu quickly said, "This is what it looks like when class advancement knowledge is injected. There's no danger, so you don't have to worry." When Ludwig finished, his spirit changed, and his voice trembled. "Hurry up and give it a try. This is knowledge that we've never seen before. It's a whole new world." After that, Dave and Helen went to the front of the black library to receive the advanced knowledge. Dave's reaction was the same as Ludovic's after he finished reading it. His whole body was trembling, and tears were streaming down his face. I thought this was the end of my life. I didn't expect to see knowledge far beyond my knowledge in my lifetime. This is simply a treasure, a treasure. Helen, on the other hand, didn't change much, but she had more wonderful ideas in her mind and wanted to try them out. She finally understood what Link meant by giving her 8 hours a day to consolidate and absorb advanced knowledge. She couldn't wait to put this vast knowledge into practice. Now that you've all seen the advanced knowledge, you should have some ideas on how to repair the spaceship, right? Troy asked. With the advanced knowledge, the three of them had a certain understanding of the construction principles of the transport ship. They already had a preliminary idea in their minds. It's easy to solve the auxiliary engine problem, Helen said. I can modify the tokamark device a second time and make it have the same power as the original engine. Dave's mechanical glasses scanned the hull, and after a series of changes, he said, the alloy problem can be solved. Although the current technology on the wasteland couldn't quickly produce space-grade alloys, alien planets could. As long as we can get our hands on alien metals and smelt them, we can repair the missing parts of the spaceship's outer shell. The internal equipment is easy to handle. Although we lack the corresponding blueprints, we can modify it after studying its functions or make a castrated version to ensure the equipment's operation. Ludwig gave his suggestion. The three of them looked at each other. At first, they were surprised, but then they smiled tacitly. Now that he had an idea, he only needed to digest the advanced knowledge and put it into practice. Helen's eyes glowed with excitement. The thought of being able to spend 8 hours in an alien spaceship to absorb advanced knowledge was truly fulfilling and satisfying. On the other hand, Link was satisfied with his new pet, the magic steel ant queen. Alas, it's a pity that the compatibility between the tentacles and the dragon's bones is too low. If we were to combine them by force, we would only waste such a precious legendary material, the mayfly. That's right, Link's plan had failed. He had thought that the compatibility between the two would be very high. Who knew that it was only 25%? This instantly destroyed Link's thoughts of combining. He had thought that he could get his first legendary pet because of this, but now he could only say that he was overthinking it. Other than that, Link also saw other data on the synthesis interface. It actually required 25,000 health points to synthesize the tentacles dragon god and the dragon bone. The incubation time was as long as half a year. It was shocking. Although the health points consumed by synthesis were linked to the pet's body shape, if it were other purple pets, the consumption would not be much different. It was a critical time for the wasteland to accumulate power. They would launch a counterattack against the alien army in the near future. If he synthesized his purple pet now, it would be too late by the time it hatched. Link decided not to create a legendary pet now. He would think about it after they left the planet. In the next 2 days, Silverhand and Li Zijun hurried over from Dragon City and Magic Night. They did not rest and went to the Colosseum to learn the advanced knowledge. They were then sent back by Link. Silverhand had been prepared to show off in front of John, but Link's words hit the nail on the head and he returned to Dragon City without a word. John, who was hiding, even asked Link what he had said with a smile. Link smiled but didn't say anything. On the train back, Silverhand had been holding back his anger and gritted his teeth. After I finish my last shift, I'll show off in front of John when I return. We can't drop the ball at the last moment. We have to stay calm and not let the alien planet attack us. If that happens, all our previous efforts will be in vain. At the same time, the alien army didn't give up on attacking. They arranged several waves of attacks. Although they managed to gain an advantage each time, it was only in terms of killing. They couldn't go any further than the Scarlet Dragon Drake. They had an advantage in the exchange of forces, but they could not occupy resources at all, which led to the stagnation of the construction of the demonic forgers' camp. Moreover, the terrifying commander realized an extremely terrifying thing. Lord Gannis, the report from the other Wurings seems to have found something special about the wasteland. The terrifying commander's tone was a little doubtful and cautious. He kept observing Gannis' expression as he spoke. Gannis' expression was calm, as if he was used to this loss. Speak, he said. My lord, according to the demonic man's report, he seems to have seen the enemies he had killed before on the battlefield. The enemies who fought on the wasteland mysteriously reappeared and fought with them again. Their weapons, equipment, and abilities were exactly the same. It was as if they had been resurrected. The terrorist commander tried his best to control his emotions. Although he had doubts in his heart, he did not dare to think too much about the worst outcome. Hearing the word resurrected, there was finally a change in Gannis' limestone-like face. His expression became strange. Are you sure what you're talking about? If you can't be sure, don't mention it in front of me. If this was true, then the few battles with the wasteland, killing the enemy and depleting their combat power would be nothing but an illusion. Since Gannis took over the alien army, their greatest achievement was to occupy Aya and build the Demon Forge camp. Furthermore, the enemy had chosen to exchange forces with the alien army, which was a loss to the alien planet. The terror tactician had a hesitant expression, but under the pressure of Gannis, he still told the truth. At first, I thought it was an excuse made up by a few demons to avoid making mistakes, but later, I asked a lot of demons in private and even collected information from the shadow dog through dog trainer Douglas. As a result, I found that many of them encountered the same character. They had their doubts during the battle, but the intensity of the battle did not give them much thought. In particular, the shadow dog was good at smell tracking, so it couldn't be fake. That's why I think it's true. After the terror tactician finished speaking, he raised his head to look at Gannis, but when he met Gannis's cold gaze, he immediately retracted his gaze. The terror tactician knew that once he said this, it would mean that his previous plans had all gone wrong. Not only would he not be able to give the alien planet an advantage, but he would also be led by the nose by the enemy. Gannis looked at the terrifying tactician who was kneeling on the ground and slowly spoke in an irrefutable tone, I've always been fair in rewarding and punishing. Since it was your tactical mistake that led to the loss of alien soldiers, you can tell me what to do according to the rules of the alien planet. According to the rules of the alien planet, I'll take my own life as an apology. The terrorist tactician's forehead was covered in sweat, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. Then do you want to do it yourself or should I do it myself? Gannis's eyes were cold, and he did not care about this terrifying tactician at all. Since he had made the wrong decision, he had to pay the price. Only the most cunning and terrifying tactician could survive through the many tactical arrangements and climb to a higher position. Seeing that the terrorist tactician was still not willing to make a move, Gannis held a ball of dark flames in his hand and suddenly grabbed the terrorist tactician's neck. The expanding and violent energy poured into the other party's body, causing many cracks to appear on his skin. Then, there was a burst of green light, and a few bats scattered in the light. The terrifying tactician disappeared. When the other terrifying tacticians saw this, not only did they not show any signs of sadness, but their eyes were also filled with eagerness. After all, only when the former died would they have a chance to show off their talents. The corners of Gannis' mouth curled up slightly, revealing two sharp teeth. He used to be a terrorist tactician, and because of his several successful battle commands and strategic decisions, he was chosen by the alien army's deputy, Abu Muslim, and was promoted to a war envoy. Now that a terrifying tactician had died, the others were like crocodiles that had smelled blood. They all swarmed forward, wanting to grab a chance to stand out. Now, does anyone else have any suggestions? Gannis' tone was patient and kind, he knew what these people were thinking. Now it was confirmed that the resistance on the wasteland was a group of people who kept fighting through some kind of resurrection ability. This way, the losses would no longer be losses, but the alien planets would be wasted in vain. A single wasteland had actually caused the alien army to suffer heavy losses. If news of this spread to the alien planet, it would not be honorable for Gannis. At this moment, a terrifying tactician stepped forward and knelt in front of Gannis. "My lord, this is the best time to send out the banshees. If we can analyze the mystery of the revival of wasteland creatures, it will definitely be a great contribution to the alien planet's conquest of the Sea of Stars." At the same time, in the office of the Animal Arena in the Sand City, Link closed the arrangements on the table and read everyone's messages. He said slowly, "It's time to blow the counterattack horn." 610, Steel Garden of Eden. At the place where they were scattered, the members of the Suicide Squad restocked at the Monster Security Company's branch before taking a bus to the Garden of Eden where the mutated humans lived. As the jeep drove along the desert, it left a trail of dust behind it. The imposter picked up his binoculars and looked at the metal city that was shining at the end of the horizon. He could not help but exclaim, "This is the Garden of Eden." Legend has it that Ivan built the city purely out of metal on his own. The entire metal city glowed under the sun, and the light even reached dozens of kilometers away. From afar, it gave off a majestic aura. Yes, it was also because of this city that countless mutants were willing to follow Ivan and build a Garden of Eden for the mutants. When the topic of mutated humans was mentioned, the few of them immediately became interested. The only female ghost concubine's eyes shrewdly rolled, and a malicious smile appeared on her face as she asked, "Speaking of which, we've been controlled by the Wasteland Gang before, and we were allowed to join the Freedom Federation by the head of state. Now that you've come to the real home of the mutated humans, don't you want to join the Garden of Eden?" As soon as he said that, the originally relaxed atmosphere immediately froze, even revealing an awkward atmosphere. As the leader of the Suicide Squad and the only ordinary human, the imposter had no right to speak. Thus, he was just a bystander. He had already decided to pledge his loyalty to Link and would not change his mind. As for the other people's attitudes, he didn't care about them. Since the head of state had sent them on this mission, he must have thought of everything. After all, the head of state was the son of prophecy, the son of destiny. There was nothing he didn't know. The spiritual child remained silent, but it also quietly activated its ability to predict what was going to happen next. Janian said casually, "I still think it's better to follow the head of state. Life in Chitu is colorful. And if there are no ordinary people, what's the point of just having mutated humans? How can I enjoy the envious gazes of others?" The escapee was obviously more thoughtful. He paused for a moment, but did not directly express his attitude. "Lady Ghost, don't mess around. We're still on a mission." Lady Ghost didn't think much of it. She stuck out her tongue and looked down on the secret way who didn't take a side. Then, she turned to look at the spiritual child with a curious face. Just as she was about to speak, the spiritual child had already opened his eyes and raised a finger to signal Lady Ghost not to speak. Then, he said calmly, "Of course I'll follow someone with a bright future. No matter how powerful Ivan is, he's just a mutant who can control magnetic fields. How can he be more powerful than the head of state who has the ability to foresee?" The spirit child's words directly killed off this topic. Yes, no matter how powerful the mutated humans were, they could not fight against fate. Link understood fate and the general trend. As long as he went with the flow, he would never be defeated. How could anyone fight him? The jeep fell into silence, and only the sound of the wind could be heard. At this awkward moment, they still had to rely on Lady Ghost to break the deadlock. As a woman, she had a natural advantage and initiative in this aspect. Her teammates would not criticize Lady Ghost's slip of the tongue too much, and they would not mind her suddenly speaking and using a stiff way to break the deadlock. "By the way, Captain, we're all mutated humans. It'll be easy for us to get in later. What about you?" Lady Ghost's tone was filled with concern. After all, he was the captain who led them to battle and tried to minimize casualties. If they were captured by the mutated humans as soon as they reached the door, the consequences could be imagined. The mutated humans in the Garden of Eden were not like them. They were all fanatical believers of Ivan. They believed that the mutated humans were the future and that all ordinary people should die. The imposter paused and said in a low voice, "I have my own ways. It shouldn't be a problem to bypass the guards. But if I can see Ivan, there's a 60% chance that I'll be exposed. I'll disguise myself well to reduce the probability of being discovered. The rest is to hope that the head of state's invitation is tempting enough to get Ivan to agree." Lady Ghost patted the imposter's shoulder and smiled. "Captain, don't worry. If you unfortunately die, I'll use an illusion to create an identical version of you. If I miss you, I'll go to the illusion to find you." The imposter couldn't help but laugh. The mission hadn't even started, and he was already thinking that he would die. "Then I really have to thank you properly, Ying Luo." Soon, the car was near the Steel Garden of Eden. The tall metal buildings glowed under the sun, and the silver urban agglomeration had a postmodern minimalist style. In between the towering buildings, there was a silver ribbon-like road that circled around the buildings, full of visual impact. On the road, the vehicles that were moving were not ordinary, but silver magnetic levitation vehicles that were shaped like water droplets. The whole city had an amazing futurism. After reading it, the man in disguise couldn't help but think of Sand City. He had thought that the Sand City was a big city, but after seeing the City of Steel, he finally understood what a modern city was. "Come, take a look." The impostor handed the telescope to them. Lady Ghost was the first to take the telescope and immediately exclaimed. Then, the others also looked at it one by one, and their expressions were not so natural. If they had never seen the Garden of Eden before, their impression of a big city would probably be the clean and tidy ground, the quality of the citizens, and the order. However, after seeing the Garden of Eden from a distance, everyone's understanding of the words of Chili Eye City had undergone a complete change. Rub. 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 The sound of the jeep's rubber tires breaking and the gravel in the desert was similar to the sound of popping beans. At the outermost edge of the city, there were barbed wires and cordon lines. Mutated humans in standard work clothes raised their hands to stop the few people. One of the mutants with purple pupils stepped forward and looked at the few of them one by one. The hostility in his eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by a judgmental look. "Are you here to take refuge in the Garden of Eden?" The impostor was the first to speak and took out the official letter representing the Freedom Federation. "We're from Shadow." The mutated human team in charge of the inspection looked slightly relieved, but the next second, the words of the impostor made their faces change. "We've received orders from the leader of the Freedom Federation, Link, to come to the Garden of Eden, the land of the scattered. We have a matter to discuss with the leader of the 100 Brotherhood, Mr. Ivan." "Humph, so you're a lackey of the Freedom Federation. You're all mutants, but you're helping the evildoers. What magic potion did Link give you? I advise you to look out for yourselves." The inspection team of mutated humans immediately became alert and pointed their weapons at the suicide team. At the same time, the leader began to discuss and prepare to report the matter to the relevant leaders. Lady Ghost pouted and muttered in a low voice, "Captain, I think you've said too much." The impostor smiled. "The Garden of Eden is more secure than you think. If you lied from the start, I'm afraid we wouldn't have had the chance to meet the other party." 611 Link, an old fisherman. "Be honest, what are you mumbling about?" The mutated human who was inspecting the area frowned and warned sternly. Lady Ghost shrugged her shoulders helplessly. He didn't even allow her to say anything. He was really too domineering. Her favorability towards Eden Garden instantly dropped by a lot. The attitude of these mutated humans was not even as good as that of the ordinary people in Shadow. Then Lady Ghost stared at the spirit child, her pair of lively eyes gesturing non-stop, asking the spirit child what the future 30 seconds later would be like, and if they could go in. Ling Tong glanced at Lady Ghost, his eyes seemed to be saying childish, but then he nodded slightly. 10 seconds later, the purple-eyed mutated human who was checking the place walked over with a weapon in his hand. He said in an angry tone, "All right, you guys can go in now." They were obviously dissatisfied with the decision made by the higher UPS. In their eyes, these people were Link's lackeys and their enemies. Letting them in would do them no good. They should be killed immediately. Soon, a few droplet cars drove into the Garden of Eden and stopped at the end of the silver metal road. After the water droplet's shell was lifted, a group of mutated humans wearing electric-enhanced suits walked out. The person in disguise had learned that these were the existences carefully selected from the mutated humans by the Garden of Eden's law enforcement. The special electric enhancement suit could enhance the abilities of the mutated humans. Therefore, most of the law enforcers were electric and fire-type mutants with strong attack power. After entering the Garden of Eden, you will follow the Vindus. The purple-eye mutant said in an annoyed tone. The suicide squad had just passed through the checkpoint when the purple-eye mutated human behind them suddenly grabbed the camouflaged person and said, "Hey, wait up." The atmosphere instantly froze. A hint of panic flashed through the eyes of Secretus, vibrating voice, and Lady Ghost. Had their captain's identity as an ordinary person been discovered? The imposter's expression did not change as he stared at the purple-eyed mutant and said, "What's the matter, why did you stop me?" From the corner of his eyes, the imposter noticed that the Vindus in the checkpoint had also become serious. The blue electric current loaded into their combat suits. As long as the purple-eye mutant gave the order, they would take action. "You're the captain of this team." "Yet." After the purple-eye mutant finished asking, he waved his hand to signal that they could go in. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they were led by the water drop van to a place that looked like a mansion. "You'll be staying here, and your meals will be provided by professionals. These are your identification bracers, and you can only move around in the Garden of Eden with an electronic one. Once you enter an unauthorized area, the wrist guard will issue a warning." "What will happen if I go out without the bracer?" Lady Ghost asked. The law enforcement officer's eyes were emotionless, like a law enforcement machine. "If you don't wear the wrist guard, you will be treated as an invader and killed on the spot when you are discovered by the law enforcement officers." "Ah, I'm so scared. I'll put it on now," Lady Ghost said as she picked up the electronic wrist guard and put it on. The law enforcement officer stared at Lady Ghost, which made people's hair stand on end. Then, he said slowly, "The combat uniform is immune to most illusions. Don't waste your energy next time." After saying that, he got into the water drop car and left, leaving Lady Ghost with a shocked face. After a while, Lady Ghost was like a deflating balloon, her whole body deflated. "All right, don't count on me for this mission. Wearing the combat uniform will make you immune to illusions. I can only be an accessory." After the law enforcement team left, the 5 members of the suicide squad first checked the room. After making sure that there was no listening equipment, they placed anti-listening and blocking devices made by Helen in the 4 corners of the room before they started discussing. "What do they mean by leaving us here? They even allowed us to move freely, and they didn't say when we'll see Yvonne. Don't tell me he's trying to use a soft-spoken policy to make us surrender." By the way, when the purple-eye mutant at the checkpoint suddenly called out to the leader, I almost thought that the leader was going to give up. "By the way, Captain, how did you hide from the inspection? Tell me." The imposter was expressionless, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. "I swallowed a pearl made from a tremor stone and drank the blood of a mutated beast that contained low-level radiation. I also used the improved hidden spiritual amplifier on the helmet to simulate the spiritual mutant. That's how I managed to fool everyone." The other 4 were dumbfounded and stared at the captain as if he was a monster. "How awesome!" Quake stone was a type of stone that could absorb the energy of sound waves and release them. A mutated beast's blood with a low concentration of radiation, using radiation to simulate mental energy fluctuations, coupled with a mental amplifier, a mental-type mutant appeared. Then why did the purple-eye mutant suddenly stop the captain? Could he have discovered something? The person in disguise seemed to be able to guess what the other party was thinking and simply said, "They are probably curious as to why there are 2 mental-type mutants in a team. As for our current plan, since the other party didn't say when we're going to meet, we'll just wait and see. If they want us to tour the Garden of Eden, then we'll do so. At the same time, we'll get more information about the Garden of Eden, hehe." In Shandu, everyone on the invitation list of the advancement banquet, except for Yvonne, had studied the advancement knowledge. In fact, John had even made a breakthrough and displayed new abilities in his sparring with Link. After the battle, John held the short dagger produced in the armory of the guard's transport ship and marveled. "This is the best dagger I've ever seen. It's clean and simple. I'm taking this dagger." In the past, John didn't use external objects because the conventional weapons on the wasteland had similar effects in his hands, so he didn't need to be specially equipped. But now that he had a dagger made by a higher civilization, John naturally didn't mind having another handy weapon. "It was originally for you." John stared at Link, his lips curling up. After a moment, he said, "Tell me, what's the matter this time?" You've guessed it. Of course, you're the type of person who doesn't come to me for no reason. You're sparring with me and giving me a weapon. It's not like you at all. Tell me, what do you need help with this time?" John had already figured out Link's plan. This guy must be up to no good. I'm preparing to launch a general attack on the MO forging camp, and I'll need to mobilize a lot of fighting forces in Shadu. If I were Platinum Hotel and Joint Pharmaceutical, I would definitely not miss this opportunity. Link's eyes glowed. He would deliberately draw out most of the Sand City's combat power this time, making it empty. This time, not only was he going to drive the alien planet away, but he was also going to kill the Platinum Hotel and United Pharmaceutical. John chuckled. You're going to catch both sides. Don't worry. Leave the Sand City to me. I'll guarantee your safety. You don't have to go anywhere, just guard the Colosseum. I had already spread the news that the Colosseum had found advanced knowledge. Platinum Hotel and United Pharmaceuticals would definitely not sit still and wait for their deaths. They would definitely take advantage of Sandu's lack of manpower to sneak into the Colosseum to steal the advanced knowledge. Of course, in order to make everything look real, you'll have to cooperate with me and put on a show, Ying Luo. After hearing Link's plan, John shook his head helplessly and said, It seems like it was a mistake for Platinum Hotel and United Pharmaceuticals to have provoked you. Link raised his head and took it as a compliment. I'm a vengeful person, and offending me will definitely not end well. Now that I'm fighting the alien planet for the wasteland, I'll let them be. If they really dare to come, I'll make sure they don't come back. The choice is not in my hands, it's all up to their own attitude. John smiled but didn't answer. He thought to himself, it all depends on the other party's attitude. This whole act is obviously to attract the enemy to Shadu to find out what's going on. Not to mention the Platinum Hotel and the Joint Pharmaceutical, even if he put himself in the shoes of others, he couldn't help but want to come to Shadu to understand it clearly, which was exactly what he wanted. How confident are you in dealing with the alien planet this time? John asked. If the alien planet doesn't have any more trump cards, said Link after some thought. With the information I have now, I'm 80% confident that I can conquer Essia. Then I wish you success. John stretched out his hand, and the two of them clenched their fists. 80% was already an extremely high probability. Compared to the previous alien invasion, even if Link killed a war messenger, he couldn't change the overall situation on the battlefield. The fireballs of Black Star and the army's vanguard smashed down together, and the entire Essia was destroyed. In just a few days, Link was 80% confident that he could drive the alien planet out of the wasteland. It could only be said that after entering the legendary realm and obtaining the advanced knowledge, Link's power had risen to an extremely high level. When John had fought with Link, he had used his newly developed skills, but he still couldn't force Link to use his ultimate move. John had watched Link grow up. Now, this guy had finished his pursuit and was starting to surpass him. Although the Sand City looked calm, all kinds of news had been brewing these days. Firstly, the officials were no longer asking the people to search for advanced knowledge and clues about Sarbark. Secondly, the troops had begun to gather and advance towards Shenmue City. All sorts of supplies were sent to the front lines, and the Inhumans' missions were all related to scouting and transporting supplies. All kinds of intelligence showed that Shandu was ready to make a move on the alien army. In addition, Link had disappeared for a few days. The last time people saw him, he had reserved the library. After taking the helicopter to the Sand Capital Colosseum, Link never showed his face again. After that, many people suddenly returned to the Sand City in a hurry and went straight to the Colosseum. Li Zijun, Misty Manners, Harpy Grace, Helen, Dave, and Dr. Ludwig. Thus, there was a bold guess that Link might have found the advancement knowledge and had asked the higher UPS to study it together. This statement was reasonable, so it began to spread among the people and was believed to be true. At the same time, this also meant that Shandu's strength had improved, and it had the ability to wrestle with alien planets. Perhaps this expedition could really drive the alien planet out of the wasteland. Finally, on a morning after 4 days of silence, Link walked out of the Colosseum. Link, John, AFO, Fred, the people from the Monster Security Company, and even the elders of the Moon Shadow Council appeared. There were also Inhumans who had participated in the mission from the Military Intelligence Department. They escorted a stone tablet covered in a black cloth out of the Sand City. They had thought that they would rest in Shenmue City, but they went all the way to New West Asia. That's right, Link must have taken advanced knowledge. Why are you taking the risk of bringing advanced knowledge to the front line? Wouldn't it be dangerous if this thing ends up in the hands of the enemy? That's where you're wrong. The alien planet's civilization level is higher than ours, and they use this advanced knowledge. But now, all the troops in Shandul were pressing forward, and the internal forces of Shandul were weak. You must know that Platinum Hotel and Joint Pharmaceutical are eyeing it covetously. If they take away the advanced knowledge, then it'll be a disaster. What you said makes sense. I heard from a mutant who often came to my shop before that he was lucky enough to be selected to participate in the escort. The thing covered by the black cloth is advanced knowledge, and it is indeed to be brought to the front line. Then why does it look like a tablet if you didn't ask what the advanced knowledge looks like? I really did ask. That advanced knowledge is really a black metal monument. It's said that it has a magical power. Once you meet the advancement requirements, the black library will open and reveal a transparent glass. Then, the person standing in front of the glass will see a lot of advancement knowledge, which will directly enter the brain. It sounds so incredible. Isn't that a must? It's an item from a higher civilization. It must be mysterious and incomprehensible to ordinary people. The topic of discussion in the streets and alleys had become advanced knowledge. Similarly, this was also the topic of discussion on the player forums. This was because an escort mission had appeared in the military intelligence department. The mission requirements were extremely strict. Only players with a reputation of respect in the military intelligence department and above level 40 could receive the mission. Therefore, most of the players who could participate in this mission were well-known players, the guild leaders, vice-guild leaders, elite members, or liver kings. Everyone basically knew each other. Therefore, there was no way to hide the details and inside information of the mission. When these big shots told their guild members, the major guilds would know, and the other players would naturally know as well. All of these actions indicated that a great war was imminent, so the players began to prepare and organize themselves. As the news spread like wildfire, some of the special agents hiding in the Platinum Hotel or the Joint Pharmaceutical Company in Shandhu naturally received the news and began to think of ways to pass on the information they had obtained, asking for instructions from their superiors. Frontline, New West Asia. Link's army had finished gathering. This time, it was a real general attack. The Sand City, including the Air Force, were all ready for battle. All of Link's pets were also deployed to the front line. Under the command of the Macaw, the Spider Demon Empire's reinforcements were in place. There were more than 100,000 players participating in the battle this time. At a glance, the entire New West Asia was surging with an aggressive momentum. At the same time, in Essia, which was now the camp of the demonic forgers, a small group of players were successfully captured by the Banshee's charm and began their research on resurrection abilities. 612 Wasteland players are unyielding. Lord Ganis, we've studied the Inhumans' revival methods and found that their way of speaking, logic, and language are not familiar to us. And from the rumors in Shadow and the other captives, these Inhumans are also invaders to a certain extent. The terrorist tactician said as he half knelt in front of Ganis the war envoy. Interest finally appeared on Ganis's face, and he motioned for the terrorist tactician to continue. A look of surprise flashed across the terrorist tactician's eyes. To be able to make his immediate superior interested, it meant that his work over the past few days had been recognized. The direction was not wrong, and it could be said that he had perfectly taken over the previous job. According to the information collected, the Inhumans appeared in the wasteland last year using an unstable spatial rift. Because of their unique resurrection ability, it caused quite a bit of panic, even hostility. But later, under Link's guidance, the wasteland natives realized that these Inhumans had no evil intentions. They were just pursuing missions and rewards. Thus, Link established the Godwood City and the Military Intelligence Division. He began to use missions to guide these Inhumans, who were now one of the main forces on the wasteland. As for their ability to resurrect, it was reported that they were projected to the wasteland through some kind of secret device on the blue planet. Once they died, they would be resurrected within a certain period of time. There's a time and price to pay for this kind of rebirth. There's also a limit to the number of times you can cast it. You can only cast it 50 times per week. This information was obtained from the players and captured natives through the Banshee's charm. At the same time, they also discovered the secret of the players' teleportation. There was a limit to the number of times they could teleport. After 50 times, they could no longer enter the wasteland. After listening to the terror tactician's explanation, Gannis's expression turned serious. Coming to the wasteland through the distorted and unstable wormhole, up to 50 times a week to project rebirth, although the combat power was not strong, there were many of them, and collective action was like dogskin plaster, which could still cause a significant impact. The most important thing was that a civilization that could use wormholes to reach the wasteland and create thousands of projections was definitely a civilization of a higher level than alien planets. However, she was still willing to listen to Link's orders. This behavior was a little strange. Could it be that this high-leveled civilization called Blue Star is testing the wasteland? Gannis was a little uncertain. If that was the case, would the alien planet's sudden intrusion offend this civilization and cause a disaster for the alien planet? Even the commander-in-chief of the attack on the wasteland, Gannis, could not make a decision on this issue. This matter needed a higher level of leadership to make a decision. After a while, Gannis had an idea. I'll report anything related to the wasteland Inhumans to Sir Abu. But since we know that these Inhumans are here for the reward, if Link can control them, we can too. You can go and make arrangements, think of a way to convince the Inhumans to join us, promise them benefits, and buy the bones of horses with 1,000 gold, so they can rope in more Inhumans to fight for us. Gannis also wanted to give it a try. If he could rope in undead creatures like the Inhumans to the alien camp, they would definitely be a great killing weapon in the future. When he attacked a planet, it would be like a locust passing through, not a single blade of grass would grow. If Link could tempt these Inhumans with rewards, they could do the same. They could offer more. The terror tactician understood what Gannis meant, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. Yes sir, I'll go down and talk to the captured Inhumans. The Banshee's charm could only be controlled for a short time, and it required the Banshee to continuously cast the spell. Only terror tacticians, who focused on psychological attacks and were good at tactics and deception, had the chance to persuade the Inhumans to work for the alien planet. The terrorist tactician arrived at the dungeon where the Inhumans were being held. The dungeon was burning with an eerie evil fire, and the guards made up of shadow dogs and demons patrolled back and forth. All the prisoners were locked up in separate cells built by alien technicians. The metal in the ruins of the city of Essia, a high-strength metal synthesized by mixing with extraterrestrial adamantine, and there were spikes inside the cage. In addition, there were special runes drawn on the metal surface of the prison, which could only be opened with the key in the head warden's hand. Any other means of opening would trigger the runes, which would cause a backlash to the prisoners inside. The captured players were in a daze. They weren't tortured, but they were restricted. Banshees would come over from time to charm and pry useful information from them. The members who were captured for research were even more miserable. They were studied and dissected over and over again, and after they were resurrected in the ruins of the hospital in Essia, they would be captured again by the shadow dogs and other worldly demons who had been waiting for a long time. Even if they went offline, they would still be locked up in a cage after going online. It could be said that they would not have any gaming experience. These captured players had also posted complaints and contacted the game company's customer service, saying that there was a bug in the NPCs and that they were restricting their game freedom in this way. The game company did step in, but the response wasn't very good. The general meaning was that in the future, when doing missions, you should be more knowledgeable and have a clear understanding of your own strength. Otherwise, why would you capture them instead of others? This wave of enigmatic words angered the players half to death, and in the end, they could only swallow the bitter fruit. The only thing he could do every day was to go offline after logging in and complain in the forum. He would also write a post and keep an eye on the news in Shandu, waiting for the moment when Link would lead his troops to counterattack. Today, the players' eyes lit up when they saw the large gathering of the military forces in Shandu mentioned in the forum. They felt that their life sentence had finally come to an end, and they all came online. The terrifying tactician came to the dungeon and saw that the usually empty prison was suddenly filled with people today. It seemed to be full. His eyes brightened. Wasn't this a good time for him to brainwash and rope them in? What a coincidence, Everyone's here today. The terrorist tactician took the warden's key and looked around the prison. These outlanders were staring at him with intense hatred. After all, anyone who had been locked up for such a long time and couldn't go out to do missions, watching other players earn experience while being interrogated by the Banshee's charm, would almost be depressed. They wanted to skin the terrorist tactician alive. You've been here for many days, so I'm sure you have a certain understanding of the alien planet. We don't want to attack the wasteland, but we want to work together with the wasteland to create a win-win situation. We want to work together to create a common prosperity sphere for the Fandi system and enjoy the resources of the entire system together. It's just that Master Thanos's ideals are too lofty, and some short-sighted people can't understand it. That's why they think that we're invading, slaughtering, and occupying. This is a big mistake. The terrifying tactician continued to pace around, his green eyes flashing with a cunning light. He slowly extended his arms and said, "Therefore, Alien Star has decided to open its arms and welcome everyone to join us. We will work hard together to create the great common prosperity circle of the Fandi galaxy." Of course, this invitation was not as simple as it seemed. As long as one joined an alien planet, they would be able to obtain weapons, equipment, and skills from various planets, as well as advanced knowledge that surpassed the wasteland civilization. If you follow the footsteps of the alien star, you will be able to see more beautiful planets in the Fandi star system, and increase the growth of various civilizations and creatures. The terrifying tactician's words were extremely alluring, especially the bright future in his words. And this was not empty talk. After the terrorist tactician finished speaking, he clapped his hands, and alien workers quickly carried in a few large boxes. The chest was opened, and inside were standard equipment from other planets, as well as items plundered from other planets. There were even advanced knowledge books. With a glance, they were basically all level 60 and above items and equipment. It was a dazzling sight. Even the players who had experienced all kinds of things were stunned. It wasn't just because of the terrifying tactician's words and the rewards he offered, but also because a mission had popped up on their system interface. You have triggered the faction mission The Sea of Stars on a foreign planet. Accept/reject. Mission hint: Alien Planet sincerely invites you to participate in the Alien Planet's Great Common Prosperity Sphere plan. You will represent the alien planet in conquering various planets and become a brave warrior of the alien planet. Note: once you choose to join an alien planet, all reputation points in the wasteland will be reset to 0, and you will become an enemy in the eyes of other players. Mission reward: Alien Planet's Recognition, a level 60 green quality weapon, a class advancement knowledge, and a level 60 green quality equipment. Mission punishment: become an enemy faction. All reputation on the wasteland will be attributed to hatred. The players were in a dilemma. The alien planet had given him a lot of Kazaya. Although they were not useful at the moment, it was good to keep them for now. Especially the advanced knowledge. The Sand City had promoted it so much before, so one could imagine how good it was. Now that he had seen it up close, he understood the meaning of advanced knowledge even more. It was to increase the level limit of a skill, as well as its effect and damage. However, if such a good reward had been given a day ago, some players might have accepted it. However, after looking through the forums, the players found Link's post about him escorting the mysterious item to the front line. Clearly, he had also found the advanced knowledge. As a result, the reward from the alien planet was quite useless. The only good thing was a level 60 weapon and a piece of level 60 equipment, both of which were only green quality. The price that players had to pay for this was that half a year's hard work in the game world, the accumulated connections, the friendliness of various NPCs, and the accumulated points would all be wasted. They might even become the target of enemies. He wasn't an idiot. Who would do such a losing business? The terror tactician felt that his conditions were unparalleled. Looking at the scrap metal on these Inhumans, it was not enough to be called equipment at all, as if they were made of paper. Looking at their clumsy skills, they could even be called crude. However, he had the ability to project himself back to life, large-scale cooperation, powerful talent, and the ability to improve himself. He had full potential. As long as he could recruit them under his command, the alien planet would definitely have an overwhelming advantage in the future war against the First Order. Now that he was giving them powerful equipment and advanced knowledge, he did not believe that these Inhumans would not submit. The terrifying tactician did not hear any sound behind him, but he immediately reacted and smiled. That's right, it must be the generous conditions that he had given them that had frightened them, making them dumbfounded and speechless. After all, these people had never seen such a sharp and well-made weapon, nor had they seen the greatness of advanced knowledge. The terror tactician thought back to the time when he first received the advanced knowledge. The brilliant, magical, and amazing knowledge that he saw opened the door to a whole new world. Manipulating human nature, playing with lies, and commanding tactics were the greatest joy for a terror tactician. The terrifying tactician turned around slowly. He could already imagine the desire in these Inhumans' eyes. He had offered a reward several times more than Lynx, so it was only natural that he would recruit these Inhumans to the alien planet. However, when the terror tactician saw the expressionless and even disdainful players, his mind went blank. The scene he had imagined did not appear. There was only a sharp and mocking gaze and a disdainful smile. The scene in front of them was beyond the imagination of the terrifying tacticians. Shouldn't they be excited and fight to join and work for the alien planet? Why did he have such an expression? Could there be a problem somewhere? Just as the terror tactician's heart was racing, a player finally spoke. That's it. Are you trying to fool an idiot? Let's go, let's go. Brothers, I'll go offline first. Let's go, let's go. You're embarrassing yourself by taking out this reward. You alien planets are so stingy and stingy like those private companies, you'll close down sooner or later. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I've got a post on the forum, complaining about unscrupulous enterprises on foreign planets. They want to poach people with such a low salary. This corporate culture is a little low. You're posting? Then I'm going to top the thread. Let's go together. The players who were locked up in the prison joked with each other and went offline. The prison, which was originally full of people, was now empty. Shadow Wolf, Demonic Hybrid, and the head warden all looked at the tactician in embarrassment, their emotions complicated. The veins on the terrifying tactician's forehead bulged. He would remember today's humiliation. On the other hand, after the players went offline, they immediately posted on the forums. The posts were endless, and the content was rich with text and screenshots. There were even some explanations of weapons, equipment, and advanced knowledge. Once the post was posted, it immediately caused a sensation on the forum. It was not just the Wasteland players. Even players from the other two planets came to admire the level 60 weapons and equipment as well as the class advancement knowledge. After reading it, they even sighed. As expected of the Wasteland. While they were still fighting among themselves on the planet, the players on the Wasteland were already able to come into contact with things like level 60 equipment and class advancement knowledge. They had even made deals with other planets. This was especially so since none of the players had defected to an alien planet. This made the 18 players who were captured even more happy to be called the 18 tough men. However, only the players from the Wasteland were secretly happy. What was this called Iron Bones? This was clearly not enough. 613 Taejun, we're here to surrender. The players on the forum jokingly said that this was another price, and that they had to pay more. However, after seeing the post, there were indeed a few players who were interested in the alien planet. It wasn't that the rewards on the alien planet were attractive, but that they could experience the thrill of conquering various planets by following the alien planet. This was a trip with no return and a beautiful scenery on the way. However, for those who liked to take risks or wanted to play in the dark style, the information in the post was particularly delightful. 1 grain of rice can feed 100 different people. If some people like to play with the mainstream, then there must be players who liked non-mainstream players. The main reason was that the mainstream gameplay was too cumbersome. Even the most basic F-grade errand mission would be fought over by players. Moreover, the repetitive quests, dungeons, and dungeons were really boring. Although the plot of Shandul was rich and exciting, and major events were endless, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was the center of the Wasteland. The players who entered the game later were more open-minded. After all, they did not have so much accumulation before, and changing factions would not cost them too much sunk cost. Therefore, a desire to explore the unknown arose, and they were eager to join the alien planet. At the same time, the players could smell that all the troops in Shandu had been mobilized to the front line, which was a signal that the war was about to start. What did this mean? It meant that if they didn't hurry, the alien planet would soon be destroyed by Link and expelled from the wasteland. Then, they wouldn't have a chance to get this one-way ticket. What was this situation called? It was called joining the National Army in the year of Shinin and embroidering the flag of a strange star overnight. Some of the more courageous players joined forces and were prepared to take advantage of the night to go straight to the Demon Forger's camp and join the party. No, they sought refuge on an alien planet overnight. Needless to say, there were quite a few players who were ready to join in the fun. However, as soon as this idea came to mind, many people were eager to sign up. Even some of the big guilds saw a business opportunity in this. In the villa district of Shenmue City, Miracle. Wind-chasing Wolf had originally finished his mission and was prepared to buy some things in Shenmue City before leading his elites to gather in New West Asia. After seeing this post, he suddenly had an idea. Say, if we plant some spies on the alien planet, wouldn't we be able to know what's going on there in real time? Looking at the alien planet's stance, they kept saying that it was the Fandi Galaxy's Great Common Prosperity Circle. This was clearly the enemy in the next stage. If we send people in advance, we'll be able to predict the enemy's movements when we enter the universe. We might even get a lot of inside information and key points, which will be of great benefit to our future development. King Gozheng glanced at the crowd and spoke on behalf of Zui Feng. That's why we need to plant a few spies on the alien planet. These people can't be too weak, or they won't be valued. What do you all think? Oh right, I forgot to mention, you don't have to worry about your reputation being reduced to zero as mentioned in the forum post. We will let the bandits of the think tank suggest to Director Penny to keep everyone's contribution. All the elites looked at each other. According to King Gozheng, this was a rare opportunity. However, the people present were all elites of the Miracle Guild. They had been rooted in the Sand City for a long time. Thanks to Wind Chaser and Link's relationship, the Miracle Guild had been thriving. These elites were also at the top of the Sand City and had benefited from their connections. To be honest, they felt a sense of uncertainty about the future if they were to abandon everything and go to an alien planet now. It was difficult to decide for a while. After all, Link's agreement was one thing. Zui Feng saw that no one answered, so he directly said, "For those who are willing to go to the alien planet, I will convert everything they enjoy as elite players on the wasteland into cash or compensate them the same amount in-game after the alien planet is destroyed. At the same time, the time they spend on the alien planet will be calculated according to their work overtime, which is 1.5 times their usual salary. Furthermore, everything they obtain in the game does not need to be confiscated. If the guild needs it, they will buy it back at the same price or cash." Zui Feng's conditions were extremely good. When this standard was raised, many people's eyes showed interest. If he followed an alien planet, he definitely wouldn't return in a short period of time. It would take at least 3 to 5 months, or even half a year, which would be 1 to 2 months in reality. 1.5 times the salary for 2 months, and the guild wouldn't force the items obtained. If they needed them, they would buy them back at an equivalent price. This wave was a business trip with a pay raise, and he could even earn extra money. "Well, Brother Feng, I think I can go. I can do it too. +1. Immediately, many people raised their hands. Seeing this, Tian Xinling also spoke up, "We have so many people going over, we still need someone to be in charge of overall planning. How about this, I'll go with you. When the time comes, we'll stick together and perhaps we can provide more information." Zui Feng looked at Tian Xinling and nodded heavily, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Tian Xinling was one of Miracle's 12 Grand Elders. He had also accumulated a very deep foundation in the desert capital. To give up on him just like that would require a lot of determination. After selecting the personnel, Wind-Chasing Wolf immediately called the bandit leader and told him his thoughts and purpose. He hoped that the bandit leader could suggest it to his boss and get his approval, which would provide a guarantee for these people who were lurking outside. Who knew that just as Zui Feng finished speaking, Dao Yangren laughed out, "Don't worry. Before you made this call, the guild leaders of no less than 4 guilds had already contacted me, hoping that I could help to intercede with them and see if I can turn this into a mission. In the future, when these players obtain the information, they can still return to the Freedom Federation's embrace. I've already reported this matter to the supervisor, and he personally thinks it's a good idea. He's currently discussing it with the head of state, and as I expected, they should agree. All you need to do is pull out the list of people." Zui Feng's tightly furrowed brows immediately relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. "Then I'll be waiting for your good news." Sure enough, the other guilds were not to be trifled with. They had also thought of ways to plant spies. Many guilds members would be hiding in the dark, and they would definitely fight for power and profit to climb up. After all, the higher he climbed, the more information he would have. On the other hand, Penny felt that the plan was feasible. The Inhumans had their own ways of contact, and as long as they could infiltrate the alien planet, they would know their movements, which was definitely a good thing for the wasteland. The first thing Penny did was contact Link and answer the call. "Link, I have something to discuss with you." The people of the Bandit Liang responded that many guild leaders had suggested for their elite members to join the alien planet and infiltrate the enemy's base to pass on information for us. "I think this plan is feasible, so I want to discuss it with you." Link was stunned. Why did the players come up with such a plan when he was planning to deal with the Platinum Hotel and the joint pharmaceutical company? What was going on? Link checked the forum as he chatted with Penny. After a quick scan of the posts, he finally understood. A few days ago, Benjamin and the Duke were leading troops and players to fight against the alien planet, and the alien planet took the opportunity to send the Banshee charm to capture some players to study. In his previous life, such a situation had also happened. After all, it was the relationship between an NPC and a player. Other than the limited number of times a player could die and resurrect, there was nothing else that could be studied. In addition, players loved to say obscenities and misled many NPCs, which was very amusing. If the research failed, the alien planet would change its approach and try to rope them in. However, Link couldn't help but laugh when he saw what they had. If this had happened in his previous life, many players would probably have chosen to switch sides and pledge their allegiance to the Taejun. However, in this world, the Sand City was under Link's control. It was developing more and more vigorously, and the players had seen more of the world. Naturally, the threshold was higher. Coupled with the various reputation rewards, the yuppie, who had a high cost of getting customers, wanted to rope in players with such a small reward. When the other players saw the mission, many of them had the idea of following the alien planet to wander. They wanted to follow the scumbag alien planet and see the scenery outside. After all, if the wasteland was already so interesting, wouldn't the outside world be even more interesting? Moreover, not all players liked to follow the prescribed order. Rebellion was something hidden deep in every player's consciousness, and it would not be easily changed. Since this was the case, it was better to block than to disperse, so he might as well let it go. Anyway, Link was familiar with the plot and had built up an advantage in advance. He was also familiar with the players' psychology. He was not afraid that they would not return. I also think that this is a good plan. If that's the case, get the military intelligence department to issue an undercover mission. As long as you accept the mission, you'll retain your reputation and points on the wasteland. In the future, when you return victorious, not only will you regain your reputation, but you'll also be rewarded with additional rewards and be widely promoted. Although the alien planet was strong, it was the main enemy of version 2.0. But other than that, it had no other strong points and would eventually disappear in the vast universe with the rise of players. Players were the most snobbish. As soon as they saw that there was no future for them, they would turn against them immediately. Link didn't even have to waste his breath. If the players could really enter the alien planet, they would definitely know something about the universe. This was definitely a good thing for Link. As long as one piece of information was accurate, he could benefit from it. This investment return ratio was simply a huge profit. With Link's approval, the plan was quickly approved. The deputy director of the military intelligence department, Ren Yi, quickly discussed the details of the mission. 10 minutes after hanging up the phone, he finished the mission and put it on the exhibition board in the military intelligence. Invisible Guardian. Mission hint: you have received orders from the Freedom Federation's Military Intelligence Department to pretend to seek refuge with an alien planet. Your actual purpose is to obtain more useful information. Please work hard to join the alien planet, climb to a high position, and create influence. In the future, when the wasteland and the alien planet collided, it could play a role in turning the tables. In order to facilitate the transmission of information, you can choose to bind a friend in the wasteland to act as the information transmission glue. Mission reward: retain all reputation, titles, and points of the Freedom Federation, 200,000 experience points, 150 military intelligence points. Title: Invisible Guardian, and the rest are based on the order and usefulness of the information provided. Very quickly, some players discovered the mission and quickly announced it on the forum. The players who had been hesitating about going to the alien planet were still reluctant to give up everything they had accumulated on the wasteland. Now that they had this mission, they felt that their last restraints had disappeared, and they were instantly free. Many players were all smiles. There was such a good thing. After accepting the mission, he would go to an alien planet and return as a hero. All reputation and rewards would be kept, and there would even be additional rewards. This was totally a paid business trip to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Even some of the players who had been scornful of joining the alien planet couldn't help but feel how nice at this moment. In the current wasteland, the dividends were basically all taken by the top 10 guilds and some solo players. In the long run, there was little chance of a comeback. On the other hand, the alien planet was a blue ocean with plenty of opportunities. He might be able to rise to the top of the players and become famous if he reported an important piece of information. Moreover, if they followed the alien planet to conquer other planets, they could also go to other planets to try their luck. It was better than following the routine in the wasteland. In an instant, many people responded. Not only did the players sign up themselves, but they also had to find a friend on the wasteland to help pass on information. He definitely couldn't find this person casually. After all, there were so many people who wanted to go to the alien planet to play, and the information they sent back was likely to overlap. Then, whoever's good brother's information was faster and timely would be rewarded. If it was slow, it would be gone. Therefore, he definitely had to find someone with a good relationship. Just as the players were anxiously discussing this topic, Link had grasped the perfect timing. That night was the last chance for the players to enter the Demon Forge camp after receiving the quest. With Link's understanding of the alien planet, such a large number of players would definitely be regarded as enemies for a sneak attack. There would definitely be a conflict. He did not expect all the players to gain the initial trust of the alien planet. As long as a portion of them joined, the benefits of this plan would be huge. During the day, he would lead the Shandu troops and march into Aisha to have a direct confrontation with the alien planet. At night, under Link's instructions, Ren Yi stopped giving out the Invisible Guardian mission. He also asked all players who accepted the mission to arrive at the Demon Forge camp that night to gain the enemy's trust. There was no moon tonight, and the stars were bright in the night sky. The players who participated in the mission slipped out of New West Asia in the dark and headed south. What the players didn't know was that the Sand Eagle had been hovering above them, watching their every move. When the players were halfway there, they could see the camp of the Demon Forgers from the high sand dunes. Link recalled the sand sculpture and exited the beast's eye state. He said to Benjamin, "All right, it's time to send them on their way so that they can successfully join the alien planet." Benjamin nodded heavily and left after receiving the order. A moment later, the wolf cavalry of the wilderness was dispatched from the camp, accompanied by a jeep with a high-power searchlight, opening the way in front. The players who were originally leisurely chatting and laughing in anticipation of the alien planet's invasion of other planets were suddenly dumbfounded by the light from the distance, accompanied by wolf howls and dense bullet light spots in the dark night. They looked at the leader, Benjamin, and the wolf riders behind him. At this moment, they had all become hostile, and were charging towards them with murderous intent. "Hurry up and run! We can survive if we run to the Demon Forgers camp." F***ck, this F***ing Link doesn't play by the rules. 614 The defectors. The traitorous players could not help but run. Some rolled down from the sand dunes, some were in a panic, and all kinds of embarrassing situations showed their strong desire to survive. After all, the blood-red hostile symbol clearly made them understand that from the moment they left New West Asia, they were no longer people of the wasteland. They were just a group of traitors who wanted to join an alien planet. Moreover, if he were to be killed here and miss this opportunity to join the alien planet, he didn't know when the next time would be. The shadow dog that was patrolling at the edge of the camp was the first to sense such a large-scale riot in a place not far from the camp, followed by the demonic creatures outside the camp. The dense net of fire formed a large net in the night, constantly shuttling through the desert. The shadow dog and the mutant demon reacted and were ready to move, but when the shadow dog sniffed the air, they were suddenly stunned. The location where the gunshot came from didn't have any of their own people. The wasteland people seemed to be egging them on to shoot themselves. The shadow dog's throat made a cracking sound, and the big T-shaped bone armor on the head of the mutant demon next to him was sending out a vibration frequency. When it received the vibration frequency, it also discovered the abnormality. The enemies were actually killing each other. But soon, the demon made a decision. No matter what the situation was on the enemy's side, they would not let a single person enter the Demon Forge camp. At the same time, he sent a mutant demon back to the camp to report this matter to Lord Gannis. The shadow dogs and mutant demons lined up and rushed out of the demonic forger camp. Facing the Inhumans who were shouting slogans such as "I'm here to join the alien planet, please take me in," and "Long live the alien planet," the shadow dog and the mutant demon showed no mercy and rushed up to fight. Benjamin, who was behind them, did not stay idle either. He ordered the wolf riders to open fire. The light machine guns on the wasteland wolves fired fiercely. The bullets tilted and mercilessly pierced through the players' backs, blasting them into pieces. Seeing this, Benjamin's hand that was holding the reins tightened. Although he knew that players could be resurrected, asking him to shoot his own people still required a very strong psychological endurance. This time, he had crossed his bottom line. However, they remembered what Link had said. Killing them now was to help them enter the alien planet. Otherwise, if the enemy was suspicious, they would be greeted with all kinds of torture and interrogation. Only if they hardened their hearts now would the player warriors feel better when they went to the enemy camp. The players who surrendered were also dumbfounded. They had already come to surrender, but they didn't even bother to attack. This was really too low class. There was an alien star in front and pursuers behind. This time, they had died unjustly and sullenly. If it wasn't for the fact that they had to follow the alien planet to enjoy the scenery of the galaxy, they would have already started cursing and swearing. Benjamin did not expect the enemy to be so straightforward, directly ignoring the shouts and surrender of these Inhumans. But seeing that there were fewer and fewer Inhumans on the field, there was no need for him and the Wolf Riders to continue fighting, or else they would be burned. Whoosh! Benjamin whistled and waved his hand, "Retreat!" All of the Wolf Riders turned their heads around, and each of them threw down a bunch of delayed grenades that were flashing with red dots. After that, they flipped over the sand dune and re-entered the sea of sand. Seeing the enemy retreat so quickly, even the otherworldly demons were confused. Could it be that these guys had really come here just to hunt down these traitors who had said that they wanted to join the alien planet? The news quickly spread to the core of the camp. When Gannis heard the news, he could not help but glance at the terrifying tactician beside him. The terror tactician also had a puzzled and gloomy expression. Lord Gannis' recruitment plan had just been announced as a failure today, and so many Inhumans who claimed to want to join the alien planet had appeared that night. This matter was strange no matter how one looked at it. However, the enemy had indeed come and killed many traitors with their own hands. This could not be faked. "My lord, I think there's something fishy about this." After much thought, the terror tactician gave his judgment. With the gesture of permission from Gannis, the terror tactician analyzed, "It just so happens that after today's recruitment failed, so many people suddenly came to join us. The timing is not right, this is one of the reasons." The Inhumans in the second dungeon scoffed at the reward, but this group of people swarmed in. It was a little strange. "This is my opinion." Gannis Gobbo was not surprised, his expression was calm. After listening to the analysis of the terrorist tactician, he slowly said, "I have another opinion." There was also a difference in strength and equipment between Inhumans, and from the interrogation, they were not united. From the mission bounty mode, it could be seen that they were all natural profit-seeking. The failure of today's recruitment is not because they are loyal to the wasteland, but because the chips we gave were not enough to move them. However, for the other group of people, these bargaining chips are worth it, or they have other requests. These can only be confirmed after communication. Gannis looked at the terror tactician's gradually panicking eyes, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. The aura of an overlord was released from his body, and the pair of wings on his back spread open slightly, making the war envoy on the seat look even more majestic. Even if these ants have any crooked ideas, we have enough ways to limit them. You must know that a group of Inhumans who can resurrect from the dead and gradually increase in strength can definitely be sold for a good price if they are sold to interstellar brokers or treasure collectors. Or we can use them to test our new weapons, potions, and abilities. We can get excellent feedback from them, haha. After saying that, the corners of Gannis' lips curled up, revealing his sharp teeth. Everything was under control. Terror tactician's eyes brightened. It was just as Lord Gannis had said. Whether it was to experiment on potions, weapons, or to sell to intergalactic brokers, these undying Inhumans were all extremely valuable. They had been fighting in the Fandi system for many years, but they had never seen such a high-dimensional projection creature. Naturally, they had never seen other interstellar creatures before. Moreover, whether or not he really wanted to surrender, he would only know after talking to him. Or, in order to test their sincerity, we can send them to fight against the wasteland as a sign of loyalty, the terrorist tactician said with a flattering smile. Gannis raised a hand and gestured to the door. Now, it's time for you to negotiate with these greedy adventurers. Soon, a large group of players appeared in the Demon Forge camp. Under the leadership of the terror tactician, they all gathered in the ruined square. They looked around curiously. The shadow dogs, demons, banshees, and army vanguards surrounded the square. Alien technicians controlled alien weapons and aimed them at the square, constantly on guard. Now, it's time to state your purpose, traitors. The terrorist tactician said as he stared at the crowd. 615 The final battle on the wasteland. The players were also very calm, their eyes full of desire. We're here to join an alien planet. That's right, join the alien planet. Everyone shouted in unison. A trace of doubt flashed across the terrifying tactician's face. He asked, "Then why do you want to join us? You must know that earlier today, some of the captives rejected our recruitment plan." The players were also good at talking nonsense, and they could tell the truth and the lie. First of all, we're not a piece of iron. Everyone has their own pursuits. It's their business to refuse recruitment, but it's our business to join them. It seems that you don't understand us well enough. We can unite and fight over a good piece of equipment. The player paused for a moment before continuing. We didn't join the alien planet for nothing. What we valued was that we could follow the alien planet to battle and explore other new planets. This would increase our knowledge and experience. At the same time, the alien planet has more advanced knowledge and weapons, which are more suitable for us to improve. The terror tactician stared at the leading player and said, "Are you the leader of the defectors?" The player shook his head. "I'm not the leader. I'm just famous among the Inhumans. Everyone is willing to let me speak." From the current conversation, the terror tactician did not get any important information, but from the attitude of this group of players, he could not see any problems. The terrifying tactician squinted his eyes and said, "It's fine if you want to join the alien planet, but first you have to prove your loyalty to the alien planet and show your value." The pursuing team from the wasteland didn't hold back at all. "The following battle will decide whether you can really join the alien planet. Of course, considering your unique love for missions and rewards, defectors who join the alien planet will be rewarded." As soon as the terror tactician finished speaking, the players received the corresponding mission. Prove your loyalty on the interface. The mission requirements were very simple. Attack the wasteland in the next war. The damage and deaths caused would determine the attitude of the alien planet towards you. The rewards were experience points and weapons and equipment. In other words, if the number of people killed or caused damage was small, then sorry, they might lose the opportunity to join the alien planet. The players immediately became nervous. It would be fine if they dealt damage to the players, but if they killed the NPC, would they be able to return? This terrifying tactician from an alien planet was truly vicious. The leader of the players considered for a moment and agreed. All right, please wait and see. But now, I'll have to trouble you to find us a place to stay. With this sentence, he had agreed. The terrorist tactician waved his hand, signaling the mutant demon to lead the group to a place to settle down. Even so, the terrorist tactician still arranged for the shadow dog and the demonic beast. There were also many army vanguards around them. They said that they were protecting the safety and being on guard against the retaliation of Shudu, but in reality, they were just monitoring. When they arrived at an abandoned building in the Demon Forger's camp, thousands of players who had surrendered had gathered together. Some chose to go offline to rest, while others discussed something in low voices in groups of 3 to 5. Suyat, why are you here? Tian Xinling's face was filled with shock. He did not expect to meet a casual player here. Suya had a smile on his face and said jokingly, what, only you big guilds are allowed to come, but us pub players can't. Tian Xinling knew that Suya was joking with him, but for someone who had a little fame among the players, choosing to go on an adventure on a foreign planet was a bold move. They still had the guild to cover for them if they went to the alien planet, but Suya could only bear all the consequences himself if he went to the alien planet. Suya didn't care and patted Tian Xinling's shoulder. The conversation I had with the terrorist tactician just now was pretty good. Now, they must still doubt our loyalty. We have to deal with them well in the upcoming battle. Don't be fooled by the fact that so many people have surrendered now, who knows how much the alien planet will take in when the time comes. Hey? Tian Xinling was a little curious, why do you want to go to a foreign planet? Suya helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said, you know that I had a fortuitous encounter at the beginning, and I'm a magician, right? However, after I chose to become a mage, that old man suddenly disappeared, making it impossible for me to find a mage to learn skills from. She had wanted to delete her account and start over again, but she had attracted Link's attention and received 2 missions and rewards. I joined the alien planet this time because I wanted to go out and see the world. There are no magicians on the wasteland, but there might be some on other planets. I can learn some skills. Also, I'll make some videos to introduce the other planets, Yingluo. Just as Tian Xinling and Suya were conversing, a lot of white lights appeared in the ruined building. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They could tell that they had both gone offline to find an informant to report the situation. After Benjamin returned to the new West Asia camp, he reported the previous battle situation to Link. Link nodded in satisfaction. Although this method couldn't eliminate the aliens' suspicions, it would at least give them a chance to prove themselves. Or perhaps, the alien planet had the initiative in this aspect. Whether it was for their own use, or selling players with resurrection abilities to interstellar collectors after retreating, or using them to test potions and weapons, they were all very good choices. If I'm not wrong, the alien planet will definitely ask the players to prove their loyalty and let them fight us on the battlefield to determine if they really want to surrender. Link then raised his hand and said to Benjamin, make the arrangements and announce the general attack tomorrow morning. The Inhumans will take the lead and let them consume each other. The macaw squeezed its fat cheeks and said excitedly, oh, I love to watch shows of killing each other. I've seen the pictures Troy sent over the past few days. The demonic cannons are all set up in the demonic foundry's camp. Your attack this time will face the war messengers, 100 army vanguards, otherworldly demons, and countless shadow hounds. Are you sure? Although it was a battle between 2 planets, the macaw understood that the deciding factor in this battle was Link versus the alien army. The players were there to increase the credibility of the defectors, while the military and the Spider Demon Empire were used to contain the large number of shadow hounds. In the end, war was still a contest between the strongest of both sides. This level of strength was too easy to sway the balance of the war. Link's lips curled into a confident smile. I was able to kill Tulu before. This time, it's just another war envoy. It's a piece of cake. Link was full of confidence. He was now a wasteland legend and his power had improved. He would soon be able to verify it. Late at night, New West Asia's outer camp was brightly lit, illuminating the sky with fire. The first ray of dawn came, and the first rays of the morning sun shone on the desert. The troops in Shandu had already assembled. The cold wind in the desert had yet to dissipate. The cold wind was making its final struggle to show that its home ground, the cold night, was not over. But in front of the morning light, this struggle was in vain. Today, we have gathered here for only one purpose: to drive the alien planet out of our home. Some of you are citizens of Shandu, some of you are citizens of Asia, some of you are from the Moon Shadow Council, some of you are mutated humans, some of you are inhumans who have just joined the wasteland, and some of you are from the spider demon empire that lives with us on the wasteland. In the face of danger, we've never been alone, but rather, we've all joined forces. Link's gaze swept across everyone. The morning light shone on the desert, illuminating their armor. The sand sea rippled with light, and their aura soared. The alien planet wants to occupy our home and enslave us like dogs. Can we agree to that? We can't. Everyone shouted in unison. Their voices seemed to break through the heavens and reverberated in the sky. The players initially treated this scene as a cut scene, but as the atmosphere became more intense, their emotions were also stirred. Lin Kei's words were powerful and resonating. The personal admiration that came with his high influence caused the atmosphere to become restless. To sum it up in 3 words, it was Biberon. Today is the day of the final battle with the alien planet. If we lose, the aliens will think we're weak and easy to bully, and more alien demons will descend upon the wasteland. So, in a sense, this is our last battle. Although their civilization is a level higher than ours, I believe that civilization is not the only criterion to measure strength. Only a firm belief and an indestructible will be the key to the longevity of a civilization. And from everyone's eyes, I can see this. The wasteland would eventually wither, but it was definitely not today. One day, we will die on the battlefield, but not today. Our faith and will eventually decay, but not today. Now, everyone, follow me, charge! Link swung the alien battle axe in his hand, and the air hissed as he led the way on the saber-toothed tiger. Everyone's blood was boiling behind him. Benjamin immediately let his wolf follow, and the wolf cavalry followed closely behind. The armored vehicles and jeeps of the Shandu troops also started moving. The players followed the steel torrent, shouting as they rushed out. The macaw was riding on Black Tornado, holding a feather fan in its hand, and commanding the Spider Demon Empire's troops to press forward. The strong fighting spirit in the air and the shouts that resounded through the sky could be heard outside the demonic forger's camp even before the person arrived. Gannis was still discussing tactics with the terrorist tactician when he heard the thunderous noise. He looked to the north and said, "It seems like there's no need to pick a day. Today is the day of the great battle." The terrorist tactician placed one hand on his chest and pleaded, "My lord, please allow me to lead the army and command this battle." Gannis raised his hand, signaling for the terrorist tactician to go out and prepare. When the army of Shandu appeared on the sand dune, several Air Force fighter planes suddenly arrived and flew over the camp of the Caste Demon Army, launching the first wave of attack. At the same time, the dark energy cannons in the demonic forger's camp spewed out a green flame tail and fired a dense net of fire. The demon forger's camp was hit by the missiles and burst into rolling fireballs. The fighter planes in the sky also roared and burst into flames, disintegrating in the air. 616 Finger of Death. Link furrowed his brows and communicated through the worm. "Helen, tell the other fighter jets in the Air Force to return. It'll be a waste of time even if they go up." After determining the location of the dark energy cannons, there would be a special assault team to deal with these cannons during the battle later. The Air Force had played its role. The Army of Aberrations also got into formation. At the very front was the Suicide Squad formed by players, followed by the army of Shadow Hounds and otherworldly demons. It was like a river of blood. After that, the Banshees and the vanguard of the army formed the most powerful force in the alien invasion. In addition, there were various combat facilities and weapons built by alien technicians in the Demon Forger camp. They were scattered all over the place. Some were obvious, while others were hidden. Link watched as the alien army gradually opened up a path. Then, a terrifyingly tall tactician walked out of the crowd with two blades in his hands. His green eyes were filled with battle intent as he stared at Link. The two sabers clashed against each other, creating loud clanking sounds accompanied by sparks. This was clearly a challenge. Link urged the saber-toothed Tiger King to step out of the formation. He took a few steps forward with a disdainful smile. Why? The Worm Singer is not coming out, and they're sending you, a terrifying tactician, to be the vanguard. Is there no one else on the planet? The terrorist's expression did not change. Link's psychological game could not escape his eyes. He was just trying to anger him. The terror tactician glanced at the troops gathered on the wasteland. At the front were the Wasteland Wolf Cavalry, to the right were the Spider Demon Empire's troops, and the Inhumans were almost at the edge of the formation. He also foresaw that the enemy would set up an artillery camp a few kilometers away and launch an attack on the demon casting camp. This is the entire strength of the wasteland? If that was the case, it would be too lamentable. They're all ant-like creatures. Even if they use all their strength, they won't be able to hurt me at all, let alone defeat the great alien army. You'll witness the fall of the wasteland with your own eyes. All life will be turned into misery and suffering, and the planet's resources will be harvested and reduced to a dead planet. The terror tactician's face was filled with contempt. You're just an insignificant ant on the great journey to the alien planet, yet you think you can shake a chariot. The end result is only being crushed to death. Among the wasteland troops, the most difficult to deal with were not the Wolf Riders, but Link's pet army and the omnipresent spider demons that could burrow underground. The formation in the demonic forger's camp was a positional battle. The Wolf Cavalry had lost the advantage of charging and high mobility, so their strength would be greatly reduced. Similarly, Link's pet army and spider army could only be effective against the Shadow Hounds and mutant demons. This time, the alien army's top priority was the Banshee and hundreds of army vanguards, which could be called a meat grinder on the battlefield. The terrifying tactician was full of nonsense, but he saw the smile on Link's face grow wider. If the previous verbal attack did not anger him at all, the silent protest now made him feel irritated. There was no point in saying more. He had already set up the formation, and now the only thing left was for the two armies to face each other. The terror tactician looked around and said to the players beside him, "Defectors, it's time to prove your loyalty." Among the defectors, Suya and Tianxinling were the main ones. One of them was a well-known analyst on the forum, and the other was an elder of the Miracle Guild, which was currently the most popular guild on the wasteland. One represented an unspecialized, while the other represented a guild. The two of them did not hesitate at all. There must have been players who went offline to report the situation last night. They believed that Link would have made preparations. Kaka! After loading his gun, Tianxinling shouted, "For the alien star!" Suya followed closely behind, "Charge!" The players responded one after another and followed the two of them. Link looked expressionlessly at the defectors who were charging towards him. He raised his hand slightly, and Benjamin blew the horn from the back of the group. The deep and melodious sound echoed in the desert. From the gaps and corners of the Wolf Riders, a loud cry suddenly came from the sky. Then, players rushed out like a tide. Some rode desert wolves, some rode desert motorcycles and armed jeeps, but most of them carried weapons and ran on foot. Charging down from the towering sand dunes, it was like a majestic scroll that was slowly unfolding. The Inhumans on both sides were on completely different levels, and the thousands of defectors were weak in comparison. The two sides didn't hold back at all. There weren't many opportunities for this kind of imperial edict to fight each other, and the ones who attacked were often their own people who had a good relationship with them. Wind-chasing Wolf rushed into the crowd with a pair of electric gloves. The lightning flashed like a dragon, and his body quickly moved among the defectors. The others also displayed their strengths. For a time, gunshots, energy waves, and special abilities were heard, and the battlefield was extremely colorful. In just a few moments, hundreds of thousands of players had devoured the defectors. The terror tactician saw that these defectors were so courageous, not retreating or showing mercy at all, and finally had a change of opinion of them. With a wave of his hand, he immediately arranged for the shadow dog and the demon to go forward and provide support. Thousands of defectors were instantly annihilated by the tens of thousands of players. Although the players had also suffered significant losses, to them, this was only 1/50th of the week's losses. In such a major event, the worst thing was not to die, but to survive without causing any damage. As long as he caused damage, he would be able to contribute and get a share of the reward. After beating up my teammate, the players became even more arrogant and directly launched an attack on the demonic forge camp without stopping. The shadow dog and the demon also came out, both sides were at loggerheads. If it was just a battle between the two sides, the players would definitely not be a match. However, with Lin Ke around, he would not let these players' sacrifices be in vain. At the very least, they had to bring out their own light and heat. Link turned to the macaw and said, "Old Jin, have you arranged everything?" The macaw had a melon-eating expression on its face. Its eyes, which were originally as big as rice grains, had now grown to the size of soybeans. "Don't worry, I'll handle it." In the previous few battles, the players had already grasped the characteristics of the shadow hounds and the demonic creatures. He threw a bottle of pheromones at her first. These pheromones were extracted from the desert oasis creatures outside Weeping Valley, and their function was to disrupt the detection of the shadow dogs. The shadow dog relied on the two morning glory on its head to sense creatures. Once the smell was mixed, it would take more time to analyze the difference, which would lead to a delay in movement and buy more time for the players. Before a mutant demon used charge, it would make a pre-action, and the sand of time inlaid in its stick would emit a faint golden light. The players could use this as a judgment to avoid it in advance. Although the damage the players dealt was very low, they relied on these little tricks to not be destroyed by the alien army after the confrontation. Instead, they held back the enemy's attack, and on the surface, it looked like they were fighting back and forth. The macaw's eyes were wide open, and its mouth was slightly open in disbelief. "That's ridiculous. When did these mutants become so strong? They were killed like chickens and dogs by the shadow dogs and the mutant demons before, but only half a month has passed, and they can already fight back and forth." Link smiled. "Never underestimate Inhumans. Do you remember how weak they were when they first appeared on the wasteland last year? In just a year, some of the Inhumans were already as strong as the elites of the Monster Security Company, or even stronger. As long as you give them time to develop, their growth and adaptability will always surprise you." The macaw didn't argue, which was a rare sight. Instead, it looked serious and lowered its head, thinking about something. Link looked at the battlefield. After the initial collision, the players were starting to feel a little powerless after restraining the shadow hounds and the demons. The main reason was still the skill's accuracy. The level difference between the two was too big, so it could only cause a few points of damage. On the other hand, the shadow hound and the demonic variant were both creatures with high attack power and swift movements. This was especially true for the demonic beasts, who could often crush a player with a single strike. Among the players, only the First Army, which consisted of the guild leaders and elite members of the various large guilds, could deal more damage with their high levels and good equipment. However, they would also become the main target of the otherworldly demons. Link looked at the two groups of people who had been clearly separated and had now fused together. He turned to the macaw and said, "Old Jin, it's up to you now." The macaw rode on the black whirlwind and waved at the silver demon beside it. The silver demon then gestured to the spider demon assistants. As the spider demon assistant chanted in a low voice, the main battlefield began to change. The sand under their feet began to sink slowly, and the spider demon guards immediately moved out to drag the otherworldly demons and shadow dogs into the ground. The terrorist's expression was ferocious. He immediately brandished the two blades in his hands and shouted, "Dark power cannons, fire!" At the same time, the dark energy cannons in the demonic forgers' camp aimed at the dark crowd on the battlefield. They didn't even care that half of the crowd was their own shadow dogs and other worings. They launched an attack. The macaw saw the dark power cannon turn around and fire at the battlefield. The green demonic cannon exploded, blasting away countless players and shadow hounds. Even the spider demons below the desert were not spared. He couldn't help but curse, "F***ck your grandmother. This F***ing dog is too cruel." He even blew up his own people. Crazy. The mutated demons would activate a time barrier. Any cannonballs that hit them would be blocked outside the barrier, giving the mutated demons time to react. The goal of the horror tactician was very clear. As long as he could kill the spider demon guard, he would not hesitate to pay the price of the shadow dogs. Link didn't expect the terrorist to be so ruthless. He didn't even let his own people go. In the current situation, continuing to fight would only increase the number of sacrifices. Link made a decision and waved the alien battleaxe in his hand. Everyone, charge! As soon as he finished speaking, Benjamin led all the wolf riders and charged forward. The artillery positions 3 kilometers behind them, after getting the coordinates of the dark power cannons, began to concentrate on eliminating these artillery points. They flew across the sky like hundreds of artillery fire and turned into white flames that reached the demon forgers' camp. The dark energy cannons in the demonic forgers' camp immediately turned their muzzles and began to intercept. The mini cannons formed a curtain like a bullet curtain, blocking all the cannons that were fired. The deafening explosions were heard above the battlefield, and the flames covered the sun for a time. The fox hunting special forces drove their jeeps to the battlefield and forced their way into the demonic forgers' camp. The spider demon army was fully mobilized. 2 huge spider demon warriors emerged from the desert. They were a head taller than the vanguard of the army and crushed the enemy with their huge bodies and thick shells. The weapons in their hands were also weapons of mass destruction, knocking over a group of shadow dogs with a single wave. The spider demon priests emerged from the ground and cast all kinds of curse-weakening spells on the demonic creatures, or cast healing and recovery spells on their own units. Then, they burrowed into the sand and changed positions. Link's many pets also emerged from the holes the spider demon had dug. Seeing the Wasteland's members attack, the terrorist tactician pointed his 2 swords forward and launched a general attack. The Banshees and the army vanguards joined the battle. Grace, the Harpy, had personally come to the battlefield today, leading her Mist Alchemy army. When she saw the demon Banshee with bat-like wings, she sneered and turned to Link. This kind of creature is also worthy of being called a Banshee? Is she as famous as me? Grace stood on the sand dune, took a step forward, and then pointed at the front of the battlefield. Behind him, countless alchemy zombies, stitched bodies, and harpies moved out with the grey fog. Link's mouth twitched. Women's jealousy and observation point were really strange. They could be in a bad mood because of the same clothes, let alone the same name. The elders of the Moon Shadow Council also directed the druids to charge into the battlefield. Nature, transformation, each showing their strengths. When the 2 sides were completely engaged in battle, the contact dragon god rushed out from the ground of the demonic forgers' camp and destroyed a tower with a dark energy cannon with its body. Then, it released a fan-shaped spit within a 500-meter radius, and green poisonous mist instantly sprayed all over the demonic forgers' camp. The poisonous mist it spewed out began to corrode the buildings in the demonic forgers' camp. Even alien alloys were unable to survive in the face of the poisonous mist. The surface began to rust due to the corrosion, or there were bubbles or holes. Link ignored the terrorist and saw the war envoy, Ganis, who was watching the battle at the entrance of the demonic foundry's main camp. He immediately urged the saber-toothed Tiger King beneath him to run. To capture the bandits, first capture the leader. As long as they killed the war envoy Ganis, the alien army would be without a leader and would naturally be defeated. Link was now a legendary figure and was no longer at his previous level. He rushed straight to the middle of the army and took the head of the war messenger. The terrifying tactician saw Link's gaze skip over him. Suddenly, a ball of fire burned in his chest, and his eyes burned with rage. The 2 daggers in his hands were like meat grinders, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. The dual-blade Gangchi swept away all the players on the road, turning them into white light. It was unrivaled and unstoppable. Link entered the battlefield and swung his alien battleaxe, cutting down a few shadow hounds and demons in his way. After snatching the undead's breath, he already had 5 stacks of blood rage. Seeing the terrifying tactician rush towards him, Link didn't say anything. He raised his hand and cast a high-level skill. After being in the legendary realm for a few days, it was time for him to show off his most terrifying damage skill. A violent bolt of red lightning appeared at the tip of Link's finger and shot straight at the terrifying tactician. The red lightning was so fast that it left the terrorizing tactician speechless, not giving him any chance to react. In the next moment, everyone on the battlefield, whether they were friend or foe, stopped what they were doing and turned to look. Under this lightning, the terrifying tactician was reduced to dust. -35,000 damage appeared above his head, large and clear. Insta-kill. Link had insta-killed an alien battlefield commander with one strike? Everyone's mind went blank. Even Ganis, who was in the center of the demonic forger's camp, was shocked. 617. The Path to Legendary. The players were all dumbfounded when they saw the huge critical hit number. Holy sh**t, what the hell was this finger of Link's? He had pointed at the terrifying tactician from dozens of feet away, and the terrifying tactician, whose data was a question mark in the eyes of the players, had turned into ashes. Instant kill. Terrifying. What kind of damage is Link dealing? He took 35,000 HP in an instant. 35,000 only means that the terrifying tactician has 35,000 HP. It doesn't mean that Link's attack only dealt 35,000 damage. It's ridiculous. The last time Link fought with the Warbringer, the highest damage he could deal was only 8,000 to 9,000. The other scattered attacks were around 1,000 to 2,000. This time, he's shocking the heavens and the gods. He's really overpowered. Link couldn't have studied the advanced knowledge and improved, could he? It's very likely. He disappeared for several days. There's an 80% chance that he has mastered advanced knowledge and leveled up. The players were whispering to each other, their eyes full of admiration. The wasteland might not be as strong as the alien planet, but they had Link. There was no limit to Link's growth. Even against stronger aliens, he could still perform wonderful attacks and defend the dignity of the wasteland. This was the main character of the wasteland. In the eyes of the NPCs and enemies, a red lightning bolt shot out from Link's finger and destroyed the terrifying tactician in an instant. The power of the attack was shocking. Terrorist was considered a very powerful force on an alien planet. It could be said that they were the number one existence below the war messenger. Whether it was individual strength or strategy, they were above the army's vanguard. Even a war envoy would not be able to kill him in one hit. The entire battlefield froze at Link's attack. Whether it was their own side or the enemy side, they were all struck out of their wits by this earth-shattering finger. Of course, even Link was shocked by his own finger of death. He could swear on his conscience that this attack was not meant to be pretentious at all. He just wanted to try out his own legendary skill. Who knew that the first time he used this skill, it would be a critical hit? Based on his current 30 points of luck, the critical hit rate was only a mere 0.3%. The first finger of death had triggered it, and this probability was enough to be called a great stroke of luck. At the same time, Lin Ke was sure that the attack bonus from Blood Rage was also effective against Finger of Death. Otherwise, it would not have been able to deal 35,000 damage. Because of the one-hit kill, the effect on the battlefield was at its peak. At the same time, a side quest popped up on Link's system. You have triggered the main city mission The Wasteland Will Never Be a Slave. Mission hint, you have defeated the alien invaders twice and thrice in the war, defeating the Warbringer and the terrorist. Now is the time to chase the alien invaders back to their homes and defend the honor of the wasteland. Mission reward, 800000, experience points 3 random alien materials, 1 influence point in the Fandi Galaxy, 1 title. Link was overjoyed when he saw the mission. He had actually received the influence of the Van Ti system. This was equivalent to stepping out of the wasteland and into the universe. Link was well aware of the shock that the Finger of Death had caused to everyone. Even he was shocked. Now, he had to press on with his victory and defeat the enemy in one go. The death of the terrifying tactician caused the alien army to lose a commander. They were like dragons without a leader. Ganis the war envoy flapped his huge wings and flew towards the main battlefield. He had thought that the terrifying tactician would only show signs of weakness after a long battle with Link. At that time, he would use his prepared plan to disrupt Link's state of mind. This way, he would gain the upper hand and fight when Link was unprepared to secure victory. However, the terrifying tactician had been killed in an instant, and that shocked Gannis. Without a commander, the alien army was still in shock at Link's earth-shattering kill. When they came back to their senses, their formation would definitely be in chaos. Now, only he could stabilize the situation. As long as they kept Link busy, the alien army's strength and quality would be enough to wipe out these ants. Link waved the alien axe as he walked, killing the alien army along the way. Alien army, attack Link! At Gannis's command, the alien army on the battlefield moved out and looked at Link. A banshee flashed in front of Link and used Spirit Shriek, but before Link could do anything, a cloud of grey fog suddenly swept over. Grace instantly appeared beside Link, her pupils gradually turning a terrifying yellow. "Let me deal with these demonesses." As soon as she finished speaking, the grey mist turned into countless tiny streams that shot out in all directions. The feathers on Grace's body exploded as she used Fatal Shriek to counter the banshee's skill. After failing to stop them, more banshees ran towards Link. The eagle banshee, who was flying in mid-air, rode on the grey fog and directly pounced on the banshee with her body, clearing all obstacles in front of her. Then, the huge army charged towards Link. All the vanguards on the battlefield abandoned their targets. Link was the only one in their eyes. Just imagine, hundreds of flaming vanguards on the battlefield running towards Link. What a spectacular sight! The macaw saw that something was wrong and immediately cursed, "F***CKU, you're so immoral. You actually arranged for all your forces to attack Link's single point. We agreed on a king versus king, general versus general. Your memorial tablet is with Link, everyone, charge. Everyone from the Spider Demon Empire, listen up." The macaw immediately called out. "Protect Link to the death and don't let these alien planets get close." All the spider demons on the battlefield immediately turned around to intercept the enemy after hearing the Imperial Prime Minister's order. Benjamin regathered the cavalrymen and charged from the side, tearing apart the formation of the Shadow Dogs. For a time, the entire battlefield had turned into a blockade and escort. The army's vanguard had a lot of HP. Link couldn't spend a lot of energy and attention on killing these creatures. He could only rely on the saber-toothed Tiger King's speed to dodge. However, there were many vanguards in the army, and they were huge in size. The rocks that were wrapped in flames were abnormally hard, and the ring of fire could also cause a certain amount of fire damage to the surrounding area. The two vanguards blocked his way. Link's alien battleaxe was already in the air. He was ready to kill the vanguards first before fighting the war messengers. At this moment, a beam of golden light descended from the sky. With a single strike of the staff, the two army vanguards were sent flying. The dense cracks on the ground radiated out, looking extremely ferocious. Under the flying dust, a black shadow gradually walked out. King Kong placed his hands on Heaven Shaker and walked out confidently. "Don't worry and go deal with the war messengers. Leave the vanguard to us." There was no need to say anything else. Link nodded. It was time to trust everyone. The macaw shuttled through the rain of bullets and quickly came to Link's side. "You can ride on Black Tornado. It's faster." Link jumped onto the Black Tornado and patted its neck. "Xiao Hei, it's all up to you now." The Black Tornado hissed and immediately activated Flashing Wind, increasing its speed by 10 times and becoming one with the wind. The vanguards in front all missed. The vanguards behind them started using their flame fists to punch the ground, making it uneven and making it difficult for Link to move. There were even vanguards who wanted to crush Link with their bodies. "Elder Lin, you go first, we'll help you." The elders of the Moon Shadow Council stepped forward, and the fifth elder transformed into a giant bear, holding the vanguard of the army with his bare hands and body. The other elders cast spells, and a sapling grew from the ground, turning into a big tree in an instant. The branches wrapped around the vanguard of the army and lifted them up, opening up a new path. Not far away, the tentacles dragon emerged from the ground and head-butted one of the vanguards. "Head of state, help me kill this bastard who destroyed my home." The Duke threw out dozens of small metal balls. In a moment, the small metal balls expanded and turned into frozen cluster cannons. The armored jeep stepped on the brakes. The freezing cannons in the car and the miniature cluster bombs on the shoulders of the Duke's armor were all in position. The firepower poured down like an army, blocking the vanguard of several armies. The spider demon warriors strode forward with their heavy bodies, using the long spears in their hands and their hard chitin outer shells to shake the vanguard of the army. Then, the battle began. Countless tiny brood mothers on the battlefield gathered together to form a giant metal spider. Its tentacles held up an area for Link and Black Tornado to pass through. In the next second, the vanguard's fiery fist smashed into the brood mother, but before the power could be transmitted, the brood mother shattered into countless small spiders, causing the fist to hit nothing. The vanguard's body staggered and fell to the ground. "Let's continue, leave this to me." Shizak suddenly appeared from the ground with a sword in his hand. He activated Power of Earth and blocked the two vanguards. The Black Tornado's lightning speed status disappeared, and Link had already arrived at the middle of the camp. At this moment, there were still more than a dozen vanguards of the army charging at them, while all the teammates behind them were already engaged in a battle with the enemy and could not split up. "It seems that I have to walk the last part of the road before I fight the war messenger." At that moment, Helen's voice suddenly sounded in Link's ears. "Head of state, I'll help you deal with these army vanguards." Before Link could ask how to solve this, there was a thunderous explosion in the sky. Then, Link saw a screen of light descend from the sky, and many metal plates suddenly appeared on the ground. In the next second, these discus unfolded and formed a potential difference with the slowly falling objects in the air. The electric current as thick as a bucket surged and struck the vanguard of the army, causing flames to burst and wails to be heard. The vanguard of the Legion, which was originally filled with flames and heat, had many stones on its body that showed signs of melting under the electric current. But soon, when the second wave of missiles hit, they exploded just as they were about to land. The thick white mist wrapped around the army's vanguard, making sizzling sounds. The originally hot air became extremely cold in an instant. "Hee, Princeps, we can only help you up to this point. The rest is up to you." It turned out that after watching Link's battle with the alien army, Helen had always remembered the giant vanguard. Although he had been busy with the development of the Sky Eye satellite and rocket, he hadn't forgotten about this matter. The Thunder Sting and Frost Fall missiles, which were jointly developed by her, Dave, and Dr. Ludwig, had been modified after reading the advanced knowledge from the Black Library to become what they were now. Now that the last line of defense had been taken care of, Black Tornado activated Electro Star, and his speed increased by 5 times as he rushed towards Gannis the war envoy. Gannis's wings suddenly exerted strength, stirring up a whirlwind, and the countless sand and gravel in the ruins clattered. The missile just now was very interesting. It had a little shadow of advanced knowledge. "Looks like you've already found the legacy left on the planet by the guards." There was no change in Gannis' tone, as if the one who had just died was not one of his men. Then, he changed the topic. "But it's a pity that the masterpiece just now is probably the last sound produced by your artillery formation." Link's expression changed, and he said excitedly, "What did you do to the artillery?" Seeing Link's expression change and his state of mind waver, Gannis's plan worked. He said slowly, "Even though we didn't take down the Scarlet Dragon Drake, there's always been a group of shadow dogs and otherworldly demons wandering outside. The moment I knew that you were going to attack, I had already arranged for this legion to deal a fatal blow to your artillery unit." Gannis swept his eyes over the intense battle and said, "Although this battle seems to be evenly matched, you have lost a complete long-range artillery unit. In the future, you will only become more and more powerless. The alien army will continue to descend until the wasteland is turned into a sea of fire." Link's expression softened as he saw the conceited look on Gannis's face. In the end, it turned into a playful one. "Oh, really? Would there really be an endless stream of alien armies? As far as I know, the alien planet is at a disadvantage in the war with the First Order and is currently fleeing madly in the Fandi system, right? During this period, you should be looking for low civilization planets to invade and plunder resources. Other than the wasteland, there should be other targets, right? Are you sure that after investing so many resources without any benefits, Abu would still invest in you?" Link tried hard to hold back his laughter. His eyes seemed to be saying, "No way, no way, no way." There was no change in Gannis' expression, but his eyes were cold enough to kill. Link was telling the truth. More importantly, how did he know about the planet's recent movements? He even knew about the hairstyles and other targets. Thinking about Link's sudden increase in power and the fact that he had learned such a powerful skill, an unbelievable thought came to Gannis' mind. Perhaps Link's advancement was not because he had found the previously lost advanced knowledge, but because he had a connection with first rank, and the advanced knowledge came from first rank. They were overly powerful and knew the movements of the alien planets clearly. They made the alien planets send their forces to the wasteland step by step and then exhausted them. Gannis felt a chill behind him. Perhaps, this was a trap set up by the first rank and Link. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I was the first to know that you arranged a legion to attack the artillery battalion. If I'm not wrong, you won't be able to see those shadow dogs and mutant demons. Link's lips curled up. At the same time, the sounds of battle could be heard from the artillery position a few kilometers away. However, this sound was definitely not something that could be produced by the attacks of the shadow dog and the otherworldly demon. Link was really prepared. 618 The alien army's failure on the verge of success. A few days ago, they had launched the Sky Eye satellites. The 3 Sky Eye satellites had been monitoring and scanning the demonic forger camp and the surrounding desert at all times. They had long grasped the traces of this foreign planet army that was running around. Even when Link led the wasteland army to the border, the alien army showed no signs of returning. On the contrary, he deliberately avoided the main battlefield and was obviously observing from the sidelines, looking sneaky and ready to cause trouble. Thus, Link had Pharaoh Tumen, Constellation, and Netherworld stay behind to guard the cannon camp. With Helen, the future mother goddess of machines, guarding the cannon camp, the alien army would only be asking for trouble. The result was just as Link had expected. This alien army had other intentions. Their goal was to attack the artillery position in the rear. With sufficient preparations, a wave of warm gifts naturally came to fill the cannon formation. Pharaoh's Tumen, Constellation, Netherworld, and Helen were all high from killing. Troy materialized from the wireless device in the jeep at the front line. His body turned into a stream of data and crossed hundreds of meters in an instant. He came to Link's side. Head of State, the alien army at the artillery position has been cleared. After he said that, he shot a glance at Gannis. His eyes seemed to be saying that he had already seen through this trick. The corners of Link's mouth curled up slightly. If the loud gunshots earlier had made Gannis panic, then the data stream of consciousness that suddenly appeared in front of him and what he had just said was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Gannis had wanted to use this surprise troop to distract Link, but he didn't expect his own cleverness to backfire on him. The enemy had long known the troop's whereabouts and was just playing along. Now, it was Gannis himself who was feeling uneasy. He was very worried about whether Link and the first rank had any other tricks up their sleeves. Especially since they had descended on the wasteland, the first rank had been hiding behind Link and giving advice. They had never shown their faces or had any direct evidence. This made Gannis feel a deep sense of unease, afraid that if he took the wrong step, he would fall into an abyss that was beyond redemption. With fear in his heart, he would hesitate when he attacked. Troy saw the veins popping out on Gannis' forehead and knew the outcome of this battle was decided. The data stream of consciousness's clone disappeared into the air with the wind. Link looked at Gannis and almost asked, "Do you agree?" Link saw that Gannis's lips were twitching, but he did not give him a chance to speak. He said, "Cut the crap. The outcome of this war will still be decided by the result of our battle." Without waiting for Gannis to speak, Link swung the alien battleaxe at him. Gannis's face was ashen. He naturally recognized the weapon that Link had bought. He had killed Tulu, taken his weapon, and now he was using it against him. If they lost to Link, it would be the same as losing to Tulu. This wave could be considered to be very damaging and even more humiliating. The alien battle axe's aura was overflowing. The high strength bonus and the passive effect allowed Link to exert a spirit that was no weaker than Tulu's. Gannis flapped his wings and dodged. He first used the Devour skill to remove the Blood Rage status from Link. She had observed Link and Tulu's battle from the shadows and was extremely wary of Link's ability to absorb undead aura for his own use. Tulu had already suffered once, so he wouldn't fall for the same trick again. The blood rage on Link's body was dispelled, and his attack power was reduced by 50%. However, this did not stop him from continuing his attack. Sensing that Link's aura had weakened, Ganis stopped dodging. A pair of black gloves suddenly appeared on his claws and he swooped down. Clang! The battle axe and the finger guard, both made of alien alloy, collided with each other. A sharp, ear-piercing sound of friction accompanied by sparks swept past. The resulting air wave even sent the sand and rubble on the ground flying. With the previous experience of fighting the War Messenger, Link had a clear idea of the War Messenger's skills, HP, and other data. He didn't probe too much and didn't play any games. Today, Link's goal was to drive the alien army out of the wasteland. He didn't just want to fight the War Messenger. The two weapons were pressed against each other at such a close distance. Link's figure seemed so thin and weak in front of Ganis, but the stalemate in power made him seem so powerful. Ganis tried to suppress Link with all his might, but he realized that Link was no weaker than him. The ground under their feet had already cracked, and it was difficult to move in this situation. Whoever stopped the force first would fall into a passive position. Ganis spread his huge wings and looked around vigilantly. After making sure that there was no danger, he stared at Link and said, "Now, feel the shadow embrace." With that, the wings were filled with shadow-like energy. Purple void runes could be seen on the wings, and it wanted to wrap around Link. Link could feel the energy in his body being sucked in by a powerful force from the outside world. It was about to be released at any moment. Link closed all his pores, trying to stop the energy from leaking. Seeing how Link was struggling to resist, a smile appeared on Ganis's face. No matter how the first rank and Link calculated, they would never have thought that his pair of wings could not only be used for flight but also had a special secret technique. The last thing you should do is to engage in close combat with a war emissary who is a terrifying tactician. Link raised his head and stared at Ganis. His ferocious expression gradually relaxed, and his serious expression turned into a meaningful smile. "I'll give you the same words. Last time, you hid in the dark and watched my fight with Tulu. Didn't you tell me not to fight me in close combat?" As soon as he finished speaking, Link whistled. With a whoosh, a red arrow shot out from Link's sleeve. It was extremely fast, leaving only a red streak in the air. Seeing Link's whistle arrow, Ganis snorted disapprovingly. He'd already noticed the hidden arrow on Link last time, so he'd been prepared. He had already assessed the lethality of the arrows, and they were not enough to pose a threat to him. His wings might look weak, but they were one of the toughest parts of Ganis' body. Because of the runes and shadow grasp, his wings had the characteristics of absorbing and resisting energy. Link's move was only for show. At most, it was like an annoying mosquito buzzing around him in protest. However, before a look of disdain could be seen on his face, his expression froze. The red arrow easily pierced through his wings and flew out with a trace of purple blood. In the next second, the red arrow turned around at an unbelievable angle in the air and pierced into the place where the wing and the scapula were connected. Ganis was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. He had paid attention to this hidden arrow the last time, and it would not have caused such a degree of damage. With his wings engraved with runes, it would be a piece of cake to block the attack, but why did it collapse? Meeting Link's smile, it dawned on Ganis that he must have fallen for the first rank's trap again. They had deliberately not appeared to make him careless, and had even strengthened Link's dark arrow during this time. This was because, upon closer inspection, Ganis could feel the magical steel unique to foreign planets in the red arrow. It was made of the same material as the alien battleaxe and the finger caught in his hand, and it was extremely sharp. Ganis let go of his hand helplessly and waved his arm to block the red arrow. Link took the opportunity to swing his axe at Ganis's body, but he wrapped his body in wings and took the blow. The powerful force was absorbed by the wings, and the runes on the wings became brighter and clearer. The next second, the wings returned the energy waves they had just absorbed. Link quickly activated his power boots and flew into the air to avoid the attack. A semicircular ditch had appeared where Link had been standing. Under the bombardment of the energy waves, it was like plowing the land. Without waiting for Ganis to do anything else, Link held the axe with both hands, his spine bent into a crescent shape, and all his strength was concentrated on the alien axe. When Ganis saw this action, his brain buzzed. He was all too familiar with this move. It was the signature skill of the Warbringer Space Tearing Slash. He didn't know when Link had mastered this skill, but from his actions, he was serious. A strong pressure came over, making Ganis feel a little suffocated. However, Link didn't give him any chance. The alien battleaxe in his hand was already swung down from the air. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth trembled and the ground cracked. The huge crack fell apart, and the gap was more than a meter wide at one point. Many buildings in the demonic forge camp were torn apart and collapsed. The resulting shockwaves swept through the air, and the shockwaves didn't stop even after reaching 100 meters away. Thick smoke and scorched earth rose, and ashes rose in the air. It was like the end of the world. From the cloud of dust, Lin Ke saw a damage figure of 5278. It consumed 300 energy points, but the damage it caused was comparable to Apocalypse and Finger of Death. It had to be said that the additional damage added by the Space Rift Slash was eye-catching. The next second, he charged into the ashes, not giving Ganis any chance to catch his breath. The earth trembled once again, and a cloud of dust rose from the center of the battle, shooting up a dozen meters into the sky. A cloud of dust exploded from the center, as if a row of lead detonators had exploded. The damage caused by the explosion was even higher than the damage caused by the Space Rift Slash just now. Apocalypse. Minus 6031. The strength of these two attacks had far exceeded Ganis' expectations. In just a few days, Link seemed to have become a completely different person. His attacks were like a storm, and even his strength was higher. Ganis was clearly enraged. He aimed his finger caught at Link and used Shattered Soul to weaken him. He then raised his hoof, ready to cast Trample. The first thing Link did was pull back, and the dagger slipped from his hand. Just as he reappeared at the location of the flash dagger, he did not expect a strong suction force to come from Ganis' body. A powerful gravitational current pulled Link back. As his feet landed on the ground, a muffled sound came from the earth. The stomp stunned him for 5 seconds, and Ganis could use these 5 seconds to cast many skills. However, even after the ground shook, Link did not fall into a daze. In this moment of distraction, the red arrow that the demonic steel ant had transformed into pierced through Ganis' wing again, and a stream of purple blood followed. How is this possible? How can you still move? Ganis' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If Link had been knocked unconscious by the combo earlier, he could have used the power of destruction and the horde of rotting bees to severely injure Link. However, the surefire situation was ruined by the fact that Link did not die from the stun. Link smiled and had no intention of explaining to Ganis. While launching an attack that destroyed everything, he teased, "I still have a lot of trump cards." Trample was definitely a stunning skill with a high priority. Moreover, the combo attack just now was extremely exciting. Even Link had fallen for it. If not for his steel barrier specialty, he would probably have taken a few of Ganis' skills and ultimate skills. He would not have been able to face it so calmly. Steel barrier, after leaving battle for 1 hour, if you have not received any damage, your skin will possess steel defense and generate a shield with a capacity of 5% of your total health points. The shield can be immune to abnormal states such as stun and stun. Lin Ke had relied on the shield generated by Steel Fortress to resist the Stomp's stun. The combo attack that he had been planning for a long time had lost its effectiveness, and Ganis was at his wit's end. Although he still had many skills that he had not used, Link's body was still strong. Once he missed, there would be little chance left for him. The alien battle axe stabbed into the ground after the space splitter. Link held the magic box pistol in one hand and a chi blade in the other. He used gunfighting and close-range assassination to fight with Ganis. As a level 61+ leader, Ganis' level and strength were quite impressive. However, Link was now at level 60+, legendary. Although there was a 1-level difference, there was a huge difference between the template of a leader and a legendary. In addition, Link had S, A, and B grade skills. He was like a living treasure house with endless tricks and trump cards. Towards the end of the fight, Ganis was completely dumbfounded. He could not understand how Link could use skills from so many different classes. There was a limit to a person's brain and energy, and only a few geniuses among geniuses could be omniscient and omnipotent. However, such a person should not appear on a planet with a low-leveled civilization. Gannis' wings were already riddled with holes. The bullets in Link's pistol seemed to have some sort of magic to them. Every bullet hit the critical parts of the wings. The once plump wings were now damaged after repeated attacks. The thin film of the wings was broken, leaving holes of all sizes. One of the wing joints had even been broken by the previous attack. It drooped weakly and no longer looked domineering. Gannis closed his wings and opened them again. From within, countless bees with the smell of decay swarmed out, spreading death and decay. Link hurriedly used his flash dagger to avoid the hornet's attack. The cement and tiles on the ground visibly disintegrated and crumbled upon contact with the decaying aura. At this moment, Link saw a green teleportation portal appear under Gannis' feet. Gannis began to chant an incantation in the middle of the formation, clearly planning to abandon the alien army on the battlefield and escape on his own. Even his lower body had begun to turn illusionary, leaving the wasteland space. Finger of Death. Without hesitation, Link pointed at Gannis, who was in the middle of the portal. A red bolt of lightning suddenly appeared. On the other side, the red arrow that the magic steel ant had transformed into also streaked past from the side, heading straight for Gannis. Two red lights flashed by, but the teleportation array did not stop. However, Gannis, who had cast the spell in the middle, turned into dust at a speed visible to the naked eye, and disappeared from the demonic forger's camp along with the magic circle. The chaotic battlefield fell silent again because of Link's spell. On the other side of the teleportation portal. P.S. To celebrate writing 2 million words for this book, it's the book with the most words in Wanjun's entire writing career. It'll break its own record every day after this. 619 The Sparks of the Wasteland. On an alien star. The teleportation circle imprinted an incantation on the ground. A green light flashed from the center of the magic circle, but the expected person did not appear. A cloud of ashes fell to the ground, and the shoulder armor made of alien magical steel rolled its eyes. There were even signs of char and explosion on the edge, and a hole caused by a sharp object was clearly visible in the center. Clang! The pauldron fell to the ground and broke into two from the hole. The flashing green circle fell into a dormant state again, and the spell dimmed, leaving only the traces of the spell. The broken pauldron lay alone on the red scorched ground, giving off a desolate feeling. A moment later, a black shadow walked forward and covered the circle, as well as Gannis's corpse and relics. The black shadow grabbed the remains and the corpse. He opened his palm and took a look. The terrifying aura of death was still floating in the ashes. Soon after, he placed his other hand on the pauldron, and a green energy immediately wrapped around the pauldron. An illusionary image gradually appeared in the air. In the video, Gannis's shoulder armor was pierced through by the red arrows that the magic steel ants had condensed. His wings were also in a terrible state. His mental state was extremely nervous, and he was very different from the high-spirited man he remembered. Just as he was about to use the teleportation circle, a strong death energy suddenly hit Gannis and instantly disintegrated into ashes. The pauldron on his shoulder was twisted into the teleportation circle, so it only suffered a portion of the damage. The rest of it returned to the star with the teleportation circle. The black shadow stretched out his finger and touched the scorched and exploded part of the pauldron. After a moment, he gently gasped and sighed, "Hiss, what a domineering ability!" The black shadow's expression turned grave. Such terrifying strength should not have appeared on a planet with a low-leveled civilization. Even in first rank, this kind of strength would make them elites. Just feeling the tear on the shoulder armor was enough to make one's heart palpitate. The true power of this move was something that even the Black Shadow himself did not dare to take head-on. Including Tulu, 2 war messengers had died on the wasteland. With Gannis dead, the alien army would have no leader and would not be able to survive. The battle on the wasteland had ended in failure, and at the same time, they had lost 2 of their valiant generals. The Black Shadow was extremely angry about this. If it were not for the fact that the alien planet and first rank had reached a critical stage, he would have personally descended on the wasteland and let these ants have a taste of the alien army's wrath. He thought of the reason why the 2 war messengers under his command went to the wasteland was because they were summoned by the magic box. The Black Shadow's expression suddenly became serious. Gannis had broken his oath that he had died in battle on the wasteland and risked his life to teleport back. It was definitely not to escape. Combined with the fact that the wasteland's powerful enemies had killed 2 of his favorite generals in a row, he had reason to suspect that the wasteland was most likely a trap dug by the First Order for them to keep losing soldiers and fall into exhaustion. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why a Grade C super would appear on a planet with a low-leveled civilization. I will make the First Order and the wasteland pay for this. The shadow clenched his fists, and the pauldrons in his hands creaked. A moment later, they turned into deformed scrap iron and fell to the ground. Wasteland, Demonic Forgers Camp. With the death of the wasteland commander, Gannis, the remaining alien forces lost their backbone and began to flee in all directions. The rest of the battle was a one-sided slaughter. Although the players' damage wasn't high, they had the advantage in numbers. This was especially true in a one-sided victory. Only then would players be able to display their full potential. The alien army scattered in all directions, but not a single one of them could escape the players' pursuit. The players stuck to the enemy like glue, leaving them no place to hide. Now that he was at the final stage, Link stopped pretending. The Shadow Hounds wanted to use their high mobility to escape, but Link ordered the Shadow Hounds to gather and run towards the southern slums. This was the place where the alien planet first landed. Since it started here, it would end here. The Shadow Hounds thought that their boss would take them south across the ocean and back to the island, but the Shadow Hounds stopped at the seaside. The dark shadow dogs all gathered together, forming a blood-red big net. Seeing that the pursuing enemy was getting closer and closer, the shadow dogs made anxious sounds. The tentacles on their heads were probing around, extremely nervous. At that moment, the Shadow Hound released Shadow Fog, forming a shadow fog with a diameter of 400 meters, blocking the perception of all the Shadow Hounds inside. The shielding field created by the Shadow Hound instantly isolated the Shadow Hound's perception. Although they didn't know what was going on, they couldn't feel the presence of the enemy, so the Shadow Dogs subconsciously let down their guard and cancelled their offensive state. The Wolf Riders led by Benjamin quickly surrounded the Shadow Dogs. The Elders of the Moon Shadow Council led the Druids to hunt and kill the demonic creatures. Link's high-end pets, the Tentacle Dragon God, King Kong, Shizuk, and the Broodmother were cleaning up the vanguard of the army. Grace led the Harpies and the Alchemy army to wander around the demonic forgers' camp in a grey mist, looking for the hiding Harpies. The Macaw was very perceptive. At this moment, it was already gathering the Spider Demon Empire's troops and counting their losses. Soon, Link arrived at the coastline of the southern slums. The Shadow Hound was exceptionally obedient in the dark fog, and did not attack at all. But Benjamin did not dare to let his guard down. After all, he had fought with the Shadow Dog army several times, and knew how terrifying these Shadow Dogs could be when they formed a group. If there was any riot and they could not disperse quickly, the beach would definitely become a disaster for the Wolf Riders. As for the leader Link, apologies were not in Benjamin's consideration. A person who could cause damage in a range of hundreds of meters, as long as he wanted to, these Shadow Dogs in front of him would definitely not be alive. Benjamin, take the Wolf Riders and maintain order around the beach. Do not let any Inhumans near the beach. Yes. With Link's order, Benjamin immediately led the Wolf Riders to set up a cordon on the beach. Although he didn't know what the head of state was going to do, his orders had to be carried out unconditionally. Link then activated the sound bug in his ear and contacted Helen, who was at the cannon position. Helen, everything is settled at the Demon Forgers camp. How's the preparation I asked you to do? Helen's cheerful voice sounded in his ears. So fast? As expected, the head of state's attack was extraordinary. The ship you want will arrive soon, please wait a moment. Link ordered the undead and mummies to get into position. Then, the magic steel ant's red arrows began to dart through the dark fog. The burning damage and piercing effect of the frequent vibrations completely ignored the thick skin of the Shadow Dog. In front of the red arrow, it was as fragile as paper and easily pierced through. The red arrow was so fast that it dazzled everyone's eyes. However, Shadow Hound, who had lost his perception, had no idea what had happened. He still didn't notice the many wounds on his body and thought that everything was over. Just as Link's red arrows were about to kill all the Shadow Hounds, a transport ship appeared on the shore. Next, it's your turn to perform," Link said to the Undying and the Mummy. The undead could turn shadow dogs into zombie shadow dogs by biting. Mummies, on the other hand, could transform the complete body of a shadow hound into a low-level mummy through the transformation ritual. Although these two changes would cause the shadow dog's levels to drop drastically, from level 30 elites to level 15 to 25 zombies and mummies, Link could now own an entire undead shadow dog army. The shadow dog's thick skin had a high resistance, and after being transformed into a zombie or mummy, its resistance was even higher. It also had the ability to spread pestilence and protect itself with magic. It could be said that it was stronger than the others. The loss of levels was the least of his worries. Following Link, the last thing he had to worry about was levels. He had always been first class in causing trouble and fighting. After settling the matters on the battlefield, Link was going to put an end to the whole thing. The Hidden Island. The Hidden Island was the cause of everything. The alien army had arrived at the wasteland from there. According to the Shadow Hound's report and description, Link could confirm that the two people on the island who had an illicit connection with the alien planet were the two people Mandala needed to kill for her revenge mission. James Dean and Aziz were two of the 7 traitors. The two of them were also commander-level NPCs. To prevent any accidents from happening, Link didn't bring too many people with him. He only ordered King Kong and Shizik to take the transport ship. The Shadow Hound had already informed Link of the location of the invisible pirates when it infiltrated the area. It was probably set up with a barrier or some kind of camouflage, so that the reconnaissance helicopter did not notice it at a high altitude. However, with the accurate coordinates, Link was going to attack quickly and directly. In addition to Link and his pets, the transport ship also had to transport a group of people. They were the defectors who had betrayed the wasteland. Since this betrayal was so impressive, it shouldn't be stopped just because of a battle. Although War Overlord Gannis had been killed in an instant, he had still managed to fulfill the request he had made to test them. Moreover, this group of defectors wanted to go out and explore the world. It was a good time for them to return to the star and provide information. After the defectors were resurrected and assembled, all of them boarded the ship and went into the sea. Link called Suya and Tian Xinling over and created a mission for them. Compared to the other players, he trusted these two more. He had seen Suyi's analysis on the forum, which was quite amazing and reliable. He had said before that he would put him in an important position. Although she was half duped into becoming a magician and only knew how to cast a fireball spell, Link never looked down on her. 1.0 It was only the early version, and it could not determine the future development. Being a mage was a very promising profession, but Suya couldn't find an opportunity to study and develop it in the wasteland. Tian Xinling was one of the elders of the Miracle Guild. She was also Wind Chaser's subordinate, so she was also worthy of being entrusted with an important task. Without Gannis's endorsement, when so many of you arrive on the foreign planet, it will definitely arouse the suspicion of the enemy. At that time, you may be subjected to all kinds of extraordinary treatment and torture, but you must hold on. The battle between the alien planet and first rank had already entered the white heat stage. The alien planet would not put too much energy on you. If we can't unearth the mysteries of your bodies, we'll start using you. That's when you'll show your strength. If the alien planet asked about the wasteland, there was no need to hide anything. If there was something you didn't know, just say you didn't. Don't try to hide it. I can see that these defectors regard you too as their backbone. Other than on the alien planet, you'll definitely come into contact with many people from other planets or forces. You don't have to be confined to the alien planet, you can expand your development to other planets and forces. Link's words were summarized into a mission called A Single Spark Can Set a Prairie on Fire. The mission required them to gain the trust of the alien planet and get in touch with other races and organizations other than the alien planet. This was to prepare the wasteland for its future expansion into the universe. Suya and Tian Xinling nodded heavily and accepted the mission. Link had given the two of them a separate mission. This in itself was a form of trust and respect. After witnessing Link's strength today, their sense of belonging to the wasteland grew even stronger. Link was able to defeat the locust-like alien planet with such ease. His future was limitless. Just from the two battles with the Messenger of War, anyone could tell that Link's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. They could be considered as one of the higher-leveled players, and they could detect that the war envoy Gannis was a level 61 leader. He had no way of fighting back against Link, but Link's stats were all question marks. However, there were also speculations among the players. One of the most convincing explanations was that Link had obtained the advancement knowledge in the past few days and had successfully entered the legendary level. Only a legend could beat a commander in such an overbearing manner. Head of state, we're about to reach the designated coordinates. What do we do now? The voice of the transport ship's soldiers came from outside. Link glanced at the two and patted their shoulders. All right, it's time for you to show off. We don't know what's going on inside, and we don't know if the portal is still working. After we disembark, everything will depend on your adaptability. You only have half an hour. After half an hour, I will go ashore and kill the traitor with my own hands. We'll try our best. The two of them nodded. Suya and Tianxin Ling quickly returned to the team of defectors. With Link's individual summoning just now, their positions among the defectors were further established. Everyone, focus. It's our turn now. We don't know what's going on inside, so we'll act according to the situation. The group jumped into the sea from the deck and swam in the boundless ocean in front of them. There was no island in front of them. However, after swimming for a while, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. They stepped on a reef, and in front of them appeared islands, beaches, palm trees, broad-leaved woods, and a straight cliff. At the center of the island, a purple light shot straight into the sky, and energy could be clearly felt in the surroundings. 620 The Revenge of the Mandala. This Swan Ni actually has an island. Although Link had said that this was the location, the players jumped off the ship without hesitation. However, hearing about it from others and seeing it with one's own eyes were two different things. Just separated by a layer of enchantment, there was a whole new world inside. The players stepped onto the shore of the island, walked onto the beach, and soaked in the water like drenched chickens. A large number of players entered the barrier, immediately attracting the attention of Aziz and Douglas the Houndmaster. Especially when Douglas smelled the scent of shadow hounds and Gannis on these inhumans. However, before everyone could gather on the shore, there was a rustling sound in the forest, and then the shadow dogs jumped out of the bushes. There were so many of them that it was too many for the eyes to take in. The players only saw a mass of red in front of them, and they were quickly surrounded by the shadow dogs. Suya and Tianxin Ling, who were at the front, looked at each other and suddenly felt that something was wrong. They had expected the shadow dogs to be on the island, but they had not expected so many. Did the alien army have another trump card? However, before they could react, a tall man with a cloak over his head appeared from the forest. The cloak covered most of his face, and the squid-like tentacles on his chin were clearly visible hanging in front of his chest. A red whistle was half covered, and a leather whip hung on his waist. He looked quite mysterious. Suya raised his hands without a word and said, "Lord Dog Trainer, the front line has been defeated. Lord Gannis has been killed by Link. We are defectors who have defected to the alien planet. We risked our lives to escape here." Douglas glanced at the battered Inhumans, still doubtful. Although Gannis had not told him about the Inhumans, he had heard about it from the other alien army members. Gannis wanted to recruit the Inhumans of the wasteland for his own use, but it was said that he encountered some difficulties along the way. "Lord Dog Trainer, the bandits are powerful now, and we had to use all our strength to escape. Link is already preparing the ships. If they attack, the consequences will be unimaginable." Suyi's face was full of anxiety, and 4 words were written all over his face: "Loyalty can be seen." The others looked at Tianxin Ling's eyes and all shouted, "That's right, we've only just joined the alien planet. Our loyalty to the alien planet can be seen by the sun and the moon. We don't want to be captured again as soon as we join the alien planet. I don't want to die yet. Mr. Dog Trainer, please take us away. We also have a lot of information about the wasteland. If we leave now, we can still report to the alien planet. If we leave any later, I'm afraid we won't be able to report it." That's right, Link has already grasped the advanced knowledge, and his power is 1 level above Lord Gannis. If this news doesn't reach the alien planet, when the wasteland becomes more powerful in the future and joins forces with the First Order, they'll definitely be a threat to the alien planet. Tianxin Ling was the last to assist. The words advanced knowledge and First Order in his words were all extremely stressful words to the aliens. The Hound Master's eyes were initially filled with determination. He wanted to fight one last round with Link. But when he heard the Inhuman's words, he could not help but have doubts. That's right, the wasteland was just a planet with a low-leveled civilization. Logically speaking, in their past attacks, they could easily destroy such a planet and occupy it. But after arriving at the wasteland, they suffered losses one after another. 2 war emissaries and tens of thousands of legions were defeated. This was not normal in itself. How did you know about first rank? Douglas's eyes suddenly turned sharp as he stared at Tianxin Ling and asked. Tianxin Ling was stunned for a moment. My previous boss was the wind-chasing PRO. She was a rather powerful character among the mutants. She was the head of the monster security company in Link's Lin Financial Group and had been following him for a long time, so she knew a lot of his secrets. I heard that Link has some connection with the first rank, and it's all thanks to the first rank that he's able to improve so quickly. Douglas was about to say something more, when a voice suddenly came from afar. Mr. Dog Trainer, I think these Inhumans are right. Now that we've been exposed, I think we should retreat to the other star as soon as possible. Furthermore, we've obtained such important information in the wasteland and understood the movements of the first rank. This is very likely a huge trap laid by the first rank, so an early report might allow the alien planet to be prepared in advance. The one who spoke was Aziz, and beside him was Dean, who was wrapped in a grey linen robe. His island was protected by a barrier, so if so many Inhumans could find this place, they must have obtained the exact coordinates. Therefore, to a certain extent, they were all trustworthy. Furthermore, given the current situation, they would have to retreat to the alien planet if nothing unexpected happened. Their original plan was to lure them to the alien planet and kill Link to ensure their own safety. But now, even the alien planet couldn't do anything to Link. Link could control the wasteland with one hand. They couldn't stay here any longer. Instead of waiting for death on the wasteland, it was better to escape to a foreign planet with the army. Perhaps there would be a chance to make a comeback in the future. However, leaving the wasteland meant that they would lose their bargaining chip with the alien planet. And these undying mutants made up for this. As long as he could become the leader of this group of defectors and have his own force, he would be able to obtain a position on the alien planet. Just like this dog trainer Douglas, his home planet had also been conquered by a foreign planet. He had relied on his ability to tame the shadow dog to surrender to the foreign planet, and only then did he obtain his current status. Douglas was completely convinced. If the wasteland had made contact with the First Order, it would definitely be a conspiracy and a huge pit. Instead of fighting to the death here, it would be better to return to the star and report the news to Sir Abu Muslim. Also, from his conversation with Mr. Abu, Douglas learned that several low civilization planets had been discovered on the alien planet recently and were ready to plunder resources. Perhaps these low civilization planets were also a trap set by the First Order. Douglas did not have the cunningness and wisdom of Ganis. He only knew that this conquest across space was very likely a conspiracy of the First Order. Although it didn't show on the surface, in fact, his heart was already in turmoil, and he deeply felt that he had fallen into a huge conspiracy. This information does indeed need to be sent back to the foreign planet for Sir Abu Muslim to make the final decision. Douglas looked back at the thousands of Inhumans and said, although I don't know what Ganis has promised you, but if you follow me to the alien planet, you will be re-examined for loyalty. Those who fail or those with ulterior motives will taste the cruel revenge. Douglas glanced at Aziz and Dean. If the Inhumans were suspicious, then Aziz and Dean were even more suspicious. The alien planet did not notice the wasteland at first, but Aziz and Dean used a summoning ritual to attract the wasteland's attention, hoping that they would come and occupy the planet. The alien planet didn't think too much about it. After all, it was a low-leveled civilization planet. After conquering it, they could even plunder resources, so why not? However, when he arrived at the wasteland, he realized that he was stuck in a quagmire. Losing 2 generals and an army of more than 10,000 was like adding hail to snow for the alien planet that had already suffered heavy losses. The two of you will be responsible for bringing up the rear of the teleportation gate. After all of us have left, close the portal when we leave. Douglas decided to minimize the risk. As long as he and his troops successfully passed through the portal, he could control the closing of the portal on the other side and minimize the risk. Dean originally wanted to say something but was stopped by Aziz. He clearly sensed Douglas' distrust of them, but nothing he said could be proven right now. He could only prove it with his actions when they arrived on the alien planet. Douglas began to command the Shadow Hounds and the rest of the demonic creatures to enter the portal, leaving a small number of Shadow Hounds to keep an eye on the Inhumans. They entered the portal in batches. The teleportation gate at the center of the island was filled with violent energy, and the players were especially excited when they could see the scenery of the other world through the teleportation gate. It was a blurry world. The scorched earth and the bare Gobi Desert in the distance gave people a feeling of western desert and doomsday. Steam rose and blocked some strangely shaped buildings, giving people a twisted and mysterious feeling. The players' naturally excited expressions were all seen by Douglas. In his opinion, only those who truly sought refuge with an alien planet would show such an excited expression. If they wanted to sneak into the alien planet, most of them would be nervous and suspicious. Moreover, with a scale of several thousand people, no matter how well they covered it up, they would still be exposed. However, under his observation, everyone was eager and expectant. He didn't see any doubt or nervousness. If Link knew what Douglas was thinking, he would definitely laugh at his naivety. What were players? They were undying beings. Would they show fear in a new place? If they died, they would resurrect, and if they resurrected and died, they would go offline. They had no fear of death. Only when they said that death would affect their interests would they show a symbolic respect. Link looked at the time. Half an hour had passed. It was time to attack. Are you guys ready? Link turned to King Kong and Shizuke. Shizuke glanced at King Kong and proposed a tempting plan. The previous matches haven't ended yet. Why don't we try again this time? Whoever kills one person first wins, do you dare? King Kong slowly closed his eyes and put his palms together. Buddhist light surged around him. Amitabha. Monks don't lie or gamble. They must be wary of being competitive so as not to be entangled with karma with hostility. The Shizuke crocodile opened its mouth, its eyes mocking, then I'll leave. King Kong opened his eyes and looked at Shizuke's slightly provocative posture. He sighed and said, "Sigh, I'm not here for a bet, but for the people of the wasteland to kill the scourge with my own hands." Getting rid of evil for the people, even if it was affected by karma, it was like feeding the eagle with one's body. The Buddha said, "If I don't enter hell, who will? Today, I'll go to hell." Link ordered the transport ship to move towards the coordinates. After a short while, when the transport ship passed through a barrier, the scene of the cloudy waves in front of them suddenly changed. An island appeared in front of them. There was a reef beach, palm trees, broad-leaved forest, and a straight cliff in the distance. At the center of the island, a purple light could be clearly seen from the sky. Violent energy fluctuations could be seen under the light. King Kong and Shizuke didn't wait for the ship to dock and jumped off the deck. The Vatra realm's hand shook the sky, and with a thought, the sky shaking turned into a skateboard. He stepped on the skateboard and quickly disappeared into the forest. Shizuke jumped down from the deck and disappeared into the sand, using his vanish ability. When the ship came to a stop, Link then disembarked. The soldiers from the transport ship also got off the ship. Link saw an unexpected person among the camouflaged soldiers. It was an old man in a yellow undershirt. He waved his fan and smiled with yellow teeth. The old man stood out among the soldiers. Link was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but ask, "Old Wang, what are you doing here?" The old man had been recruited into the Kylin Hall when the Kylin Hall had been established last year. During the selection process, Link had personally confirmed that he was recruited into the Kylin Hall. He valued Lao Wang's intelligence-gathering ability. He had been working hard in the Kylin Hall for more than half a year, wandering around all day as the old gatekeeper, and had indeed found a lot of information. Old Wang scratched his chicken nest-like head and smiled. Everyone in the Kylin Hall is participating in the battle on the front line. As a member, I can't fall behind. Bob knew that I wouldn't be of much use on the battlefield, so he got me to help on the ship. Link didn't think too much about it. Everyone was involved in this battle. The Kylan Hall was an important part of the monster security company, so they naturally had to take up the responsibility. Then you have to be careful later and stay here. The enemy could appear at any time. If you feel something is wrong, go hide on the ship. Although the enemy was fleeing in a panic, it was inevitable that they were hiding some tricks or suicide squads. The other soldiers had the ability to protect themselves, but with Old Wang's body and age, he still needed to be reminded. Old Wang waved his hand impatiently. Don't worry, head of state. I've been able to live in the Sand City for so long, so my skills in running around are naturally top-notch. Perhaps I'm even better than you. Link chuckled. He then headed in the direction of the pillar of purple energy. After 2 steps, Link saw the purple energy rapidly weaken. The pillar's height dropped rapidly, and the waves weakened. This was obviously a sign that the portal was closing. In the next second, a golden light burst out in the forest, and the wind swept away the clouds. King Kong and Shizuk's intense battle in the forest created a shocking commotion. When Link arrived at the scene, the first thing he saw was the portal on the alien planet. Through the portal that was slowly closing, Link saw the scene on the other side. In front of the portal was the blurry figure of Douglas the Hound Master, but his cloak and the thick, fleshy beard on his chin still showed his identity. At this moment, he was guarding the teleportation gate in order to prevent someone from being at a disadvantage at the last moment when the teleportation gate closed. Then, Link saw Dean in his grey linen robe fighting King Kong, as well as the old man Aziz who was fighting Shizuk without losing. Link and Douglas looked at each other. However, due to the fluctuations of the portal's energy, they could not see clearly. Link's lips curled up. The footprints near the portal indicated that more than 1,000 players had left with Douglas. These players, who represented the starfire of the wasteland, would shine in the Fandi system in advance. Link did not go into the portal. Instead, he looked at Dean and Aziz. Alright, now it's time to settle old scores, you two. 621 So you're Ying Luo. Dean and Aziz were currently fighting King Kong and Shizuk. Although they knew Link was here, they were too busy to do anything. Whether it was King Kong or Shizuk, they were both very difficult opponents. Both of them were pets that attacked from the side. Once the enemy fell into a defensive position, their attacks would be like a storm, and the enemy would be trapped in a swamp, unable to extricate themselves. Dean and Aziz were about to leave through the teleportation gate, but King Kong and Shizuk suddenly arrived. Douglas, on the other side of the portal, activated the closing procedure without any hesitation. As long as the countdown ended and the energy was weakened to a certain extent, the portal would collapse automatically. As for whether or not he could come, it was not something that Douglas needed to consider. There were already thousands of Inhumans on the alien planet who had surrendered, and they had a large amount of information. They did not lack these two. Dean and Aziz were shocked by Link's strength and influence. When they saw his 2 generals, their minds went blank. When they realized what was going on, they only had one thought run. All he could think about was how to get rid of the enemy and escape into the portal. However, the less fighting spirit they had and the more they didn't want to fight head-on, the deeper they fell. It was difficult for them to escape from King Kong and Shizuk's attacks. Looking at the gradually thinning teleportation barrier, the two of them were burning with anxiety. However, when they heard Link's voice, their expressions changed. They were already struggling to deal with King Kong and Shizuk. Now that Link was here in person, if he attacked like lightning, would they even have a chance to survive? Dean looked at the teleportation gate that was becoming thinner and thinner, and he was burning with anxiety. He made up his mind and bit his finger to quickly draw in the air. The blood he sacrificed condensed into a skull in the air and pounced towards King Kong. King Kong's brows furrowed. He felt that the blood skeleton contained a huge amount of nauseating filthy and evil energy that could even corrode the air. Vajra immediately formed a seal with his hands and used the second move of the Buddha's palm, the Supreme Buddha fire of the golden-crowned Buddha lamp to deal with the filth and evil. However, it was also because of this distance that Dean found a moment to catch his breath. He charged toward the portal in one go. However, Link was still standing there. How could he give Dean a chance to escape? We've just met and you're in such a hurry to leave, Dean, don't you want to know what the prince thinks of you? Link didn't move. The red arrow formed by the magic steel ants had already shot out, leaving a red trail in the air. Dean felt as if his arm had been pierced by a sharp arrow. Then, he twisted in the air, and the sharp arrow headed straight for his face. The portal was right in front of him, but Dean was unable to take another step forward. He had to be alive even if he passed through the portal. If they rushed over now without dodging, they would be dead. Dean suddenly dodged, but the red arrow was too fast. With a swoosh, it brushed past Dean's ear. Dean felt a sharp pain on his cheek, and a red wound appeared. It even had a strong burning sensation. The opportunity was fleeting. The blood skeleton that had been sacrificed with blood essence was burned by Vajra's Buddha's palm and Buddha's fire in a moment. He held the heaven-shaking staff and smashed it down from behind. Dian's expression was ferocious. He dodged in a panic, avoiding King Kong's blow to the head, but he was repeatedly pierced by the red arrow. Link, on the other hand, had his hands crossed in front of his chest as if nothing had happened. He watched from the side and had no intention of doing it himself. Dian's heart was burning with anxiety, and his eyes were about to crack. Hope was so close to him, yet so far away. On the other side, Aziz was in an even worse state. Although he was good at divination, he was still old and not the type to fight. It didn't take long for him to be beaten up by the burly crocodile, Shizuk. He was panting and sweating profusely. There were many holes in his defense, and his clothes had been cut by the battle blade. He had turned from a sage-like old man to a disheveled old man in ragged clothes. Especially when Shizuk was mocking him while fighting, "That's all your strength? Show me your true abilities and fight me for 300 rounds. If you can't take it, then call it out. I'm going to sprint." Anyway, to Link, they were all wild words. Link stood where he was and did not make a move. However, the pressure he was giving Dean and Aziz could not be any greater. They did not dare to relax for even a moment, for fear that he would suddenly attack them like a thunderbolt. However, if they continued to waste time like this, they would definitely die when the portal closed completely. Dean looked at the blurred figure of Douglas on the other side of the portal and shouted, "Lord Dog Trainer, save me!" Douglas didn't move an inch. Although he couldn't see clearly through the portal, he could still vaguely see that Link hadn't made a move. He was only letting his two pets fight the two. Now that the teleportation gate was about to close, this guy was obviously up to no good. He wanted to trick him to go over and kill him together. If he had thought that Dean and Aziz had a 50% chance of working with Link to trick the alien into falling into their trap, it now seemed 80% possible. The alien planet doesn't need trash. If we can't even get through the teleportation gate, how can we work for the alien planet? Douglas's words were like a bucket of cold water that was poured on their heads. They had originally planned to seek refuge with the alien planet, but now it seemed like they were the ones who had been abandoned by the alien planet. "Old man, you're still hiding your strength. If you don't leave now, we won't be able to leave." Dian gritted his teeth, and his eyes were about to pop out. Aziz sighed, "Sigh, the only thing we can do now is wufu." But before he could finish his sentence, a red lightning bolt suddenly appeared in the air and went straight for Aziz. Before he could use his trump card to escape, the suffocating finger of death had already hit him. Despair and unwillingness filled the eyes of Aziz, who had just been ravaged by Shizuk, and his body turned into a pile of ashes in an instant. He still had one last trump card, but he was killed before he could even use it. Dean was stunned on the spot when he saw Aziz turn into ashes. He was well aware of Aziz's strength. He might not be the strongest in the wasteland, but he was definitely one of the top. Especially in recent years, he had been keeping a low profile, and his strength had become even more unfathomable. However, such an expert had been killed by Link in one hit. Dean was shocked beyond words. In this moment of distraction, Vajra's Heaven Shaker had already come crashing down. Kakat! Dean's shoulder blade was directly smashed deep, and his arm was broken. After that, Shizuk, who had his hands free, arrived like the wind. Under King Kong and Shizuk's joint attack, Dean struggled for a while before he died. You have killed James Dean and gained 2,000,000 experience points. You have completed a part of the mission Mandala's Revenge. Current progress, 5/7. You have killed Aziz and gained 250,000 experience. You have completed a part of the quest The Revenge of the Mandala. Current progress, 6/7. You received. Just as Lin Kei's attention was focused on the system notification, a voice suddenly broke his concentration. Alien waiter, don't try to escape. Eat this old Wang's teapot. Old Wang shouted at the top of his lungs. He held the teapot in his hand and the fan behind his neck as he rushed forward. Link watched as Grandpa Wang rushed towards the portal and hurriedly said, Vetra, stop him. King Kong's reaction was the fastest. He rushed to the old gatekeeper at the first moment, wanting to hold him in his arms to prevent him from rushing in to die and doing something stupid. However, when King Kong hugged Lao Wang, he felt that this fellow was extremely slippery. In the blink of an eye, he slipped away from his arms. The next second, old Wang tilted his head and revealed his yellowed teeth. He squeezed out a wretched and sincere smile. Thanks to the head of state for taking care of me these days. I don't dare to stay in the wasteland anymore. I'll be leaving first. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Wang's entire leather bag and clothes fell to the ground. A delicate figure shot out like an arrow from a bow and entered the teleportation gate at the last moment before it closed. Before she disappeared, a beautiful childlike face appeared in front of Link. Her lips were also shockingly red. 622 The Return of the King. Link's brain buzzed. He would never have thought that the old guard who had been hiding beside him for so long was actually one of the 7 people he had been looking for, Exquisite. In his previous life, Exquisite had been discovered in Fey by the players. Link thought that she was still in Fey in this life. The holographic skin mask that John had given Link was Exquisite's work in her early years. At that time, Link had even said with certainty that as long as it wasn't Exquisite, no one else would be able to see through his holographic mask. In the end, he had never expected that the person in question had always been by his side without him even realizing it. However, Link reacted quickly. The second before the portal closed, he suddenly shouted, Ling Long, we're counting on you on the alien planet. At the last moment, Link saw Exquisite's shocked and angry expression. The moment the portal closed, Link couldn't help but smile. He believed that Douglas, who was on the other side of the portal, must have heard it too. Although these words were very abrupt and could not stand up to scrutiny, it was equivalent to yellow mud falling into the crotch of one's pants. Even if it wasn't sh*t, it was still sh*t. On a foreign planet, no one could prove Exquisite's innocence. She wasn't like the players who weren't afraid of death. Whether she was sincere or not, it would still be of great use to the foreign planet. But Ling Long only had one life, so he had to be careful. Under such circumstances, it would be much more difficult to prove himself. Moreover, with his words, there would eventually be a connection between the alien planets. Moreover, there were players watching her, so she probably wouldn't be able to do anything. Link heaved a long sigh of relief. Thinking of Exquisite's expression as if she had eaten sh*t at the last moment, he felt much better. This guy had been lurking by his side all this time. Until just now, he had not felt that there was anything wrong with old Wang. Now that she thought about it, Bob had sent him here. He had obviously sensed danger and wanted to take this opportunity to escape, but she had succeeded. What a sly old fox! Especially now that Link's Mandala's Revenge mission was now 6/7, she was the only one left to complete the hidden main storyline and receive a generous reward. Now that Ling Long had escaped, the quest was in a deadlock again. However, the mission only said that they had to die. It didn't say that they had to do it personally. Link could only hope that the alien planet and the players would be more helpful. If it really didn't work, he could wait for the transport ship below the Colosseum to be repaired, then enter the universe and personally chase after Ying Ying. Of course, this was all a story for later. Very quickly, fully armed soldiers arrived at the scene. King Kong and Shizik had searched the entire island. Boss, I think you need to come over and take a look. Jin Gang said with a doubtful tone. Link followed King Kong to a 2-story building halfway up the mountain. In a room filled with alien-style alchemy instruments and magic circles, he saw a black cage in the corner. A dark red magic circle was drawn on the floor of the iron cage, and the blood was almost dry. Inside the iron cage, a little girl wrapped in linen clothes covered her face with her hands and sobbed. The strange thing was that her hair was completely blown up, each strand hanging upside down in the air, as if it had been blown up by static electricity. The little girl's skin was fair, and the blood vessels on her feet could be seen clearly. The room was slightly cold, and the entire scene was filled with a gloomy and strange feeling. Link felt a strong wave of energy from the little girl. He immediately activated the Heaven's Insight to take a look. However, Link couldn't help but gasp at what he saw. Within this small body, there was a terrifying dark red energy. The black shadow flames soared to the sky, accompanied by the outermost layer of red flames. The black flame suddenly rose before Link's eyes. It broke through the roof and its aura was suffocating. The black shadow spread from the little girl's body, and finally, it jumped hundreds of meters in size, covering more than half of the island. Very good, you're the first low civilization planet to make an alien planet feel defeated. It was because of your brilliant performance that I had the opportunity to see the dejected look on Thanos' face. In view of the fun you've brought me and the extraordinary treasure you've found on this planet, I'll also leave you a gift. The black figure then fell from the sky, bringing a strong sense of pressure to Link. I'll pay attention to you, Ying Luo. Link didn't dodge because he could see clearly with the Heaven's Insight that the pressure was only a projection. The shadow's real body had left the wasteland. Link's lips curled into a smile as he directly exposed the mysterious black flame. I look forward to our next meeting, Shadow Fiend Saffron. When Link said the black flame's real name, the projection above the island was instantly torn apart like a violent gust of wind. Shadow Demon Saffron, who was far away on an alien planet, was engulfed in black flames. The spatial projection in front of him was completely shattered, and his state of mind was in turmoil. Interesting, interesting. It seems like the wasteland is really a trap set by the First Order. A planet from a low-leveled civilization actually knew his real name. One had to know that even on the alien planet, very few people knew the Shadow Demon's real name. Everyone respectfully called him Lord Black Shadow. To be able to say his name so easily, this Link must be inextricably linked to the first rank. After thinking about the heavy losses in this attack on the wasteland, Shadow Demon Saffron thought about it and found that the problem was still the magic box he had created. He had wanted to use the magic box to exchange for the resources of various planets, but he had not expected to be used as bait by the enemy. Saffron thought for a moment and decided to turn off all the communication functions of the magic boxes one way, leaving only the effect of sacrificing resources. Neither Saffron nor Link had expected that their conversation would have such an impact on the future players. Link stopped the Heaven's Sun's Insight and saw King Kong and Shizuke. One of them activated the Buddha's light to protect himself, while the other activated the power of Earth mode, using the Earth's source form to protect himself. Only when the Black Shadow's aura disappeared did he let out a sigh of relief. The soldiers who were searching the island got up from the ground in unison and let out a breath of turbid air, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. The little girl in the cage had also fainted after enduring the energy of Saffron's projection. "Boss, what happened just now?" Jin Gang asked with lingering fear. It only saw that Link had raised his head and was talking to something. It couldn't see anything even with the golden gaze fiery eyes. It only felt an overwhelming power pressing down on it, making it hard to breathe. It was the same for Shizuke. He couldn't see anything, but he could feel an endless pressure. This was a feeling he had never felt before. Even when he was facing Tulu Organis, he didn't feel this way. Link glanced at the unconscious girl and said, "It's just a friendly exchange between some big shot from another planet before he leaves." If he was not wrong, this little girl would be the gift that Saffron was talking about. After checking the little girl's data, Link found a problem. Name, little girl, temporary name. Race, alchemist/transformed human. Level, LV1+, leader. Health points, 500/500. Energy, 1000/1000. Skills, Shadow Destruction, Fire/Darkness Affinity, Elegy of the Soul. Description, a seemingly harmless little girl has a terrifying power surging within her body. It seems that there are some secrets hidden within her body. Link carried the little girl out of the cage. He couldn't imagine what kind of alchemy process she had gone through just by looking at her information. However, all these modifications to the human body would cause the soul to suffer. Seeing the sweat on the girl's forehead and her eyelashes still fluttering in unconsciousness, Link's heart ached. The inventory of the island had been taken. Aziz had left a large amount of star maps, divination, and formation materials in the library of the Stone Hall. Safarong's temporary alchemist had also left behind many equipment and documents. Grace would definitely love them. Although the portal had been completely shut down, Helen was definitely interested in the portal equipment and devices left at the center of the island. Finally, the soldiers found a Dean's magic box. Link was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. At first, Link had thought that Dean's magic box and James Dean shared the same name. However, now that he had found Dean's magic box on the island, he realized that they were actually the same thing. This thing was a good thing. If he could master the magic box, he would have a general direction for future improvement, which was the suffix of equipment. The attribute and effect provided by the prefix of an equipment would be the focus of the following versions from 2.0 to 3.0. Now that he had it in advance, Link had the initiative. Although he had run away and the ending was 100 million points imperfect, Link was still quite satisfied when he saw the completed status of many missions in the mission panel. After taking everything that could be taken away, the transport ship quickly returned to Essia. Benjamin and the Duke were in charge of cleaning up the battlefield, and the wreckage on the battlefield was almost cleared. The Shadowhound had also completed its transformation, and was familiarizing itself with its body and abilities under the lead of the Shadowhound. Seeing that all the members who had participated in the battle were present, Link immediately divided the loot from the island. Constellation, this is the star chart, divination, and magic formation information that Aziz has compiled over the years. Take it back and take a good look. There's also a stargazing room in a stone hall on the island. You can go and experience it when you're free. A rare expression of joy appeared in Star Constellation's eyes. For a person who was obsessed with divination, these were treasures. The scroll even contained the formation technique for the island's concealment. Many thanks, Head of State. With this information, I believe my formation in astrology will improve even further. Link chuckled and added, after eating all this, I can look at the advanced knowledge next. If these were treasures, then Link's words shocked Star Constellation so much that she couldn't speak. Grace, these are the alchemy tables, equipment, and documents left behind by an alchemist from another star. Take them back and study them. The difficulty of these things was even deeper than advanced knowledge. As long as you can master it, you won't just be the #1 alchemist on the wasteland, you'll have a place in the entire galaxy. Grace's eyes similarly burst with brilliance, but it also disappeared in a flash. Thanks. However, I'm more interested in the little girl behind you. Grace wasn't considered Link's subordinate, so she didn't hold back and asked the question that the others didn't dare to ask. Why did Link bring a little girl back from the island? Link lowered his head to look at Miranda, who was half hidden behind him. Only her small head peeked out. She was timid, but her eyes were wide with curiosity. This won't do. The little girl was unable to speak since birth, and Safarong had even used alchemy to modify her, causing her to suffer the pain of her soul being obliterated. Besides, there are too many unstable factors in her body, so I have to stay by her side and take care of her. Link rejected Grace's bold idea immediately. Grace shrugged and accepted Saffron's alchemy equipment and ancient documents. She then added, it's fine. The Misty Manor is very close to Howling Heights, so I'll visit the child often. At first, Helen was sizing up the weak Miranda with a vigilant expression, but after hearing that she couldn't speak and had been taken to be modified by alchemy and suffered the pain of her soul being obliterated, her eyes softened, and the hostility in her eyes disappeared. Helen, I'll give you all the equipment, buildings, and this teleportation gate in the alchemist base of Essia. Take them and study them. Hearing that she would also be rewarded, Helen finally smiled. With advanced knowledge and so many alien technologies to study, Helen felt like she was surrounded by happiness. Head of State, may I ask how strong Miranda's mental power is after being modified by alchemy? Helen asked carefully. Miranda, who was hiding behind Link, was also attracted by the lovely lady's words. He didn't know why she was asking this. Her spiritual power is very strong, far beyond the average person. Hearing this, Helen heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, I want to help Miranda make a device that can speak, but it needs to be driven by spiritual power. If her spiritual power is strong, then there won't be a problem. Miranda's big eyes revealed a look of disbelief. When she looked at this young lady again, she suddenly felt very kind and had a good impression of her. After dividing up the spoils, Link's voice bug said that there was a signal. It was Zhuge Wanjun. Seeing this, Link couldn't help but smile. After picking up, he said, is this a phone call to report the good news? John didn't argue with Link. He took a puff and said, it's all settled. All right, I'll be right back. Link had no doubts about John's strength. He had also expected the Platinum Hotel and the Academy to send someone to steal the advancement knowledge at this juncture. This time, the Platinum Hotel and the Academy were hit hard again. Link had successfully driven away the alien invaders. With these two pieces of news, the Platinum Hotel and the Academy would have their toughest days coming up. A large number of assassins and bounty hunters had left the Platinum Hotel. The Academy's research could no longer continue, and they had to be targeted by the Freedom Federation and the Brotherhood. It could be said to be extremely bitter. Now that he had sent the players to the foreign planet, even if they didn't know the movements of the foreign planet like the back of their hands, they would still know a little about it. After dealing with this intruder, Link finally had time to deal with the unstable factors on the wasteland. Now, let's go back to Shandu. With a single command, the king returned. 623 Lord of the Wastelands. When Link returned to the Sand Capital Colosseum in the helicopter, the news of their victory in driving out the alien invaders had spread throughout the city. The citizens walked out of their rooms and onto the streets. They paraded and celebrated in the streets and alleys, playing music and singing and dancing to express their joy. Although they didn't personally go to the battlefield, they still had a clear understanding of the war through the cameras and reports of war journalists. This was a war where the enemy was stronger than them. The enemy was stronger than the wasteland in terms of technology and strength. The ability to open a portal to fight across space was beyond the imagination of ordinary citizens. Even Link had not been able to protect Essia. This left an even greater impression in the citizens' hearts that the alien planet was unstoppable. With this knowledge, the alien planet was eventually driven out of the wasteland, and the anxiety in the citizens' hearts was completely released. Not to mention the Freedom Federation, the entire wasteland had also received the news of the alien planet's defeat and being driven out of the planet. After this battle, Link's reputation in the wasteland would reach an unparalleled height. If there was a god in the wasteland, it could only be Link. In the Colosseum, Link saw John smoking with an unruly look on his face. He also saw the corpse beside him. Fu and the brothers of the Kylan Hall were on the side, cleaning up the bloodstains near the transport ship. As for the battle scene, it was still the same as before. Link only glanced at them. These killers and mutated humans were all well known and ranked. From the looks of it, the Platinum Hotel and the Academy had no more people left, so they could only bring out their best lineup. There weren't any setbacks, right? Link asked as he walked up to John. John took a deep puff of his cigarette, his face full of melancholy, and his unruly temperament was vividly displayed. Still a little. What? The people who came are too weak. They can't display their true strength. The curiosity on Link's face instantly turned into depression. He shouldn't have had any expectations. What kind of profound words could a man say? He accidentally let this guy show off. John seemed to have guessed Link's expression. He couldn't help but smile. What's wrong? You've made such a great contribution today. From today on, you'll become a godlike figure in the entire wasteland. I have to take this opportunity to show off, or I won't have the chance in the future. Link waved his hand. What godly? That's just everyone's flattery. It's not true. Of course, if you want to get an autograph in advance, I can still help you get in through the back door. The two of them looked at each other and laughed while shaking their heads. It was a joke to lighten up the atmosphere. John flicked the cigarette butt and blew out a mouthful of smoke. He waved his hand and said, "All right, let's call it a day. Remember to pay me later." After saying that, he waved his hand and turned around. Link suddenly remembered something and shouted, "I've already gathered the treasure map. I'll go to the treasure vault to take a look after I'm done with my work." John's body paused for a moment, then he waved his hand and left. Link returned to the Colosseum and told Fu to clean up the corpses. He then went straight to his office. He had completed too many missions today, so there were many rewards to receive. Previously, it was not convenient to collect them at the front line, but now that he was back, he could bring them up. The first was the reward for killing Dean and Aziz. There were items in addition to experience. The items that dropped from the two of them were 1 treasure map fragment, intelligence potion, blue, eye of search potion, blue, and lesser magic essence, green. You have completed the main city quest The Wasteland Will Never Be a Slave. You have received 800000 experience points. Magical skin, blue, wild demon flower, blue, void crystal, purple, 1 influence point in the Fandi system, and the title Lord of the Wasteland. You have obtained the influence of the Fandi star system and have successfully extended your influence beyond the planet. Now opening the list of universe influence and activating the universe combat power energy level module. It has been detected that all the experience points you have gained during the period of blessing of the knowledge altar have increased by 100%. You have gained total of 2.5 million experience points. In addition to the head-on battles on the battlefield and the killing of Ganis and the alien army, Link had a total of 720,000,000 experience points in his experience pool. He was dumbfounded. The experience gained from this battle was almost as much as what he had gained in the past year. War was the fastest way to gain experience. In this incident on the alien planet, courtesy was more important than friendship. They had traveled thousands of miles across the galaxy to deliver equipment, troops, and experience. They had even helped Link activate the galaxy influence and combat power modules in advance. Their kindness was as deep as the sea. Link started looking at the mission rewards. The first item was the treasure map fragments. After collecting all 6 fragments, he had finally formed a complete treasure map. Link unfurled the goatskin scroll. The handwriting on the scroll was clear. He could clearly see the mountains and rivers, as well as the old place before the Day of Reckoning. Starting from the Weeping Valley in the desert, there was a red line that snaked through the desert to the west, straight to the sea. The destination was a nameless island with a big cross on it. Next to the island, there was a strange and gloomy picture of a mausoleum and treasure, which looked particularly horrifying. Link put away the treasure map. After he was done with his work, he planned to go with John to see what was going on. With his and John's strength as legends and the knowledge of advancement, where couldn't they go now that the wasteland was so big? There was no need to worry about danger. The intelligence potion and the eye of search potion were both potions. The effect of the intelligence potion was to provide a large amount of intelligence for a short period of time. After using the eye of search potion, he could see things in the dimensional space. Secondary magic essence was green quality, but it was also the top green quality material on the wasteland. Link put the 2 potions and materials away. They weren't very useful, but they were good synthetic materials. The main city mission The Wasteland Will Never Be Slaves' rewards were obviously much better. The magical skin, wild demon flowers, and void crystals were all alien-grade materials that could only be found in version 2.0. The void crystal was even epic grade, which greatly expanded the number of materials Link could synthesize in his secret room. Just the fusion of a piece of magical steel and the array wall ant had raised the magical steel ant's quality to epic rank. Moreover, the red arrow's damage was astonishing. It could easily cut through alien armies and harass alien bosses. Next up was the influence of the Vantii galaxy. Link saw that the influence section had changed. It had been expanded from the original numerical value. Influence, Vantii galaxy, 1, Wasteland star, 18. In addition to the numbers, the relationship between the sizes of the galaxies was also sorted. Finally, there was the new title Lord of the Wasteland. Lord of the Wasteland, the true king of the wasteland, the god recognized by everyone, who has the right to control the planet's position. Anyone in the wasteland who goes against you and is afraid of your reputation will have their strength reduced by 10%. Link was elated. If his status as the planet's main character was self-proclaimed by the players, then the title of Lord of the Wasteland directly solidified Link's position as the #1 person on the wasteland. The system directly gave him the Golden Water certification. Moreover, weakening the enemy by 10% was equivalent to increasing Link's strength by 10%. This 10% was not to be underestimated. Link's title Terminator could also deal an additional 5% damage to all leaders. If he was fighting in the desert, the title of Desert Emperor could cause an additional 20% damage, which was a total of 35%. It was a huge increase. Now that the alien planet had been driven out of the wasteland, Link had to refocus on the wasteland. He was definitely going to get rid of the Platinum Hotel and the Academy. If they were willing to surrender, they would be given a lighter sentence. If they were not far away, they would be wanted and hunted down by the entire wasteland. As for the remaining Cross Army and mutated humans, if they were willing to cooperate, it would be fine. If not, Link didn't mind making these extreme forces disappear from the wasteland. In addition to eliminating the extremist forces on the wasteland, the focus of the next period of time would be on the repair work of the escort transport ship. Once the transport ship was repaired, Link would be able to lead the elite members into space and lay out the planet. He would be able to enjoy the benefits of his foresight. There was one more thing that needed to be put on the table, and that was the cultivation and development of the players. The alien invasion had come too suddenly, but it also alerted Link. As he appeared and grew stronger, the butterfly effect would become more and more serious, affecting the development of the plot in his original memory. In the future, such situations would occur one after another. Not only did he have to improve his own strength, but he also had to improve the strength of the players. For example, during the alien planet's invasion this time, the players' strength could not keep up, causing their presence to be extremely low in the war, and they were not of much use. After a series of trial and error, he finally managed to cause some damage with the help of armor-piercing bullets and armor-piercing skills, as well as the attacks of the demonic spider guards. If one had to use a standard to measure the player's contribution, then in the entire invasion campaign, the player's role was about 10 to 20%, which was pitifully small. So, taking advantage of this free time, Link had to take care of the players. He would increase their level and power through a series of missions so that they could grow quickly so that they could carry out missions with him in space. Just as Link was happily planning how to munch on the leaks, his phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was someone in disguise. Head of State, we've already convinced Ivan. He'll be traveling with the Brotherhood's diplomatic mission to meet you in Shandu to discuss the future diversity and development of the wasteland. Link couldn't help but smile. What a diplomatic mission! It was diverse and developed. Moreover, this timing was too interesting. It was obvious that after Link had expelled the alien invaders, his reputation in the wasteland was unparalleled. This caused everyone to have a better impression of Link and yearn for him. Under such a situation, it was not good for the mutated humans or the Brotherhood to fight. After all, Ivan was a legendary. He wanted to fight for some survival benefits for the mutated humans through this meeting. Good, please welcome Ivan for me. I believe we will have a pleasant conversation. Lin K was not hostile to the mutants. Many players had drunk potions from the merchant shop and activated their mutant genes to become mutants. As long as they didn't have extreme thoughts, Link would always welcome his partners with open arms. At night, Lin K gave a grand speech on the television. In his speech, Link praised the people of the wasteland for their unyielding spirit. They were unyielding in the face of a strong enemy, had the courage to fight against the enemy, and finally achieved a victory that determined their fate with cooperation from many sides. They would attack the invaders and let them know that the wasteland was not easy to bully. If they wanted to touch the wasteland, they would have to bear the anger of the people and pay a painful price. At the same time, the ceremony was also held to commemorate the soldiers and citizens who had sacrificed their lives in the battle. According to the data from the 3 major television stations of the Freedom Federation, the television and radio ratings for the speech that night had reached 98.2%. Almost everyone in the Freedom Federation who had the equipment was watching or listening to Link's speech. At the same time, according to the data given by Troy, there were also many viewing and listening signals in the scattered lands outside the Freedom Federation. Link's title and status as the Lord of the Wastelands were deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. After the speech ended, the entire wasteland was filled with the joy of celebration. The players also received the mission reward. For the players whose average level was only around level 30 to 40, they could obtain alien planet spoils and a high amount of experience. To them, it was a bountiful harvest. At the same time, Link had also announced that he welcomed any members of the wasteland who had friendly intentions. As long as they completed a certain mission to express their goodwill, they would be able to study the advanced knowledge of the Black Library. This wasn't just for the NPCs, but also for the players. All players received a top champion mission. The mission required the player to reach level 60, at least 2 skills at level 10, and a reputation in the military intelligence department at least. Only then would the player be able to enter the Black Library to study advanced knowledge. This mission immediately gave the players a boost. That was advanced knowledge. After studying it, he could directly improve his strength and increase the upper limit of his abilities. When the players went to the military intelligence department to pick up new missions, they found that there were more missions, more choices in difficulty levels, and a wider range of missions. In the Sand City, one could even receive quests from Dragon City and even the Fey Dark Forest. It was ridiculous. This was all thanks to Link's status as the Lord of the Wastelands. With this identity, Link could easily integrate the intelligence agencies and local forces in the Sand City, Dragon City, and Magic Knight with just one word. He formed a big data system and sent all the missions to the data center in Crying Valley through the internet. Troy would then select and arrange them. Finally, a huge mission network spread throughout the entire wasteland. The next morning, the Macaw returned to Windhowl Castle to inform Link that the Spider Army had already returned to the city of the Spider Demons, Siamese, and was starting to build their home. He also had to report to the Queen about this experience. Be careful when you go. Don't let the Queen hide your mistress in her golden house. Link teased. The Macaw snorted and placed its hands on its hips. Ha! Charkania can't even say no in front of me. Do you think I'm afraid of her? Awesome! Said Link, giving him a thumbs up. You're so generous. 624 Synthetic Ancient Tree. After all, the Macaw was the royal prime minister of the Spider Demon Empire. Now that its mission was over, it had to return to its duties. At the same time, the Macaw promised to bring more Spider Demon craftsmen back to help rebuild Essia and to advise Charkania to communicate with her. In response, Link only had to say one sentence to make the Macaw grin happily. Old Jin, I'm at ease with you handling this. After the Macaw left, the Freedom Federation's various departments returned to normal. With a large number of players sharing the mission, it was carried out efficiently. The entire Freedom Federation was like a precise and seamless machine, operating in a stable and orderly manner. After listing out all his plans, Lin Ke began working on his most important task, pet synthesis. This head-on confrontation with the alien planet would not have gone so smoothly without his pets. The fusion of the tentacles dragon and the dragon bones had been put on hold because of the low compatibility rate. Now that the alien planet had been driven away and the repair of the transport ship would take a long time, Link had enough time to think of a way to fuse a legendary pet. To synthesize a legendary pet, one must use the legendary material Dragon Bone. Either it was an epic pet and legendary material, with a compatibility rate of more than 100%. Or it was an excellent pet and legendary material with a compatibility rate of more than 200%. Then Link's options were limited. Link summarized his epic pets. He had the magic steel ant, the sound bug, King Kong, the Shizuk, the gargoyle, the tentacles dragon god, and the brood mother. The elite level pets included the invisible killer bee, silver army ant, hellhound, Forbes, treasure hunting mouse, macaw, black tornado, penguin, Simon, mummy, eagle guardian, shadow hound, silver demon ubis, demonized symbiotic demon, dead tomb werewolf, and crypt assassin. Out of all the pets, the tentacles dragon, the sound bug, and the magic steel ant were all eliminated because they did not meet the requirements. There were also many excellent grade pets that did not meet the requirements, such as killer bees, army ants, and so on. After a preliminary screening, only King Kong, Shizuk, Gargoyle, Broodmother Spider, Hellhound, Mummy, Eagle Guardian, Shadow Hound, Silver Demon Ubis, Gravekeeper Werewolf and Crypt Assassin met the requirements. Since there were not many choices, he might as well try them one by one. To Link's surprise, his first choice, the King Kong, had a 105% compatibility with the Dragon Bone. It was a perfect match and met the conditions for promotion to Legendary. I didn't expect King Kong to be the best match for Dragon Bones. This time, you will become a legend. Link's eyes were burning. He couldn't wait to see the King Kong's power after reaching the legendary level. King Kong was not happy at all. He raised his head to look at Link and said something that Link did not expect. Link, I've never disobeyed your orders before, but I'm afraid I'll have to make an exception this time. Link looked at King Kong, waiting for him to continue. The Vajra had been very mature since the synthesis, and he had been enlightened after studying Buddhism. Although he looked like a metal monkey now, his personality wasn't as flippant as before. There must be a reason for his rejection. Although synthesis can allow me to advance to legend directly, I've already walked my own path. I still want to rely on enlightenment and opportunities to advance to legend with my own strength. Although the Dragon Bone is good and more compatible, it's still slightly different from my current path. Although I can advance to legend, the path after that will be difficult to reach perfection. King Kong's words were reasonable. Link couldn't help but look at him in awe. To be able to resist the temptation of advancing to legend and insist on one's own path was not something that just anyone could have. Link looked at King Kong seriously and said, "Since you have your own thoughts, I will definitely respect them. If you have this temperament and persevering, I believe that in the near future, you will be able to see me enter the ranks of legends." King Kong put his hands together and smiled. His words revealed a rare domineering tone. "Don't worry. Even if I'm not a legend now, I can still fight a legend." King Kong's refusal to advance made Link feel a little regretful, but he was more glad. He didn't synthesize much King Kong, so he only synthesized it once. All the improvements after that were all self-comprehended by this guy in battle or in his own life. Furthermore, he became stronger and stronger, all the way to his current realm. From the very beginning, it had embarked on a path that was different from other pets. He had a deep root of wisdom, and he had obtained his current strength through his own luck. Jin Gang's words today had shocked him. Rejecting external forces and relying on himself to improve. Link was especially inspired by the last part of the sentence. I'm afraid that when Vajra comprehends it on his own and enters the legendary realm by chance, the other legendary pets might not be his opponent. Link then went to look for the Sasok. However, the compatibility between the Sasok and the dragon skeleton was not good. It was only 60%. The fusion was not enough to advance to the legendary level. After that, Link tried other short-listed targets, but none of them met the requirements. At present, none of the synthetic creatures met the requirements except for King Kong. Lin Ke was already mentally prepared for this, so he was not too affected by the results. After all, it was a legendary material. How could it be so easy to find a suitable synthesis method? The lower the quality, the stronger the compatibility. This kind of extremely rare material must have extremely harsh compatibility, but the legendary creature after synthesis would also be extraordinary. Since there were no creatures that met the requirements, he would create another one. After killing Aziz and Dean and chasing away the alien army, Link had obtained many materials, including 3 sets of alien materials, magical skin, wild demon flower, and void crystal. Link was now the lord of the wasteland, so it would not be difficult to find a suitable creature to synthesize. He passed on his thoughts through Monster Security Company, and all he had to do was wait. Of course, Link had other plans besides the legendary stage. Now that things had come to an end here, it was time to start on the other side. Link planned to repair the escort ship and enter space. Once he was in space, he would have more opportunities and benefits based on his memories from his previous life. In order to make the transport ship into a complete warship, Link prepared to bring the ancient trees of knowledge and war. In order to make these two behemoths more useful, Link decided to combine them based on this foundation so that they could cope with the more varied and complex environment of the universe. The last time he had gone to the Moon Shadow Council to arrange for the elders to study advanced knowledge, Link had gone to the garden to look for the ancient trees of knowledge and war. He had asked for their consent, and the two oldest ancient trees had agreed to modify it. They were also willing to see the outside world. Of course, in order to get them to agree, Link promised them that they could spread the teachings of the Druid sect outside and recruit more believers. Link left the office and went to the garden. The two ancient trees had already taken root in the garden of Windhowl Castle. Seeing that Link had brought a lot of materials, they immediately understood. "Elder Lin, you're going to start the modification today, right?" "We're ready." Regarding the transformation, the two ancient trees that had lived for 700 to 800 years were both curious and nervous. They even had some expectations deep in their hearts. They had all seen Link's transformation of other creatures. Even if they had not seen it with their own eyes, they had heard a thing or two about it from the Druid apprentices who were fanatical to the council. The modification of living creatures so that they could adapt to more varied environments did not conflict with the beliefs of the Moon Shadow Council. In the ancient tree's eyes, Link had only used extreme methods to speed up the natural selection process. Even if he didn't modify it, perhaps a similar creature would appear thousands of years later. It was like a day of reckoning, adding a lot of mutated humans to the wasteland. Only by adapting to the harsh environment of space and other planets in advance could the teachings of the Moon Shadow Council be spread to further places. The purpose of the modification this time was clear, so Link had done a preliminary selection of materials. The ancient war trees mainly taught the use of cold weapons and other uses were to protect the transport ships. Space was a dangerous place, and the transport ships only had 4 cannons. They weren't strong enough to defend against the aliens. They had to put in a lot of effort into internal security, and the ancient war trees were one of them. Link took out the magical steel from the sack. This was originally an alloy obtained from the battlefield. Helen had also used her advanced knowledge to melt it, forming high-quality magical steel. When Link placed his hand on the ancient war tree, a formula appeared on the synthesis interface. Ancient war tree, blue, plus alien enchanted steel, blue, equals compatibility 100%. Bone synthesis will consume 11,000 health points. Do you wish to synthesize? Yes/no. Incubation time of the blood cocoon, 10 days. Link's eyes brightened. He only wanted to create an ancient tree of war to protect the transport ship. However, he had never thought that the compatibility between the two would be so high that it actually reached 100%. This meant that Link was about to recruit another epic member. This transformation will last for 10 days. The ancient war tree nodded slightly and said in a leisurely voice, "I'm already prepared to welcome a new form." Link didn't say much and chose to synthesize. The alien demonized steel was connected to the palm and gradually disintegrated. The blood vessels on the other hand gradually climbed up the ancient war tree's body and completely wrapped it up, forming a giant blood-red cocoon. The ancient tree of knowledge tried its best to open its eyes wide and look at the scene of the transformation. It could not help but exclaim, "I've lived for hundreds of years, but I've never seen such a magical process of absorption and transformation. What will it be transformed into?" When the ancient tree of knowledge finished speaking, Link's synthesis process had come to an end. After transferring half of his blood in one go, even Link felt his legs go weak and his lower body become unstable. He sat on a chair and drank the moon well water. Link's health quickly recovered after drinking the sweet and clear water from the moon well. His tired face was glowing again. "I've modified the Warbringer with demonized steel. If nothing goes wrong, it will no longer have a wooden body and will be made entirely of demonized steel. The high-quality metal gave it a stronger and more stable body, allowing it to survive even in the harsh space environment. As for other abilities, they will be different according to one's own characteristics. Even I can't predict them." The ancient tree of knowledge nodded slightly, its eyes filled with clarity. "I've also prepared the modification, Ying Luo." "I didn't prepare this for you," said Link, shaking his head, "but this." Link then took out the wild demon flower and introduced it. this is a wild demon flower from a foreign planet. The flower is extremely hallucinating and can absorb the energy particles in the air, causing this wild demon flower to have extremely strong magic. I personally think it's very suitable for you." The ancient tree of knowledge stared at the wild demon flower and felt the energy fluctuation within the flower. It was extremely surging and contained more energy than any other plant it had ever seen. "Oh, this wild demon flower's tiny body contains extremely powerful energy fluctuations. Even a divine tree can't possess such a dense energy of the same volume." After all, it was an item from an alien planet. It could be said to be an item of a different version, so the effect was naturally much better. "Then I'll start." Link picked up the wild demon flower with one hand and placed his other hand on the hard bark of the ancient tree of knowledge. Ancient tree of knowledge, blue, plus wild demon flower, blue, equals. Compatibility, 90%. Bone synthesis will consume 12,000 health points. Do you wish to synthesize? Yes/no. Incubation time of the blood cocoon, 10 days. Although the compatibility rate wasn't 100%, 90% was already very high. The ancient tree of knowledge was not mainly in charge of combat, but logistics. Link had chosen the wild demon flower because of its powerful mana and shocking efficiency in absorbing and producing energy. With an ancient tree of knowledge combined with the wild devil flower, he would not have to worry about the moon well water on the spaceship. A huge amount of magic power could even provide many conveniences. Link began the synthesis. The wild demon flower turned into a colorful stream of energy, each color containing a different component. The blood cocoon climbed up the ancient tree of knowledge and wrapped it tightly. Now that the tree had been planted, they only had to wait for 10 days for it to blossom and bear fruit. After doing all this, Link let out a long sigh. He looked up and saw Miranda leaning against the railing of the second-floor balcony. Her eyes were wide open as she sized up Link, who was sweating profusely in the garden. Her eyes were filled with curiosity and confusion. "Do you want to see? If you want to see, you can come down and see," Link said, waving his hand. Miranda nodded repeatedly and soon disappeared from the balcony. A moment later, she ran to the garden from the living room on the first floor and looked at the two huge blood cocoons with curiosity. As a mute little girl in the city of Essia, she had never seen such a magical creature as an ancient tree because she could not even see many mutated humans at the bottom level. Miranda gestured to Link, who nodded. "Of course you can touch it. After 10 days, they will come out of the blood cocoon, just like a silkworm cocoon turning into a butterfly. At that time, they will be very different from now." 625 Reappear the A-rank hidden mission. Link looked at Miranda, who was circling the ancient tree's blood cocoon, and a fatherly smile appeared on his face. After suffering so much, he could still be curious and enthusiastic about life, and even forgive the world. This quality was rare and valuable. The Duke had given Link the information he'd gathered on Miranda the day before. After reading the story of Sean and Miranda, Link fell silent. Especially the note that Sean left on the supermarket table. Although the supermarket was destroyed, the note was lucky enough to stay. Although there were burn marks around the paper, they didn't spread to the middle. The crumpled paper was obviously soaked in water. Despite the fire and the water, the words written with a pencil on the paper could still be clearly read. In the situation where the city was sealed off, Sean had no choice but to take the food from the supermarket in order to survive. Even in this situation, he did not think of leaving. Instead, he wrote down the situation and would pay back in the future. He even chose food that was about to expire from the dazzling array of food to fill his stomach. However, such a child who abided by the rules even when his life was in danger was taken away by the shadow demon Saffron to carry out inhumane alchemy experiments and forcibly separate the two siblings. According to the Duke's information, Sean and Miranda only made a living by doing odd jobs, and they had a good reputation in the neighborhood. Many adults would send them clothes and food, and they would not take them for free. They would return the gifts in the form of labor. In order to communicate normally with Miranda, Link had learned sign language at the last minute. He learned that Shadow Fiend Saffron had taken the siblings away for alchemy experiments. On the day of the final battle, Shadow Fiend Saffron officially completed the alchemy ritual and took away his brother Sean by force, leaving her alone. Miranda knew the identity of the person in front of her, so she begged the powerful Link to bring her brother Sean back. The siblings had suffered so much. Link's heart almost melted at the sight of Miranda's pleading eyes. How could he refuse? He nodded in agreement. However, after Link agreed, the system gave him a mission. Link was speechless after reading it. You have triggered the A-rank mission Intergalactic Kinship. Mission hint: Miranda's brother, Sean, has been forcefully taken away by the alien shadow demon, Saffron. Rescue Sean and let the siblings reunite. Quest rewards: the loyalty of Miranda and Sean, the secret of shattling Saffron, life equation *1, legendary material *1, epic material *3, excellent material *4,300,000 experience points. He was just trying to coax a child, but he did not expect to receive an A-rank mission. Link was dumbfounded. An A-rank mission would definitely be a main mission of the version. This mission was related to an alien planet, so it was the main storyline of the alien planet, which was the main storyline of version 2.0 Type 1 Contact. In his previous life, Link had seen main storylines related to alien planets. The content had all been published by the First Order, sweeping the alien planet and eliminating the alien leader, Thanos. After thinking for a while, Link was overjoyed. If he was not wrong, this mission was the hidden main storyline of version 2.0. On the surface, the leader of the alien planet was Thanos, but there was also a Lord Black Shadow who was not part of the alien planet's system, the Shadow Demon Saffron. If Link wanted to take Sean back from Saffron, he would definitely have to come into conflict with him. In addition to the new and old grudges of the wasteland, it was basically a situation where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Saffron had conversed with Sean using the projection before he left. It was clear that Sean had certain qualities that matched his description, which was why he was called a treasure. Based on this, Link had also figured out the cause and effect of everything. Because he had accepted the Princess Datura's revenge and was going to take revenge on the 7 servants who had betrayed him, Dean, who had always been careful, smelled something and came to the island where Aziz lived in seclusion to find a solution. Terrified of their own reputation, the two of them used the forbidden powers they had to communicate with the alien planet and request for the alien planet to take over the wasteland. They wanted to use the alien planet to kill Link and change their fate. This time, Dean and Aziz had used a forbidden method to summon the shadow demon Saffron. Not only had they attracted the alien invaders, but they had also attracted the shadow demon Saffron here, allowing him to find Sean in the wasteland. This led to the current plot and the hidden mission related to the shadow demon Saffron. These two A-rank hidden missions were closely linked. If any of them were missing, it would be impossible to trigger the subsequent plot. Looking at the hidden main storyline reward related to the alien planet, it was even more generous. The mission rewards were arranged in order of importance. However, the first 3 rewards made Link frown. The loyalty of Miranda and Sean, as well as the secret of Shadow Fiend Saffron. This meant that the brother and sister would be extremely powerful characters in the future. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. A level 1 commander level NPC that had been modified by alchemy was simply unheard of. His potential for growth was probably even more exaggerated than Helen's. If even Miranda was like this, then Sean, who was called a treasure by Safarong, would definitely have even greater potential. Safarong would definitely use all his resources to cultivate Sean. If he could obtain the loyalty of these two, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. As for Shadow Fiend Saffron's secret, it was even more coveted. Although he didn't know what secrets Saffron had, as one of the alien leaders, the information or rewards behind his secrets were definitely rich. As one of the top levels of version 2.0, Shadow Fiend Saffron was at level 80+, legendary. Although they were both legendaries and only had a 20 level difference, there was still a huge gap between their combat power. Last time, after driving away the alien planet, the system notified him that the universal combat power level had been activated. Link's current strength was recognized by the system as C rank. His combat ability was based on the maximum amount of energy he could unleash in battle. Of course, buffs like Lin K's Blood Rage that could be stacked indefinitely were not included in the evaluation. After all, after entering the universe, the enemy would have many ways to counter and purify him. Purification was a small matter. He was most afraid of skills that could transfer status. If they stole Link's blood fury for their own use, it would be difficult to deal with. The universe's general strength level system. They were divided into 5 energy levels, S, A, B, C, D, and E. E class was about 0 to 100 energy levels, D class was about 100 to 1000, C class was about 10 to 10,000, B class was about 10,000 to 100,000, A class was about 100,000 to 1 million, and S class was about 1 million. There were also 3 small ranks within each power level. For example, Link's C rank was divided into C, C, and C+. Link was now a class C, and his energy rank was between 3000 and 6000. On the other hand, Shadow Fiend Saffron's combat strength was rated B, so the difference between the two was about 5 times. Among the players, only the first group of players could be rated E. The rest of them were basically nothing. It was no wonder that they were all ants in the eyes of Tulu and Ganis. However, the comparison between the two could not be solely based on the energy rank evaluation. This thing was only used as a reference for individual combat power, and it was not a pure numerical competition. In actual combat, the outcome would be different due to the changes in the environment, mentality, and state of mind. For example, Link's pets were not counted in his personal combat power. However, the combat power of these pets could not be ignored. Link wasn't in a hurry. Although he'd triggered the alien invasion ahead of time, the environment was still in version 1.0. When he went into space, many benefits from his previous life would be waiting for him. With this cheat, the gap in strength would eventually be made up. Just as Link was sitting on a chair in the garden and watching Miranda play around with the ancient blood cocoon, a voice suddenly rang out. What did the head of state synthesize this time? Immediately after, a cloud of grey mist descended from the sky and landed in the garden. The mist around her gradually dissipated, revealing Grace's tall and wild figure before Link. Shock appeared in Grace's eyes. Although the blood cocoon was already a specialty of Link's alchemy, it was still rare to see such a big one. Link glanced at Grace. He wasn't surprised by her arrival. Ever since he had returned to Windhowl Castle, Grace had been coming to visit him every day. If Sean was Miranda's most important person, then Link could be ranked second, Grace third, and Helen fourth. It's just 2 ancient druid trees. We'll see the results in 10 days. Ancient tree. This time, Grace was surprised. She couldn't help but turn her head to take a few more glances. Ancient trees were natural creatures, especially the ancient trees of the Moon Shadow Council, which were hundreds of years old. It was unbelievable that they were willing to accept Link's alchemical modifications. Furthermore, Grace's sharp senses were able to detect the key to the transformation of such a massive ancient tree. The ancient tree usually only lived within the range of the divine tree, and it was basically guarding the rear. Now that he suddenly fused the ancient trees together, it was bound to strengthen their effects, and they would come in handy. Now that the threat of the alien planet had been removed, the wasteland was at peace. The Platinum Hotel and the Academy were like rats on the street that everyone hated. Many of the experts there had left the organization and joined the Monster Security Company, providing them with a lot of confidential information. This was simply adding hail to snow for these two organizations. They were fleeing in all kinds of ways and were in constant danger. They were no longer a threat. If there was a threat, it would be that Link was preparing for the future. After analyzing, Grace's eyes finally fell on Miranda. If there was a threat, it would be Miranda, the time bomb, and the one who had caused her to become like this, the shadow demon Saffron. If that was the case, didn't Jianqian mean that Link was preparing to use the repaired spaceship to conquer space? Are you going to take these 2 ancient trees into space? Grace asked whatever she wanted to ask, not bothering to hide anything. Both of them were open-minded people, and Link had long gotten used to Grace's personality. He nodded and said, "That's right. After all, with the ancient tree's current state, it's not suitable for it to enter space. After some modifications, it can deal with the complex and ever-changing situations in the universe and have more functions. Then I'll wait for 10 days to see what's going on." Grace's eyes were filled with anticipation, but at the same time, she felt a sense of crisis. She'd thought that after learning the advanced knowledge and obtaining Saffron's alchemy equipment and blueprints, she'd make rapid progress in alchemy and shorten the gap between her and Link. In the end, he was still jumping around on the wasteland while Link's eyes were already on space. The gap between the two had widened again. When do you plan to leave for space? Link and Grace looked at each other. He understood what this strong woman was thinking. After all, she was the queen of banshees, and she was very competitive. Seeing that Link had entered space, they were afraid that they would not be able to catch up in alchemy, so they would definitely ask to participate. But what she didn't know was that Link's synthesis wasn't an alchemy spell at all. It was a cheat. To surpass Link's golden finger was like using a carrot to stick in front of a donkey. One would always be able to catch up, but would never be able to. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring you along. After all, you now have advanced alchemy, Saffron's alchemy equipment, and knowledge. You'll be considered a Grand Master Alchemist in the entire galaxy. Hearing Link's words, Grace smiled with satisfaction. He was acting tsundere. What are you doing here today? Asked Link. Grace turned to look at Miranda. She walked to the front and crouched down. She spread her arms, signaling for Miranda to come over. Miranda was also obedient. Although this auntie in front of her looked a little strange, she was genuinely concerned about her. After a few days of interaction, they had successfully passed the stage of vigilance and carefulness. Come, let me see your mental state today. Grace hugged Miranda and used spiritual resonance to sense the energy fluctuations in her body. Link sat at the side and pouted. Women. He really threw her away after using her. Now that he no longer had any value, he didn't even bother to reply. After Grace finished examining Miranda, she rolled her eyes at Link. If I don't come, who's going to check on Miranda? Link straightened his back and widened his eyes in confusion, as if to say, am I not human? Even if Miranda is a little girl, there's still a difference between men and women. Don't you want to avoid checking your body? Link felt even more wronged. He pointed at himself and said, I have heaven's insight. I can see the energy fluctuations in Miranda's body without even getting close. In order to get closer to Miranda, you've already started mixing up the truth. Sigh, women are really fickle. To the side, Miranda grinned and laughed foolishly. As she watched Aunt Grace and the head of state argue over her, a long-lost warmth of being cared for welled up in her heart. Grace extended her wings and patted Miranda's back, indicating for her to go somewhere else. She had something to discuss with Link. Link whistled, and the treasure-hunting mouse and the 5 secret agent mice scurried out. They climbed onto Miranda and left to take care of the children. After Miranda left, the smile on Grace's face gradually disappeared. She looked at Link and shook her head. It's not too optimistic. As Miranda grew every day, the shadow force in her body also grew stronger. If this continues, she won't be able to suppress the energy in her body and it'll start to go berserk. It's only a matter of time before she dies. Link nodded and looked at the little girl playing with her pets in the distance. I've already felt it, Yingluo. It had only been a few days, and Miranda had only been eating and sleeping normally. Her level had already risen from level 1 to level 2, and her various attributes were also steadily increasing. There was no reason for this. 626 The first explosion of shadow force. To others, being able to level up by eating and drinking was definitely the most wonderful experience. However, to Miranda, this was not a gift, but a curse. The young body would not be able to withstand the increasing amount of energy and would eventually break through the body, releasing a powerful shadow force that was enough to tear the wasteland apart. One of the reasons why Link was so eager to enter space was to lay out his plans for the universe in advance and use his memories to obtain benefits in advance. On the other hand, it was also to find a way to resolve the growing shadow force in Miranda's body. As long as Miranda could subdue the shadow force in her body, Link would have one more powerful assistant. She would be at least legendary level. The wasteland didn't have a way to solve the problem of shadow power. Link could only seek the answer in the universe. After chatting with Link, Grace and Miranda played in the garden for a while before leaving. Link sat in a gazebo in the garden and looked at the harmonious scene not far away. He couldn't help but exclaim at how the Queen of Banshees could have such a moment of maternal brilliance. At night, Helen came to Windhowl Castle in high spirits. After a few days of hard work, she seized all her free time and finally made a sound device that was both beautiful and practical on the basis of the prototype. Helen grabbed Miranda and sat down in the living room on the first floor, attentively explaining her masterpiece. This audio device is connected to the back of your brain and cerebral cortex. It can sense your brain activity and mental changes, and convert mental signals into language through the headset. Besides, it was definitely inconvenient and unsightly for a girl to wear such a large piece of equipment. That's why I made it look like a necklace and added a lot of design elements so that it won't stand out even if it's worn around the neck. The voice also comes from the throat and it's a hidden design, so it's difficult for others to notice the abnormality. Miranda's eyes were wide open. She listened to every word Helen said, and now she was only left with anticipation. Seeing the eagerness in Miranda's eyes, Helen took out her vocal device and said, "When you wear this on your neck, it will pierce your skin like a needle and connect to the nerves in your skin. It may make you a little uncomfortable, but you just have to bear with it for a while." The shell of the sound device was made of a stable black crystal, and the integrated chip and circuit passed through the crystal. After putting it on her neck, Miranda felt a suction force on her skin, and the necklace stuck tightly to her neck. Then, she felt a slight prickling sensation, which made her frown slightly. This uncomfortable feeling only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. Then, Miranda looked at Helen for help. Her eyes were full of nervousness, excitement, and anxiety. To Miranda, opening her mouth to speak was something she had always dreamed of doing. However, before today, it had all been an extravagant hope, or even a beautiful wish. Now that it had suddenly come true, Miranda was so nervous that her mind went blank, and she didn't know what to do. It would be fine if she made a sound, but if she couldn't, her hope would be shattered again. Just focus and repeat what you want to say in your heart. Miranda nodded and turned to look at Link. After receiving his encouragement, she took a deep breath and began to focus. A moment later, Miranda suddenly said something in her throat. It was a rather biting sentence. "Thank you, Sister Helen." Even though Helen was very confident in her products, she couldn't help but cover her mouth when she heard Miranda's first sentence. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she couldn't stop crying. She had imagined that Miranda's first sentence would be "I can speak now, this is my voice," or some meaningless exclamation. However, when Miranda expressed her gratitude, Helen felt a sense of duty for the first time after the equipment she made could change someone's fate, and she was touched by Miranda's gratitude. Even Miranda herself was frightened by this childish voice, and she couldn't help but reach out to touch her throat. "Thank you for your care, Head of State. I can finally speak." Miranda was so agitated that even her breathing became rapid. As a mute, she had been separated from the world since she was born, and she only had her brother Sean to rely on. After going through so many things, he had now received the love of so many people, and he could even speak. In Aya, the siblings were the lowest of the low. Even if they died in a corner, no one would remember them. Now that she had received so much care and concern, there was only gratitude in Miranda's heart. It was fine for Miranda to be excited, but the moment she was, the shadow force in her body began to stir restlessly. An energy field quickly formed around her body, and it was still expanding. The teacups and newspaper on the coffee table rolled up, and a grey energy ring was visible to the naked eye like a tornado. Link moved quickly and brought Helen away from the center of the energy field. In the next second, the newspaper that was rolled up was torn to pieces by the energy. Tears welled up in Miranda's eyes, and she was at a loss as she looked at the scene before her in shock. She knew that the energy came from her body and was still boiling, but no matter what she did, she couldn't control it. A deep sense of powerlessness welled up in her heart. The more anxious she was, the more violent the energy became. Helen looked at Miranda, who had suddenly gone berserk. She was still in a state of shock as she looked at the destruction she had caused, the shattered teacups, and the newspaper. Link got up and moved closer to Miranda. In a gentle voice, he said, "Miranda, look at me." Miranda turned around and looked at Link. "Ruler, Big Sister Helen, I didn't do it on purpose. I don't know why it suddenly appeared, he said, choking on his words. Meanwhile, the shadow force had already formed a hole 2 meters in diameter in the middle of the living room, tearing everything apart. I know, I don't blame you. Now, look at me and follow my breathing rhythm. Link began to take in deep breaths according to the rhythm. At the same time, he took out the hibernation crystal from his pocket. The soft green light helped Miranda control her emotions. Miranda sobbed. Under the effects of the hibernation crystal, she quickly caught up to Link's rhythm and began to adjust herself by taking deep breaths. The violent shadow force gradually weakened, and the grey energy field became faint and invisible. When there was still a bit of shadow power left, Link quickly walked to Miranda's side. Resisting the shadow power, he gently patted her back and comforted her, "It's all right, it's all right." Miranda leaned on Link's shoulder, 2 lines of tears running down her cheeks. "Head of state, have I become a jinx?" Miranda had suffered so much in life and lost her brother, so she was naturally more sensitive. Now that he saw that he had done something wrong, caused destruction, and even scared Sister Helen, he felt even more guilty and remorseful. However, once he had such a thought, his emotions would become unstable, and he would release the shadow force again. This was the gift left for the wasteland that Shadow Demon Saffron had mentioned, a time bomb that could explode at any time. Don't worry, you're a victim too. As long as you can control your emotions and don't let them fluctuate violently, you won't cause any damage. I believe Miranda can do it, right? Link's tone was gentle and kind, just like a nanny. Miranda nodded repeatedly. She stopped sobbing and wiped away her tears, her expression firm. I can definitely do it. Helen also calmed down and walked to Miranda's side. Miranda was slightly shocked and hurriedly took 2 steps back, afraid that she would hurt Helen again. However, as soon as he stepped back, Helen grabbed his hand and said with a smile, "I also believe that Miranda can do it. She won't hurt me." Helen knew that the energy in Miranda's body had gone out of control because of her agitated and negative emotions. If she didn't step out now, the incident just now would cast a shadow over Miranda's heart. Every time she wanted to interact with someone in the future, she would recall this scene and retreat. Over time, his personality would become cautious and unsociable, which would only encourage the growth of shadow force. But now, Helen took the initiative to stand up and set an example for Miranda, telling her not to be afraid of contact, breaking the little girl's newly born idea. Link let out a breath of air. The sleeping crystal could only calm Miranda's emotions temporarily. Right now, Miranda could still rely on herself to mediate and control the shadow force. However, as the shadow force grew stronger, it would be difficult to control it once it was triggered. Because of the commotion caused by the shadow force, many pets were also leaning on the garden window to look. The treasure-hunting mouse even brought the 5 secret agent mice over and clung onto Miranda, encouraging her and making her happy. "Miranda," said Link after some thought, "practice meditation and Buddhism with King Kong tomorrow. It'll help you calm down, of course. If you don't like it, don't force it." "I'll definitely learn from Uncle King Kong," Miranda nodded repeatedly. Link nodded slightly. Even if he couldn't learn meditation and Buddhism, he could ask Jin to play with Miranda for a few days when the macaw returned. He believed that the shadow in Miranda's heart would be removed soon. After all, old Jin had this kind of magic. After the treasure-hunting mouse and the 5 mice left the living room with Miranda, Link asked, "According to the news from the Suicide Squad, the mutated Human Brotherhood's diplomatic mission will arrive in Shandu the day after tomorrow. Are the repairs of the transport ship ready?" Helen nodded. "It's all ready." Troy simulated the spaceship's appearance after it was repaired. He has prepared the corresponding alloy according to the proportion. After saying that, Helen raised her own question, "But head of state, the Brotherhood's purpose is that the mutants are the masters of the wasteland. They will eliminate all ordinary people and create a Garden of Eden for the mutants, a utopia. Their leader, Yvonne, is also a legendary master. Will he definitely help us?" Link smiled. "The so-called doctrine is only for the purpose of strengthening the rule. It's not the result. As the person who had single-handedly forged Eden, it was impossible for Yvonne to not know this. We have to look at the problem from the perspective of development. If we stick to the old rules, we will end up like the Platinum Hotel, crushed mercilessly by the wheels of the times. As the leader of the Brotherhood, said Link, if Ivan couldn't even understand this, he wouldn't have made it this far. In his previous life, Ivan's strategic vision was very advanced. He used all kinds of diplomatic means and could always lead the Brotherhood to wander between various forces, allowing the mutated humans to survive. From the 1.0 era to the 6.0 era, their shadows were present in the universe, and they were thriving. Helen nodded as if she understood. She knew nothing about politics, but as long as the spaceship could be repaired, it would be a good thing. This was because only after the outer shell had been repaired could the next step of the auxiliary engine's restoration be carried out. There was nothing more exciting than personally repairing a spaceship and putting it into operation. It was already dark when Helen left the castle. Before resting, Link browsed the forums. Victoria and Pandora's forums were normal. They were all asking about coordinate missions, exchanging thoughts, or just chatting. But when he entered the Wasteland forum, the style suddenly became comical. The top posts on the forum were all about the alien planet. Most of the content was self-deprecating, explaining, and popular science. Things like I was too careless and didn't run away. Exploration of the lower-class life on a foreign planet, the years I spent on a foreign planet, the story of the Banshee and I, and so on. Anyway, the title could attract people however it was. After all the information had been sent to the military through the informants on the wasteland. In order to let the players know their contribution points and act as a disguised incentive, the contribution points were all tied to the informants in a locked state. As long as they asked their informers in the offline communication, they would know their current contributions. Among these posts, the one that was pinned the highest and had the most replies was the edited video posted by Suyat. First of all, Suyi's analysis in the forum was very good and was known as the Old King of Understanding by the players. He had guessed it correctly several times before. In addition, Suya was one of the 2 leaders handpicked by Link for this infiltration mission. The angle of view here was more comprehensive, and everyone hoped to find more details from Suyi's video. Link clicked into the post and the video began to load. The dubbing of the video was done in post-production because the Inhumans had not yet gained the full trust of the alien planet, so some things could not be said carelessly. After watching the 20-minute video, Link had a clear understanding of the current situation of the players who were executing the Invisible Guardian. First of all, the withered wasteland planet that the players were on was not an alien planet, but a transit planet. This used to be a prosperous and civilized planet, but unfortunately, the arrival of the alien planet caused the planet to suffer a disaster. A large number of shadow hounds hatched from the ground. This was the home of dog trainer Douglas, and it had now become a barren planet where alien planets bred shadow hounds. The person holding the fort on this planet was the direct superior of Tulu and Ganis, the adjutant of the alien army, Abu Muslim. In addition to the shadow dogs, there was also a steady stream of demons sent over, who were then subjected to inhumane training to improve their skills in the form of life and death battles. Banshees and terror tacticians had also gathered here through the teleportation gate. Then, through the teleportation gate that was connected to other planets, they would go to battle. In short, this place was the training ground and barracks of the alien planet, and also a transfer station. 627 The Wasteland Council. Suyi's first video only introduced the overview of the planet called Wamel. The video showed the overview of planet Wamel, the breeding site of the Shadow Hounds, the fierce gladiator selection, the arrival of banshees and terrorist tacticians through the portal, and then the formation of troops to go to other portals. Although the entire planet lacked resources and was barren, the alien army was formed here and then sent to other planets to invade and fight. Originally, the players only had a vague idea of the alien planet. They knew that their goal was to invade, and then an endless army would appear from the teleportation gate, turning the planet into ruins and a sea of fire. However, after watching Suyi's video, everyone understood the internal operation mechanism of the alien planet. It was like a sophisticated war machine, sending new warriors through the portal, and then sending them out to spread the war. Other than that, the players also learned about the levels and composition of the alien planet for the first time. The leader was Thanos, the commander and will of the alien army. Under him was the commander of the alien planet, Yegish. Yegish had a lieutenant called Abu Muslim. Tulu and Ganis, who had invaded the wasteland, were the war messengers under Abu's command. And outside of this complete system, there was also a mysterious lord in black. There were many rumors about this dark figure. The stable teleportation portal was his masterpiece, and it was said that he was the only person who did not have to listen to Thanos' orders. He did not even have a specific name. Suya keenly sniffed the mystery of this Lord Black Shadow, but after a round of investigation, except for hearing a lot of appalling rumors to increase the legendary color of this Lord Black Shadow, there was no harvest. At the same time, Suya also calmly explained the current situation of the defectors on the alien planet in the video. Although Abu was still cautious about the players could already do some normal activities in Wamel and receive some quests from the sub-leaders or captains on the other planets. On the other hand, Exquisite, who had jumped into the portal at the last moment, was caught by Douglas the Houndmaster. After consulting with Abu, she was beaten into a prisoner and lost her freedom of movement. As for Exquisite's identity, Link cleverly announced it after the victory. He classified her as a traitor who was hiding in the Sand City with Dean and Aziz. She was one of the main culprits who wanted to disrupt the good lives of the people on the wasteland and bring the alien planet into the wasteland. At the same time, it revealed that Ling Long had been lurking in Kylan Hall since a long time ago. She acted as the old gatekeeper and stole the secrets of Shitu. At the same time, they put up a reward for anyone who could kill Ling Long or bring her back. After the truth was revealed, the people of the wasteland despised it, but they had no thoughts about the reward. Good lord, he had already run off to an alien planet, so how was he going to catch him? The defectors who had escaped from the wasteland didn't know who Exquisite was at first, but with the explanation from the wasteland, they immediately classified her as an enemy. With Link's generous reward, the players looked at Exquisite with an expression that all men in the world would have greed. However, this greed was not for her figure, but for Link's reward. Ling Long, on the other hand, didn't know any of this. She thought that these Inhumans were after her body. She tried all sorts of ways to seduce the Inhumans, put in a good word for her, get the alien planet to release her, and give her a chance to show her loyalty. However, this behavior confused the players. Although she had an exquisite childlike face and a slim figure, if they wanted to use charm, why didn't they find a banshee? Link almost laughed out loud when he saw these messages. Before Exquisite left the island, his words still worked. As soon as Exquisite entered the portal, she was captured and imprisoned by Douglas the Houndmaster. Ling Long's specialty was disguising, which was not very useful on other planets, so she had been locked up. The failure to attack the wasteland was still a big blow to the alien planet. Especially after knowing that this was a scheme by the First Order, the army's confidence was crushed at this critical moment of life and death on this alien planet. Previously, Abu had said that they had found a few more low civilization planets that were suitable for attack. Ever since the wasteland incident, they had been a little paranoid. They subconsciously felt that this was a conspiracy of the First Order when they saw the low civilization planets. This was also why the players did not send back any useful information. Because of the wasteland incident, Abu Muslim had begun to gather his forces to consolidate his resources on the planet. As for the few low civilization planets that were already the target, he decided to observe them for a while longer. Link exited the forum and heaved a sigh of relief. The player's first step was very successful, bringing with him a lot of news from the alien planet. If things went as he expected, Abu Muslim would send the players, the undead creatures, as pawns to these low civilization planets to mine their mines and see if there was any danger. As for these few low civilization planets, there would definitely be Pandora and Victoria. In a sense, Link had saved the players on these two novice planets and prevented them from facing the alien planet's defeat earlier. Just as Link finished washing up and was about to go to bed, he received a call from Penny the Penguin. "There's something here that can't be considered good, but it's not bad either. Are you interested in hearing it?" Link chuckled. It was rare for Penny to keep him in suspense. "I still need to hear what you're saying." The Penguin, Penny, said directly, "Arthur, the head of the Temple Knights of the Cross Corps, will also be leading the diplomatic corps to Shandu the day after tomorrow. Link was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to meet with the Brotherhood's diplomatic mission the day after tomorrow? Why did the Cross Army suddenly announce that they would be coming? This was really unexpected. Furthermore, they had chosen the same day as the Brotherhood. There must be a deeper meaning behind this. Link knew that since Penny mentioned this, he must have done his research. He stopped thinking and asked, "What's the result of your investigation?" "According to the information from my informer in the Cross Corps, the Cross Corps decided to form a diplomatic mission to visit Shandu after receiving the news about the Brotherhood's diplomatic mission. It was a decision made by a joint vote of all the Knights of the Round Table in the Cross Corps. It must be because he sensed danger. If the Brotherhood and the Freedom Federation were to form an alliance and reconcile, the Cross Army would be the only sect that has nothing to do with it and would be the only one that has distanced itself from the mainstream. At that time, they would definitely be targeted." Link's thoughts were similar to Penny's. Now that the Brotherhood and the Cross Army had come together, it felt like thousands of countries had come to their own country. However, at this time, there should be a proper arrangement. If the Brotherhood Alliance and the Cross Army sought peace together, it would mean that the scattered lands and the northern wasteland would be completely under the rule of the Freedom Federation. The entire wasteland would be unified for the first time in history. Send a reply to the Cross Corps and welcome their visit. At the same time, he spread the news that the Brotherhood Alliance and the Cross Corps would arrive the day after tomorrow. Instead of us making this decision, it's better to throw it out and see their reaction. Pony hummed a few times over the phone, thinking the same. What would you do if the Brotherhood and the Cross Army both choose to join in? Penny asked again. You must have an idea if you are asking this. Let me hear it. I think Ying Luo. The days where he couldn't act tough were always so short, and soon, 2 days had passed. The news that the Brotherhood Alliance and the Cross Corps had come to Shandu for an audience had already been spread, and it was a very popular topic among the people. Ordinary citizens didn't understand what this meant, but after some analysis and explanations by people who knew the situation and relationships on the wasteland, they all understood that the Brotherhood and the Cross Corps were the last powerful organizations on the wasteland. Once the visiting diplomatic group reached an agreement, the wasteland would welcome its first unification in history, which was of great historical significance. Therefore, in the past 2 days, the citizens spontaneously maintained the order of the community and maintained the cleanliness of Shandu from their own hands. They even secretly prepared decorations and celebratory things, waiting for the good news to be reported after the meeting of the diplomatic corps to be the first to celebrate. The meeting was held in the Moro's Tower, which overlooked all the skyscrapers in Shandu. 2 days ago, Link had announced that the Cross Army and the Brotherhood's diplomatic mission would be visiting at the same time. This news immediately disrupted the Brotherhood's plans. He also learned from the imposters that the Cross Army had joined the army at the last minute after receiving the news, and it wasn't the doing of Shudu. The Cross Corps attack had put Shandu and the Brotherhood on the fire. Ivan had no choice but to change the details of his plan. The Cross Army's sudden attack had also triggered the catfish effect. The Brotherhood could have argued with Link for more freedom and benefits, but if the Cross Army's demands were smaller than theirs, it would show that they were not sincere enough. They would be forced to lower the price. The Brotherhood was the first to arrive at Shandu. Ivan entered the city in an extremely ostentatious manner. He directly used his special ability to control magnetic forces to form a disc similar to a flying saucer. Under the leadership of the welcoming team, he passed through the streets of Shandu in an imposing manner. The citizens looked at the silver metal disc and were all shocked. This thing was in line with their imagination of an advanced alien civilization's equipment and not the rough style of alien technology. He immediately went to the office on the top floor of Moro's building and looked at the flamboyant Ivan. He could not help but laugh. You still don't forget to build momentum at this time, as expected of Ivan. All right, let's prepare to go down and welcome them. Ivan was able to lead the mutated humans step by step in the previous life. His strategic vision and diplomatic skills were definitely first class. Link even felt that his diplomatic skills were better than Ivan's ability to control magnetic fields. On the silver metal plate, Ivan was wearing the soul crown and a special alloy that was as light as cicada's wings. The cape on his back was flapping in the wind as he stared in the direction of the Moro's building. As soon as he entered the city, he could already sense the powerful aura that Link had deliberately released. This was a kind of greeting and communication between the strong. Behind him were some core members of the Brotherhood, all of whom were famous in the Brotherhood. Almost at the same time, the cross-corps diplomatic mission also arrived in Shandu. Their appearance was less exaggerated than the Brotherhood's, and more solemn. All of them were on silver-armored white horses. Under the sunlight, they emitted a holy light, making people feel close to them. The person in the lead had the most brilliant light on his body. He was wearing a helmet, so his face could not be seen clearly. However, there was a strangely shaped sword in the stone at his waist that was unusually eye-catching. It was simple and heavy. The welcoming team walked at the front and led the members of the Cross Corps to the Moro's building. The sound of the horses' hooves was light and powerful. Just as Link reached the entrance of Moro's tower, the Brotherhood's diplomatic corps appeared from the corner of the street. Link and Ivan's eyes met. The two auras collided and the battle began. However, they retreated after a slight collision, leaving no trace. Ivan stopped the metal disc at the entrance of the Moro's building. Then, the disc split into countless small discs, arranged in a disorderly manner. Ivan stepped on the steps made of small discs and walked down step by step, with a spring-like smile on his face. It's better to see it for yourself than to hear about it for a long time. The head of state's demeanor is dazzling. Today, I've seen that it's indeed extraordinary. The president was able to build a steel Eden in the scattered land and is committed to the human rights and survival of mutated humans. This love is what I want to learn. Evan's eyes gleamed. Link's words set the tone of the diplomatic visit. He was trying to elevate Ivan's status and also to knock him down a peg. After all, the Brotherhood's true way of thinking and actions were not exactly the same as what Link had said. It could only be said that they had nothing to do with each other. This was a hint that if they were to have a good relationship with the Freedom Federation in the future, the Brotherhood's nature would be to strive for the human rights and survival of mutated humans, not to eliminate ordinary people and create a Garden of Eden made purely of mutated humans. However, Ivan had come to the Freedom Federation with the intention of negotiating peace. Now that they were going to negotiate for peace, it was necessary for them to change their core principles. It was also reasonable for them to follow the trend and change their core principles. But before Ivan could speak, the sound of rapid horse hooves was heard. The Cross Army had arrived. Arthur took off his helmet and jumped off his horse. He shouted, "Head of State, our Cross Army is here to join the Freedom Federation." Link had seen Arthur on television before. Back then, Arthur had been invited to participate in the event at Moro's Coliseum. On television, he had looked strong and mature. But when they met again, Arthur's rash attitude caught Link by surprise. Evan's eyes gleamed once again. He could tell that Arthur was here for him. The moment he opened his mouth, he was the head of state, and he joined. He lowered his position by a level and made his attitude clear. Compared to the Brotherhood alliance, the sense of closeness and respect was obvious. Link laughed and immediately went up to welcome him. Although Link didn't know what Arthur was really thinking, he knew that this move was obviously to checkmate Ivan. This would give Link the upper hand in the upcoming negotiations. How could Link not return the favor? He called out to Arthur and Ivan, "Let's go in and talk about the creation of the Wasteland Council." 628 Reappearing in Glory. Arthur's eyes lit up when he heard Link mention the Wasteland Council. He understood what Link meant. The Crusader army has always pursued a wasteland policy. Now, under the leadership of the head of state, the entire Freedom Federation is thriving and the future situation is very good. The teachings of our Cross Corps were originally to revere the past and belittle the present, to pursue ancient life. However, that was to resist the damage to the planet caused by the chaotic and disorderly expansion of modern civilization. However, ever since the head of state took over, all of these problems have been resolved. Humans and nature live in harmony, and the core teachings of the Cross Corps have to adapt to the times and make some changes. Arthur's words flattered Link. He also expressed the stand of the Cross Army. Compared to the Brotherhood Alliance, which had been hiding their intentions, the Cross Army had shown their sincerity. After all, Arthur was only an epic NPC. Whether it was his personal strength or the scale of his forces, he could not compare to the Brotherhood. Because of the ancient doctrine, the Cross-Corps all lived in the frozen wasteland in the north of the wasteland, living a bitter and difficult life. The mutated humans had already built a steel city of Eden in the scattered land. The importance of the two in the wasteland was different, and they had different statuses in Link's eyes. In order to give the Cross Legion an advantage, Arthur's attitude and requirements were much lower than the Brotherhood. He could also help Link destroy the Brotherhood's prestige and bargaining chip. He could work hard and curry favor with them, and he could also do well. On the other hand, Ivan's eyes were burning with rage. He looked as if he was going to use magnetic force to control the armor's collapse and crush Arthur into a meat pie. He had wanted to negotiate with Link a little more to gain more autonomy for the Brotherhood. However, Arthur kept lowering his stance and bargaining, so he couldn't say anything. From Link's point of view, the two of them were frantically rolling in. Originally, if they joined normally, Link would welcome them with open arms. However, due to their competitive relationship, they kept testing the bottom line and lowering the price. Roll it up, roll it inside. The diplomatic corps arrived at the conference room of Morrow's tower. The three diplomatic corps began their friendly exchange after a round of greetings. On Link's side, there were the top military and political executives of the Sand City. The military had Benjamin and the deputy director of the Military Intelligence Department, Ren Yi. The Monster Security Company had Bob, the think tank members, Pony, Forbes, and Constellation. The media department had Nicole and Netherworld. The machinery department had sent Ludwig, who was used to such occasions. It was a grand lineup. After the three parties were seated, Link said, "I know that the two of you have come here for a discussion, and that you are both swift and decisive people. I won't beat around the bush. Let's just start the discussion. After the discussion is over, I have prepared a grand banquet. We can raise our cups and celebrate." Link's words were well received by both Arthur and Yvonne. Yvonne was afraid that if he delayed any longer, Arthur might lower his bottom line again, and the Brotherhood would be in more trouble. Arthur's thoughts were the same as Evan's. He was eager to let the Cross-Corps join the Freedom Federation. If this dragged on for too long, Yvonne would definitely think of a way to deal with it. It would definitely lower the importance of the Cross Army in Link's heart. After all, sending charcoal in the snow was definitely better than adding flowers to a brocade. The meeting started immediately, and the three parties got into the zone very quickly. Link glanced at Arthur and said, "Then let's get to the point just now." The Temple Knighthead had already expressed his desire to join the Freedom Federation. "I would like to ask the Brotherhood about your thoughts, Leader Yvonne." Link comforted Arthur before leaving the problem to the Brotherhood. Yvonne came to Shandu this time to talk about cooperation. The Suicide Squad had already arrived at Steel Eden during the Freedom Federation's war with the alien planet. However, Evan had still been weighing the pros and cons of Link's ability to deal with the alien planet in the short term. Thus, he had found all sorts of excuses to delay his arrival. In the end, he didn't expect the Freedom Federation to deal with the alien planet so easily and become the savior of the entire wasteland. Even in Steel Eden, many mutated humans' attitude towards Link had changed. This forced Yvonne to take the initiative to bring a group out of the Sand City to talk to Link. If the confrontation continued, it would only result in a situation like the Platinum Hotel and the Academy, becoming a rat on the street that everyone wanted to beat. Ivan's diplomatic means were at their maximum. In the face of a very tricky question, he replied, "The Brotherhood has been paying close attention to the alien invasion some time ago. After learning that the head of state had successfully expelled the alien army, everyone was excited. It just so happened that the head of state extended an olive branch and invited me to Sand City to study the advanced knowledge of the Black Library, which resulted in this diplomatic mission." Arthur's face turned dark. He was clearly showing off. The matter of the advanced knowledge in the Black Library was a hot topic. The list of people that Link had invited were all well-known figures of the Freedom Federation. The only non-member was Yvonne from the Brotherhood. It went without saying that Link had taken the initiative to offer an olive branch. He must have thought highly of him. This was a hint that Arthur and the Cross Army were willing to pay him a price. Link didn't even invite them. It was clear that he didn't think much of them. The two of them wanted to join the Freedom Federation, but they weren't on the same level. But Yvonne didn't finish and continued, and after this alien invasion, the Brotherhood has realized that we still have many threats outside of the wasteland. Perhaps we had all kinds of differences before, but now we should reach a consensus and work together to resist the foreign enemy. This time, it was an alien army. Who knew what kind of organization it would be next? If we continue to have internal conflicts, then we will be the sinners of the entire wasteland. Ivan stood at a high level, and he almost said the wasteland's future is shared, which was different from Arthur's. Even Link couldn't help but be shocked by Ivan's vision and height. He was indeed a man who was skilled in diplomacy. With just a few words, Ivan introduced himself as a member of the Freedom Federation. He said that he was righteous, that it was a necessity of history, that he followed the trend and did not want to be a sinner in history. The hats were placed on him one by one. The feeling of being a lower class after joining the Freedom Federation was completely gone. Since both of them had gone along with the topic, Link stopped pretending and continued, "That's true before, we didn't know there were external factors. The wasteland occupied the entire field of vision, and there would be conflicts due to territory, resources, and even differences in opinions. However, the appearance of the alien star has already sounded the alarm for us. There are many forces in the universe that are eyeing us. If we waste time and energy on these small details, we will be the sinners of the wasteland." Link glanced at the two camps and said, "Both of your powers are an important part of the wasteland. Now that you have such a high level of awareness to put aside disputes and develop together, I thank both of you on behalf of the citizens of the Freedom Federation. As I said before I came in, I plan to form a Wasteland Council. The wasteland isn't the wasteland of the Freedom Federation. It doesn't belong to any one of us. It belongs to all the wasteland residents. Establish a Wasteland Council and let all the forces on the wasteland join. Everyone will have the same right to speak and we can work together in the face of the planet's problem. As for the conditions for joining the Wasteland Society, after many rounds of discussion, the first is to communicate. The concept of power was deeply rooted, and it was not realistic to change it in a short time. Only with more contact and communication could they reduce the connection and mutual understanding. So the first point was that the organizations or forces that joined the Wasteland Society had to open up their markets. All the organizations and forces in the Wasteland Society had to open up their territories, businesses, and talent exchanges. Second, when a new organization or force joined, their strength would be assessed first, and more than half of the members would have to agree before a new position could be added. Third, when the wasteland is under threat, the military dispatch will be integrated and a talented and virtuous commander will be selected to mobilize the overall resources of the wasteland. This is the duty of the Wasteland Council. In terms of corresponding rights, the profits gained from the actions in the name of the wasteland were divided according to contribution and proportion. Usually, the leaders of the respective forces would still manage the affairs of each other and would not interfere with each other's internal affairs. We're able to drive away the most vicious alien planet, so we're quite well known in this galaxy. From now on, we need to help each other and form a community with the wasteland's fate." The applause was thunderous after Link finished speaking. Arthur's eyes glowed, and he almost looked like a lackey. He had originally been prepared to have a large amount of power taken away from him and become a vassal of the Freedom Federation. However, Link's conditions were so good that the council's votes were all fake. Most of the seats were on Link's side. Even if they voted against him, only half of them would vote against him. However, they could run themselves during normal times, and there was no difference from now. When there was a need to go to war in the name of the wasteland, they would listen to Link's collective mobilization. There was basically no loss. The eyes of the leader of the Brotherhood, Ivan, flashed with a sharp light as he sighed with emotion. He was already very good at diplomacy. Now, he submitted to Shita for the sake of the situation. He didn't expect Link's Wasteland Council to directly choose to give power and ensure the autonomy of the major forces. They would only unify the management when the wasteland was under threat. As for the three duties mentioned earlier, they could be said to be the most basic requirements. Even Ivan couldn't help but exclaim at Link's generosity. To dare to make such a bold decision, one could only say that he had great talent and strategy. If he were in Link's position, he wouldn't be able to make such a loose policy. This made the complicated feelings he had before he came vanish into thin air. The members of the Brotherhood who visited this time were basically the core members of Steel Eden. Many of them were Link's admirers, but there were also some who were not optimistic about the outcome of the visit. In the past, Link's actions were swift and forceful, giving no room for the enemy to breathe. The lessons from the Platinum Hotel and the Academy had yet to end. Everyone could clearly see what the outcome was. However, Link's plan to form the Wasteland Council had completely blown her mind. This wave could be described as meat, eggs, scallions, and chicken. There were almost no obstacles in the following meeting. Although Ivan quickly came back to his senses, he understood that the key point of the agreement was to open up the power, allowing business and talent flow, which basically broke the original power monopoly. It was like the difference in water pressure. Talents and wealth would all flock to more advanced and prosperous places. Although Steel Eden was very technologically advanced, it was essentially no different from an ancient feudal territory. After the agreement was signed, it would become an open modern civilization where danger and opportunity coexisted. Furthermore, the Freedom Federation had a large number of Inhumans, with a large number of them being mutants. As the mutants' holy land, the Steel Eden could naturally attract a large number of mutants. Ivan had been coveting this labor force for a long time. The birth of mutants could only be determined by natural or acquired. Although the Academy could mass-produce mutants, their purpose of creating them was to research and harm. However, the chance of a mutated human being born was very low, so the growth of the population was a problem for Ivan. With the addition of the mutated humans, their faction would expand. In a harmonious and cheerful atmosphere, the three parties signed the agreement of the Wasteland Council. Welcome to the Wasteland Council. Let's make our contribution to the survival and development of the wasteland. After a round of champagne clinking, the news of the signing of the agreement spread to thousands of households as soon as the TV station reported it. The streets and alleys of Shandu were filled with celebratory people. Fireworks and firecrackers were set off as people took to the streets to celebrate. It was the same in Dragon City and Fayette. The establishment of the Wasteland Council meant that the wasteland was about to enter a period of peace and rapid development. Peace, what a precious yet unfamiliar word. In the banquet hall of Moro's building, everyone was chatting and laughing. The three envoys gathered in groups of twos and threes, discussing interesting things. Benjamin was talking about the great battle at the demonic forgers' camp. Beside him was one of the Cross Army's Knights of the Round Table, who had taken off his armor and was dressed in casual clothes. Opposite him were a few high-level members of the Brotherhood. As Benjamin was talking, they would exclaim in surprise from time to time, or interrupt to ask a few questions. Link, Ivan, and Arthur were also together. Head of State, Ivan asked, in your strategy, which other organizations will join the Wasteland Council? Link didn't hide anything and said, first of all, there's Essia. Although it's already an autonomous region of the Freedom Federation, it was razed to the ground during the Great War of Essia and is currently being rebuilt. The Wasteland Gang used to be his predecessor, so it was time to give them a seat. The other one was Salamai. In this war, the Spider Demon Empire had agreed to send reinforcements. As a race that also lived on the wasteland, they had to be given a seat. The third is the Moon Shadow Council. Because of me, the Moon Shadow Council has been developing rapidly. I'm also trying to urge them to resolve their relationship with Nature's Alliance through their participation, and finally occupy a seat as a nature religion. In this way, all the organizations on the wasteland have seats in the Wasteland Council, which has also achieved the goal I wanted to set up. Evan and Arthur nodded. Although these three organizations were all inextricably linked to Link, they had no problem giving him seats. Ivan swirled his wine glass and spoke again, I heard that the head of state has encountered some trouble recently. The repair work of the spaceship isn't going very smoothly. Now that the Brotherhood has joined the Wasteland Council, it's our duty to help. 629 Repairing the spaceship, the Professional League. It just so happens that the Advanced Library is in the Colosseum. You two can move there to comprehend it. Before he left, Link glanced at the Suicide Squad in the corner of the banquet hall and raised his hand to call them over. The group walked up to Link, looking even more reserved. Link's status was not only the head of the Freedom Federation. After the Wasteland Council was established, Link was truly the lord of the wasteland and the chairman who could influence the planet's movements. You did a good job on this mission. Hearing Link's praise, the group was overwhelmed. Even the usually calm and cold-looking disguiser's eyes glowed with excitement. It's not hard to serve the head of state. Moreover, the success this time was all thanks to the head of state's victory on the front line, which was why the other side agreed. We're just running errands, so there's really no credit to speak of. The impostor was well aware that after staying in Steel Eden for a few days, every time the invitation was mentioned, Yvonne would change the subject. At that time, the impostor realized that Yvonne wanted to wait for the dust to settle on the front line before considering whether to form an alliance. He was clearly just watching the fire from the other side. Link didn't mind the impostor's humble words. To be able to complete the mission and return safely at such a tense time was already a success. You've been working hard for the past few days. It's time for you to take a good rest. Come to the Colosseum tomorrow. As a reward for this mission, I'll allow you to view the advanced knowledge. Upon hearing that they could view advanced knowledge, their eyes lit up. Holy **T, that was the advanced knowledge that everyone on the wasteland yearned for. Those who were invited were all famous people on the wasteland, people who had done their best in their respective industries or professions. They never thought that they would be lucky enough to see advanced knowledge. Link patted the impostor's shoulder. You're the team leader. Bring your men here on time tomorrow. Then, he turned around and left. At the door, the atmosphere between Yvonne and Arthur was cold. When Link returned, they were smiling again. Your team of mutated humans is not bad. Evan said with a smile. Of course, said Link with a smile, the Wasteland gang arranged to assassinate me. I thought they were all quite outstanding, so I took them in. Evan became stunned as he had not imagined that these people had such a background. He then raised his thumb, only the head of state would have such courage. Then, Yvonne looked back at the captain of the suicide squad and continued, that captain is a pretty good talent. He's calm in the face of danger and has the demeanor of a general. It's a pity that he's not a mutant. He doesn't meet your requirements. Yvonne chuckled and shook his head. To be honest, he wasn't as open-minded as Link. He must have arranged for his trusted aides to be around him. Even so, he had a backup plan and couldn't be completely trusted. Even if Link gave the entire suicide squad to him today, he still didn't have the courage to use them and appoint them to a high position. This kind of magnanimity, other than exclamations, there was only admiration. The three of them took the car to the animal arena. Arthur was filled with emotions when he returned to this place. When I came here last year, it wasn't like this. At that time, I was invited by Moros to Shandu. The slums were still controlled by societies, and the situation in Shandu was turbulent. I didn't expect that under your rule, Shandu would change so drastically in just 1 year. I was still the boss of the Link gang last year, Link laughed. I even saw you on the Colosseum show on TV. Who would have thought that we'd meet again a year later in such a way? Arthur wasn't embarrassed. Instead, he smiled and said, clearly, this meeting is more meaningful. Yvonne looked at the huge Colosseum, which looked like a small independent city. Even with his ability, it took him a lot of effort to build such a building. When Link arrived at the Colosseum, Afu had received the news in advance and was already waiting at the door to welcome him. Yvonne couldn't help but size up the little fatty who had taken a fancy to Haiteng. In his intelligence report, this little fatty had quite a bit of space. It was said that she was a slave who had escaped from the Wasteland gang with Link and was the owner of the Colosseum. She had a high status and was very lucky. Under Fu's lead, the three of them quickly arrived at the second underground floor of the Colosseum. Helen had already set up temporary research bases on the first and second underground floors. The alloys used to repair the spaceship were also piled up on the side, like a small metal mountain. The second underground floor was brightly lit, and there were many scaffolding at the front and back of the spaceship. The staff were busy repairing the spaceship or reattaching the cables. It was the first time for both Yvonne and Arthur to see an alien spaceship, and they were both shocked by the size of the spaceship. Yvonne released a magnetic field, and the lights on the second underground floor flickered for a moment. When the magnetic field entered the interior of the spaceship, Yvonne could feel the complex structure of the entire spaceship and could not help but take a deep breath. It's truly vast and majestic. Yvonne could not help but sigh. This spaceship has crashed here for at least 1,000 years. When he released the magnetic field just now, Yvonne also felt the metal atoms in the impact layer below the spaceship. He estimated that it had been there for 1,000 years. Yvonne was shocked. A spaceship of this scale and technology could not be made even in the wasteland, but this was a spaceship piloted by an alien civilization 1,000 years ago. One could only imagine how advanced the technology was now. Link saw the doubt in Ivan's eyes and explained, "We can be considered to have come into contact with other civilizations, and we can see some things from this. Even those civilizations that were at a higher level were restricted by the knowledge barrier. The hard currency in the universe is civilization and knowledge. If one civilization can obtain high-level knowledge so easily, then there would be no low-level civilization in the universe. It would be impossible for all of them to be high or top-level civilizations." Yvonne thought it made sense. He was just too shocked to see such a large aircraft. Just now, he had used the magnetic field to understand the various aspects of the spaceship, and Yvonne had also roughly discovered the situation of the spaceship. Its tail was broken, and many of the internal equipment had been removed. 1/3 of it was an empty shell. The front of the ship was also damaged to a certain extent. In general, there were many places that needed to be repaired, and the workload was heavy. The entire transport ship was about 400 meters long, 80 meters wide, and 100 meters tall. It was rectangular in shape, and there were many stacked modules on the outside of the ship, giving it a very high-tech look. If he were to repair it, he would have to spend a lot of mental energy. "Head of State, do you have a blueprint or a replica of the spaceship?" "As long as we have the blueprint, repairing it will only take a little effort." After a while, Helen ran over from the temporary research base with a copy of the spaceship. This restored map was the product of the discussion between Dave, Dr. Ludwig, and Troy after she had read the advanced knowledge, absorbed the mechanical engineering manufacturing theory, and based on the memory of Pharaoh Tuman. To put it bluntly, this restoration blueprint could be said to be the blueprint with the highest content and level that could be found on the wasteland. Yvonne glanced at Helen. Although he had never seen her before, he had heard of this young girl who had top-notch mechanical knowledge and theories. It was said that after Professor Zhao from the machinery faith, this person had reached the ceiling of machinery theory on the wasteland. His future was boundless. When Yvonne opened the blueprint, he was shocked and completely trusted Helen's ability. Perhaps he was a genius. He was only in his teens, but he had already defeated all the famous old mechanics on the wasteland. After Yvonne finished reading the blueprint, he could not help but laugh. "I'm really envious of you. You have so many top-notch talents following you." Without waiting for Link to speak, Helen said, "It's my honor to be able to give advice to the ruler. After all, not everyone can go against the machinery faith and face Dr. Zhao and the thousands of zealots in the machinery palace alone to save me." "Right, this is also what I admire about you. You can often do things that ordinary people don't dare to do, and your magnanimity and structure are top-notch," Evan said. Laying the blueprint on the table, Yvonne glanced at the block of metal placed at the back of the transport ship. When the magnetic field expanded just now, he could feel that the material structure of this block of alloy did not belong to any type he had seen before. The transport ship was also made of this material and had an extremely stable structure. Yvonne knew that this was proof that Link could now craft alloys for spaceships after obtaining the advanced knowledge. Now that he had reached the end of his growth, could he open a new door through advanced knowledge? "This is the spaceship's raw alloy, right?" "That's right," Helen immediately said. "These are the raw alloys for our spaceship. We'll have to trouble you for the next step, President Yvonne." Helen sounded the evacuation alarm, and all the maintenance staff inside and outside the spaceship left in an orderly manner. The entire second underground floor was empty. Yvonne opened his arms and aimed one of his palms at the alloy block on the ground. Under the Heaven Sun's insight, Link could see that the originally smooth and even magnetic field was suddenly distorted. The alloy pile had produced a huge magnetic field energy. Then, the alloy blocks that weighed more than 10 tons floated in the air. The dozens of alloy blocks of various sizes were suspended in the air, looking spectacular. Everyone present was shocked. It took the staff a great deal of effort to transport these raw materials to the second underground floor, especially when the alloys were piled up together, like a small metal mountain. However, such a small metal mountain was now floating in the air and approaching the transport ship. As it approached, the sturdy metal hill began to deform, and a straight metal layer extended from it, directly connecting to the broken edge of the spaceship. Under the influence of the strong magnetic field, the broken parts of the spaceship gradually melted and were smoothed out again, becoming one with the new alloy. Ivan's hands were in the air, like the most outstanding conductor, his hands controlling the magnetic field in the air to produce rich changes. At the same time, his eyes kept glancing over the restored drawing, restoring the various details on the drawing, making the plain design on the paper appear in the real world. Helen leaned on the table and looked at the restored image, then at the real thing that was gradually completed. She was amazed. All the details that were shown on the restoration diagram were restored one by one. He had to directly transform the alloy material into the transport ship's body. He had to control such a large amount of alloy material while also restoring various details. Could a person's spiritual power be so powerful? Helen couldn't help but glance at Ivan and found that the old man's hair was white, and his fingers were trembling. It was obvious that this level of control was a heavy burden on his body and mind. If Ivan were to use this ability on the Colosseum, it would probably collapse in an instant. The ability to destroy an entire city was truly shocking. As expected of a legend on the same level as Link and John. They were the top fighters on the wasteland. Although Arthur was not convinced by Ivan, he didn't dare to point out his strength. Seeing that Ivan's face had turned pale and the energy in his body was not as strong as before, Link could not help but ask, "Do you want to rest for a while?" "It's better to finish this in one go," Ivan said, shaking his head. "I'll only have the confidence to go in and see the advanced knowledge after I'm done." Arthur's eyes were as big as copper bells. He knew that Ivan was insinuating that he could see the advanced knowledge without sharing it. Arthur stared at the spaceship for a moment and said, "Head of state, after the spaceship is repaired, I will arrange for the Holy Knights of the Crusades to give blessings to the inside and outside of the spaceship, so that the journey into space will be more smooth." Link nodded with a smile, accepting Arthur's suggestion. The inner scroll rolled up. After another 15 minutes, when the last part of the spaceship's tail was repaired, only half of the alloy material was left. With a wave of Ivan's hand, it returned to its original position. The guard's transport ship in the pit was completely filled up at this moment, and it was the first time it was shown to the public in its full form. Looking at his masterpiece in front of him, Ivan let out a sigh of relief. His pale face gradually regained its color, and he said to Helen, "The internal sub-engine position and some of the cabin details have not been perfected yet, so I've reserved space. The external body has been repaired according to the restored map. You can go and check it out." Helen was so shocked that she couldn't believe her eyes. She turned to look at Link, and after receiving his confirmation, she excitedly carried the restored map down and entered the spaceship to look at it. "Let's go down now." Link raised his hand in invitation. He looked at the repaired spaceship, his heart in turmoil. Now, all that was missing was a sub-engine, and this aircraft that had been buried for thousands of years would regain its former glory. The three of them came down from the first underground floor and went to the second underground floor of the spaceship. They headed to the storage room where the Black Library was stored. "I see that the first floor of the Colosseum is under construction as well," Ivan said. "It looks like they're going to make it into a more complex environment." "What's the matter?" Ivan's eyes were sharp. There were spaceships and advanced knowledge on the second underground floor. By right, all the modifications to the Colosseum should have stopped, but the first floor was in full swing. "Oh, that. I'm preparing to organize a professional league against Inhumans. Are the two of you interested?" 630 A clue to the legend. Arthur was stunned for a moment, and then asked, "It's a players' pro league, it's not bad to watch when the head of state is doing it, I'll definitely come. I've also signed the agreement with the Wasteland Council. Next time I come, I'll bring a lot of members of the Cross to set up an office in Shandu." The leader of the Brotherhood, Ivan, thought for a moment and said, "I won't be coming. After reading the advanced knowledge, I'm sure I'll gain a lot of insight. I'll have to go back and meditate to comprehend it." However, I'll send my deputy over. If I see any good seedlings, the head of state can't be stingy. I have an equal relationship with the Inhumans, said Link with a smile. I can't control whether they stay or leave. As long as the conditions you give are right, these Inhumans are very willing to develop in Steel Eden. Not to mention that there are many mutants there who can provide them with skills and ability training. Yvonne nodded at Link, his eyes filled with gratitude. After all, Link's words had made his attitude clear to a certain extent. He didn't care if the Inhumans stayed or left. It also provided Yvonne with a way to control the Inhumans. Seeing that Yvonne was deep in thought, Link's lips curled up. In fact, did he really not care? No, it was because his popularity and importance in the wasteland were deeply rooted. Everyone knew that Link was the main character of the wasteland. If they wanted to survive in the future, they would follow him. Even though the players could temporarily reside in the Iron Eden, they would respond without hesitation once Link summoned them. This was called the protagonist effect. Moreover, according to Link's next big move, after the spaceship was completely repaired, he would leave the wasteland and fly into space. The players who stayed on the wasteland would have to find some missions to do. Since Yvonne was so kind to help him look after the Inhumans, Link was extremely grateful. How could he be angry? The three of them entered the ship. They had just seen how huge the transport ship was from the outside, and now there was a whole new world inside. Each zone was clearly divided, and many of the internal facilities had been rearranged and filled. If the previous spaceship was an empty shell, then the installation and filling of various new equipment was filling this shell with flesh and blood. It was only one step away from resurrection. I can't believe it. After thousands of years, this ship can still be rejuvenated. Arthur was very enthusiastic about this kind of antique, even though the spaceship was very advanced and could be considered a product of modern civilization. But to Arthur, the thousands of years didn't leave any marks on the surface of the spaceship, but the air was filled with a fragrance that lasted for a long time. Just as the three of them were moving forward, the mechanical squid of Troy's data consciousness appeared in the air. Its big green eyes glanced at Yvonne and Arthur, then it raised a mechanical tentacle and said in a standard emotionless mechanical voice, "I'll lead the way for you two. Please come in front." Yvonne looked at the mechanical squid carefully, then asked, "This should be the rumored omnipresent data spirit, right?" The mechanical squid continued to lead the way, but its head turned 180 degrees and said, "The name data spirit is very appropriate. I like it." Using the magnetic field, Yvonne not only saw the mechanical units in the mechanical squid's body, but also a string of data energy flow that filled the entire body. That was why he said so. This isn't Troy's real body, but one of his many clones. It's found in the underground data center of Shadow, the Heavenly Eye satellite near the ground, and even in all kinds of circuit systems. Link added. Yvonne was quite envious. This ability was even stronger than his magnetic field. Now, with the 24-hour Sky Eye satellite above him, Troy could appear anywhere on the wasteland at any time and provide services. This ability was far more powerful than the Flash's teleportation. He could really sit at home and let the world know. When the mechanical squid brought the three of them to the room where the Black Library was located, they saw a pure black metal plate without any impurities. The reflection of the metal plate was extremely low. Although there was plenty of light around it, the surface was as dark as a moonless night. The mechanical squid raised one of its tentacles and said, "As long as you stand in front of the Black Library, it will automatically activate and grant you advanced knowledge." Yvonne took the lead and stood in front of the Black Library. As the Black Library gradually opened, a mirror appeared before everyone. Because of the light, the lens reflected Ivan's face. A moment later, Ivan's body trembled, and his eyes turned blue, as if the entire universe was reflected in his pupils. This vast knowledge. The magnetic field around Yvonne surged, as if he was about to break free from the violent storm. Link was the first to react. He retreated with the others and then used the Heaven's insight to restrain the violent magnetic field. As the two collided, a blue and red energy field was formed around Yvonne, its edges clearly visible. The electric current surged on the barrier and burst into sparks. Yvonne was a veteran legend who had been stuck in the legendary realm for a long time. In fact, due to the natural aging of his body, he was unable to maintain his peak condition and began to decline. However, when he saw the Black Library, the door opened, and higher-level knowledge poured in like an ocean. The shackles that had been sealed for a long time finally could not withstand the vast power and were instantly broken through, taking the opportunity to vent. A moment later, the violent magnetic field around Ivan's body calmed down. Ivan's chaotic eyes gradually became clear. Seeing the crowd hiding far away in the aftermath of the attack, he could not help but feel embarrassed. "I'm sorry, I've made a fool of myself." Ivan's face was slightly red, not because he was embarrassed, but because his blood was boiling. After being bound for a long time, Ivan's ambitions had been obliterated, and all that was left was how to manage Steel Eden. However, now that he had obtained the class advancement knowledge, the blood in his body was boiling. The cage formed by his lack of knowledge and vision was instantly broken. The class advancement knowledge had brought him new power. This knowledge could improve his strength to the point that every cell in his body was jumping happily. "It's worth celebrating. Old one, the reason why you can't control your energy is because you've been trapped under the ceiling for too long. Your current advanced knowledge is like the key to opening the door, allowing you to enter a new realm." Ivan nodded repeatedly. Link's description was quite accurate. The feeling of breaking through was truly exhilarating. All the depression he'd felt for the past 10 years had disappeared in an instant. The fatigue from repairing the spaceship was completely gone. "If it wasn't for the head of state's open-minded invitation, I might have stayed at this level for the rest of my life, unable to make any progress. Just based on this, if the head of state needs me for anything in the future, just let me know, and I won't refuse." Ivan patted his chest. He meant what he said. He was truly grateful to Link. If he had advanced knowledge, he would have taken it for himself to upgrade his own people. He would not have taken it out at all. Even if Link had a favor to ask of him, the spaceship's alloy was already prepared. Repairing it was just a matter of time. He didn't need to do it. But Link did it. He was open and honest. This was enough to make Ivan admit defeat. "Haha, I'm relieved to hear you say that, old one." Next up was Arthur. As the Temple Knight commander of the Cross Army, he had also read something new in the Black Library. He was in high spirits, and the golden holy light around him became even more intense. He was like a knight of virtue who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the people of the world. The spaceship's outer shell was repaired, and a new door was opened with the help of the advanced knowledge. After that, Ivan and Arthur didn't have time to talk. Link had experienced this before, so he didn't stay any longer. He let the two return to their respective stations. After all, he had just read the advanced knowledge, and his mind was full of new ideas and creativity. After the two left, Link returned to the Colosseum. He looked at the repaired spaceship and sighed. Helen took a tour around the spaceship with all the necessary equipment, and she finally heaved a sigh of relief after a long time. "Head of state, everything is normal. Looks like Ivan didn't leave any holes when he repaired it. The ship's fusion surface is perfectly intact, and there are no signs of welding at all. Now you know why I insisted on getting Ivan to fix the ship," said Link, nodding. Helen kept nodding her head. No one knew the schedule better than her. If she were to do this, the entire construction period would probably take more than 3 months, and the welding points might not even meet the requirements. There would be many more procedures and repairs to be done in the future, which would be very tiring. However, with Ivan standing there, the entire spaceship was repaired in less than 15 minutes, and even with her strict eyes, she could not find any problems. Even the position of the internal CO starting engine was left just right. It was obvious that he had done some research on machinery. This round trip would save him at least 4 to 5 months of time. It was truly the might of a legend, so terrifying. Now, the only problem with the spaceship's repair is the front. The remaining problem is the secondary engine. I believe that it won't be long before the head of state can see this spaceship that has been buried for 1,000 years lift off again. Helen's eyes were full of hope. She was also looking forward to the spaceship taking off, so that she could experience wonderful adventures in space. With her mastery and talent in machinery, the head of state would probably take her along, right? The secondary engine module is already in production. It should be able to be installed and tested in the spacecraft tomorrow or the day after. The ignition and testing can be done within a week. Link was very satisfied with Helen's progress. It wouldn't be long before the spaceship could take off. Although the progress is important, the health of you and the other staff members is more important. Yvonne has already won back a lot of time for you, you can slowly adjust. After all, the spaceship will only be in use after the professional tournament, so you still have a lot of time. After inspecting the ship, Link reminded Helen to take note of her resting time. He then glanced at the ship before retreating back to his office in the Colosseum with Afu. The ship's repairs were an important part of Link's plan. Now that the outer shell had been repaired, it wouldn't be long before the power test could be carried out. It could be said that the ship's problem was 80% solved. Now, it was time for Ying Ying to focus on other issues. The venue for the Inhuman Professional League was still under construction, and the activities had to be carried out in an orderly manner to match the time when the spaceship was repaired. The most important thing was that it had to be linked to the player's level. Currently, the First Army was around level 50, and they were 10 levels away from the maximum level in version 1.0. No matter what, they had to wait for the first batch of players to reach the maximum level before they could start the professional league. In addition to the professional league, another urgent problem that needed to be solved was the legendary pet. After the spaceship was repaired, Link would definitely enter space ahead of time to dig out the wealth in his memory and seize the opportunity. The spaceship's space was limited, and Link couldn't bring all his pets on it. He had to synthesize legendary pets before leaving the wasteland. The few things that the higher UPS were worried about were being pushed forward in an orderly manner, but there was no progress at all for this one. Link returned to his office with a frown. All the existing pets, except King Kong, did not meet the synthesis requirements. Right now, Link could only synthesize a pet that fit the dragon bone and then combine it with the dragon bone to create his first legendary pet. But what should he synthesize first to match the legendary material, dragon bone? Link felt that he had reached a dead end. To create a legendary creature, one had to first create a pet that was compatible with the dragon bone. However, if he didn't create a pet, he wouldn't know if it would be compatible with the dragon bone. Previously, he had thought that the tentacles and the dragon bones were a perfect match. After all, one was a sub-dragon creature, and the other was a dragon bone. They could be considered cousins, but the compatibility rate was so low that it was unsightly. It would be a waste to spend so many precious materials to synthesize a creature if it did not match the dragon bone. But if they didn't synthesize, how would they know if it matched? Fu, who was watching from the side, asked, "Boss, is there something bothering you that you can't solve? You can try to tell me. I might be able to give you some suggestions." Link was pulled back to reality by Fu's words. He stared at Fu and suddenly had an idea. That's right, Fu was so lucky. Maybe he could listen to his advice and obtain unexpected gains. Link felt that this idea was more and more reliable. Since he couldn't figure it out, he might as well rely on Fu's luck. Link took a moment to organize his thoughts before asking, "I have a legendary material, dragon bone, in my hand. I want to use it to synthesize my first legendary pet, but I don't know what pet to use. Do you have any ideas?" Afu mulled over Link's words for a moment before saying, "Then we'll definitely synthesize Diamond." Diamond with dragon bone, wouldn't that be the dragon subduing Arhut? Lin Ke was shocked. He did not expect Fu to think of King Kong first. It turned out that King Kong was the only compatible pet. Link couldn't help but feel that this was more believable. He then asked, "But Vatra said that it wanted to rely on its own strength to improve, and didn't want to use dragon bones to pull up the seedlings to help it grow. Yingluo, do you have any other recommendations?" Fu furrowed his brows and muttered, "As for other things, just ignore them." Fu kept searching and thinking in his mind. Suddenly, an image turned from blurry to three-dimensional. He immediately clapped his hands and said, "Yes, I think so. 631 The legendary pet is hatching. I think the 9-patterned dragon is quite suitable." Seeing Fu's serious expression, Link was still a little confused. He had never thought of the 9-patterned dragon in the space of choice. "Then why did you choose the 9-patterned dragon?" Fu started counting on her fingers. First of all, the nine-patterned dragon likes Buddhism as much as the Vajra. Although he's not an eminent monk of great virtue, he's able to achieve a peaceful state of mind. Since the Vajra meets the requirements, the nine-patterned dragon should meet them too. Secondly, the nine-striped dragon has the word dragon in it. Boss, you said that he was born to be a good master. If he can go one step further with the dragon bone, he will have one more strong support. Third, the boss had said that he would find a body for the nine-striped dragon. Although the nine-striped dragon was studying Buddhism and meditation now and did not care about this, the boss was a man of his word. He would definitely keep his promise. The 3 points above are the reasons why I chose the nine-patterned dragon. Lin Ke nodded. When he was thinking about creating a pet, he did not even think of the nine-striped dragon. Now that Fu had brought it up with sufficient reason, coupled with Fu's previous judgment of King Kong, Link was already tempted. Then, summon the nine-patterned dragon now and ask for his opinion. If he's willing, I can give it a try. After the experience with King Kong, Link had begun to respect the wishes of his pets. Moreover, the nine-striped dragon was not his pet. It could only be considered his subordinate. Fu summoned the nine-striped dragon from the Vulture Palace. A rich blue-green soul appeared in front of Link. Nine-patterned dragon, long time no see. Link looked at the nine-striped dragon. It was different from the ruthless and straightforward aura it had when it was alive. Now, the nine-striped dragon was enshrouded in peace and tranquility. The state of its soul gave people a feeling like a spring breeze. The nine-striped dragon put his hands together and bowed slightly to Link. Hello, head of state. May I know why you've summoned me? I promised to find you a body, but after so long, I still can't find a suitable one. The nine-patterned dragon's face was calm, without any emotion or sadness. He only said indifferently, the physical body is just a shackle. With it, you can experience the sufferings of the world. It's no big deal even if you don't have it. But there's an opportunity here. I want to ask for your opinion. I've obtained a legendary material, dragon bone, and I want to use it to strengthen it. After testing many people, only Vajra met the requirements and was compatible with the dragon bone. However, King Kong didn't want to use the dragon bone to strengthen it and rejected my suggestion. Now that Fu is suggesting it to you, I want to know your thoughts. The nine-patterned dragon pondered for a moment and said, Vajra's refusal is reasonable. It had already walked out of its own path and was approaching perfection. It no longer needed the enhancement of external objects. If there's no one else I can choose, then I'm willing to give it a try. Seeing how calm the nine-striped dragon was, Link couldn't help but ask, you and Vajra both study Buddhism, don't you want to find your own path? Vajra's personality and body are both tough and extraordinary, and he has his own thoughts. I was tough when I was alive, but after I died, my soul stayed in the Vulture Palace. The Dao I comprehended was like water and air, not limited to the external form, so I agreed to try it. However, don't get your hopes up, head of state. You can't stop an opportunity from coming, and if it doesn't, you can't force it. Good. I'm relieved to hear that. Now, follow me back to Windhowl Castle and try it out. Link and Ah Fu arrived at Windhowl Castle through the underground tunnel. Hello, Uncle Fu. When Miranda saw Ah Fu, she immediately rushed over and tiptoed to give him a bear hug. Unfortunately, Ah Fu's stomach was too big, and Miranda couldn't hug him with all her might. She could only hug half of him, and his big stomach refused her. Fu stroked Miranda's head and smiled naively. Why didn't you sleep so late today? Miranda yawned and rubbed her eyes. Let's wait for His Excellency the Head of State to return. All right, His Excellency the Head of State is back now. You should go to bed. Remember to brush your teeth before going to bed, so that your teeth can be as white and shiny as Uncle Fu's. Fu flashed 2 rows of white teeth, then reached out and made a handsome gesture under her chin. As shown in the picture. Miranda nodded repeatedly. Then, she hugged her pillow and obediently returned to her room to rest. For children, a dark and chubby boy like Fu could easily gain their favor, and Miranda was no exception. After Miranda left, Link and Afu went to the secret chamber and released the 9-striped dragon. Link felt a rare sense of uneasiness. He'd only wanted to ask Ah Fu on a whim, but he didn't expect her to give him an unexpected answer. Whether or not this option was truly suitable, everything would depend on now. Link took out the dragon's bone and grabbed at the 9-striped dragon with his other hand. Link didn't use any tactics to recruit the 9-striped dragon. He just let the dragon rest in Fu's vulture palace. As a result, the 9-striped dragon was fond of Buddhism. From being a captive, his loyalty had reached 100 points. After that, he became a role similar to Fu's coffin guard. When Link connected the 9-patterned dragon and the dragon bone, a synthesis formula appeared on the synthesis interface. After reading the formula, Link couldn't help but pause. You really ask Fu for advice when you can't make up your mind. 9-patterned dragon, blue, plus dragon bone, legendary, equals. Compatibility, 233%. Synthesis will consume 20,000 health points. Do you wish to synthesize? Yes/no. Incubation time of the blood cocoon, 30 days. The 9-patterned dragon was of blue quality, and the compatibility rate was above 200%. The synthesis would definitely be of legendary quality. Link looked up at the 9-striped dragon, but before he could speak, the 9-striped dragon said, I can tell that I'm very compatible with the dragon bone material. Let's start strengthening it. Link didn't say anything more. He just nodded. In a month, you will break out of your cocoon and welcome a new self. The 9-patterned dragon's lips curled up, and the demeanor of the Azure Dragon Hall's elder from the past appeared again. I'm looking forward to it. As the dragon's bones were absorbed by Link, a blood cocoon appeared on the other hand, gradually wrapping around the pure soul of the 9-striped dragon. Link was looking forward to seeing what would happen when the pure soul of the 9-striped dragon fused with the dragon's bones. Since it was a legendary level, it must have many powerful abilities and advantages. When the 9-striped dragon had completely turned into a blood cocoon, Link was exhausted. He fell onto a chair at the side and panted heavily. He had to pay 20,000 health points to synthesize it, which was still very fatal to him. Even in a battle, Lin Ke had never managed to bring his HP down to this level. Ah Fu quickly brought over Moonwell water. Link gulped it down and his pale face finally recovered. This kind of high-level synthesis was simply life-threatening. Every time he synthesized, he felt as if all the blood essence in his body had been sucked dry, and his body was empty. Link could not imagine what kind of chemical reaction would occur between the 9-striped dragon and the dragon bone. He could only wait for a month to unveil the mystery. The legendary pet synthesis could be considered to have solved one of Link's worries. Now, all he had to do was wait for the box to be opened in a month's time to test the goods. The Wasteland Council was established, the spaceship was repaired, and the legendary pet was in place. In just a few days, the planned operations were completed one by one. Boss, we're progressing smoothly. What's our next move? As Link's right-hand man, AFU had to worry about Link first and think about the next plan in advance. After a moment's hesitation, Link came out of the secret chamber and said, the other plans will take time to be carried out. Right now, we should do some work to maintain stability. Since both the Brotherhood and the Cross Corps have joined the Wasteland Council, and Old Jin will be back from Siamese tomorrow, why don't we hold the first meeting while the Wasteland Council is full? After saying that, Link thought for a moment and said, Fu, I'll give you another mission from the second underground floor of the Colosseum. A secret passage was dug all the way to the back mountain outside the Sand Capital. Try not to alert the mutants. Although Fu didn't know what his boss was doing, he still nodded seriously. Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely do it well. If there's nothing else, I'll be going back to the animal arena. The next morning, Lin Ke was not woken up by Sunflower's nonsense, but by the loud voice of the macaw. Link, did you miss me when I was gone? I missed you so much. As soon as the macaw reached the entrance of the castle, Link was pulled back from his sleep. Link rubbed his eyes and yawned. After a few seconds, he realized that the macaw did not appear in his bedroom as planned. Instead, a burst of cheerful laughter came from outside. Link opened the door to his bedroom's balcony and leaned against the balcony railing. He saw the macaw teasing Miranda, causing her to giggle. As expected, the macaw was the one who coaxed the child. Miranda, let old Jin come up to report on his work first. I'll play with you after he's done. After a while, the macaw arrived at Link's bedroom and was the first to exclaim, "That's great! I've only been gone for a few days, and Helen has already installed the audio equipment for Miranda. That's great news!" Without waiting for Link to speak, the macaw took the initiative to report, "I told Shakonia that the Amor will be the city of the Spider Demon Empire on the wasteland. This time, I've transferred quite a number of Spider Demon craftsmen over to help Essia with its reconstruction. On the other hand, we'll also speed up the construction of Siamese. I believe that in another half a month, the construction of Siamese will be completed. As for the leader of the Amor, I recommended the Silver Demon Ubis. I said that his performance this time was outstanding and that he had strong leadership abilities. He had displayed the spirit of the Spider Demons in the battle against the Wasteland and fought for the reputation of the Spider Demons." Shakonia approved him without even thinking. "Oh, there's one last thing. You don't have to report to her about the Spider Demons on the surface in the future. I have full authority to make decisions." After the macaw finished speaking, it sat down on the sofa in the bedroom and assumed the posture of a boss. Link wanted to cross his legs to show off, but his legs were too thick. He couldn't do it after a long time, so he gave up awkwardly. Link raised his brows and sat beside the macaw. He put an arm around its fat shoulder and winked at it. "Not bad, aren't you equivalent to the surface Spider Demon King?" The macaw chuckled, the pride in its eyes overflowing in its words. It casually waved its hand and said, "It's a piece of cake, a piece of cake." "But there's a big difference in your body size," Link continued. "Is it convenient for you to communicate?" "Obscene. Filthy. Xiao Xia and I are purely friends. We usually communicate telepathically," the macaw said indignantly. Link patted the macaw's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "It's fine. After all, you're also from my side. Don't be afraid if little Xia makes any excessive requests of you in the future. I will support little Xia with all the citizens of the Freedom Federation. You've met such a rich woman who can even communicate with you mentally. She's already raised you to the level of the Spider Demon Empire's Surface King. Do you not know what she's thinking?" The macaw rolled its eyes at Link and flapped its wings. "You don't have the right to criticize me on this matter. Mind your own business first." Link choked on his words. He didn't expect that in the end, he would be seriously injured. "All right, let's get down to business. Since you have full authority to decide, I'm going to have the Spider Demon Empire join the Wasteland Council. There's a meeting today, so come with me." The macaw scoffed at Link's sudden change of topic, but it immediately smelled gossip. "The Wasteland Council has just been established and you're already holding a meeting. Tell me, is there a big move?" Link glanced at the macaw and pushed its head away. He said calmly, "Nothing big. It's just that I can't bear to think about how the remnants of the Platinum Hotel and the Academy are still hanging on by a thread, living in fear every day. We're righteous people, and killing people is just a matter of nodding. Why do we have to let them suffer such torture for no reason? The Buddha said if I don't go to hell, who will? Since they're suffering so much, then I'll work harder and help them free themselves." The macaw stared at Link for a long time without saying a word. Link touched his face and smiled. "Do you suddenly feel that my image is upright?" The macaw shook its head. "I thought only the King Kong would say something so shameless. I didn't expect you, Link, to do the same. My heart hurts, my heart hurts. As a parrot with noble sentiments, I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Therefore, I've decided to leave Shandu this time and go on an operation. I'll personally send those poor people to the afterlife." Link and the macaw looked at each other. Their eyes were serious and they could see compassion in each other's eyes. At night, Link gathered the Brotherhood's leader Yvonne, the Cross Army's leader Arthur, the Royal Prime Minister of the Spider Demon Empire, the macaw Duke Essia, and the fifth elder of the Moon Shadow Council for the first closed-door meeting of the Wasteland Council. In order to show the strength and execution of our Wasteland Council, while ensuring the healthy and stable operation of the Wasteland, I suggest that the Wasteland Council launch its first collective action. The Platinum Hotel had once plunged the entire Wasteland into their white terror, threatening the higher UPS with assassinations and bounties. The Academy had collaborated with a pharmaceutical company to research on the creation of mutated humans. They had secretly harmed mutated humans and carried out human trafficking and inhumane human experiments. This had caused public outrage. This time, our goal is to completely wipe out the Platinum Hotel and the Academy's forces from the wasteland. Link then looked around at the people in the room. Who agrees and who objects to this suggestion? 632. The old tree blossomed. No one present objected and all agreed. First of all, the macaw, the Duke, and the elders of the Moon Shadow Council were all on their side. Arthur had officially cleared his name from being an extremist and became an official partner. As for Yvonne of the Brotherhood, he had agreed to it 10,000 times. The Brotherhood's biggest enemy was the Academy. The Academy had captured various mutants for dissection research and had a mature team that specialized in dealing with mutants. The Brotherhood suffered heavy losses because of this, and it could be said that they hated it to the bone. The Platinum Hotel was in cahoots with the Academy, and neither of them were good things. Now that they were dealing with the two forces that were colluding, Yvonne was in full support. Moreover, he would only be able to take in the homeless mutated humans if he completely destroyed the Platinum Hotel and the Academy. Very good. Since this is the first time the Wasteland Council has made a joint resolution, all members must work together and cooperate during the implementation. Now that the Platinum Hotel and the Academy are out of luck, we can't let our guard down. Link then turned to Yvonne and said, I've long heard of the feud between the Brotherhood and the Academy. I propose Yvonne as the chief commander of this operation, and the deputy commander will be the commander of Shatutko, Dai Yi, who will coordinate information and develop tactics. Does anyone have any questions? Even Yvonne did not expect to be the supreme commander, and his body trembled. The Supreme Commander could delegate power and coordinate all the resources of the Wasteland Society. How could Link give it to him so easily? Looking at the others, they didn't seem to have any objections. Of course, Yvonne also recovered from his shock. Other than being impressed by Link's schemes, he could only say that Link's methods were shocking. First of all, no one really thought that being the Supreme Commander meant that they could command everything on the Wasteland unconditionally and affect Link's rule. As Zhang Tai had a grudge against the Academy, he gave this opportunity to Evan so that he could kill his enemy by himself. Besides, he also wanted Evan to do his best to eliminate his enemy. Thank you for your appreciation, Head of State. I will definitely not fail my mission. Yvonne also knew that this was the first operation of the Wasteland Council. If they failed, it would be a loss of face for the forces behind the Council and the strength of the Council would be questioned. If it were any other enemy, Yvonne might not have been too concerned. However, the enemy was the Academy. So sorry, no matter what the others did, the Brotherhood would definitely step up. Okay, I believe you won't let us down, Old One. Link then moved on to the second matter. There's one more thing. I believe everyone knows that Old One helped to repair the spaceship yesterday. Now, the only thing left in the spaceship was an auxiliary engine and internal wiring. After that, it could be tested. Therefore, it would only take a few months for the spaceship to set off. The mysteries and resources of the wasteland have basically been excavated, and the vast star field is our true journey. Link's gaze swept across everyone present. Since the Wasteland Council has been established, everyone will naturally have a seat on the spaceship. Instead of fighting for these few resources on the wasteland, it was better to explore the universe. Due to the space and load of the spaceship, each force can carry about a few hundred people. During this period, everyone can consider and plan, and then pull out a list. This was mainly for Arthur and Yvonne to hear. After all, it was up to Link to decide who the other factions would send. Arthur and Yvonne fell into deep thought. The person sent must be a reliable confidant. And when they reached the galaxy, according to the Wasteland Society's idea of more work, more gain, if they made some achievements, they could obtain a lot of benefits for the mutated humans. The leader of the team must be a member with active minds and extraordinary strength. Please allow us to go back and consider this matter. The candidates had to be carefully selected. They had to leave powerful personnel to guard the wasteland and send smart and capable personnel to expand the territory. This was definitely not something that could be decided in a short time. The first official meeting of the Wasteland Council ended. Although they used a closed-door meeting mode, after everyone came out, they were still interviewed by the Shandu TV station. They revealed the next step to eliminate the extremist forces on the wasteland and to return peace and harmony to the people. Although no names were mentioned, everyone knew that the Platinum Hotel and the Academy were in danger. After the meeting, Ivan and Commander Dai Yi communicated and immediately made arrangements. In terms of understanding of the Academy, Ivan had to be the king of knowledge. It was never a friend who understood an enemy, but an opponent. Ivan was well aware of the Academy's style and characteristics. Now that they had sufficient resources, Dai Yi explained the resources that could be mobilized one by one. Evan could not help but gasp after hearing it. Such a strength of resources was what the Brotherhood dreamed of. If they had such resources before, would the Brotherhood have been bullied by the Academy? Now that they could mobilize so many resources, the Academy and the Platinum Hotel would not be destroyed. Ivan also understood that Link had made him the Supreme Commander to give him some advice. He wanted to see the power of the Wasteland Society so he wouldn't have any other thoughts in the future. In Steel Eden, Ivan's plans and operations were too small-minded, since he didn't have enough money and didn't have the confidence to take action. Controlling so many resources this time, the action also had the meaning of showing the power of the Wasteland Council. Ivan simply threw in a lot of money and showed his power to the outside world to deter other restless forces. The Wasteland Society had just been established, and the members were all eager to join. Through the data filtered by Troy's Sky Eye satellite and signal capture, he quickly locked onto the positions of the fleeing higher UPS of some academies and Platinum Hotel. Looking at the data, Ivan could not help but shiver. As expected of the data spirit, it existed in an invisible place. Even though the communication between the higher UPS of the Academy was very careful, it still couldn't escape Troy's heavenly eye. Through data analysis, it was even proven that the leading professor of the Academy was very likely to be in hiding. The hideout was located deep in the mountains of Dragon City. 2 trucks were responsible for transporting living supplies every week. According to the frequency and load, it seemed that more and more people were hiding there. Since we've confirmed that we'll launch a general attack on the hideout of the Academy, may I ask the commander who will be sending to command the rear, asked the commander of the Special Forces, Dai Yi. Dai Yi was very clear that even though the Academy was struggling on its last legs, the combat power of the higher UPS was still very strong. If there was not a powerful person overseeing the scene, the arrest operation this time was very likely to fail. Ivan looked at the hideout in the forest on the map, his eyes burning. There's no need to arrange for anyone else. I'll personally supervise the battle. I want to personally witness the destruction of the Academy. Ivan's actions were as swift as lightning. After the closed-door meeting that night, he had already made a plan overnight. Before dawn, he had already selected his men and headed straight for Dragon City. Link's lips curled up at the news. Ivan and the professor had a long-standing grudge, and this time, Ivan would definitely do his best to eradicate the school. All he needed to do was to wait for the good news in the Sand City. As the first rays of the morning sun rose, the first rays of the sun shone on the castle. The morning dew on the grass in the garden was sparkling and translucent under the sun, like diamonds. Hugging her teddy bear, Miranda rubbed her drowsy eyes and yawned. Leaning against the window, she looked at Link and asked in her childish voice, "Princeps, why didn't you sleep all night? Aren't you cold sitting in the garden?" Link glanced at the countdown on the synthesis interface and said softly, "Because I'm waiting for the ancient tree to break out of its cocoon." "Do you want to wait with me?" Miranda's eyes widened, and her sleepiness was swept away. "I want it." After a while, Miranda had changed into her clothes. She held the teddy bear in one hand and ran to Link's side. Link glanced at Miranda's tightly wrapped clothes and nodded in satisfaction. This little girl finally knew how to take care of herself. For this, Link could only say that the macaw was YYDS. They didn't know what kind of spell the macaw had cast on Miranda, but Link and Grace could only take care of her out of concern. Ever since the macaw returned, the situation had changed. If Miranda were to re-rank the people close to her, the first would definitely still be her brother Sean. Link wasn't even sure if he would be in second place. There was a high chance that the macaw would push him down, but even if he fell again, he would still be in a better position than Grace. Even the little bear plushie that Miranda was so fond of was a gift from the macaw. The macaw also said that if Miranda could take care of itself during this period of time, it would bring her a spider demon guardian doll. Even though he didn't know why Miranda was so interested in the spider guard doll, the little fellow had become very obedient after yesterday's lecture. Head of State, how long will it take for Grandpa Ancient Tree to break out of the cocoon? Miranda asked curiously as she stared at the blood cocoon. Link glanced at the countdown on the synthesis interface and said, "In a few minutes, you'll see a brand new ancient tree." Miranda brought over a small stool and sat on it obediently, waiting with her teddy bear in her arms. A few minutes later, the quiet blood cocoon finally showed some movement, and with a crisp crack, a clear crack appeared from the top to the bottom of the blood cocoon. The crack grew bigger and bigger as the blood cocoon moved. When the morning sun shone on the blood cocoon, it became translucent. Inside the red blood cocoon, there was a tall, black shadow with sharp edges that looked full of power. Rib. There was no scene of the blood cocoon gradually breaking apart and withering, only a simple and violent tearing, like a fierce man tearing off his clothes. A tall ancient steel tree appeared in front of the two. Link immediately checked the information on the ancient steel tree. Monster attributes. Name, Ancient Tree of Steel War. Grade, light purple. Race, natural creation. Attribute, metal/nature. Level, 50+, leader. Initial skill 1, Thorn Strike LVL 5, use the metallic spiked arm to launch a crushing attack, causing 1500 physical damage. Enemies within the attack range will be shaken away and slowed down temporarily, 2/day. Initial skill 2, Steel Throw LVL 3, throw a mini steel sapling made of metal leaves. The sapling will explode and cause 600 physical damage when it approaches the target. Can throw up to 3 steel saplings at a time, 3 times per day. Initial skill 3, Flood of Steel LV2, summons metal roots to form a 200-meter wide flood that rolls forward, dealing 400 physical damage and imprisoning enemies along the way, once per day. Initial skill 4, Metal Master, the Ancient Tree of War of Steel can use any metal as a weapon and is proficient in its use. Comment, you think it's an iron tree, but it's actually a master of weapons. Link's lips curled up after reading the information. As expected of the Ancient Tree of War. After fusing it with the alien demonized steel, not only had its level increased, but its skills had also increased. Moreover, every single one of them had powerful effects. Thorn Strike, needless to say, was a skill that used force to suppress others. While dealing damage, it could also shake the enemy away and slow them down. With the control effect, the effect was not ordinary. Steel Throw was an even more exaggerated skill. Throw an exhausted steel sapling. The sapling will follow and explode after sensing an enemy. It is very effective whether used for reconnaissance or attack. Although each explosion only dealt a pitiful 600 damage, he could throw 3 of them at a time. If he could throw them 3 times a day, that would be 9 of them. In total, he would deal 5,400 damage, which was almost as much as Link's A-rank skill damage. It was ridiculous. Steel Torrent was the most powerful skill of the Ancient Tree of Steel War. A 200-meter wide flood of steel that can deal damage and imprison a group of enemies. If they encountered a large group of enemies, they would definitely make clear arrangements. The last skill, the Metal Master, was more fitting to the Ancient Tree of Steel War's name. It allowed the user to freely use metal objects as weapons and was skilled in using them. It was an old specialty of the Ancient Tree of War. The Ancient Tree of Steel also lowered its head in surprise to size up the new ability that appeared in its body and mind. It could not help but exclaim, "I'm very satisfied with the new changes." Ying Ying used to speak slowly. Now, not only was it slow, but it also had an electronic sound and was full of electricity. Not only did the Ancient Tree of War not lose its ability to communicate with nature, but it also discovered to its surprise that it had the ability to sense metal. However, it still needed some time to get used to this new body. Miranda's mouth gaped open in shock as she looked at her grandfather, whose entire body had turned into metal. The creature in front of her had already surpassed her knowledge. The Ancient Tree of Steel saw Miranda's adorable and surprised expression, and it couldn't help but extend its thick arm before stopping in front of her. The wrinkles of the ancient tree could still be clearly seen on the metal arm. Then, a cluster of metal sprouts broke out from it and quickly grew into a metal flower, shining like a piece of art in the morning light. "Little girl, this flower is for you." Miranda took a look at the ancient tree of steel war, reached out to grab the steel flower, and said in a childish voice, "Thank you, Grandpa Ancient Tree." As soon as Miranda finished speaking, another blood cocoon cracked. Before the blood cocoon could completely fade away, a long voice came from inside, "Good girl, I also have a gift for you, Ying Luo." 633 The Academy, Platinum Hotel, End. The voice of the ancient tree of knowledge came from the blood cocoon. Then, the hardened blood cocoon suddenly expanded as if it was being inflated. It grew bigger and bigger as if it was going to explode at any time. Suddenly, a burst of purple-blue glittering crystal powder gushed out from the cracks of the blood cocoon, shining brightly under the morning light. Soon after, the blood cocoon contracted, and a moment later, it swelled up again, spewing out a burst of glittering crystal powder. "Wow!" Miranda exclaimed in surprise as she stared at the blood cocoon before her without blinking. Link activated the Heaven's Insight and observed the glittering crystal powder carefully. To the naked eye, it looked like powder, but in fact, it was something like dewdrops that spurted out of the blood cocoon. It was just that the decomposition was so small that people mistook it for powder crystals. And these dewdrops contained dense magic power, even more than the moonwell water. Chi chi chi! The blood cocoon expanded once again, like a pressure cooker that kept spewing out high-pressure magic water. A moment later, the blood cocoon exploded from the surging magic power and turned into fragments. The ancient tree of knowledge appeared before Link and Miranda, and its magical power overflowed with every movement. Even the divine tree Noi above the castle resonated and responded. The leaves on its huge crown rubbed against each other, rustling in welcome of the arrival of the ancient tree of knowledge. This meant that the divine tree had acknowledged the identity of the ancient tree of knowledge and was treating it as an equal. The ancient tree of knowledge raised its arm and sprinkled a handful of morning dew at Miranda. The morning dew that contained magic power covered Miranda. "I wish you well in the name of the ancient tree. I hope that you will be healthy and happy forever." After the ancient tree of knowledge finished speaking, Miranda suddenly felt as if she had been reborn. The ancient tree's blessing had taken effect. Link glanced at the data on the ancient tree of knowledge. Monster attributes. Name, Miracle Ancient Tree. Quality, Blue. Race, Natural Creation. Attribute, Nature/Magic. Level, 45+, Leader. Initial Skill 1, Magic Spirit Level 5, Ancient trees can condense magic spirits. Magic spirits can absorb natural essence, or self-destruct to cause the target to lose the same amount of energy, dealing 3 times the damage to illusions, puppets, and false bodies. Number of created, 50. Initial Skill 2, Ancient Tree's Blessing LV3, the Ancient Tree can bless and grant various buffs. Duration, 9 days. The blessed can only receive the blessing once in a month. Initial Skill 3, Source of Magic, the Ancient Tree of Miracles can condense and absorb magic factors. The magic spring water condensed by the body can recover health points and energy points. 1 ml of magic spring water can recover 10 health points and energy points. Description: a glistening magic tree, a miracle of life. The Ancient Tree of Miracles used magic power to congeal a blue magic elf, which was manifested in a pure magical state. The magic sprites came to Miranda's side and revolved around her. Miranda could sense the mana fluctuations coming from the smurf that shared the same origin as the Ancient Tree of Miracles. At the same time, she sized up this ball of mana fluctuations with curiosity. The blue magic elf looked like a furball, but an elven face could be vaguely seen in the center. "Thank you for your gift, Grandpa Ancient Tree. I like it very much." Link glanced at the magic elves. Each magic elf had 100 health points and their explosion could cause damage equal to their health points. 50 of them would mean 5,000 energy points, which was enough to blow up a level 60 leader level NPC until his kidney deficiency. Moreover, magic elves could absorb the essence of nature for collection without sleep, rest, food, and water. They were much more effective than manual labor, so Link was very fond of them as a capitalist. The ancient tree's blessing could also give members various buffs for a maximum of 9 days. It was simply a ruthless buff machine. Link looked at the blessing that the ancient tree of miracles had given Miranda. It was different from the blessings given by skills. This was a blessing that came at the cost of one's own mana and life. It would last for a full year and had the effect of nature's forest. It allowed Miranda to feel the peace and tranquility of nature at all times. The source of mana skill was one of Link's fantasies in his blueprint. Because once they reached the universe, they would lose the protection of the divine tree Noxie, and the supplies for the entire journey would become a big problem. But now, with the ancient tree of miracles, it could produce an endless stream of mana to nourish the druids on the ship and provide Link with a sacred recovery item. The ancient tree of miracles was extremely satisfied with the fusion this time. It had leaped from the original ancient tree of knowledge to the ancient tree of miracles, which was full of magical power. It had even received the welcome of the resonance of the tree of God. To a certain extent, the ancient tree of miracles was now in existence on the same level as the divine tree. Both of them could protect living beings in a region. You guys stay at Wind Howl Castle for now. When the spaceship is completely repaired, I'll transfer you guys there. The ancient tree of miracle and the ancient tree of steel and war did not have any objections to this. They also needed time to familiarize themselves with their new bodies and abilities. No one could disturb Howling Heights, so it could be said that it was the best choice. If they went under the divine tree Noxie, those young druids would probably circle around them all day long. The ancient tree of miracles created a few more magic elves to play with Miranda in the garden. The ancient tree of steel was unwilling to fall behind, and it casually plucked a few saplings and tossed them to Miranda's side. Since they were not hostile targets, the saplings did not explode. Instead, they followed closely behind Miranda, and the scene was quite lively. Link couldn't help but smile at the joyous scene. When he reached the universe, he would find out what the shadow demon Saffron had done to Miranda's body, and he would have a chance to find a solution. At that moment, Lin Kei's phone rang. The caller was the deputy director of the Military Intelligence Division, Ren Yi. Link answered the call and walked to the living room on the first floor. He tried not to let work ruin the pleasant atmosphere in the garden. Old Ren, what's the matter so early in the morning? Link could clearly hear Ren Yi gulping. He said, Head of State, Yvonne led the Wasteland Council in the early hours of the morning and destroyed the remnants of the Academy in the forest north of Dragon City. He personally killed the Academy's leader, Professor. The remnants of the Academy were not spared, all of them were killed. He left right after the meeting last night, said Link in shock. And today, he's completely annihilated the Academy. He didn't even let the professor off? Link knew that Yvonne was a ruthless character, as he had experienced it in his previous life. However, Ivan's swift and decisive actions still exceeded Link's expectations. Yesterday, they had left after counting their manpower, and today, they had razed the Academy to the ground. This efficiency was unbelievable. It could only be said that Yvonne had been holding back for the past few years. Now that he had the opportunity to deal with the Academy, he immediately made a ruthless move. Do you know the situation of the battle? Asked Link. Ren Yi was already prepared. He said, I've already asked Troy to send it to your phone. You can see the situation after you hang up the phone. Any other news? Lin Kei continued asking. The call was from Ren Yi and not Dai Yi. This meant that Ren Yi was just a messenger and that Yvonne and Dai Yi had other plans. Ren Yi was shocked, thinking that the head of state had divine foresight. He obediently said, there is indeed more news. Commander Yvonne and Commander Dai said that the Academy had been exterminated, and only a few were left, but he would find all the remaining ones. At the same time, they've already gathered their forces and are preparing to take care of the Platinum Hotel. All right, I got it. Is there anything else you want me to pass to the two commanders? No need. Since I've recommended Yvonne and Dai Yi, I believe they will do a good job. We just need to wait for the good news. After hanging up, Link saw a video that he had received on his phone. It was early in the morning and the sky was dark. But it didn't affect the intensity of the battle. The camera in the video was all green. It was obviously taken with the help of night vision. Both Ivan and Professor were the strongest among the mutants. However, Ivan chose to stand on the side of the mutants, while the Professor relied on his extraordinary medical knowledge. Through the extraction and modification of the mutants' genes, he had given himself a terrifying telepathic ability. As for the battle between Ivan's magnetic control and the Professor's telekinesis, it was even more earth-shaking. At first, the two sides could still be seen clearly in the video. Then, the forest was covered in dust, the earth cracked, and swallowed by the sand. Only the sound of explosions could be heard. The battle lasted for nearly half an hour, and finally, the dust settled. The small hill where the academy was originally hiding had been completely razed to the ground. The aftermath of the battle between the two had destroyed the forest and vegetation within a radius of several kilometers. The scene was astonishing. If they destroyed the entire academy, the remaining members of the Platinum Hotel would only be able to hide like frightened birds. He believed that with Ivan and Dai Yi, the two ruthless characters, the Platinum Hotel would not have much time left. The Wasteland Council had just finished their meeting last night to attack the extremist forces, but the college was gone in just half a day. The degree of shock brought by this news far exceeded people's expectations. At night, he still held a meeting in the Sand Capital. In the early hours of the morning, he had already arrived at the mountain ridge in the wilderness of Dragon City and beheaded the Academy's leader. The lightning-like movements and methods were indeed shocking. He had thought that the members of the Wasteland Council were complicated and difficult to work together. Who knew that this time, the leader of the Brotherhood, Ivan, would be leading the team, with the commander of Shitatiko as his assistant, and they would be so fast. Not to mention the people involved, even the bystanders felt that they were caught off guard. Now that the academy was gone, the Platinum Hotel would not have much time left either. Thinking back to how the Platinum Hotel had shamelessly announced that they would put Link on the wanted list, the tables had turned in less than half a year. The young man who used to live under someone else's roof had now become the most influential and powerful person on the wasteland. On the other hand, the nightmarish Platinum Hotel had become a stray dog. The twists and turns within made one sigh. Platinum Hotel, one wrong step, one wrong step. In the next few days, there were also reports of success from the front line. Link didn't hide it. He ordered the TV station to release the news so that the people of the wasteland could see what happened to the Platinum Hotel. With Troy's relentless pursuit, Ivan relied on the Wasteland Council's rich resources and members to cooperate in the battle. He was as fast as lightning, chasing and intercepting the remaining forces of the Platinum Hotel. More and more bounty hunters and assassins chose to betray the Platinum Hotel because they could not stand the rhythm of being so nervous that they could not breathe. In the end, the Platinum Hotel was left with only the core members, the leaders, and the managers. There was not a single soldier left. Finally, one night, when the Platinum Hotel's people were escaping to a secret base to rest, they were caught by Ivan, who had been lying in ambush. It turned out that one of the branch heads had a mental breakdown due to too much pressure. He could no longer stand this life of fear, hiding from place to place, and being on the run every day, so he chose to tip off Ivan. These core members of the Platinum Hotel, who had been in high positions for a long time, thought that by owning the Platinum Hotel, they were at the top of the wasteland and did not care about anyone or anything. Even powerful figures like Moros and Augustine had to give them face. They were intimidated by the prestige and power of the Platinum Hotel. However, they did not understand why their supreme status had suddenly disappeared. In just a few months, from being feared by everyone on the wasteland to being hated by everyone, their status had reversed by 2 levels. If one were to think about it carefully and trace it back, everything had to start from when the Platinum Hotel in Chado had issued a wanted order for Link. For the sake of the so-called dignity of the Platinum Hotel, the so-called rules, they had been reduced to this state. At this moment, these high-level core members were all captured, and they stared at Derek and Thomas back while gritting their teeth. Derek, it's all your fault. Back then, Link was also the rising star of the Platinum Hotel. If you didn't put out an arrest warrant to force him into a corner, today's situation wouldn't have happened. It's all your fault. You're the one who caused all of us to bear the responsibility with you. Derek laughed bitterly and turned around to scold, who was the one who kept saying that he wanted to maintain the dignity of the Platinum Hotel? Did punishing John make you feel omnipotent? If it wasn't for you guys insisting on protecting your *T dignity and saying that the rules are sacred and inviolable, would I have offended Link? There's no way to turn the situation around now, so you'd better speak less. At least, you can die with some dignity. Derek glanced at the embarrassed faces of the higher UPS and sneered, "Oh, I forgot. All of your status and position are only inherited. You're used to being high and mighty, and never thought that you'd be reduced to such a state one day. It's really shameful to serve you bunch of good-for-nothing." Yvonne could not help but sneer as he watched the Platinum Hotel's people fight among themselves. Compared to the Academy's desperate resistance, the Platinum Hotel's higher UPS were really good-for-nothing people who were used to being pampered. Even he couldn't help but feel that it was absurd. Who would have thought that the Platinum Hotel, which had shrouded the entire wasteland in the shadow of horror in the past, was controlled by such things? Compared to these pieces of trash, Derek was a man. Commander Dai Yi, on the other hand, returned to Ivan's side after ending the call with Link. What did Link say? Yvonne crossed his arms in front of his chest and asked calmly. Dai Yi looked at Derek and Thomas and said, "The head of state's exact words were for the two of you to have a safe journey and be buried after your death. As for that bunch of trash, just kill them and throw them here." When Dai Yi finished, Derek and Thomas couldn't help but smile. "Link, you still remember old times. Many thanks, head of state." As for the useless higher UPS, their faces had long turned pale, as if they had lost their parents. 634 The spaceship was repaired, and the final test flight. Ding! Ding! Link received a text message. He put down the newspaper and coffee in his hand and glanced at it. It was from Dai Yi, and there were only 4 words: "Not failing the mission." Link put down his phone and focused on the newspaper again. At the same time, the system also gave him a response. "Congratulations on completing the main city quest Shadow Platinum Hotel. You have received 500000 experience points, Ancient Beast's Vicious Heart, purple, and activated the epic event Assassin's Alliance. It has been detected that you are in the Blessing of the Knowledge Altar period. The experience gained has been doubled. You have received a total of 1 million experience." After reading the system message, Link smiled and went from his office to the secret room. After entering the secret chamber, Link chose to withdraw the exchange reward. To be honest, Link wasn't very interested in the experience points or the epic event Assassin's Alliance. Now that the entire wasteland was under his control, his heart had already drifted to the universe, looking forward to taking advantage of the opportunity to gain more advantages. The only thing that interested Link was the purple material, the ancient beast's ferocity. However, the description of this material was also very simple. There was only one line of words: "The heart of an ancient beast that had stopped beating still contained an ancient aura." The ancient beast's heart was so huge that only a large basin could contain it. This showed how huge this ancient beast's body was when it was alive. It needed such a strong and powerful heart to move it. Link glanced at the secret chamber's display stand. There was a dazzling array of materials on display. The purple epic materials included Ancient Beast's Vicious Heart, Cursed Blood, Demonic Grass, Bloodstone, Void Crystal, Storm Scale. Blue Superior Materials: Magic Skin, Eye of Search Potion, Fire Element Particles, Blood of Magic, Intelligence Potion, and Giant Gene Fluid. As for the green excellent materials, there were even more, so he didn't need to waste his breath on them. In Lin Kei's eyes, these were not just materials. They represented the limitless possibilities of his future pets. Just as Link was done admiring his spoils of war, his phone rang again. When he saw Helen's name on the screen, he was instantly overjoyed. Helen wouldn't call Link for no reason. Now that she's calling, there's only one possibility. As soon as he picked up the phone, before Link could say anything, Helen's excited voice came through. "Head of State, we succeeded. The spacecraft has been successfully activated. The first on-site takeoff and landing test flight is a success. I'll come over immediately." Link set out and appeared in the underground tunnel of the Colosseum in less than 5 minutes. He came to the second underground floor where the spaceship was stored. When Link arrived at the second underground floor, he saw the ship hovering in the air. The thrusters at the tail and bottom were operating at full power, spewing out blue and red rings of fire. It was a terrifying sight. However, the ground was not covered in dust as he had imagined. The entire second underground floor was covered in smoke and miasma. There were only waves of surging heat waves. Helen was immersed in the joy of the spaceship's takeoff. She only came back to her senses when Link came to her side. Head of State, the spaceship is currently undergoing a pressure test. Because it's daytime, it's not convenient to go outside for the test, so we can only do it here temporarily. The spaceship was controlled by Troy, and even the experienced captain couldn't be compared to Troy, who knew the situation of all the modules of the spaceship at all times. At this moment, the ship was making small adjustments under Troy's control to record the various operating data. The 4 defensive cannons were also squeaking and twisting, making the sound of friction as the tracks moved. Because the ammunition of these 4 defense cannons doesn't match the standard of the wasteland, Helen explained, we have to make a special batch. Now we can only test the integrity of the weapons and the accuracy of the automatic defense system. The ammunition will be distributed to the spaceships in batches in a few days. Link nodded. You've worked hard. If it weren't for you scientists who have been silently working behind the scenes, I don't know when this ship would be able to set sail again. Link was deeply convinced that he had made the right choice in choosing the path of hegemony. If he was playing the lone hero game, he would have to find a way to solve these problems himself. But now, there were many professionals who could come up with ideas to solve the problems for him. He only needed to control the general direction. The test flight cannot be delayed, of course. The premise of all this is that the spacecraft is confirmed to be fine. Don't work too hard, remember to clock in according to working hours, no overtime allowed. Helen nodded repeatedly. She didn't think the head of state was talking nonsense. Last time, she had been too engrossed in her work and had exceeded her working hours. As a result, she had been discovered by the head of state and ordered to take a long break the next day before she was allowed to work. For the members of the research team, the word overtime was a nightmare. It felt good to work overtime, but not everyone wanted to experience how it felt to see their colleagues working hard on the front line the next day, overcoming technical difficulties one after another while they could only watch through the glass. Don't worry, head of state. Based on the current progress and speed, the first test flight will be carried out tonight. The tunnel at Brother Fu's side had been completely dug, and the entrance had been covered, so the Inhumans had no idea. And because the ship is made of universe-grade low-grade alloy, it has a light refraction mode, which is the legendary stealth mode, and the night test wouldn't alert the Inhumans. Alright, I'll personally board the ship and test it out tonight. In the afternoon, Yvonne and Commander Dai Yi returned to the Sand Capital without stopping to report. They also brought back Derek and Thomas's bodies. Link arranged for Fu's burial. Link, it's all thanks to the advancement knowledge you provided that I've advanced to a higher level. He didn't expect that the professor's strength would increase under such pressure. If it was before I came to Shandu, I can't guarantee that I can defeat him. Evan still felt a lingering fear when he thought about the earth-shattering battle between him and the professor, which turned the northern forest of Dragon City into ruins. And this was in a place where Yvonne had no advantage. If it was in the city or in the mine, the two would cause a bigger commotion. Link was also slightly shocked. He didn't think there would be such an inside story. Because the second half of the video could only be heard and not seen, they didn't know what exactly happened. Now that he heard Ivan's retelling, he finally knew that such a thing existed. In his previous life, Yvonne was a veteran legend. Although the professors in the academy had strong spiritual remote sensing abilities, they were still at a disadvantage against him. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect stirred up by Link in this life, but the professor showed signs of a breakthrough even under pressure, almost causing Yvonne to suffer a great loss. Now that the academy and the Platinum Hotel have been eliminated, I've touched a higher level by viewing the advanced knowledge, and the battle with the professor has confirmed many key points. I need to go back and cultivate in seclusion to turn these vague insights into my own strength. Next, the Brotherhood will also send some important members to set up camp in Shandu, and I will also arrange for my confidants to be in charge of the communication between the two places. Link naturally understood this feeling. The breakthrough and enlightenment lingered in his heart. They appeared in a hazy state, visible but intangible. It stirred up his mind. What Yvonne needed to do now was to find a quiet place to combine and verify the insights he had gained over the years with the advanced knowledge. Finally, he could turn the advanced knowledge into his own. Then I'll wish you good luck in advance. Now that the Platinum Hotel and the Academy had been destroyed, the wasteland should not be in any big trouble. After that, I'll tell you about the matter I told you before. Pay attention to it after you break through. Yvonne nodded. Link was talking about the Brotherhood's choice of people to enter the spaceship. He would definitely think about it carefully. After Yvonne left, Arthur bade farewell to Link as well. Though Arthur had his own thoughts, he was even more determined to suck up to Link after witnessing the power of the Wasteland Society. Arthur's departure was only for the sake of a better chance to meet again. Don't worry, head of state. There are many rare creatures on the snow mountains in the north of the wasteland. When I go back this time, I'll definitely catch a few more. Arthur had not been idle in the Sand City for the past 2 days. His eyes lit up when he heard that Link liked all kinds of rare animals. The encampment of the Cross Corps was located in the bitter cold northwest region. Other than the northwest wind, the most abundant animals were found in the various snowy and barren mountains. They hit it off immediately and prepared to bring back a few more rare animals after they returned. Link grinned. Arthur was indeed better at this than Yvonne. It just so happened that Link had a lot of materials on hand. It would be best if he could synthesize suitable animals. Then I'll have to trouble you, Arthur. You're being too polite, head of state. The Cross Army has joined the Wasteland Council, so the entire northwest of the wasteland is their territory. Since the head of state is the chairman of the parliament, the animals in the northwest mountains are his own animals. I'm just running errands for him by bringing his animals here. There's no trouble at all. Link chuckled. Arthur's flattery wasn't too good, but it was impressive that he could explain this logic in a serious manner. After sending Arthur and his group off, the foreign affairs of the Wasteland Council came to an end. The next time Brotherhood and the Cross Corps came, they would officially move into Shandu and start providing full services to the players. Since Helen had told him that the first test flight would take place at night, Link did not return to the castle. Instead, he stayed in the Colosseum office. As for taking care of Miranda in Windhowl Castle, Link didn't have to worry about that at all. Right now, Miranda had practically become the apple of everyone's eye. Not to mention Grace, the mother bird, who would come punctually every day. Even Nicole, Anna, and even Helen would come to take a look from time to time. What was even more shocking was that even Masha would often make delicious food or knit some clothes for John to send to Howling Castle after she learned about Miranda and Sean's tragic experiences. The pets of Howling Castle also doted on Miranda, and it was needless to say that the 2 ancient trees had given her gifts and blessings. It could be said that they doted on her. The treasure-hunting mouse and the 5 secret agent mice also hung out with Miranda all day long. Even the macaw liked this little girl a lot. Yes, it was ridiculous. However, it had to be said that even Link doted on the little guy. In addition to her tragic story, her affinity with people was also an aspect. Boss, I saw a doll when I went out after work yesterday. I thought it was quite cute. Bring it to Miranda when you go back tonight. I have to go to the tunnel exit to patrol at night, so I won't have time to go. You see, here it comes again. Link looked at the carrot doll that Fu had placed on the table, feeling a little helpless about his aesthetic sense. Okay, I'll bring it back tonight. Don't worry. Link then glanced at the mission system interface and changed the topic. The tunnel has been completely opened up and repaired. I still have something that I need you to be responsible for. There were only a few missions left on Link's mission interface. 1 A-rank mission The Revenge of the Mandala. 2 S-rank mission Heart of the Swarm. 3 A-rank chain mission John's Request. 4 B-level mission The Singer's Mystery. 5 B-rank mission Dynasty Equipment. 6 A-rank mission Intergalactic Kinship. Link now had a total of 6 missions. The spaceship's journey was getting closer and closer, but there were a few missions that needed to be solved. The wasteland had been pacified, the Platinum Hotel and the Academy had been eliminated, so there were only two left: the Muse's mystery and the Dynasty's treasure. As for the Dynasty's treasure, it was already half completed because he had already found the advanced knowledge. The other half was to find the heavy weapons left behind by the guards. There was also the mystery of the songstress, the mystery of the wasteland songstress ally. Even in his previous life, no one had been able to crack it, or rather, no one had revealed it to the public. In Link's eyes, this was definitely a mission with a story behind it. Perhaps he could dig out some unexpected information from it. "Boss, just say it." "I promise to complete the mission." When Afu heard that there was a mission, it immediately straightened its body. Its round stomach was about to burst through the white shirt, making Link feel as if the button would burst and hit his face. "Last time, you found a spaceship and advanced knowledge. This time, I want you to continue working with Pharaoh Tumen to find the lost dynasty treasure of the Pharaoh dynasty. I've been thinking about this for a long time, and you're the only one who has a chance of completing it." Fu's eyes lit up. Boss trusted and thought highly of him. "Boss, don't worry. I'll definitely find the dynasty's weapon." "Oh, that's right, you'll be going out this time. Can you help me find out something else?" Link continued, seeing that the time was right. "You know the Wasteland Singer, Ally, right? When I went to the Mech City, I said I saw Ally being captured. But later, someone said that they saw a singing performance by a wasteland singer in the desert. When you go out this time, help me keep an eye on the rumors about Ally, the more the better." Link had indeed chosen AFU because of its metaphysics. He used to believe in science, but Fu had used his own actions to slap Link in the face several times. Metaphysics might really exist. It was better to ask Fu for help than to ask others for help with this kind of difficult and complicated illness. Even if they couldn't get any results, they could definitely find a lot of useful evidence. Link had asked Troy to keep an eye on the Wasteland Singer, Ally's whereabouts, but according to the feedback from the people, the Sky Eye satellite couldn't capture anything from the sky. They were at the same time and place, but there was no trace of them. Now, he could only leave these two difficult-to-treat illnesses to Fu. 635 Traveling with God. Fu didn't waste any time. When he went back to pack his luggage, he summoned the Pharaoh Tumen from the Vulture Palace. To him, it didn't matter what he was doing, as long as he could stay in Fu's Vulture Palace and nourish his soul. Therefore, he gladly agreed to this mission of finding a treasure. After all, if he didn't agree, Fu would let him out of the Ling Vulture Palace and go out on his own to do missions. In order to trap the long-term landlord, Pharaoh Tumen naturally would not refuse. "So, where are we going to find the heavy weapons? This thing has disappeared for 1,000 years, and there's no record of it in any literature. The entire wasteland is vast," Pharaoh Tumen sighed as he looked at the Gobi Desert under the moonlight. "Since there's no information, let's start searching from the Gobi Desert to the south of Dragon City," Fu said after a moment of silence. Pharaoh Tumen knew that Fu's sixth sense was shockingly accurate, and he couldn't help but ask, "Is it your intuition again?" Fu shook his head with a serious expression. "No, the Wasteland Singer Ally was last seen in the Gobi Desert south of Dragon City. I want to go there and take a look." "Well, I almost forgot that I have 2 missions on this trip." Pharaoh Tumen pondered for a moment and decided to give Fu some advice. "I think it's better for you to be careful about the Wasteland Singer Ally. According to my gut feeling, this character is not ordinary and is filled with danger." In order to search for information on heavy weapons and advanced knowledge, the Pharaoh Tumen had gone through almost all of the Wasteland's history. He had a deep impression of this goddess who had a high voice and influence. "Didn't you have any Wasteland singers in your era?" Fu was a little surprised. Pharaoh Tumen had always been conceited, and he had never seen him so careful. Moreover, the Wasteland Singer Ally mentioned by Pharaoh Tumen was very different from the goddess of mercy that the people of the Wasteland talked about. "No." Pharaoh Tumen shook his head. "There was no such thing as a Wasteland Singer 1,500 years ago. I've read through the historical records. The earliest Wasteland Singers appeared after the fall of the Pharaoh dynasty, and the Wasteland entered the Chiliai civilization. It could also be concluded that the Wasteland Singers had existed since 300 years ago. Think about it, a creature that has survived for so long and whose whereabouts are a mystery, the existence itself is a kind of danger. Afu only believed in Link's words. Although he also yearned for the so-called Wasteland Singer, Arya, between Link and the Wasteland Singer, Afu would choose the former without hesitation. Therefore, Fu didn't think much of his disrespectful words, and instead asked him the reason. Fu used to hear the soul voices of the Wasteland Singers, which were so pleasant to hear that they could nourish one's soul. Every year, when there was news of the appearance of the Wasteland Singers, many people would wander in the Gobi Desert. Some were suffering from difficult diseases, some had lost hope in life, and some were fanatical in their worship. As time went by, the Wasteland Singer became the most influential existence on the wasteland, almost becoming a legend. If anyone else heard someone slandering and suspecting a Wasteland Singer, they would probably have greeted Pharaoh Tumen with tables and chairs. Only Afu not only listened, but also took it in. It's fine, I'm just investigating. Besides, so many people don't get to see the Wasteland Singer every year. Do you think I'll get to see her just by going there? Are you kidding me? The corner of Pharaoh Tumen's mouth twitched. This damn fatty might not understand how powerful my luck is. In the Sand City. At the end of the excavated tunnel under the Colosseum, Fred led a group of important members to guard the exit of the mountain. Their eyes were as bright as weasels, and they were always on guard against the situation around them. After some observation, Fred picked up the communicator and replied, "Everything is normal. We can set sail." Fu had been sent to carry out a mission at the last minute, and the task of testing the spaceship had fallen to the second-in-command of the Colosseum, Fred. At the same time, on the second underground floor of the Animal Arena. After receiving Fred's signal, Helen operated on the console, and then said to Troy, "The data is normal. Troy, you can set sail at any time. This time, our target location is the no man's land northwest of Shandu. I've sent you the coordinates." Troy, who was in the spaceship, was now in the form of a mechanical squid. He stood in front of the control console and looked at the three mechanical hands, signal lights and the HUD data on the control console. Troy began to operate the controls. The ship began to turn, and the bow faced the tunnel. The entire tunnel was huge and deep. There were searchlights at the top and bottom, and there were all kinds of indicators on the walls. It was just like a super large tunnel. "Head of state, do you want to set off?" Troy, who was in the mechanical squid state, turned his head and asked. Link crossed his hands in front of his chest. Through the repaired cockpit, he could see the flight path not far away. "This test flight will be based on your judgment. If I take command, then I'll be an outsider commanding an expert." Troy nodded and no longer declined. He directly steered the ship into the tunnel. There was plenty of light in the tunnel, and as the speed increased, the lights in the tunnel gradually connected from dots to lines, giving people the feeling of entering a space-time tunnel. The moment they exited the tunnel, Troy turned on the optical projection, and the entire ship melded into the night, leaving only the thunderous sound of the engine. Fred, who was guarding the exit, only heard the violent turbulence of the air and the heat wave that hit his face. Then, he couldn't see the ship. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, and the brothers around him were all dumbfounded. "Big brother, where's the huge flying ship you mentioned? How did it disappear after a thunder?" the underlings beside him asked. Fred looked embarrassed. The huge tunnel was empty, and the lights on the sea route were gradually dimming. It ended just like that? They weren't even ready, and it was already over? Looking up into the sky, he couldn't see anything except for the gradually fading thunder. Where was the spaceship? Fred had an idea. He didn't want to lose face in front of his men, so he pointed at the dark night sky and said, "Didn't you see such a huge spaceship? Oh, it must be because your cultivation is not high enough, and the speed of the flying ship is too fast, that's why you only heard the sound but didn't see the flying ship. It seems that you have to continue your cultivation." His subordinates were speechless. Could it be that they were not strong enough, so they didn't see the magnificent scene of the ship leaving the passage? At the same time, the players in Shenmue City also heard the muffled thunder in the sky. However, the players only looked up and did not notice anything unusual. They only felt that it might rain, and then lowered their heads to do their own things. On the ship, under the escort of the 3 Sky Eye satellites, the ship flew all the way to the designated location. Troy didn't use full speed for this test. It was more to test the cooperation and power synchronization of the ship's auxiliary engine and main engine. But even so, the speed of the spaceship was not slow. It reached a speed of 1,200 km per hour. They arrived at the designated location in 10 minutes. The ship was completely hidden in the night sky. It was above the clouds, reaching an altitude of 7,000 meters. Anyone who heard this sound would only think of it as muffled thunder in the night. Through the cockpit, Link could see the clouds below the ship. The moon was bright and mesmerizing. The soft moonlight shone on the ship, and he could even see the other stars in the universe. After arriving above the no man's land, the ship descended through the clouds, and the scene in front of them suddenly changed and returned to darkness. In the sky above the no man's land, Troy tried the silent mode and tried the gravitational pull. He pulled up a large rock that weighed several tons from the ground. "How's the vice captain?" Link asked curiously. The main engine and other parts were all original, but the secondary engine used Helen's improved new energy technology, so the energy utilization rate of the secondary engine was not as high as the original engine. Exploring the universe was not a child's play. If there was a problem, there were not many docks for repair in the vast universe, especially in a remote area like the Fandi system. After checking, Troy replied, "Everything is normal." Helen had considered the problem of power difference at the beginning of her design, and she had especially added a stabilizer to the energy transmission part of the sub-engine to balance the power. Although the energy efficiency is not as good as the original, with the help of the advanced knowledge, the difference is not too big, so the energy is sufficient. After the successful test flight, the ship returned. After returning to the Colosseum, Helen collected all the data from the whole process and began to study if there were any areas worth improving. However, after reading it, he frowned slightly. It seemed that there was still some difficulty. "Isn't everything going smoothly, why are you frowning?" asked Link. "Although the current data is good, the voyage time is still too short," Helen explained seriously. The entire test took less than an hour to travel between Shandu and the no man's land. The future space travel time would be calculated in months, so there was still a lack of pressure test data. However, if we let the spaceship travel for so long, the probability of being discovered is very high. Moreover, we can't just fly aimlessly, right? "You're worried about this?" Link asked, the corners of his lips curling up. Seeing that Link was actually laughing, Helen's eyes widened and she feigned anger. "Head of state, you can't do this. I've been thinking about the pressure exam until I'm about to go bald. It's fine if you don't comfort me, but you're even making sarcastic remarks and laughing at the side." Link held back his laughter and said, "No, I'm not making any sarcastic remarks." Helen's cheeks puffed up like an angry pufferfish. "Even though you didn't say anything, you seem to have said a lot." "All right," said Link, waving his hand, "I'll stop joking. Leave the pressure exam to me. All you need to do now is to prepare enough fuel for a month of flight." Helen's eyes widened and she fell into a daze. From what she heard, the head of state was going to personally arrange the pressure test. "All right, get back to work. I'll go make a call." Link left the temporary research center on the second underground floor and returned to his office in the Colosseum. He then called John. "I was just about to call you. Masha said that she wants to visit Miranda at Windhowl Castle this weekend. Are you free this weekend?" John said first. "You and Masha are treating Miranda like your own daughter," Link exclaimed in surprise. Miranda was already so popular. Why didn't anyone say that they wanted to come and see him? John took advantage of Link's words and continued, "Since you've said so, I think we can choose an auspicious day and hold a ceremony. We really do have the intention of taking Miranda in as our goddaughter." Link chuckled. "What's wrong with you?" he said sarcastically. "You saw that your first account failed and don't want to create a new one. Do you want to take an account from me for yourself? Go, 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 you're bringing up a sore spot. Tell me, why did you call me?" After visiting Windhowl Castle this week, Link said seriously, come with me to the prince's treasure vault. Hearing that it was serious, John didn't joke with Link. He said, where's the treasury? How long will it take? I have to find it. You have to ask for leave from the leader, right? I understand. It's located on an isolated island in the sea west of the wasteland. It should be around 2 to 3 days, Link answered before John could finish. John furrowed his brows, thinking that Link was insulting his intelligence. The distance between Shandu and the western waters of the wasteland is at least 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers. It'll be a problem for you to travel in these 2 to 3 days, he said. But this time, before John could finish, he was interrupted by Link. All right, I'll have my ways when the time comes. That's it, I'm hanging up. After hanging up, Link heaved a long sigh and muttered to himself, why is this guy so talkative recently? Is he going through menopause? On the weekend, after the visit dinner at the castle, Link warmly asked Masha to stay behind. He said that he and John had to go out for 2 or 3 days. There was no one to take care of Miranda at home, so he asked Masha to help take care of her. Masha agreed happily, and her eyes were almost telling them to slow down and not rush. In the garden, on Miranda's head was Masha's favorite short-furred cat, which was as cute as a cat leather hat. Behind Miranda, the treasure-hunting mouse and the other 5 mice were chasing each other, having a lot of fun. Even when Link and John boarded the ship, Link still laughed at John. Your family status is worrying. Let me see, if you really take Miranda as your goddaughter, then your status in the family will be ranked after red-haired Miranda, silver-handed, and short hair. John's face darkened and he ignored Link's mockery. He looked around the cockpit of the spaceship. He did not expect the spaceship to be repaired in such a short time. It could even support a return trip of thousands of kilometers. The coordinates for the voyage have been set. The distance is 1,700 kilometers. Estimated time is 1 hour and 20 minutes. There's a resting and entertainment space on the ship, so you can take a rest first. I wish you a pleasant journey. After Troy sent out the flight information through the mechanical squid, he activated the spaceship's optical camouflage and autopilot. John couldn't help but sigh after hearing that. It had really been 2 or 3 days. He looked at the young Link beside him. He had already reached the peak of his reputation in the wasteland and had even repaired the spaceship of the alien civilization. He had also mastered absolute technology. They had completed the strongest unification and the strongest power in the history of the wasteland. Thinking back to Link's youth when he first met him a year ago, and seeing his maturity and confidence now, John felt like he was walking with God. However, when John saw Link's back, he realized that the guy was scratching his butt and back. The lofty image he had in his mind collapsed instantly. Now, he was even more curious about what good things were in the prince's treasure vault. 636 The Prince's Treasure Vault, Chapter 6.8. What Link didn't say was that this voyage wasn't only to explore the prince's treasure vault, but also to test the ship's pressure. So, when Troy was controlling the ship, he increased the speed and paid attention to the data sent by the engine sensors all the time. An hour later, Troy made an announcement through the spaceship's broadcast system. Respected gentlemen, you have now left the far west of the wasteland continent. You will reach the end of this journey in 10 minutes. The spacecraft will be hovering above the island, providing you with 24 hours of service. Link and John were in different rooms. They looked out the window at the same time and saw the far west of the wasteland. Even if one looked down from the sky, one could see the craggy rocks on the cliff, and the fierce and rapid sea crashing and hitting without rest, turning the black sea water into white waves. What followed was a boundless black ocean. It was as thick as ink and was so deep that one could not see the bottom. It was as if it wanted to swallow everything. And this sea area also had a vivid name, the Black Sea. The continent gradually disappeared from their sight, and soon, the entire planet was left with a dark sea, and they could not find anything to refer to. At first glance, one would think that the spaceship was hovering over the sea without moving. Link went to the main control room at the bow of the ship. He watched the ship fly forward quickly, and the scenery outside flashed by. Link looked at the mechanical squid, who was observing the changes in the data. He thought for a moment and said, "After this mission is over, arrange for a peri-celestial flight." The spaceship's speed on the wasteland was only 1,200 km per hour. For an alien transport ship, the speed could be said to be trash. It was even slower than the fighter planes in Chitu. The main reason was that with the size of the transport ship, the price to pay to overcome the gravity of the planet and some losses during flight was too high. However, it was different after entering space. With less energy loss, they could unleash more power and speed. The pressure test on the wasteland was still not enough. All sorts of strong radiation and extreme temperatures could not be simulated on the ground, but they were common in space. Only in the cosmic environment could the whole body be tested. All right, head of state. I've already relayed my suggestion to Helen. After preliminary verification, the periapsis flight test is indeed feasible. At the same time, Helen also has a bold idea to apply for video access. Link didn't think that his casual suggestion would trigger Helen's bold creativity. He could only say that she was indeed worthy of being the future matriarch of machinery, the top talent in machinery in the Fandi star system. After accepting the call, Link saw Helen on the screen. She couldn't wait to share her ideas. Head of state, when you mentioned a test flight in outer space, I suddenly had a bold idea: a gravity weapon. A weapon that relies on gravity energy at a close altitude. It falls from a height of tens of thousands of meters and causes great damage to the ground. We can also modify the gravity bomb, such as adding a low concentration of radioactive material and using a pressure sensor to explode at an altitude of 1,000 meters. This will form a radioactive area of several kilometers. Link wiped the sweat off his forehead as he listened to Helen's wild imagination. As expected of a matriarch, these weapons were really Helen's masterpieces in the future. On top of that, their lethality was even greater, and they could even carry out destructive attacks on the surface of a planet on a ship. It was once listed as a forbidden weapon of mass destruction by the Council of the Maul Galaxy. After a moment's silence, Link decided not to dampen her enthusiasm. Moreover, they might not necessarily use such weapons, but they definitely had them. Every single bullet in the armory was a bargaining chip in space. The more one played the game Destiny, the more one would realize that truth and justice only existed within the range of cannons. Alright, then I'll be looking forward to hearing good news from Helen. After ending the video call, the mechanical squid hovered beside Link and said slowly, Head of state, we've already arrived in the air above the coordinates. Link looked up at the main screen. The rocky islands below were in an irregular shape. Beside the main island in the middle were dozens of miniature islands of all sizes. Some weren't even islands but were more like reefs. The pitch-black waves crashed against the rocks, and the extremely white waves rose more than 10 meters high, disappearing into the second wave in an instant. At this moment, John also came to the command room at the head of the spaceship. He frowned and asked, Are you sure the prince hid the treasure in such a place? This kind of dangerous place doesn't look like a place of reward for your subordinates. Instead, it has a kind of death trap aura. Link glanced at the island's layout and then used the Heaven's insight to size it up. The island was filled with black gas that was no less intense than the death swamps. Be more confident, this is a land of death. And it's that kind of dangerous place. Link furrowed his brows. When he first received the hidden main mission on the wasteland, he thought that the prince was a naive boy who only wanted to live a peaceful life in the countryside and protect relics. But looking at the place where the treasure was stored, it was clear that he was not a good person. Link and John exchanged glances and sighed. It seems like this mission won't be that simple. John agreed and felt that his decision to travel with Link was wise. Link finally understood why John's request was a serial main mission. They had only just arrived at the location of the treasure, but everything was already clear. The spacecraft began to lower its altitude. At the same time, various detectors began to analyze the island. Sonar, spectrum, rays, and lines of code representing data were transmitted to the spacecraft's main computer. The island's holographic 3D image appeared on the main control console. The details of the island's outline, even the waves that were constantly splashing on the beach, were all captured and simulated. Head of state, after surveying and mapping, we found a cave in the northeast of the island. The cave has a tunnel that leads directly to the bottom of the island. The entire island is a reef. The island was formed by a volcanic eruption. The volcano is currently dormant. The interior of the cave is complicated, and there are energy fluctuations that interfere with the work of the sonar and spectral analyzer, so we can't get a more detailed picture of the situation. Alright, I've gathered enough information. The rest is up to me to investigate. Link let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't act too arrogantly this time. He'd also brought some pets along with John. Link turned around and walked back to the teleportation room. Troy, prepare to arrange for John and I to land on the island. You will control the ship and cruise above the island. Then, he raised his right arm and pulled a ball of purple goo from the cockpit wall. It jumped onto Link's arm and disappeared into his sleeve. At the same time, two metal doors in the resting cabin slowly rose up. One was covered in scales and metal, while the other was entirely made of metal. When the metal door was completely lifted up, King Kong and Shizak looked at each other. Shizak switched his warblade to his right hand, and his eyes were filled with an intense red battle intent. What's the competition today? The Vajra general, Heaven Shaker, stood on the ground and put his hands together. Monks don't lie, they're not competitive and eager to win. The Shizak crocodile sniffed and said in a hoarse voice, I smell the strong aura of death on the island. This place must be full of evil spirits. Without waiting for Shizak to finish, King Kong's expression changed. He picked up his weapon and said with a firm gaze, it's my duty to slay demons and exterminate devils. I, Vajra, will never fall behind. A hint of battle intent flashed in their eyes. It was clear without saying anything. The competition this time was to see who could kill more demons. Not long after the two pets walked out of the resting cabin, they joined Link and John, who had just walked out of the cockpit, and walked towards the transmission room together. The spaceship descended to an altitude of 300 meters and stopped above the island. The ship, which was hundreds of meters long, covered the sky, and its shadow swallowed more than half of the island. An indescribable sense of oppression descended. Inside the teleportation room, Link, John, King Kong, and Shizak were guarding the room like door gods. The four of them stood on the central disk of the teleportation room. As the ring under their feet turned, a golden light enveloped everyone on the disk. Immediately after, a golden light beam shot out from the bottom of the spaceship and reached the empty space on the island. The pillar of light landed on the ground, stirring up a ring of dust, but it was immediately blown away by a powerful pressure. The light pillar rubbed against the air, giving off a burning hum. When the light beam disappeared, a charred teleportation rune was left on the ground. In the center of the rune were the four people in the spaceship's teleportation room. Link had gotten used to this kind of small, short-distance teleportation portal in his previous life, but it was clearly John's first time using it. Looking at the harsh environment of the island, and then looking up at the spaceship that covered the sky, John was still a little dazed. It wasn't just the four of them who got off the spaceship. Troy also released the drones on the spaceship, and they swarmed out of the cabin like flies. Each drone was the size of a basketball and was equipped with various cameras and detectors. Hundreds of drones formed a large net that surrounded the island and examined the island's various data. At the same time, the four railguns on the spaceship shifted from the side of the spaceship to the bottom and activated alert mode. The island was hit by the waves on all sides, and the foam that hit the rock walls was swept up by the strong wind to the island. The projection on the spaceship covered the entire island and projected a three-dimensional pointing mark on the ground. The group followed the mark to the entrance of the cave. Due to the humid air all year round, vines and moss had grown around the cave. The four drones entered the cave first and activated their searching mode to illuminate the cave. The cave was humid, and the sound of moisture dripping down the wall could be heard. Link activated the Heaven's Insight and could see black gas coming out of the cave. Be careful, there's an ominous surge in the cave. Link wondered if there really was treasure hidden in such a place. Or was this just a plot set up by the prince to deal with the 7 loyal servants? But everything, you have to walk in to know. 637 The reappearance of the Zerg hive. With the drone at the front, the searchlight clearly illuminated the situation in the cave. At first, there was only one passage in the cave, but as they went deeper, they soon extended into many branches. Fortunately, Link and John were both top fighters of the wasteland. One had the Heaven's Insight spell to sense auras, while the other was a top assassin with the sharpest insight. These branches didn't cause any trouble for them, but the deeper they went, the more branches appeared. The whole cave was complicated, just like a branch-like structure. If it were anyone else, they would most likely get lost in this maze-like environment. Have you noticed that this tree-shaped maze seems to be formed naturally? John said. Under the illumination of the searchlight, the thick moss on the surface of the stones in the cave was scraped off, and a layer of colorful patterns containing various minerals and metal elements could be clearly seen on the surface of the volcanic lava, as well as traces of the rapid solidification of the lava after it came into contact with the sea water. That's why it's even more horrifying, Ying Luo. Link had observed the island and did not find any signs of magic circles or man-made modifications. An island that was naturally filled with yin qi and had a violent climate. It was strange that the desert prince had hidden his treasure here. In other words, there was no treasure map here at all, and it was just a complete land of death. The real use of the treasure map fragment was perhaps to gather the 7 generals here for a stroll. Link had thought that he already knew the hidden mission's plot, but it seemed that he was only peeking at it from a small perspective. There were still many secrets and doubts. Link couldn't help but shiver. No matter what the result was, it made him feel like he had been dragged into a deeper and bigger conspiracy. The group continued forward, but not long after, Link and John both felt a hostile aura. The red arrow shot out from his sleeve and circled around Link's body, on guard. Link took out his magic box pistol. The tip of a throwing knife appeared on John's wrist. The evil aura wasn't strong and was only faintly discernible. However, he could still sense the aura approaching each time. Vajra's body glowed with Buddhist light. This was a sign that he had sensed something ominous and was using the Buddhist light to protect his body. Even the demonized parasite on Link's body crawled out of his sleeve excitedly. Its mucus formed a bloody mouth, revealing its sharp teeth and tongue. It was about to enjoy a feast. Shizik was the only one who could sense the presence of the evil intent when he scanned the others. He was the only one who didn't have this talent and couldn't sense the enemy immediately. However, Shizik also couldn't show his fear. He raised his sword and prepared to attack at any moment. He glanced at King Kong and Link from time to time, trying to predict when the enemy would arrive from their reactions. It was as if everyone was taking an open book exam, but Shizik was the only one who was taking a closed book exam, and his heart was filled with anxiety. They didn't stop because of the enemy's approach, but continued to move forward. The deep darkness was gradually lit up by the drone's searchlights. Just as the darkness was pushed away, a foul stench of decay suddenly gushed out of the cave. Under the searchlight, a corpse with disheveled hair, swollen, and pale skin staggered out, grimacing in pain. With every step he took, pus would flow out of his wounds. One of the eyes was staring at the light source, while the other was spinning in its eye socket. The flesh in the eye socket had turned out and drooped beside the thin and deformed cheekbone. The skin around the eye socket trembled slightly, and white and fat maggots were crawling out from inside and crawling up the eyeball as if no one was there. Ah, Ying Luo! The corpse let out an uncomfortable wail, and its body suddenly swelled up, especially its stomach, which swelled to the point that it looked like it was going to explode at any moment. The capillaries on the belly were clearly visible. Blarg! The corpse suddenly spewed out a cloud of filth, and the strong stench made everyone frown. Shizik was like an arrow that had left its bow, and he immediately jumped up and charged forward. Wind power enshrouded his body, and his stellar energy was intense. Link couldn't help but gasp at the sight. He saw that Shizik's sword was already cutting through the vomit and moving towards the corpse. It was too late to stop it. He wasn't afraid of the monster, but Shizik's actions had made it hard for him to breathe. Vajra amulet was enlightened and immediately leaped forward, protecting Link and John behind him. His entire body shone with Buddhist light. Shizik's war blade easily cut through the corpse, but in the next second, his expression changed. The bloated corpse was like a balloon, and Shizik's blade easily tore it apart. However, it exploded in the next second. The filth and rotten things inside the body splashed everywhere along with the explosion. When the filth flew to King Kong's protective Buddhist light, it was instantly ignited and burned into a pile of black ashes in the next second, dissipating into nothing. Shizik immediately switched to the power of earth form and used the power of source form within his body, using the earth's outer shell to block the filth. The explosion gradually subsided. A wisp of Buddha fire flicked out of Vajra's fingertip. The corpses and filth on the ground and walls rose and disappeared in an instant. Seeing that all the filth had been purified, Zhuge finally came out of his elementium state, not daring to look back at everyone. It understood that it had attacked rashly because it was too eager to compete just now, and had almost caused everyone to be turned upside down. Link looked at the ashes on the ground and couldn't help but say, "These people are all under the curse. Be careful from now on and try to attack from a distance." As soon as he finished speaking, the wailing of the corpse came from the inside of the cave again. Zhuge didn't have any long-range attacks, so he could only follow behind and watch as Link, John, and King Kong fought. The red arrow moved quickly in the cave, making a sharp whistle-like sound due to the high-frequency vibration. The magic box pistol didn't stop firing, and its light was bright. John's throwing knife flashed with a cold light. King Kong chanted sutras, and the solidified light wheel of Buddha's light spread out, washing away the corpses and filth that exploded along the way. Zhuge's tail that was originally raised up was now drooped on the ground. In the time he knew King Kong, they had competed countless times. They had won and lost, but the gap between them was not big. However, this time, he was completely at the bottom and was mercilessly crushed. This made Zhuge feel extremely defeated. Just as Zhuge's thoughts were running wild, Link let out a long breath. "I'm finally done." Link suddenly turned around and asked John, "How is it? You've also noticed some clues, right?" "I see." John nodded. "It seems like there's more to this than meets the eye." King Kong didn't care about the two people's confused words. He only cared about the merit on the ground. Zhuge cared, but he didn't have the face to ask. He anxiously scratched his ears and cheeks. Both Link and John had top-notch observation skills. Although the cursed people were dressed shabbily, they could tell from some clues that they were all wearing the traditional clothing of the Sand Capital and were dressed as servants. The traditional clothing of Shandu used to be very popular, but after the liquidation, very few people wore this kind of clothing. Firstly, it was because the production process was complicated, and secondly, because it was a full-body robe with 2 layers inside and outside, it required a lot of linen and cotton. After the nuclear strike on the Day of Reckoning, the stock of such plants was extremely low, and the consumption was severe. It was also inconvenient to move around, so it was replaced by a practical wasteland style. They were dressed in traditional clothes and were also dressed as servants. Moreover, this was the prince's treasure vault, so it was hard not to think of something. These workers might be the servants who helped the prince move the treasure vault. After setting up the treasure vault, the prince was worried that they would leak the news, so he left them on the island and even cast a curse on them, turning them into filth to guard the place. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Link felt that this matter was not as simple as the prince had said in the recording pen. However, there was also the treasure vault, the key to the Black Library in the recording pen, the Desert Dynasty's fight against the alien planet, the restoration of the Ramon dynasty, and the mysterious disappearance. The history of the wasteland seemed to be connected by the history of the Desert Dynasty. Even the golden accessory from the pharaoh's tomb, the arachnid's nest Kazaya. All of this gave Link an urge to reveal the truth. Link suddenly realized that he, the ruler of the wasteland, seemed to have fallen into someone else's trap. He had become a chess piece in the Desert Prince's plan. After the cursed slaves died, they did not encounter any other evils on the way. Even the paths in the cave began to converge, and there were not as many forks. When there was only one path left, Link knew that he wouldn't be far from solving the mystery of the prince's treasure vault. Under the searchlights of the drones, the light in the distance soon came to an end. A carved stone door blocked everyone's prying eyes. There was a complicated magic circle drawn on the door, as well as runes written in ancient pharaoh's language. The drone turned on the laser scanning module and scanned the entire stone door, sending the information back to the spaceship above the island. Troy, who was on the spaceship, sent the data back to the underground data center of Shandu through the Sky Eye satellite. After searching through the ancient pharaohs and all the books that recorded formations, he finally found the answer. Head of state, there's a sacrificial array on this stone door, and it says, "Offer your blood to open this door. A precious treasure on your body, at my command." So, Link said, "This magic circle is a contract magic circle." Troy's voice came from the drone, "Yes, it's a variant of an ancient contract formation. However, logically speaking, if the holder of the magic circle dies, even if the blood sacrifice activates the magic circle, the contract won't be signed." Just as Link was hesitating, King Kong stepped out and said, "Amitabha, I'll open this door. The level of my contract with the boss should be higher than this array. Furthermore, I can use my Buddhist golden body of virtue to break free from the formation contract." Without waiting for Link's permission, King Kong had already placed his hand on the center of the magic circle. A stream of golden blood seeped out from the center of his palm and filled the entire array. Crack, crack. The door slowly opened. Golden light leaked out from the cracks of the stone door, and the ground was filled with dazzling gold, silver, and jewelry. Among the gold and silver jewelry, Link sharply saw fragments of the hive made of gold. At the same time, a voice resounded through the door. 638 A huge conspiracy. The self-proclaimed spokesperson of justice has finally arrived. The one who spoke was a colorful parrot that was locked in a cage. If the macaw was here, it would definitely stomp its feet in anxiety and curse. Someone had shamelessly imitated its style and voice. Link could tell at a glance that this colorful parrot was of the same breed as the macaw. Link furrowed his brows. He could hear a hint of mockery in the parrot's words. Self-proclaimed spokesperson of justice. Why did these words sound so sarcastic? The parrot's intonation was especially vivid, imitating the Desert Prince's tone. Lin Kei's fists were clenched tightly. John looked at the room full of gold, silver, and jewelry and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Even though he treated money like dirt, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the mountain of gold and treasure in front of him. The wealth here could be said to be comparable to a country's. Gold and jewelry were measured in tons. According to the macaw, it could simply swim in gold. The 7 generals had divided up a lot of the Desert Prince's wealth, which would give them the capital to rule the wasteland in the future. However, he had never expected that this was the real treasure. Compared to this place, the wealth that the 7 of them had taken away earlier was simply a drop in the ocean. Link saw that there was something like a gear wheel under the parrot's cage. The runic energy on it was dissipating bit by bit. He immediately realized what was going on. The cage and the parrot were actually a biological recording device, so they couldn't talk directly. As it was an irreversible runic magic circle, it was often used as a one-time message tool. "You have fulfilled your promise. Now, you can take these rewards and leave." The energy on the gear wheel was quickly drained away, and the colorful parrot's body began to dissipate from the bottom. Just when everyone thought that these were all the messages, the colorful parrot's mouth suddenly curved into a human-like smile. Before its body disappeared, it said one last sentence, "I believe that in the near future, I will personally see this loyal servant Ying Luo." The colorful parrot disappeared. The whole room, which was illuminated by gold, did not look magnificent. Instead, it looked strange because of the words it said before it disappeared. Link and John exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. If they were all suspicious before, then it could be said to be true now. The story of the Desert Prince and the 7 generals was not as simple as the mission Link had received before. He had thought that it was just a simple revenge, but who would have thought that everything was just a mutual scheme? Now that the Desert Prince had borrowed the mouth of the colorful parrot, it was almost as if he had confirmed the fact that he was not dead. He had even said that they would meet again in the future, which made people shudder. Link's mind was filled with questions. If the Desert Prince wasn't dead, then what was with his body under the castle? And what was the point of leaving behind the royal ring and the key in the recording pen? Moreover, from the message left by the colorful parrot, it was obvious that it had guessed that the 7 generals had been killed. It had successfully gathered the treasure map and come here, then signed a contract at the stone gate. Even John couldn't help but say, "Link, I think you've fallen into a huge conspiracy." "I think so too," Link chuckled and nodded. After listening to the recording, Link had felt some sympathy for the silly prince of the desert. Even the old and astute 7 generals thought that they had successfully killed the prince and reached the peak of their lives by dividing the treasures. However, it seemed that everything was going according to the prince's plan. He made use of the greed of the 7 generals to successfully escape the golden cicada's shell. What do we do now? The current situation had exceeded their expectations, and John didn't know how to deal with it. Link shrugged helplessly. What else can we do, he said. Since I said that these treasures are rewards, I'll definitely take them all back. But the prince isn't dead yet, and King Kong has signed a blood contract with him. If we really meet Ying Luo in the future. You're the king of assassins, said Link, waving his hand. When did you become so indecisive? The more tricks the enemy played, the more it proved that he was not strong enough and did not dare to appear in front of them. As for the contract King Kong signed, not to mention the fact that King Kong can break it with his own strength, just the fact that he drew materials from ancient runic magic circles is not a big problem for Constellation, who has studied advanced knowledge and the inheritance of Aziz's Constellation magic circle. Link glanced at King Kong and said confidently, this blood contract will be left with King Kong. I'd like to see what tricks this desert prince is up to. While Link and John were talking, Troy had arranged for drones and robots to follow the cave to the treasure location and get ready to move the treasure. Take whatever you like. Link then walked towards the golden scorpion beetle and scorpion beetle accessories. These accessories were even bigger than the golden hive he had obtained before. If it was confirmed to be a hive of the bugs, then Link's gold fingers progress would be able to increase. When Link had become the king of the Sand Capital or when the Freedom Federation had been established, he had also sent archaeological teams to excavate the ruins in the desert. Link and the Pharaoh Tumen had even investigated the ruins. The Pharaoh Tumen had said that there were indeed scarabs and would make some golden scarab jewelry. However, he and the pharaohs before him did not have the custom of burying these jewelries. As for the pharaohs' literature, there was no mention of the golden scarab jewelry being buried with them. Since this matter concerned the source of Link's most important cheat code, he did not want to have any more in-depth conversation. The mountain of treasures in front of him was most likely the accumulation of the Pharaoh dynasty. Because after the old Pharaoh dynasty was overthrown and the wasteland entered a democratic modern society, the treasures of the dynasty had always been known only to the royal family. In particular, the pharaohs of past generations had the tradition of burying gold with them, which made people subconsciously think that the current royal family did not have much wealth left. When Link approached the accessory, a system notification immediately appeared. A bug tribe hive fragment has been detected near you. Do you wish to identify and absorb it? Link did not choose to absorb it on the spot. Instead, he took out the golden beetle bracelets and necklaces and weighed them in his hands. It was very heavy. However, Link had still underestimated John's keen observation skills. You seem to like the golden beetle's accessories? I've also taken a similar necklace from Platinum Hotel. Link's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly put on a reminiscing smile. That's right. You might not know this, but when I escaped from the Wasteland Gang's slave camp, the camp was in quicksand. When I was escaping, I caught a golden accessory that was dug out from the pharaoh's pyramid. It was a golden beetle bracelet. It's also thanks to this bracelet that Fu and I managed to exchange for enough money and start up capital after we escaped to Shadu. Link stared at the bracelets, rings, and necklaces in his hands for a while. He then said meaningfully, that's why I've been paying special attention to accessories that look like golden beetles since then. John nodded in understanding. He had never thought that there was such a past. The droids and robots began to move the gold. Gold was a hard currency in Fate. However, this hard currency was not coins, but a type of precious metal. It must be known that the conditions for the formation of gold were extremely harsh, and there was a fixed amount of gold on a planet. The conditions for the formation of the metal element were difficult. Usually, it was only formed during the explosion of a neutron star or during the early stages of the Big Bang. Whether it was in technology or magic, gold was an excellent catalyst or medium. Such a large amount of gold would be enough for Link to exchange for starting funds for interstellar activities in the interstellar market. Is this the end of the treasure map? John took a puff of the cigarette, feeling a little unsatisfied. Link smirked. What else do you want? Now that you know the Desert Prince's special identity and means, you've managed to fool the 7 generals and US. Isn't that enough? You've returned to your family for a long time, and you want to experience the thrill of adventure. Are you disappointed this time? John's hand that was holding the cigarette trembled slightly, and his eyes were a little flustered. He quickly retorted, "Don't talk nonsense, there's no such thing. I'm just wondering what the Desert Prince is trying to do by putting in so much effort." He said a few words as if he had self-destructed, and then he gave away so many treasures? His words, other than making others feel that he is plotting something and making them wary, have no other use. John didn't finish his sentence. If the Desert Prince was really a scheming person who had played the 7 major families and their spokesperson for a fool, then it would be better to continue hiding it. When they finally met in the future, he would completely expose all these trump cards. But now that he was showing off, John couldn't think of any benefits for him even if he racked his brains. All of them were disadvantages. In fact, Link had the same thought as John. The messages left by the parrot in the treasure vault were too unnecessary. However, after seeing the fragments of the hive, Link decided to put this aside for now. No matter what schemes he had behind the scenes, he had obtained the bug tribe's hive fragment. His Goldfinger's ability had improved, and his strength would increase in all aspects. Moreover, in Link's opinion, the plot of the Wasteland Star was buried a little deep. It was actually connected to the main storyline of John. Looking at it this way, the main storyline in the Wasteland in his previous life was simply too far apart. Although the players were very enthusiastic, the story was very simple. It was nothing more than a hero's awakening and redemption, leading the players to defeat the enemy. However, the same game was very different in this life. Now, there was a sense of conspiracy theories and a mastermind behind the scenes. Interesting, very interesting. Could there be other secrets after this treasure trove was emptied? John continued to ask, looking forward to it. Link chuckled. It seemed that John had lived at home too much and was finally bored. Last year, you said that you wanted to live a good life, but now you are looking forward to the exciting days. I've used the Heaven Sun's insight to look around and there's nothing unusual. After we're done moving the gold, we can leave. King Kong had an indifferent expression. Anyway, he had gained a lot this time. He had ferreted a lot of filth and increased his merit. Shizuk's face was dark, and he looked like everyone owed him millions. It could be said that it was the biggest loser in this trip. After losing the bet with King Kong, he had planned to catch up with King Kong, but he was told that there were no more activities. Shizuk felt terrible. This defeat was destined to come. In particular, King Kong's indifferent attitude, which was completely the style of a master, made it even more angry. If King Kong sneered at him, he could still say something ruthless and turn the tables. However, this guy didn't move at all and didn't seem to care at all. He didn't seem like a winner at all and instead made Shizuk feel bitter. Cacat. At this moment, a crisp sound suddenly came from the treasury. Everyone, including Link, was shocked. They looked around for the source of the sound. Link and John locked onto the source almost at the same time. The sound came from underground, under the pile of gold. John's dagger quickly appeared in his hand, his eyes full of excitement. Link didn't understand. He'd used the Heaven's Sun's insight earlier and there was nothing unusual under the gold. But this sound meant that it was abnormal. Immediately after, the clear sound of gears began to rotate, and the golden mountain peak in front of him began to sink. The temperature underground began to rise, and the temperature in the treasury instantly soared. At the same time, there were sizzling sounds coming from the ground. Link activated the Heaven's Insight again and saw a ball of red flames rising from the ground. A valve had opened at the position where the gear had just turned. This valve was actually connected to the crater of the volcano below the island. Link didn't feel it before because it wasn't magic equipment or a formation. Naturally, there wouldn't be an energy display. This mechanism was the most simple mechanical gravity mechanism. When the gold in the treasury decreased and its weight dropped, the balance at the bottom would tilt and trigger the mechanism, opening the valve passage. Looking at the heat and the sizzling lava erupting from the crater, it was no longer in the state of an extinct volcano. It must be that after the trap was triggered, some kind of material was left here to reignite the volcano. Now, everything was clear. The gold would remain here forever, and the person who entered the treasure vault would also be left behind forever. Boom! 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 As the volcano awakened, geological activity began to intensify, and the island began to shake. The volcanic rock above their heads began to tremble and fall, and the cave outside also made cracking sounds. Cracks spread from the ground, about to tear the island apart. The sudden change caught them off guard. It was too late to escape from the cave. The complex structure of the road was unstable to begin with, and it could easily collapse under the shaking and trap them. There was only one way left for Link, which was to destroy the treasure vault and leave through the dome. 639 Golden Finger upgraded. Troy, arrange for 4 cannons to bombard our heads with full force. Shizuke, activate the form of Earth to absorb the Earth's origin substance and soften the soil here. King Kong, activate combat mode and law phenomenon. It's up to you whether we can escape this time. Link then turned to look at John but didn't say anything. Both of them knew that it was time to use their strongest offensive skills. Shizuke's body was agile, and he jumped to the top of the wall like a lizard. Then, the elementium of the earth was quickly absorbed, and the scales on his legs spread upward, solidifying into a stone crocodile in a short time. The hardest earth elementium in the dome was absorbed by Shizuke. King Kong then put his hands together, and the sky shaking became all kinds of broken pieces. As they rotated around King Kong, they were captured by the lightning around King Kong and became part of his battle armor. King Kong's metallic muscles began to expand, and his body began to expand. The Heaven-Earth Law Manifestation's ability was to increase his body size by 20 times and his strength by 10 times. King Kong's body began to expand from Link's height. His thick back hit the dome, and dense cracks began to appear. However, this didn't stop King Kong's body from growing. King Kong held the dome with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. The Sanskrit on his fist brought with it the sound of air exploding as he bombarded the dome above his head. It was very solemn and grand. The ground under King Kong's feet cracked and even showed signs of sinking. The dome cracked open, and gravel rolled down. Without the power of elementium, the structure between the stones could not withstand King Kong's fist at all, which had increased its strength by 10 times. Link and John also moved through the falling rocks. John threw the flying knife in his hand, and it immediately made a sharp sound. A blue light surged out. Link could even feel the heat. The throwing knife sank deep into the crack in the dome, and a large amount of electric light that had nowhere to be released immediately spurted out from the crack, forming a trail. Boom! With a loud noise, the interior of the dome began to disintegrate. The dense cracks shattered the entire piece of stone and fell down like a rain of sand, revealing the natural basalt behind the dome. Link couldn't help but look at John and sighed. Not bad. You've actually secretly created such a skill during this period of time. He had thought that John was used to the urban countryside life, but he never expected that after reading the advanced knowledge, this guy would come up with such a skill without a sound. This flying knife skill seemed to be very powerful, but Link could see through the heaven's insight that the knife was wrapped in 3 layers of force. It even seemed to be connected to the body. In other words, John could remotely control the direction of the flying knife. Secondly, this condensed power of lightning was something that John had begun to master at a higher level in the pugilist class, which was to condense chi into more explosive energy. Then, he would go from an ordinary martial artist to an elite martial artist. John's lips curled up. After seeing the advanced knowledge exchange with Link, both of them had held back and were just testing each other. Today, he had been forced to show off his newly developed skill. Seeing Link's surprised expression and being acknowledged by someone of equal strength, John had forgotten that he was in danger and was in a good mood. It's your turn. In the face of John's provocation, Link did not back down. Stepping on a falling rock, the red arrow shuttled back and forth in the air, cutting the huge falling rock into small pieces. Link raised his right hand, and the demonized symbiotic demons in his sleeve condensed into the shape of an alien battle axe. Seeing Link hold the handle of his battle axe with both hands and jump into the air in the shape of a bow, John knew what move Link was going to use. The flying daggers in John's hands became faster and faster, and electric light shot out. For a moment, thousands of streams of light sank into the edge of the dome. The cracks on the dome were all surging with blue electricity. The electric light moved quickly between the cracks and then concentrated on one point before exploding into dust. John's move directly blew up the Suanwu rock layer 3 to 4 meters behind him. The remaining part was also affected by the energy, and many cracks appeared. At that moment, Link's space-splitting slash met the attack. The battle axe formed by the demonized symbiotic demon crashed into the dome. With one strike, the entire dome exploded with a loud bang, and nothing else happened. The next second, the crater in the crater began to collapse, and more gold fell into the crater. Heat surged out, and one could even clearly see the boiling lava inside the crater. The boiling red lava at the mouth of the volcano, the resplendence of the gold and jewels, and the huge golden body of the Vajra law phenomenon. For a moment, the entire treasure vault was filled with a dazzling light that made it hard for people to open their eyes. Without waiting for John to sneer, the dome shattered, and the rocks cracked into countless fragments that fell from the sky. The light from the outside seeped in through the gap, making people feel excited. Troy, who was flying in the sky above the island, saw the crust of the island crack. The 4 hot cannons immediately stopped firing, afraid that they would hurt their own people. From Troy's perspective, a crack appeared on the Earth's crust, and then countless gravel was blown away, and a huge golden fist with Sanskrit and golden runes appeared. King Kong, who was nearly 40 meters tall, leaped up. The eerie aura of the entire island was washed away by the light of Buddha. The gloomy vegetation gradually regained its vitality, and the roaring waves gradually subsided. The might of the heavenly transformation was terrifying. King Kong looked up and felt like he was looking at a small mountain. The entire island was at his feet. Link, John, and Shizik's figures flashed as they stepped on the falling rocks and jumped to the surface. Head of State, volcanic activity is gradually becoming more intense, and geological movements are frequent. The volcano is about to erupt, and the entire island will be covered in lava. Please arrive at the teleportation point as soon as possible. Troy's suggestion was transmitted through the spaceship's external equipment and floated in the sky above the island. King Kong was still in the avatar state. He could see the teleportation point at a glance from a height of 40 meters. He charged up his energy and leaped into the air. His figure gradually shrank in the air and recovered. When he returned to normal, he landed on the scorched earth of the teleportation point. The crater spewed out a terrifying amount of heat, but the earth's crust that had been blasted open by King Kong did not stop. The soil at the edge loosened and began to fall and slide into magma under the strong earthquake. The half-covered crater quickly appeared in front of their eyes. Link, John, and Shizik quickly arrived at the teleportation point. A wave of energy was generated from the flying boat and enveloped everyone. After a while, the shadow disappeared and the 4 of them reappeared on the flying boat. All the drones had been recovered before this, and many of the robots transporting gold on the ground had been suppressed underground and could not be recalled. As the flying shuttle rose in altitude, it quickly left the island. Just a few seconds after he left, the island volcano behind him erupted completely. The island's crust rose, and the huge ravines and cracks were filled with red magma. With a deafening explosion, the lava was shot hundreds of meters into the sky, as bright as a firework. In addition to the lava, the entire island was also sent flying by this huge force. It shattered into countless rock pieces dozens of meters long, splashing onto the Black Sea and setting off white water pillars. Everyone on the spaceship could feel the majestic energy that was brought about by the volcanic eruption. The deathly still Black Sea rippled under the spreading of the energy waves. It was no longer as calm as before. The entire island was blown away. After the lava spewed out of the crater, it immediately mixed with the sea water. The white mist of water vapor swept across quickly, and thick black smoke was like a pillar. From time to time, red lava would rise into the air. The 4 of them stood by the window and looked at the island that had disappeared and sunk. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't resist the power of nature at this stage. If there were any problems with any of these, although they still had a way to escape, they might have to pay a high price and would be in a more difficult situation than they were now. Even John, who had seen a lot of storms, couldn't help but say, that was a close call. Link heaved a long sigh of relief and sized John up with interest. Do you feel excited now? John's expression did not change as he replied, then why did you say that there was no danger in this operation? You even said the wasteland is so big that I can go anywhere with John. The 2 of them were thick-skinned to the extreme, and neither of them was affected by the other's words. They even began to bicker. "Heh, you just used the small flying daggers to hit the area around the dome. That little damage was like a drop in the ocean. At this point, you're still not willing to use your true strength, you're really something." Link even gave John a thumbs up sarcastically. John rolled his eyes. This Link really had the nerve to say that. He was simply shameless. "That axe of yours, it's not bad at all, but it didn't have any reaction when it hit the dome. If others were to see this, wouldn't they laugh their heads off?" Link smiled and pointed at the mechanical squid. "Troy, can you explain to me if my axe was powerful or not?" One was his boss, and the other was the king of assassins, legendary John. Troy didn't want to offend either of them, so he didn't say anything. He just replayed the scene that had just been captured outside. On the screen, 4 cannons were firing at a part of the Earth's crust, causing sparks to fly and dust to rise. Suddenly, the entire ground shook violently. The trees nearby were broken and collapsed, the stones cracked, and the ground shifted and exploded into countless cracks. After a while, the ground cracked and fell, followed by King Kong's shocking punch. That wasn't all. Troy then took out the data from the earthquake recorder. The unstable seismic waves suddenly rose to a high point and then fell. Looking at the time and coordinates, it should be John's attack. After this wave, the seismic wave rushed to another peak not long after it stabilized. This peak was 2 or 3 times higher than the previous one. The last was the shock wave that represented King Kong's punch. Even though it reached a new peak, it was only 1/3 stronger than the shock wave that represented Link's attack. The 3 shock waves appeared in the same frame, and the shorter one was embarrassed. "That's called internal force," said Link smugly. "But I don't blame you for not being able to see it. After all, it's such a profound technique. Normal people can't see it. I can understand." John clenched his fists and said gloomily, "Damn it, he had hidden it." He naturally knew that it was best to use penetrating force at that time. After all, if he directly exerted force on the dome, tons of stones would fall from above. They might not be able to escape in time. "There's a problem." Since the prince left a message with the colorful parrot saying that they would meet again in the future, but he also designed an ultimate trap to make the treasure hunter and the island disappear in the Black Sea, what is the intention of this? What he said is completely contrary to what he did. Why does he keep repeating this? John muttered to himself with a frown. Link knew that John was trying to change the topic, but since he had already mocked him, there was no need to cling on to it. He started responding to John's words. It might be another test he could escape without taking the treasure, and if he took the treasure, he would die in the volcano. If he was greedy enough, if he could escape with the treasure, it meant that he was very powerful. Maybe he didn't think so much in the first place as for whether the blood contractor can escape successfully, he doesn't even care. Link felt that the Desert Prince was both familiar and strange. What was strange was his character and background, which was completely different from when he received the mission. What was familiar was that he seemed to have some understanding of the prince's style of doing things. John heaved a sigh of relief and said to Link with a serious expression, "Such a mastermind hiding in the wasteland, it's chilling to think about. Now that the spaceship has been repaired, you may have to leave the wasteland and enter space soon. It's really disturbing to have such a hidden danger in the rear. I'll spend a lot of time and effort to investigate, and I hope I can find something." "Oh, you're so concerned about this." "I don't want my peaceful life with Masha to be ruined by the ambitious plans of a conspirator," John said righteously. "I think this is the wish of any ordinary person on the wasteland. I don't want our peaceful and stable life to be broken." Link nodded and agreed to John's request. At the same time, he did not expose the fact that one of the reasons John had accepted this mission was because his peaceful life was too boring, and he wanted to find some excitement and fun. He was an adventurer in his bones, and the only reason he returned to a peaceful life was because he had never enjoyed it before. Now that he had enjoyed it so much, he naturally got tired of it. He began to pursue excitement and adventure again. It was the same in a person's life. Going too far was as bad as not being enough. "All right, it'll take more than an hour to get back. You've been through so much just now, and you're all covered in dust. Go and wash up." Link waved his hand and went to the rest area alone. John looked at Link's back and noticed that Link's pockets were bulging. He was deep in thought. After Link returned to his resting room, he closed the door and eagerly took out the golden beetle accessory. These were all bug tribe hive fragments in front of him, and the total number was more than what he had obtained previously. Link's eyes were burning with anticipation. I wonder how far Heart of Swarm will progress after absorbing all these hive fragments. 640 Synthesis, Coupling, Transformation. The system sent out another notification that the hive had been absorbed. This time, Link didn't hesitate. He grabbed the hive and started absorbing. The scarab tattoo on his body began to resonate, and the gold accessory in his hand collapsed. The energy and material of the hive fragment were all absorbed by the scarab on his arm. Link felt as if his arm was being stung by thousands of tiny bugs. Even with his current strength, he couldn't resist it. Fortunately, the unbearable feeling came and went quickly. The itchiness soon receded like a tide. Link let out a long breath and felt that the connection between him and his pet had deepened. Congratulations, you have completed 20% of the mission Heart of the Swarm. You have received 1000000 experience points 50 potential points, unlocked the talent Swarm Affinity, and unlocked a higher level of hive expansion form intelligent mechanical bugs. It has been detected that you are in the state of blessing of the knowledge altar. The experience gained has been doubled. The final experience gained is 2 million. Lin Ke looked at the new terms and rewards and was extremely tempted to see what they were. However, his rationality still prevailed, and he suppressed his excitement. He also completed the A-rank chain mission John's request. You have completed the A-rank chain mission John's request. Your performance in the mission was rated excellent. You have received double the mission reward. You have received 1000000 experience points mimicry medal, legendary, meteorite, to be appraised. It has been detected that you are in the state of blessing of the knowledge altar. The experience gained has been doubled. The final experience gained is 2 million. Unlocking the second part of the A-rank chain mission, the conspiracy of the clues. Mission hint: your and John's journey to the island was extremely dangerous. John feels that the Desert Prince, who is manipulating everything from behind the scenes, is a great threat. He is prepared to investigate any traces of the prince. Mission reward: an assessment based on the completion rate of dynamic events. Link's expression turned grim after reading the mission notification. This island trip was indeed dangerous. However, the danger did not come from the monsters that appeared, but from the traps set up in the treasure vault. Through the window, Link could still see the pillar-like black clouds rising from the volcanic eruption, forming a huge mushroom in the air. He was still frightened. If the first part of the main mission was already so exciting, wouldn't the conspiracy in the second part of the main mission be more dangerous? Based on the situation they encountered today, it would be difficult for a small team of players to succeed. However, he put the mission aside for the time being. With the Desert Prince's ability to deceive even the 7 generals, it was unrealistic to find any clues in a short time. Link quickly focused his attention on his lifeline, the reward for the Zerg synthesis mission. He did not expect that after absorbing the fragments of the hive, he would be able to directly increase his percentage from 10% to 20%. Furthermore, to be able to find so many hive fragments on a novice planet like the Wasteland was also outrageous. 50 potential points were still very strong for Lin Ke, especially his ultimate skill, Finger of Death. The damage dealt was directly linked to his luck attribute. If he invested all 50 points into his luck attribute, the damage of Finger of Death alone would increase by 5,000 points. 5,000 points of damage was equivalent to a level up. Moreover, the Finger of Death could also deal a critical hit, and the critical hit rate was also linked to luck. With a wave of poker and chasing dreams, there was no reason not to. If the curly-haired baboon saw Link's current state, it would definitely take a sip of the cabano and shake its head helplessly. Dog betting: I've been betting on dogs for a long time. However, after adding the points, Link felt empty. He did not know when he would get another chance like this with such a generous potential point reward. The high potential point reward was really limited every time he used it. Link then looked at his new talent, Insect Affinity. Insect Swarm Affinity, increases insect swarm damage by 10%. Has an affinity effect on insects. All insects will not actively show hostility to you. You can command lower-level insects purely by will. Link's eyes brightened. This talent might seem trash, but it was actually very powerful. Putting aside the direct 10% pet damage, just the fact that all Zergs would not actively develop hostility was enough to make Link's mind flash with fragmented fragments. Destiny's worldview was extremely vast, and the universe was even more so. Countless races and creatures appeared in the universe. Among them, there were countless types of Zergs, and the sub-Zergs and those with Zerg bloodlines were as vast as the sea of stars. Some of these Zergs had good intentions, while others were naturally hostile to different races. They were docile, violent, and even cunning. With insect affinity, Link could skip all kinds of complicated missions and tests and directly communicate and even trade with all kinds of insects in the universe. Thinking about it carefully, Link remembered that in Doomsday Echo version 3.0, there was an extremely powerful Zergs that had established a pivotal position in the plot. Now that he had the insect group affinity talent, if he could enter the universe, he would be able to set up many things in advance. Pulling his thoughts back from the universe, Link started focusing on the most important thing. It was the new function of the Hive, the intelligent mechanical bugs. Anyone with some common sense would know that intelligent machines and Zergs were two different races. And because of their large numbers and fast evolution speed, people usually called intelligent machinery, Zerg, and demons the three major natural disasters of the universe. These three species were notorious in the universe because of their terrifying adaptability and reproduction ability. Their combat power and destructive power were extremely strong, and they could not be killed completely. They also developed by plundering resources, which could easily affect the balance. These three creatures reproduced quickly and were powerful, but they evolved in different ways. Intelligent machinery was a mechanical life form that was built in batches through a large number of integrated machines. Zergs relied on their strong vitality and reproductive ability to reproduce in geometric order. They only had one fighting style. Demons were strong because their main bodies were in another distorted void dimension. Death in the real universe dimension could only temporarily erase them, not kill them permanently. Therefore, they had accumulated rich combat experience through constant battles, resulting in many high-level combat forces among the demon race. Often, when they were dispatched, the entire planet would turn into a sea of fire, and not even a blade of grass would grow. The alien demonic tribe that attacked the wasteland was actually a low-level demonic tribe in the universe. However, even though they considered themselves demons, the proud and tyrannical demons did not acknowledge these bastards. Low-level demons were a hybrid of demons and native creatures of the universe, born through alchemy and reproduction. Although it was more suitable for the environment of the universe, it also lost the qualification to enter the distorted void dimension. This also meant that their deaths were direct deaths, and there was no such thing as a second chance. This was also the reason why demons looked down on these lower-class demons. But now, the Hive's new ability was called Intelligent Insect Race, which surprised Link. These two races that were listed as the three great catastrophes had completely different ways of development and life forms. Could it be that the new ability of this intelligent machine insect race was to take the ability of intelligent machines and add it to the synthetic pets? Lin K curiously opened the pet menu on the system. Here, other than synthesis and coupling, there was a third section: modification. He clicked into the transformation section, and a line of introduction popped up in front of his eyes. After a long period of development, the Zerg found that they could not occupy any more advantages in their current state, so they began to study the evolutionary route, and thus came up with the concept of intelligent machine Zerg. However, at the level of the intelligent mechanical Zerg, only a portion of Zerg creatures were compatible with the intelligent modification. He hoped that this change would give the Zerg another possibility in the future. This introduction had a hint of hope, more like the thoughts of a certain Zerg elder. Link then entered the modification section and read the instructions carefully. A few minutes later, Link finally finished reading the manual and let out a long sigh. There were too many professional terms and strict vocabulary in the instruction manual, so he summarized it for the convenience of understanding. Simply put, the requirements for this modification were extremely harsh. Not all pets were suitable for modification, and not all the modifications of the intelligent mechanical Zerg would succeed. However, if he succeeded, he would be able to do two things at once, and the effect of combining the two would be greatly enhanced. The modification formula was not difficult, similar to the combination of synthesis and coupling. Zerg creatures and mechanical units, through the enhancement and catalysis of the transformation medium, they form an intelligent Zerg. It had two forms, Zerg creatures and mechanical units. This meant that the modified creature had to be Link's pet or a pure Zerg. They also had to meet the transformation requirements, and another batch was filtered out. It could only be said that the new ability he obtained from the hive this time was more demanding, but the effect would probably be more powerful. The first thing that came to Lin Kei's mind was the magic steel ants. These creatures had already achieved the ability to have two forms. Although it was unremarkable, it was often used as a surprise in Link's battles. However, the red arrow form of the magic steel ant could only be considered a cold weapon, not an intelligent machine. Link summoned the magic steel ant. The red arrow flew out of his sleeve and landed in his palm. The data of the demonic steel ant immediately appeared on the transformation interface, and there was an analysis progress bar below. After a few seconds, the progress bar loaded and gave an opinion suitable for modification. Link took out his magic box pistol. Before he could look at it, a formula appeared in the transformation column of the legendary mimicry medal he had just received for completing the mission. Magic steel ant plus magic box pistol, / mimicry medal equals success rate 65%. The success rate of modification was different from the compatibility rate of synthesis. The low compatibility rate meant that there were many uncontrollable problems after the pet fusion. However, the success rate of the modification was just the success rate. If it failed, the pet would still be the same pet and the machine would still be the same. However, the third-party material used as the catalyst would be destroyed. This way, it wouldn't be as stable as the synthesis. No matter how low the compatibility rate was, there was still a chance of having a fused problematic pet. Furthermore, from Link's perspective, he had plenty of problematic pets on hand. However, for modification, even if the success rate was 99%, there was still a 1% chance of failure. It would be a complete failure. Link finally realized that compared to synthesis and coupling, this was the real spendthrift. Link kept reminding himself not to be impulsive when modifying things in the future. Otherwise, he'd be a gambling addict. After looking at the new function of the gold finger, Link looked at the updated mission Heart of the Swarm. As he had completed the 20% progress reward, the progress and reward had changed again. You have triggered the S-rank mission Heart of the Swarm. Establishing mission hint: before the Zerg Queen is sealed, spread the Zerg's divine weapon, the Hive, to all parts of the universe. Only by finding all the fragments of the divine artifact could the Empress come again. Every time you find a fragment of a divine artifact, your ability will also improve accordingly. Current progress, 20%. 30% stage reward, 2 million experience points 75 potential points unlocking event Zerg's Pearl, 40% of the stage reward will be unlocked upon completion. Mission completion reward, unlock the Cosmic Disaster version and receive the title of Zerg Emperor. After reading it, he could only say that it was indeed an S-rank mission. The reward for every 10% of the stage was comparable to the main storyline reward. The potential points in particular were given to him as if they were free. They were afraid that Link's improvement would be slow. At the same time, the 30% reward piqued Lin Kei's interest. This time, there were no rewards for upgrading his talent or his cheat. Instead, there was an event mission. Link's eyes narrowed. I'm afraid the impact of an S-rank mission is no less than a version update, right? After all, Link had never personally participated in a mission of this level in his previous life. However, he thought that the influence of a Space Zerg level incident could not be underestimated. When the time came, all the major galaxies and forces in the universe would probably be involved. If he didn't increase his strength as soon as possible, his words would carry little weight. Even if he activated the event, it would be difficult for him to get a share of the loot. After looking at the rewards and instructions for the next step of the S-rank mission, Link finally set his eyes on the rewards for the Wasteland main storyline. A legendary mimicry metal and a meteorite to be appraised. Mimicry metal was a rare legendary material in the universe. This metal had many uses. In the entire universe, its properties were among the best. It has a strong resistance to strong magnetic fields, radiation, and corrosion. In addition, due to its special atomic structure, this metal could easily switch between the three states. Because of its special effect, it looked as if it had a life of its own, so it was often called biometal. He had just finished synthesizing the legendary dragon bone, and now he had the mimicry metal. Link was overjoyed. As for the basketball-sized meteorite, it was even more interesting. Unappraised meant that this item did not appear in the current version. But now that it was in Link's hands as a reward, the only thing he could do was to find a higher-leveled creature to identify it after he left the wasteland. After entering the universe, there would be a lot of uncommon and unidentified materials. In Lin Ji's previous life, this kind of market that specialized in gathering unidentified materials was very popular among players. When obtaining various unidentified items, some of them needed to trigger a quest to be appraised, while others needed to find an appraiser from a specific civilization. After a round of hard work, they would finally be able to find the answer. Some people became rich overnight, while some people lost everything. Hence, some players gave this space trade market a vivid name: Dog Gambling Paradise. 641 Legendary Pet Dragon General. Gentlemen, the spaceship has entered the airspace of the Wasteland Society. The spaceship will start the acceleration mode and will arrive in Sand City in 20 minutes. Troy kindly gave Link a hint. Then, Link put away the mission reward materials and the golden beetle fragment he had absorbed, tidied his clothes, and walked out of the lounge. Coincidentally, John had just walked out of the lounge and the two of them met in the lounge. John could tell at a glance that Link was in an extremely good state. There was also something indescribable about him that made John feel that this guy was unfathomable. What a coincidence, you're out too. Link was in such a good mood that he didn't notice John's questioning gaze. John nodded and said, I've given it some serious thought just now. It's not easy to find the Desert Prince. It's too inefficient to rely on my strength alone. I want to set up an assassin alliance to gather the assassins who left the Platinum Hotel and guide them to integrate back into the Wasteland Council. With their help, I believe we can dig out some useful information. Link was slightly taken aback. The Assassins Alliance plot triggered by the mission to defeat the Platinum Hotel had been waiting for this moment. This is a good thing. Although the Platinum Hotel had been eradicated, there were still a large number of assassins and bounty hunters on the wasteland who had left the Platinum Hotel. These people were scattered among the people and were difficult to manage. It was also easy to cause conflicts and disputes that affected peace. Instead of letting them do as they please, it's better to have someone who can rally them together again. Link affirmed John's thoughts and even said, when your Assassins Alliance is gathered, you can add another leader to the Wasteland Council. John smiled but did not reply. He understood what Link meant. Link and Yvonne were both on the Wasteland Council. John and Silverhand were legendary as well, but John was hidden in the city while Silverhand pretended to be the city lord in Dragon City. Neither of them had the right to enter the council. Now that John wanted to restart the Assassins Alliance, Link supported him with both hands. You want to establish the Assassin Alliance, and I will fully support you if there's anything you need help with, please don't hesitate to ask, said Link. I really do need your help, John said without hesitation. Because I've been an assassin before, I know the needs of these people. They were used to walking in the dark, but who didn't yearn for the light in their hearts? I established the Assassin Alliance this time to give them a chance to walk under the light. John paused for a moment, and without blushing or panting, he said directly, so I need a building to be the headquarters of the Assassins Alliance. When there were no tasks, they were all employees of the company. They worked from 9 to 5, dressed in suits and leather shoes, had jobs that they liked, and could also get married and have children. When there's work and investigation, they'll be assassins. The cost of a building was at least tens of millions of wasteland coins. Moreover, it was in a place like Shandul where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, so the price would only be high. John also felt that this request was a little too much, but it was necessary for the smooth establishment of the Assassins Alliance. Moreover, the original intention of the Assassin Alliance was to discover the conspiracy of the Desert Prince, restrain the assassins, and reduce disputes on the wasteland. "All right," said Link after a moment of thought, "that's a good suggestion after all, you're an assassin, and you know what these people want. As for the Assassin Alliance's base, let's make it the pharmaceutical building. It just so happens to be ready-made." The United Pharmaceutical Building had an office floor above and various secret laboratories underground. There were all sorts of secret rooms and mezzanine, as well as anti-eavesdropping designs. The layout and design of the building was perfect for the Assassins Alliance's base. John did not expect Link to be so generous as to give him the United Pharmaceutical Building. This place was once a landmark building in the Sand City. It was a simple, clean, and business-oriented building that was full of style. It was also in the core of the uptown of Shandu. People who came here every day were definitely a symbol of high and upper-class people. After confirming the location of the Assassins Alliance, Link also promised that he would let Penny the Penguin arrange the work for the assassins according to their preferences. After all, under John's influence, these assassins usually had a good hobby or life skill. It was not a problem to make a living with these skills. While the two were talking, the spaceship gradually slowed down and descended to the dock entrance. The spacecraft entered the tunnel and returned to the second underground floor under the illumination of the white light. When the lights went off, Helen ran to the cabin door and waited. When she saw Link, she asked impatiently, "Head of State, how's your harvest this time?" Helen knew that the destination of this trip was a floating island on the sea, and she also knew that this place was a treasure trove. It was a pity that she couldn't go with them. Now, she only hoped to hear an interesting story from Link to satisfy the children's fantasies about the treasure. Link and John looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. "I've been cheated. There's only a small amount of gold. It's a trap." As the three of them were talking, Troy arranged for the robots to transport the gold they had obtained. The amount was indeed not much, and the disappointment on Helen's face was visible. "I shouldn't have looked forward to it. The treasure map is a lie. I should have put all my energy into space-based weapons," Helen mumbled with an aggrieved expression. "Space-based weapons?" "Yes, it's the lethal weapon that relied on gravity as mentioned in the video. If we really take a spaceship to space and find the planet's mother planet, we can attack the planet's surface from space, saving time and effort," Helen answered seriously. Link couldn't help but shudder. What a nice save time and effort. Helen probably didn't know how powerful the weapon she was about to make was. Why was this child's character more and more similar to the mother machine goddess that Link was familiar with in his previous life? Link and John didn't want to tell Helen about the danger at sea. If he mentioned the island trap and the volcanic eruption, he would have to mention the Desert Prince. The more he talked about it, the more difficult it would be to explain. The Desert Prince was hiding in the dark, plotting a conspiracy. No one knew what kind of image he had now or what face he would appear in front of others. The fewer people who investigated this matter, the better. Link arranged for Fred to carry the materials back to Windhowl Castle. Helen devoted herself to the next space test of the spaceship and the development of space-based weapons. John rediscovered the passion of his youth and began to set out to form the Assassin Alliance. In this post-alien era, the players were all making the best use of their time to level up, dungeon run, and do quests. Fu and Pharaoh's Tumen went outside to look for the dynasty weapon and the whereabouts of the wasteland singer, Ally. Everyone in Shadu surrounded Miranda. Link suddenly realized that everyone was busy with something. He was the only one who was free. During this period of free time, Link would read the player forums and the news from the Military Intelligence Division. The situation of the defectors on the alien planet was not too bad. Although they could not be said to have passed the most difficult stage, the players' revival and extremely high growth potential still attracted the attention of the alien demons. Within the alien demonic race, there were two extreme attitudes towards traitors and mutants. One was against it, thinking that the defectors were extremely greedy and that there would be endless trouble if they were allowed to grow. These people only cared about benefits and had no loyalty to speak of. They had to be nipped in the bud. But the other faction's attitude was the complete opposite. They believed that the special phenomenon that appeared on Inhumans was similar to that of demons. His main body was in a place similar to a distorted void, and he was projected into the universe through a wormhole. Even the situation of being suppressed by the universe's power was the same. After death, they could quickly resurrect, and their strength would not be weakened. If they could form a good relationship with inhumans and master this ability, they could truly become high-level demons and master the secrets of immortality. The two factions had always been in a deadlock. As the overall commander of this barren planet, the alien army's adjutant, Abu Muslim, was also caught in a dilemma. His rationality told him that this group of defectors would definitely bring disaster to the alien planet in the future, but his emotions told him that this might be the closest they had ever been to a high-level demon. As long as they mastered the mystery of this multidimensional projection, they would be able to break the barrier between the low-level demons and the high-level demons for tens of thousands of years, successfully rising to the upper class and enjoying eternal life. Unable to make a decision, Abu Muslim reported the situation to his superior, the alien army's commander, Yegush, and asked for his opinion. As for whether Yegush gave any feedback, the defectors didn't find out either, so Link naturally didn't know. However, to Link, this was the best situation. Link would only feel that something was amiss if the aliens unanimously agreed to accept or reject him. If there were disputes, the players would be tested. Only with a test could one's loyalty be tested, and only then would one be trusted. This was a step-by-step process, and none of it was dispensable. The players' situation was pretty good now, and there were already different voices within the alien planet. In the future, after confirming that the defectors were harmless, these oppositions would be slapped in the face, and the seeds of hatred would be planted. The collapse of all matter was a chain that spread from an extremely small point, eventually leading to the collapse of the entire system. This group of people who had been slapped in the face would become the backbone of the alien division in the future. The days passed, and finally, the legendary pet hatched. Link had slacked off for so long just for this day. The first legendary pet had appeared. Link woke up early in the morning and tiptoed to the corridor. However, he had only taken 2 steps when the door of the opposite room opened. The macaw walked out in her pajamas and a sleeping cap on her head. "You're up so early." Just as the macaw finished speaking, it suddenly saw Link's 2 deep eye bags and couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, don't tell me you were so excited that you didn't sleep all night? Good lord, the famous Link can actually lose his composure." The macaw had just finished its taunting when the creaking sound of a door opening came from the corridor. Miranda rubbed her drowsy eyes as her arms wrapped around the spider demon doll's neck. The spider demon's legs drooped listlessly, and she looked as if she had been kidnapped. The scene of her eyes widening was extremely comical. "Princeps, Uncle Jin, what are you guys doing in the corridor so early in the morning?" The macaw chuckled and stopped laughing. Its tone became much gentler. "It's fine, we just woke up early to chat, you should go back to sleep. Children can't grow tall if they don't get 8 hours of sleep a day." As expected, Miranda's expression changed. She hugged the demonic spider doll tightly and ran back to her room. But a moment later, a small head popped out. "Uncle Jin, you too. If you don't sleep for 8 hours, you won't grow big. Look, your eye circles are so dark." After saying that, she stuck out her little tongue and closed the door to sleep. The macaw scratched its head and smiled awkwardly. "Hee hee, kids like to talk nonsense." It had just laughed at Link for not sleeping all night. In fact, it was not any better. The dark circles under its eyes looked like they had been put on smoky makeup. The two of them did not bicker in the corridor, for fear of waking Miranda up again. After entering the secret room and locking the door, Link and the macaw let out a breath of air. No one else had to be so careful in their own manner. The macaw stared at the blood cocoon and asked, "How long more?" "There's still an hour," Link said in a low voice. The macaw's eyes widened in disbelief. "Another hour, then I'm so lonely for waking up so early." Link's expression did not change as he exposed the macaw's lie. "You were so excited that you couldn't sleep the whole night, how can you talk about it?" The macaw looked aggrieved, its eyes were wet, and its voice was tearful. "Is it wrong for me to care about the new members? I've done so much for this family, but in the end, it's all my own problem. I'm so disappointed." "Oh, didn't you do all of this willingly? I've never asked you to do anything." Link accompanied the macaw, who was addicted to acting, for a while. In the spare time for bickering, it was time for the macaw to break out of its cocoon. At this moment, Link and the macaw stopped fighting. They both looked at the blood cocoon and waited for the birth of their first legendary pet. Cacat. A crack appeared on the blood cocoon, and Link and the macaw shuddered. The air was filled with a strong aura. It was an indescribable aura. The powerful force field of the soul and the natural pressure of an ancient beast, the legendary dragon's might. The blood cocoon continued to make cracking sounds as the white bones that had pierced out from the inside broke through the blood cocoon. The blood-red fragments fell to the ground like withered rose petals under the dragon bone thorns. A blue soul, wrapped in the dragon bone armor, appeared in front of Link and the macaw. Under the dragon head helmet, the black eye sockets immediately ignited with a strong soul energy, showing a red color that was completely different from the body. The moment it ignited, Link felt a powerful force and a dragon's roar. The macaw was immediately disoriented by this aura. Its legs went soft and it quickly pulled on the chair at the side, looking quite embarrassed. Link stood still, but he could still feel the terror of the dragon's might. All of a sudden, the dragon aura was retracted. The red light in the dragon head's helmet dimmed and gradually stabilized. Dragon General, 9-patterned dragon, greets the head of state. 642 Old Jin, you're our young phoenix. Link looked at the 9-striped dragon, who was gradually calming down. There was no change to his soul state, only that he was covered in a layer of dragon bone armor, which made him look unusually brave. How do you feel? Asked Link. The 9-striped dragon did not have any consciousness in the blood cocoon. It was only now that it could truly feel the changes in its body. The surging energy within his body had fused with the dragon bone. This enormous power was astonishing, even surpassing the limits of his imagination. The dragon bone, in particular, seemed to be a physical invulnerability expert of the soul, but in reality, it had long been integrated with his soul. I've never felt this kind of power before. While the 9-striped dragon was feeling his body, Link also checked its information. Monster attributes. Name, Dragon General, 9-patterned dragon. Grade, light orange. Race, spiritual dragon. Attribute, nature/magic. Level, 55+, legendary. Initial skill 1, Dragon Spike LV10, extend the dragon spike to attack, causing level X20 damage and applying a dragon's mark on the target. Normal attack skill. Initial skill 2, Dragon Mark LV10, detonate the dragon mark, causing level X40 damage, no limit on the number of times. Initial skill 3, Chinook Dragon Breath level 7, 9-striped dragon spits Chinook Dragon Breath, deals 7,000 true damage to enemies within a cone of 2.1 km in front of it, deals an equal amount of health recovery to allies within the range. The amount of bleeding will exist in the form of a Chinook shield, once per day. Initial skill 4, Dragon's Might level 5, the 9-striped dragon casts Dragon's Might to exert pressure on enemies of a lower level than itself. Every 1 level difference will cause a 1% reduction in all attributes. Range, 5 km. Duration, 5 hours. Cooldown, 2 days. Initial skill 5, Double Dragon Life Providence, with the life providence of 2 dragons converging, it can bring prosperity to the master and obtain 20% of the master's attributes as additional attributes. At the same time, the master can randomly use one of the 9-striped dragon's skills, once per day. Evaluation, Dragon Bone as the skeleton, Soul Essence as the body, cast into legend. Link couldn't help but gasp after reading the information. Is this a legendary pet? I love it, I love it. Although it was only a light orange, it was still a legend. Level 55 legendary was the same as Silverhand's level and quality. In terms of strength, he could definitely be considered the 5th legendary on the wasteland. As for the 9-striped dragon's skills, Link could only exclaim in surprise. Almost every one of them was of A rank or above. The first skill, Dragon's Thorn, was simple and overbearing. In layman's terms, it was a normal attack, not a skill. However, this normal attack had the ability to grow, which was outrageous. The effect was 20 times the level damage. With the 9-striped dragon's current level of 55, each dragon spike would cause 1,100 damage. It didn't seem like much and was about the same as Link's normal attack. However, the key was that the normal attack of the dragon's thorn could trigger dragon mark, and each dragon mark could cause 40 times the level of damage, which was 2200 damage, and it could be used infinitely. In other words, as long as the 9-striped dragon hit the enemy, it could cause 3300 points of damage. This effect was outrageous. Moreover, even though it only dealt 3300 damage, these two skills had a growth attribute, which would continue to increase as one's level increased. If the 9-patterned dragon reached level 100, the damage it could deal would be 6000 points. If the first two skills were enough to make Link's jaw drop, then the third skill, Spiritualization Dragon Breath, left him dumbfounded. If this was a skill book, it would definitely be an S-grade skill book. That was what Lin Ke said. The Spiritualized Dragon Breath, with its wide area of effect, high damage, and healing bonus, could be said to be a godly skill. With a 2.1 km cone, the effect could be described as overwhelming. 7000 points of true damage was enough to insta-kill most of the mid to low-level creatures within the range. True damage ignored all kinds of armor and magic resistance, and it would deal the same amount of damage. It would also cause the same amount of recovery to all allies within the range, directly maximizing the effect. While weakening the enemy, it could also allow all the allies in front of it to regain new life. This reduction and increase would double the strength. Just looking at this skill alone, it was already very strong. It was definitely not too much to give it an S-class. However, the combination of Spiritualization Dragon Breath and Dragon Might was the most despairing. The Dragon's Might released by the 9-striped dragon could exert pressure on enemies of a lower level than itself. Every level would cause a 1% reduction in all attributes. The range was 5000 meters, and the duration was an astonishing 5 hours. This skill, combined with Dragon Breath, could weaken almost all enemies within the range and was more beneficial for instant killing. It could be seen that the 9-striped dragon's 4 skills were basically paired up, and their effects could be stacked together. The coordination between skills was used to the extreme. The last skill was the one that Lin Ke was most interested in. The 9-striped dragon's double dragon destiny was successfully retained. Back when the 9-striped dragon was under the green dragon's boss, Link had developed an interest in it because of this double dragon fate. After killing the 9-patterned dragon, he had kept his soul in Fu's vulture palace, hoping that one day he could use it for himself. The current double dragon life providence had increased to 20% of the attributes from the previous 10%. At the same time, it also allowed Link to use one of the 9-striped dragon's skills randomly once a day. It could be said that compared to the original version, it was now the enhanced version of the Supreme Plus. Among the 4 skills of the 9-patterned dragon, the effects of Dragon Thorn and Dragon Mark were average. As long as Link was given the random skill Dragon Breath or Dragon's Might, the effect would be powerful. If they worked together with the 9-striped dragon, they could instantly kill any creature with less than 20,000 HP. After looking through all the skills of the 9-striped dragon, Link's emotions did not calm down. Instead, they surged even more. The 9-striped dragon's skill was terrifying, and it was indeed worthy of being a legendary pet. Moreover, all the abilities of the 9-striped dragon revolved around one word, and that was level. Almost all skills were related to their level. The higher the level, the higher the damage and the better the effect. Before this, there had never been a pet that had such a high level of skill synchronization, and the core focus had always been the same. But now, there was. The macaw at the side patted the dust off its body and got up from the ground. The words "little brother dragon" were on the tip of his tongue, but he immediately changed them to "brother dragon." This fellow was simply too powerful. Just his oppressive aura alone was enough to suppress the macaw. Although the macaw had been one of the most senior subordinates under Link, it didn't dare to put on airs in front of such a terrifying person. Link smiled and crossed his hands in front of his chest. With the legendary pet's appearance, Link's confidence was boosted. You've just come out, so you can't fully control your own power yet. Now you don't have to stay in the Ling Vulture Palace all day, you have a lot of time to adapt. The 9-patterned dragon put his palms together and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, head of state, for giving me this body. It's as good as a new one. There was nothing wrong with this sentence. The nine-striped dragon had been killed in the civil war in the slums of the wasteland, so it was basically a dead man. After Fu accepted him into the Vulture Palace, Link had promised to find him a body. However, the nine-striped dragon was now devoted to Buddhism and was in a peaceful mood. He didn't have much hope and thought that it was enough for Link to find an ordinary skin. However, he had never expected Link to fuse the dragon bone with his soul, resulting in his current appearance, which was filled with a dragon's aura. His power was beyond the nine-striped dragon's imagination. Walking out of the secret chamber, Link brought the nine-striped dragon to the guest room. After arranging a place for him to rest, he couldn't hide his smile and left happily. The macaw looked at Link's secretly pleased expression and couldn't help but tut. "Don't try to hide it. The wrinkles on your face are almost as thick as a steamed bun. If you want to laugh, can't you be more open?" Link didn't fall for the macaw's trick. He pointed at Miranda's room in the corridor, indicating that she was still resting. Seeing that Link didn't fall for it, the macaw was furious. Although the nine-striped dragon was also an old acquaintance, why did he feel that his status had inexplicably declined? After his joy, Link returned to his office. The addition of a strong general to the pet camp was good news for both him and the wasteland. With the double dragon life providence skill, the nine-striped dragon didn't need to worry like the other pets. As long as the nine-striped dragon's level could increase, it could continue to become stronger. Even if he didn't level up, as long as Link's attributes increased, he could become stronger. Link's 7-dimensional attributes were very high, and the nine-striped dragon could receive 20% of all of Link's attributes as an additional attribute. This increase was quite terrifying. Lin Kei's previous missions had always rewarded him with potential points. In addition to that, he had a full set of luxurious equipment, so his attributes were pretty good. Link was genuinely happy that he had a helper who had unlimited potential and didn't need to worry about anything. But this happiness was only temporary. Now that he had seen the skills of a legendary pet, Lin Kei's attention had to return to reality. He still had some problems to solve. The Platinum Hotel, the destruction of the Academy, the establishment of the Wasteland Council, the successful test flight of the spaceship, and the clear movements of the alien planet. The players hadn't been up to anything lately. They were all looking for quests to do and dungeons to improve their levels. The construction of the professional league stage in the Colosseum was also coming to an end. If there were any problems that Link had yet to solve, there were only 4. The first was the unsolved mystery of the Wasteland Singer, Ally. The second was the dynasty equipment of the Pharaoh dynasty. The third was that he had yet to find a pet with a high success rate for his new cheat, Transform. The fourth was the conspiracy behind the Desert Prince. He'd arranged for Fu and the Pharaoh Tumen to take care of the first 2. Link felt that with Fu's luck, even if he couldn't solve the problem directly, he could find some key information. The plot behind the Desert Prince would be solved by John. Link didn't need to worry about it for the time being. So, Lin Kei's only worry now was to find a suitable pet to modify. Otherwise, Link wouldn't have even completed the first experience of upgrading his gold finger a week ago. Every time he entered the system, he would see the transformation section coquettishly, but Link just couldn't get it up. He didn't have the courage to click on it. The more Link thought about it, the more disheartened he became. The smile on his face disappeared. The macaw was about to say something, but seeing the rapid change in Link's expression, it swallowed its words. Verb. Why are you suddenly frowning? The macaw did not get a reply from Link and became even more worried. Hey, it's enough for you to show off a little. It's quite worrying to suddenly be so deep. Link raised his head and looked at the macaw. He sighed helplessly. It would be great if Afu was by her side. Fu's outrageous luck would usually only be triggered when he was present. Now that they were separated by an unknown distance, it would definitely not work. The macaw frowned. The train, the old man, and the phone. Hey, was your sigh directed at me? Why is there such a strong disdain in your eyes? The macaw's fur stood on end and it jumped up to hit Link's knee. It was a loyal servant who had worked hard for this family, but now that it had a new pet, it started to dislike it. Scumbag. Seeing that the macaw was really anxious, Link sighed and said, I'm just thinking that if I didn't send Fu out on a mission, I would have someone to consult with. Upon hearing that it was Fu, the macaw opened and closed its mouth several times, trying to say something, but every time the words reached its mouth, it couldn't say them. Fu's luck was a little unexplainable. It could no longer be considered as a reference. It was already divination. It was recommended to classify it in the category of metaphysics. Then I'm also very resourceful. If you have anything bothering you, I can also give you advice. As for whether it will work or not, you should at least listen to it and expand your ideas. The macaw encouraged itself and finally said it. You. Link's tone was filled with deep suspicion. The first thing he thought of was that this guy had stolen dozens of bottles of genetic mutation potions from his secret room. No matter how he thought about it, it didn't seem possible. What's wrong with me? Tell me what's the matter that made you so worried on this happy day. The macaw smelled something different. There must be some inside story behind this. Link thought for a moment and decided to tell Jin. Old Jin was not an outsider. The only unreliable thing he did was drink the genetic mutation potion. Everything else was done beautifully. My abilities have improved again on this trip to the island. I can now transform my pets and mechanical units, allowing my pets to have two forms. However, the modification conditions were harsh, and the success rate was also affected. I'm just worried about improving, but I can't find a suitable pet to transform. The macaw's eyes brightened and it immediately jumped in front of Link, posing. You've asked the right person. But I don't think you need to worry about this because there's only one person who can break out of this situation, and that's me, the macaw. After old Jin finished speaking, he put on a pose that he thought was handsome and recommended himself. Link stared at the macaw and couldn't help but say, I've been looking at you for a long time. Only the metal beak and the machine are attached to your body. There's nothing else that matches you. The macaw sighed and immediately straightened its back, raising its head and chest. Look carefully. Don't tell me that I'm not worthy of a modification quota with my unyielding bones. Link's mouth twitched. He was speechless. What a good young phoenix. 643 Beyond Imagination Transformation. Your first suggestion has not been adopted. You still have 2 chances. In the face of the macaw's glib tongue, the most effective way was to use violence to counter violence. As soon as the 3 suggestions were made, the macaw felt as if it had been struck by lightning. It cried and hugged Link's leg, saying, I was just telling a joke to lighten the mood. You can't take it seriously. Link was unmoved. His face was as cold as a judge's. No matter what the macaw did, he was unmoved. I'll give you another 5 minutes. If you don't have any reliable suggestions, I'll go back and handle the documents. Seeing that it was useless to admit defeat, the macaw didn't struggle too much. It immediately straightened its back and said seriously, Don't look down on me. I, macaw, am known as a reliable young man in the pugilistic world. It's just 2 suggestions, see how I'll come up with them. Link stared at the macaw, his eyes signaling for it to quickly come up with something. It was as if it was constipated and couldn't say a word for a long time. The macaw's brain was spinning at full speed. It had never been so brain-buzzed before when it first saw little Xia feigning civility. Pets, mechanical equipment, and a suitable catalyst medium were indeed a brain-burning task. The macaw frowned for a long time. Facing the approaching countdown, it was sweating profusely. As Link's eyes gradually lost interest, the macaw knew that it had to say something. Maybe I can try the combination of the Dream Realm Demon and the satellite. As for the medium, I'll use the Eye of Search potion. The biggest feature of this modification was to allow the Dream Parasite's mysterious projection and corrupted dreamland abilities, coupled with the radio waves of the satellite, to quickly cover the entire planet. The Eye of the Seeker potion enhances the searching ability of the Dream Transcendent Demon. This combination is an enhanced version of the Nightmare, allowing the Dream Transcendent Demon to accurately appear in everyone's dream. Link was taken aback by the macaw's suggestion. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that old Jin's words actually made some sense. The Dream Realm Demon's best moment was when Link was on guard against the Shining and Nightmare Demon's sneak attacks and killed them instead. It played the assassin in his dream and forced him into a corner. After that, she obediently turned into an octopus doll and hung on Link's bed, taking on the role of the god of sleep. Now that the macaw mentioned it again, Link suddenly remembered that not only could the dream spellcaster defend, but it could also attack. The modification of the satellite had greatly increased the ability of the dream parasite demon to project and enter dreams, and its range had expanded to the entire planet. Furthermore, the effect of the Eye of Search potion was to create a magic eye that could search for a target. As a medium material, the dream parasite demon could also obtain this ability, which would increase its ability to search for targets. Link immediately entered the modification section and selected the dream parasite demon for analysis. However, after waiting for a while, the excitement on Link's face froze, as if he had been doused with cold water. No, dream demons are not suitable for mechanical modification. The macaw, which was secretly happy with its own brilliant idea, was dumbfounded when it heard Link's words. That's not possible. With such an unrestrained imagination and compatibility, why couldn't it work? Dream-controlling demon has really disappointed me. The macaw sighed. At this moment, the octopus doll by Link's bed heard the macaw's complaints and widened its eyes. It raised a few of its tentacles and spread its hands helplessly. The macaw felt even more pressured. Link had already given it a chance. If it didn't succeed on the third try, it would mean that it wasn't as useful as Afu. It couldn't even give any useful suggestions. The macaw's brain was working at full speed, and its body was sweating like rain. Because it was too engrossed, its body was in a trance. He quickly stretched out his wings and patted his cheeks, forcing himself to wake up. Macaw, hang in there. You have to prove that you are the most useful pet by Link's side. The macaw muttered softly. Link saw that the macaw was a little possessed, and a hint of nervousness flashed through his eyes. He quickly put his hand on Jin's shoulder and shook it gently. Old Jin, why don't we just forget about it? You don't seem to be in a good state. Who knew that the macaw was completely unmoved, and its brain continued to work quickly. At that moment, Link noticed that the teacups, pen, and paper on the table had started trembling. Some of them even left the table and rose into the air. The water droplets in the teacup were distinct and flew out of the cup. Pen and paper floated in the air as if they had lost their weight in space. The computer screen on Link's desk was disturbed. It started flickering and the image was distorted. This is a Kazaya. Link was so shocked he couldn't speak. He looked at the macaw, who was still racking its brain, and then at the abnormal situation on the table. Although he was shocked, Link quickly got the answer: the macaw had accidentally awakened its spiritual power. Just as Link was still in shock, the spiritual force suddenly disappeared. A virtual light bulb appeared on the macaw's head and lit up with a ding. I got it. To be honest, Link didn't have much expectations for the macaw's creativity. Instead, he was curious about the guy's potential. He had actually activated another ability in his predicament. This was simply a huge treasure. It seemed like the tens of bottles of genetic mutation potions were not wasted. From time to time, a surprise would pop up. Good fellow, I'm opening the blind box here. The macaw was also at its wit's end. No matter how much it thought about it, none of it was reliable. Since that was the case, he would use the highest quality pets and materials, all of the top quality. As for pets, I'll directly give you the best 9-striped dragon. As for the materials, we'll use the latest mimicry metal, legend with legend, and a face. Link was attracted by the macaw's wild imagination and asked, what about the machinery? If you use the best pets and materials, you can't leave the machinery behind. The macaw pondered for a moment and said, if it's a machine, then it must be of the best quality. What kind of machine can be compared to an alien spaceship or a mech city? F***ck, good fellow, he really directly went to the top, and his reputation was directly pulled to the maximum. Alright, stop joking. I don't think you can come up with any plan. However, it's not like we didn't gain anything today. At least, it's a good thing that you've activated your spiritual power. The macaw tilted its neck and was dumbfounded. Hey? When did he activate his spiritual power? Just now it seems that you and Little Xia can communicate telepathically in the future. Link laughed evilly as he teased Jin. The macaw didn't seem to care at all. It stared at Link, urging him to see if its suggestion was effective. Alright. I'll read it now. Link couldn't resist the macaw's eager eyes and urging. He couldn't be perfunctory anymore, so he went to the transformation section to take a look. He chose the Dragon General 9 patterned dragon, and then there was a brief analysis progress bar. It was impossible just thinking about it. The 9-striped dragon was an etherealized dragon, and it had nothing to do with machinery. How could it be suitable for modification? Just as Link was thinking about this, the analysis results came out. The words fit for modification were displayed on the interface. It was as if superglue had sealed Link's mouth, making him unable to say a word. Link's mind went blank. If the 9-striped dragon was suitable for modification, then the material wouldn't really be mimicry metal, right? Link was still planning to use the mimicry metal to create another legendary pet. How is it? How's the situation? Say something. The macaw was jumping around anxiously, not knowing if Link had succeeded or failed. After a long while, Link was finally awoken by the macaw. The 9-patterned dragon is indeed suitable for modification. I'm going to make a trip to the Colosseum now to see if it's really suitable for the spaceship. Link had previously taken the macaw's words as a joke. However, after seeing that the 9-striped dragon was indeed suitable for modification, his thoughts became active. As a legendary pet, the 9-striped dragon was already strong enough. If it could really be modified with the spaceship, the product would definitely be unexpected. Link couldn't even imagine it. Really? The macaw straightened its neck and said excitedly. It had put all its eggs in one basket and didn't expect it to really work. Right now, only the 9-patterned dragon is qualified to modify it. We haven't tested the machine and the medium yet, so we can only say that it's 1/3 successful. Despite that, Link suddenly had a strong feeling that the modification would definitely succeed. He didn't know where this confidence came from, but it was a sense of determination deep in his heart. The only uncertainty was the product of the modification. Whether it was the spaceship or the floating mech city, they were both huge objects. Who knew what they could get after modifying them? The macaw was elated. It immediately picked up the box with the mimicry metal and followed behind Link excitedly. Miranda, be good and stay at home. I'll go out with Link. In a moment, your Aunt Grace will come to see you. The macaw carried the metal box between its wings, and before it left, it didn't forget to run to Miranda's room to inform her. Miranda nodded her head obediently. Don't worry, Uncle Jin. I'll be good and wait for Aunt Grace to come. Link called for the 9-striped dragon and rushed to the arena with the macaw. It just so happened that Helen had finished a day's work and was resting. There was no one else on the second underground floor except for the staff who were patrolling and protecting her. The 9-patterned dragon had already been informed of the purpose of this trip on its way here. To be honest, he was also very curious. If he were to modify this huge spaceship in front of him, what would it look like, or what abilities would he obtain? The 9-patterned dragon's Dao was all-encompassing, and the more modification experiments he conducted, the clearer he would be able to understand all things. Once inside, Link entered the modification interface again. The macaw handed over the box with the mimicry metal, then looked at it expectantly. Dragon General, 9-patterned dragon plus transport ship, / mimicry metal equals? Success rate 99%. When Link saw the formula, he was dumbfounded. The formula that the macaw had racked its brains for actually worked. A 99% success rate was the highest he had ever seen. The macaw kept nagging at the side, how is it? What's the situation? Link gave the macaw a meaningful look. This guy was really a young phoenix. The success rate is very high. It's 99%. Link said honestly. Then let's do a round of modifications quickly. With such top-notch creatures, machinery, and materials, the results will definitely be top-notch. The macaw said impatiently. Even the 9-patterned dragon's eyes were filled with curiosity. If King Kong's Buddhism was about exploring and developing himself, then 9-patterned dragon's Buddhism was about understanding the world. There was no difference between these two daos. Although they were completely different, they all led to the same destination. No rush, said Link after some thought. You also mentioned the floating mech city in your suggestion. I'd like to have the 9-patterned dragon try it out with the city. The macaw nodded in agreement and quickly echoed, that's right. There's still the mech city. Maybe it'll have a higher success rate. The three of them were like travelers on a $1 tour. They didn't stop at the Colosseum for long before they rushed to the Coria Grand Canal. However, the answer this time was a third possibility that was beyond Lin Kei's consideration. With a 99% success rate, Link's expectations for the city had stabilized. If it was higher than a transport ship, then the first choice would be the mechanical city. If it was lower than the transport ship, then they would choose the transport ship. However, he had never expected fate to play a joke on him. The success rate of the city was also 99%. The success rate of modifying the 9-patterned dragon was the same as the mech city and the transport ship. This time, it was Link's turn to be troubled. As long as the success rate was different, Link could easily make a choice. Now, it was the same. It was not so easy to make a choice. There were advantages and disadvantages to both. The first was the mech city. After the transformation, the city had become huge, like a city of steel. However, the floating mech city could only move on land. Transport ships were different, they could fly into space. Link's next step was to face space, so it was more appropriate to modify it together with the transport ship. However, Link hesitated even though it was such a simple choice. The transport ship was huge, but it was nothing compared to the floating mech city. The length of the city was measured in kilometers, and it was huge. Its internal structure was huge and complex, enough to accommodate a number of transport ships. Was it possible to modify the city and turn it into a mobile dock? As soon as the idea came to mind, it grew uncontrollably. The city could hold tens of thousands of people, and it had enough space to accommodate 4 to 5 transport ships. The city could be modified to fit the conditions of space and could be turned into a space fortress. In the future, it would be very convenient for expansion and transformation. If he could send the city into space, he would be able to solve his biggest problem. Otherwise, with only one transport ship, they would have to find a space station or a powerful dock to park it after entering space. Even though he had the memories of his previous life, he still had to re-establish his foundations in the universe. This would slow down his progress. Considering these thoughts, Link decided not to make a decision yet. When he got back, he would first gather top scientists like Helen, Dave, and Ludwig to consult about the feasibility of modifying Machinery City into a space device before making a decision. 644 The Babel Plan. Since the establishment of the Wasteland Council, the environment on the wasteland had improved, and society had developed rapidly. Almost everyone had a taste of the benefits of stable and rapid development. But there were two exceptions: AFU and Pharaoh Tumen. AFU had been assigned a mission by Link. As a tenant, the Pharaoh Tumen had to follow him. Neither of these two missions had a specific process, so all they could do was to search aimlessly. Thus, during this period of time, AFU had relied on asking questions along the way to the Gobi Desert where Arya, the wasteland singer, had last appeared, but he had found nothing. On the other hand, they were unable to find the whereabouts of the dynasty's weapons. After running around for several days without making any progress, Fu and Pharaoh Tumen were quite frustrated. Are we still going to continue searching in the desert? The last time the wasteland singer appeared was a few months ago. We don't know where she is now. We won't be able to find any clues here. Pharaoh Tumen controlled the moon ship to fly through the desert. He couldn't feel cold or warm in his soul box, but the search for the past few days had yielded no results, which made him discouraged and wrapped in negative energy. Fu sat on the moon ship and looked into the distance. Although his eyes were slightly confused, he kept looking straight ahead. Seeing Fu's determination, Pharaoh Tumen spoke again, "There's no one in the Gobi Desert. If you keep going south, you'll reach the coast." Moreover, he had been acting based on his intuition for the past few days, but he had gained nothing. Maybe there's something wrong with your intuition. You can't always believe in your intuition, right? Fu's lips were so dry that they were peeling, and her hair was also curled. Her lips trembled, and her voice was hoarse from the wind and frost. Let's continue forward. We'll definitely find some clues. Pharaoh Tumen shook his head helplessly and sighed. Although Fu usually looked kind and easy to talk to, once he made up his mind to do something, even 10 horses wouldn't be able to pull him back. All right, let's continue south. The midday sun was scorching hot, and the Gobi Desert was under the scorching sun. The water vapor in the air was twisting, distorting the scene in the distance. Fu's eyes were fixed on the endless Gobi Desert. Suddenly, a long, swaying figure appeared on the horizon. Fu's eyes suddenly lit up as he pointed at the black shadow. Pharaoh Tumen, who was controlling the moon ship, also opened his eyes wide. This was the first person they had met in the desert in the past 2 days. For some reason, Pharaoh Tumen suddenly had a premonition as he looked at Fu's determined back. The person in the desert might know something about Ally. Pharaoh Tumen did not know why he had such an absurd thought. The moon ship increased its speed on the desert, stirring up a trail of dust. He squinted his eyes as the wind blew against his face. However, Fu saw that the black shadow in the distance seemed to have noticed their rapid movement. He straightened his back and was stunned for a moment, then actually began to look for a place to hide. Fu and Pharaoh Tumen didn't say anything. If this man could escape under their watch, they wouldn't have to stay in the wasteland anymore. Very quickly, the moon ship arrived at the place where the black shadow was. There was a small mound of earth here, and under the mound was a hole that had been dug. The entrance of the hole was sealed by a fence made of wooden spikes. Looking into the cave through the light, he saw that the ground was covered with weeds and there was a water bucket. It seemed to be a resting cave. The cave was empty, but Pharaoh Tumen had already detected the heat signal above the Gobi Desert. Carrying Fu, he quietly arrived above a pile of rocks and immediately saw a young man wrapped in linen clothes of a similar color to the Gobi Desert, curled up and pretending to be a rock. "We already saw you, there's no need to hide," the Pharaoh Tumen said coldly. "We're staff sent by Link to investigate," Afu added. "We want to know more about the appearance of Arya, the wasteland singer, a few months ago. I wonder if you know about it." Compared to Pharaoh Tumen's cold voice, Fu's voice was much gentler. When the young man under the linen clothes heard Link's name, he lifted his clothes suspiciously and asked, "Did the head of state send you to investigate?" Fu took out all the identification documents of the Lin Financial Group, think tank, and Colosseum. The young man looked at it for a long time and scratched his head in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I can't read. However, seeing all these documents, you shouldn't be lying. Do you know where Ally is? We only know that she was last seen in this desert before she disappeared." Seeing the young man's reminiscing eyes, Fu and Pharaoh Tumen looked at each other and felt that there was hope. It seemed that this young man did know something. "I was once terminally ill and was determined by the doctor to only have a few months to live. Because he didn't have the money for treatment, he wanted to die. Unfortunately, he heard that the goddess had appeared again. She had already left the dark forest of Fae and was heading in the direction of Dragon City. As long as one was born and raised in this land, they would naturally know that the goddess could bring about miracles. Thus, I trekked all the way to the Gobi Desert, hoping to see the goddess. Just as I was about to run out of energy, I saw a storm on the horizon of the Gobi Desert. A silver stage wrapped in rolling sand and dust was speeding from the distance. Immediately after that, musical notes drifted into his ears, as if they had fallen from the sky. "Let my almost dried up soul be nourished again." The goddess's voice brought me across the long river of time. In the flow of time, I saw the spectacular sight of the wasteland's birth. The debris and nebulas floating in the universe after the collision recondensed into a hot star core. After tens of millions of years of evolution, the hot magma and matter on the outer shell gradually cooled down. The impact of the comet caused the movement of the Earth's crust and a large amount of rising steam. The birth of the ancestors' cells and the evolution of living things. The ocean and the land were enshrouded in lush green trees. Life multiplied, and everything came from nothing. Life flourished and shone like the stars. During this process, I was surprised to find that my emaciated body was starting to recover its vitality. My entire body was recovering to its peak condition at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. 7 colored clouds appeared on the stage of the silver chariot, and the goddess was wearing a beautiful blue dress that looked like a star waterfall. It was as if the entire galaxy was hanging on her body, shining brightly. Even now, the youth's eyes were filled with intense worship and admiration as he recalled this. Fu and Pharaoh Tumen were both shocked by the splendid scene described by the young man. After a long while, Pharaoh Tumen came back to his senses and hurriedly asked, "What happened after that? Where did Ali go?" "I also transformed into a follower and chased after the silver stage in the desert. However, the silver war chariot stage galloped through the desert. No matter how hard we tried, we couldn't get close at all. Instead, the distance between us was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, the stage and the singing disappeared into the endless sand and dust, without a trace." When the young man said this, his face revealed an empty and regretful expression, as if his heart had been pulled out. This was the first time Afu and the Pharaoh Tumen had heard someone describe someone who had seen the wasteland singer, Ali. Just from the description alone, they were already looking forward to it. However, the final result was disappointing. Did he really just disappear into the sand and no one saw more details? Fu asked, unwilling to give up. Yes. The young man nodded with certainty. Because after the goddess disappeared, all the followers stopped. They either wailed in pain or felt empty and helpless. After staying for a while, they finally accepted the reality and left resentfully. "Then why are you still here?" Pharaoh Tumen couldn't help but ask. The young man looked at the direction where the goddess had disappeared and said with certainty, "I firmly believe that the goddess will return, so I have to wait here. The goddess must have had her own thoughts and goals in allowing my dying body to be reborn. I've already seen the vast and boundless truth. The next time I see the goddess, I want to understand my mission." Seeing the unusual energy fluctuation around the young man, Pharaoh Tumen suddenly asked, "What's your name?" "Glu. We're also looking for Ali. We have the same goal on this. Are you interested in working together?" A trace of vigilance flashed through Glu's eyes as he asked, "You're looking for the goddess, don't tell me you're going to harm her." Although he didn't know why Pharaoh Tumen suddenly roped in Jiro, Fu definitely chose to assist. "We're looking for Ali under the head of state's orders, why would we harm her?" Giroud thought about it and agreed. That was the leader Link, the hero who led the people of the wasteland to fight against the alien planet. He was also the existence that he saw as a god. How could such a loving man, who was dedicated to letting all the people on the wasteland live a good life, harm the goddess? "All right, I'll cooperate with you." When Giroud returned to his cave abode, Fu took the time to ask Pharaoh Tumen in a low voice, "Why do you suddenly want to work with him? I can see the energy fluctuations of a believer on him." It meant that he had indeed received Ali's gift and had become her loyal believer. The power of faith has a source. If we follow the trail of the power of faith in Giroud, we might be able to find Ali. "You can actually see the power of faith?" Fu asked in surprise. "Of course. Don't forget that I used to be a pharaoh. I enjoyed the worship of the entire desert, so I can naturally see this energy." Just as Fu and Pharaoh Tumen made some progress in their investigation, an epic plan in Shandu was put on the agenda, and all activities and current projects had to make way for this plan. The plan was the Babel Tower plan. There was only one goal in this project, which was to modify the city in all aspects so that it could adapt to the complex and ever-changing space environment. At the same time, install a heart to the floating mech city so that this moving city of steel could rise into the air. The modification success rate of both the mech city and the transport ship was 99%. After much consideration, Link gathered Helen, Dave, and Ludovic to discuss the feasibility of transforming the mech city into a space fortress. The final conclusion was that although there was a challenge, the success rate was 80%. Helen even gave Link a few ideas, which showed him more possibilities. Thus, the Babel Plan was born. 645 Wasteland Professional League. Link's original plan was to repair the city and launch it into the air from the ground. However, after discussing with the three top scientists on the wasteland, Helen came up with many plans that Link had never thought of before. The first plan was what Link had said, launching the entire ship into the air. The second option was to launch the cannons separately. The city had been broken in half in the war last year and had yet to be repaired. Helen's so-called split-type launch was to modify and launch the two broken parts of the mechanical city. Due to the reduced size and weight, the load on the engine was not so high. It could be used after the docking in space. The third plan was based on the second plan. The mech city would be disassembled into more unit parts and then launched using rockets. The remaining core parts would be launched with engines. After all the parts reached the space orbit, they would be reassembled. The difficulty of the first plan lay in the powerful engines needed to launch the mech city into space, and not just one. Helen could reverse engineer the engine of the transport ship, but she wouldn't make any breakthroughs in the short term. In addition, after the research was done, there would also be a problem with the settings of the engine, so this plan was definitely the least efficient. The second option was a split-up launch, which was equivalent to splitting the floating mech city into two parts. This way, the load on a single engine would be reduced, and after combining in space, the city would have a stronger driving performance. The third option was also the most convenient. All they had to do was build many small engines and send them to space together with the modules of the city. This was the simplest in terms of technical difficulty, but it required frequent firing. After much discussion, Link finally chose Plan B. Large engines had stronger power and could ensure the speed of the journey. And the manufacturing difficulty was not too high. Helen was responsible for solving the engine problem, while Dave and Dr. Ludwig were responsible for the transformation of the machinery city. The two were carried out simultaneously. And with Troy's simulation, the modification could be completed in a month with all the green lights on. Helen also gave a 1-month deadline, promising to produce the finished product and pass the experiment within the time limit. With the three's guarantee, Link let Penny give the green light all the way. It was clear that he wanted to gather the strength of the entire wasteland to overcome this problem. Helen was very reliable when it came to machinery, and she was very methodical in her work. She wouldn't give a time limit just to please Link. There was no way they would be able to hide anything from the players in the city within a month. However, the city had always been under repair. With this big project, the players would probably think that Link was preparing to rebuild the city and restore the glory of the mechanic class. Thinking of this, Link's mind was clear. He didn't plan to arrange public opinion. In any case, no matter what he did, the players who liked to imagine things would always find a suitable and convincing reason for him. There was no need for him to rack his brains to think of a reason. Link didn't plan to waste this month either. Once the city was completed, it would be time to leave the wasteland. Now that the first group of players had reached level 50+, the interior of the Colosseum had also been modified. It was time to push the Wasteland Professional League into the spotlight. Link and Penny discussed for the whole night and finally decided on the rules and schedule for the registration. The first was to sign up for the preliminaries. In order to ensure the level of the Professional League, a strength line was drawn. Only players who have reached level 50 can sign up. Secondly, since it was a professional league, then professional was the main point. The competition was divided into 3 categories: individual competition, team competition, and free-for-all. The individual competition would be divided into classes to determine the top players of each class. The team competition was dominated by small guilds, with a scale of 5 people participating. The free-for-all was not limited to classes. All the class powerhouses would PK each other to determine the strongest player in the wasteland. These 3 categories directly filled up the points of interest. Of course, since it was a competition for the entire wasteland, the rewards had to be full. Link's reward was also very tempting. First, the top 10 of the 3 competitions would be given custom-made equipment, followed by points and reputation rewards, as well as the opportunity to view advanced knowledge. The champion of the individual competition and free-for-all competition would receive guidance from the Wasteland's top professional master, as well as a powerful weapon that Link had invested in to symbolize his status. Finally, there was a mystery prize. When the news of the Wasteland Inhuman Professional League was released, all the players on the Wasteland were in an uproar. They didn't expect Link to release such shocking news in such a peaceful time. First of all, there were the competition rules. The individual competition, team competition, and free-for-all were simply full of topics to watch. Didn't all of them claim to be the best? Then they'd show their true abilities in the professional league this time. Didn't they say that espers weren't good enough? These weak classes on the wasteland were eager to play well in this competition and surprise everyone. As for the rewards, Link was now the chairman of the Wasteland Council. It could be said that all the resources on the wasteland were under his control. At the beginning of the publicity, various rewards were posted directly, attracting the attention of the players. Lin Ke had seen more than one player post on the forum, claiming that one of the weapons and equipment would definitely belong to them. For a time, all the players' attention was focused on the professional league. The news of the rapid increase in staff in the mechanical city next to the Kiria Grand Canal was buried under the enthusiasm of the players. It wasn't that the players weren't paying attention to the changes in the wasteland. However, it was a little awkward. Link had given him too much. Just the appearance of the class's weapons and equipment had already made many players' eyes go red with envy. They couldn't care less about anything else. Other than weapons and equipment, his points and reputation could also be described as massive. The most talked about items were the opportunity to view advanced knowledge and the guidance of the wasteland's top-tier class masters. Class advancement knowledge was the most direct way for players to improve their strength. For the players, viewing class advancement knowledge increased the upper limit of their skill level. When a skill was upgraded by one level, the increase in damage was more obvious than one or two pieces of equipment. The registration for the Pro League would end in 15 days. In these 15 days, the players who had reached the registration level were doing quests and getting equipment like crazy. Many of them took out their hidden points to exchange for it and equip themselves. The players who were not high enough in level started the Liver King mode, which was dedicated to leveling up. They wanted to level up as soon as possible in 15 days to meet the registration criteria. While the Wasteland was busy preparing for the professional league, the players on the other two novice planets could do nothing but envy. But very quickly, a piece of news came and completely broke the current situation. 646 Information Chapter, Demonic Invasion. Just as Pandora and the players of Planet Victoria were eating the melon on the wasteland, they never thought that they would be the ones to eat the melon. On their respective planets, a violent purple energy pillar shot up into the sky, and the space was violently torn. The magic box holders on these two planets were summoned by the magic box's power and opened a portal that connected the two worlds. The shadow dogs rushed out of the portal like crazy and began to spread to all directions. At first, most of the players did not know what was going on. Only a few players and NPCs who happened to see the scene saw such a strange scene. Following the scene, he saw a swarm of strange-looking red-skinned shadow hounds. The NPCs were naturally dumbfounded. They had never seen such an evil creature that emitted a rotten smell. It was almost unaffected by the attacks that hit it, and its resistance was extremely high. When the players saw the red-skinned shadow dog, their bodies trembled and their eyes almost popped out. How could they not know about this thing? Some time ago, when the Wasteland section of the forum was abuzz with the alien invasion, wasn't the leading force in front of them the shadow dog Chi-Chi? This was the shadow dog, and if the energy field behind it was a portal, didn't this mean that the novice planet that Jianjia and the others were on had also been invaded by an alien planet? While the players were still in a daze, the shadow hound had already arrived in front of them. The players used their own methods to deal with the shadow hounds, but the damage they dealt was like trying to put out a cartload of fire with a cup of water. When they saw 1, -2, -5 damage figures appear above Shadow Wolf's head, they only felt despair. It did not take long for the players and NPCs who had rushed to join in the fun to be killed. Not a single one of them escaped from the Shadow Hound. However, these Shadow Hounds did not immediately expand like they did in the Wasteland. Instead, they returned to guard the teleportation gate. Victory! A foreign planet has invaded Pandora, I have a video as proof. These shadow dogs are too hard, I can't hit them at all. How did the players from the Wasteland deal with them? The teleportation portal has descended. The shadow dog arrived first. Victoria might become the next target of the alien planet. Without Link, how are we supposed to defend against alien invasions? All kinds of posts were like bamboo shoots after a rain. At this time, the players of Pandora and Victoria, the two novice planets, could no longer be envious of the professional league in the Wasteland. They all felt a strong sense of crisis. Although they had never personally witnessed the power of an alien planet, they could still get a glimpse of it from the posts on the Wasteland. However, when he saw with his own eyes that the players on his planet, who were not of low skill level, dealt single-digit damage to Shadow Wolf. That sense of despair immediately welled up in his heart. If even players with decent strength could only scratch an itch, then there was nothing they could do. At this time, they truly understood how the Wasteland players felt when they first encountered Shadow Wolf. That intense pressure was simply suffocating. The news on the forum fermented quickly. The invasion of the alien planet into the Wasteland had already caused a heated discussion, but in the end, it was only the plot of a planet on the Wasteland. The other two novice planets were still peaceful, so everyone just took it as a melon to eat. But this time, both Pandora and Victoria were being invaded at the same time, so the popularity was different. At first, there were a few people who had personally experienced it, then the news exploded on the forum, and even went directly to the hot search, causing an uproar. Just as all the players were in an intense discussion, a piece of news once again hyped up the topic and pushed this big event to an even higher level. The game officials made an announcement, announcing that Fate had officially moved from version 1.0 to version 2.0, the first contact, demonic invasion. And this alien invasion incident was a major event that involved the version replacement and overlapping. The game's official website's background had also changed its previous style. It was now mainly blue and purple in color. In the background, there was the back of an imposing figure with broad shoulders and a black flame with crimson eyes. The two of them were the bosses in version 2.0, the alien leader, Thanos, and the mysterious and strange Lord Dark Shadow, Shadow Demon, Saffron. Other than the background of the three novice planets and the job introduction, the game's official website had also updated its sections related to foreign planets. It introduced the general situation of the alien planet, announced the system and rank of the alien planet. It was the supreme leader of the alien planet, Thanos, the great alchemist of the alien planet, Shadow Demon Saffron, who had the same status as Thanos. Below these two was the alien commander Yegish, with his lieutenant Abuza. Abu was in charge of the alien planet's main camp, which was also the transfer point for the alien planet's teleportation gates, Planet Wamir. There were many types of alien demons, from shadow hounds, alien demons, fallen demons, banshees, terrorists, and even more advanced army vanguards and war emissaries. There was a detailed introduction to each type. Other than that, there was also a promotional video for version 2.0 on the most eye-catching spot on the main page of the official website. The video showed the alien army invading the wasteland. Fire rain fell from the sky, the war envoy Tulu appeared with a giant axe, the shadow dogs and otherworldly demons swarmed and destroyed the entire city, and the atmosphere was filled with smoke and horror. The whole picture showed the horror and power of the alien planet vividly. On the island hundreds of miles away, purple lightning shot into the sky, and violent energy leaked out wantonly. There was an endless stream of alien troops pouring in from the portal, giving off a sense of oppression. In contrast to this terrifying army, the wasteland players fought valiantly, but the damage they caused was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. They were completely crushed by the alien army. In this one-sided situation, a figure suddenly appeared. Link's various pets emerged from the ground. The fearsome tentacles dragon god, the golden King Kong, the sea of mice, and all kinds of insects turned the tide of the battle. The battle between Link and the War Messenger was the most eye-catching one. Link's strength was not weak at all. In the battle with Tulu, the two of them had used all kinds of large-scale killing skills and razed the entire slum to the ground. After this grand battle, Link had successfully killed Tulu and turned the tide of the battle. Coupled with the shocking background music in the promotional video, the battle greatly stimulated the audience's senses. From the depression at the start to Link turning the tide of the battle, everyone's pent-up anger was all released and they felt great. Just when everyone thought that they had won, the dark clouds in the sky turned red again, and the rumbling of thunder continued. All the dark clouds turned into burning clouds, and countless fire raindrops fell from the sky, piercing through the clouds. The expressions of the people who were celebrating suddenly changed, and the most depressing scene immediately appeared. Among the countless fireballs, a new star with surging black lightning slowly fell from the sky, as if it was going to judge the world. The last image was of Link's shocked expression as he looked at the sky. Then he became determined and led the group to retreat. With a deafening drumbeat, the background of the promotional video was completely black, and a line representing version 2.0 appeared. The catastrophe was coming, and the heroes had arrived. The entire promotional video was focused on the invasion of foreign planets into the wasteland. In the entire promotional video, both the players and the alien planet were reduced to Link's background. The real main character was Link. When this promotional video was released, it immediately caused a strong response. After a few months, Link was once again on the hot search in real life. The Wasteland players were naturally proud to see this. After all, Link was the protagonist of their planet and had led them to defeat the alien planet. The players from the other planets could only feel envy when they saw this. They were all children of the planet, but why was Link the only main character in the promotional video of version 2.0, while the main characters of their planet were still stuck in an internal struggle? It was really infuriating to compare. More importantly, Link's power in the trailer had already surpassed the main characters of the other two planets, and even other legendary figures. The majestic moves and strong sense of oppression that he displayed, and even his calm during the battle, were all eye-catching. The players who were on good terms with Lin K were even more delighted. Did this mean that Lin K was the official savior of version 2.0? As players who were on good terms with Link, it was understandable for them to be given special treatment. As the star of the only planet that appeared in the promotional video, Link was a hot topic. He had been helping players since the open beta, and he had grown from a small gang leader to the chairman of the Wasteland Council. His experience was legendary. In the eyes of the players, his strength would also grow step by step, and he could be considered the standard template of a main character. From the looks of it, not only was he going to be the main character of the Wasteland, but he was also going to be the main character in the fight against the alien army in version 2.0. Under this heated discussion, people discovered that the Wasteland had already skipped the process of fighting the alien army and entered a rapid development ahead of time. Coupled with the promotion of advanced knowledge in the first Wasteland Professional League, the players from other planets finally understood that the Wasteland had already obtained many rewards from the battle with the alien army. This also allowed the rewards for version 2.0 to be released early. On the main page of the official website, in addition to the information interface of the alien planet, there was also a corresponding gray box that could not be clicked. The players guessed that this was the key to fighting against the alien planet. But as to what kind of force this was, or if it was a certain person, everyone had different opinions. Only many of the Wasteland's core players who were close to Link knew that this wasn't a person but a representative of a major force in the galaxy that was competing with the alien planet, the First Order. As one of the parties involved, Link had also seen the promotional video for version 2.0 on the forum. Lin K scoffed at the content of the trailer. Even if it was intercepted, it should have been the scene of my battle with Ganis. Why did it have to be the scene of me escaping? How unlucky! Despite Link's words, he was still very happy. This meant that his actions had been recognized by the game's mainframe, and it had become the main force in the fight against the alien planet. With the help of this promotional video, Link would have more say in the game when he came into contact with the players from the other two planets. He believed that a large number of players would abandon their original children of the planet and follow his footsteps. Lin K also noticed something that the others did not. For example, the level cap of 60 had been removed, and the level cap of version 2.0 had been increased to 80. At the same time, the Interstellar Combat Power Energy level table also appeared, officially introducing S, A, B, and so on. Even though the combat level chart had appeared on the official website, as the players had yet to come into contact with any interstellar forces, it did not trigger their energy level assessment. Therefore, the fact that they were E-class warriors with no combat power of 5 was still unknown. The alien planet's attack was so decisive that Link didn't even receive any information. Link didn't doubt the loyalty of the defectors. It could only be said that the alien planet was still suspicious of them. They might even be testing them and didn't tell them the news. The alien planet's attack was swift and fierce. Without any signs of movement, they launched a destructive attack on two novice planets. However, according to the reactions of the players on the forums, the attack from the alien planet this time was slightly different. They did not expand their territory to attack directly, but instead guarded near the teleportation gate. Link understood that this must be the after effect of the battle with him on the alien planet. They were afraid that this was a trap set up by first rank and novice planets. However, this kind of carefulness was not a good thing for the other two novice planets. Because they were more cautious, they would not give them any chances at all. Their battle with the alien planet would become even more difficult. Of course, this was a great opportunity for Link. Pandora and Victoria were stuck in the quagmire of the battle with the alien planet, and at this time, he had already entered space and started to make arrangements in advance. The players on the wasteland watched the battle between Victoria City and Victoria as if they were outsiders. They had already experienced such situations before, and they all commented on the forum from the perspective of experienced people. Things like don't think about fighting the alien army head-on in the early stages, use guerrilla tactics and materials. Materials are of utmost importance, and items that can weaken armor are definitely the most valuable in battle. Of course, it would be best if there was a link. Some of the words were indeed helpful, but some of the words that were purely bragging made people want to clench their fists. But what could he do? They were telling the truth. Why didn't a one-in-a-million main character like Link come to their planet? Of course, the alien invasion had also brought him many opportunities. The original balance of power in Pandora and Victoria would be broken, and the balance of power would be changed. These changes would bring about a new round of reshuffling, and it would create many opportunities for the players to break the original balance of power on the planet. Therefore, the players and guilds on these two planets were all eager to try. The scene changed, and Link exited the Laughing Wasteland forum section. 2.0 The version was officially released so soon, so there was not much time left for him. Hosting the Wasteland Professional Tournament as soon as possible, repairing the city, and modifying the 9-patterned dragon in the city were the most important things to do. 647 Wasteland Professional League begins. Everything on Wasteland was in full swing, unaffected by the tense atmosphere on the forum. After all, the players on Wasteland Planet had experienced everything that was happening on the forum. No matter how exaggerated and appalling they were, they could not stir up any waves. Even on the Wasteland Planet, only the players of Shandu had experienced the battle with an alien planet. The players of Dragon City and Magic Knight had never personally experienced the power of an alien planet. They would be lying if they said that they weren't envious when they saw the players of Shandu showing off on the forum. But what could he do? Now that the alien planet had been expelled from the wasteland, they had no chance to fight it. There was only one way now, and that was to achieve excellent results in the upcoming Wasteland Professional League and receive rewards to overtake them. The atmosphere on Wasteland Planet was now filled with the desire to surpass. The players from Dragon City and Magic Knight were eyeing the Sand City covetously, and they could not wait to take them down in the Professional League. At the same time, the various large guilds were also rubbing their hands in anticipation, selecting the right players to participate in the competition and preparing more tools and equipment. Among them, the Miracle Guild, which Wind Chaser was in, and the World Dragon, which was led by the Heaven of Resentment, attracted the most attention. As the two top guilds on the Wasteland, the Miracle Guild had the upper hand because of Wind Chaser and Link. Traveling Dragon's right to speak in the Wasteland was challenged. As a result, Miracle had always been the #1 guild on the Wasteland. Even World Dragon, who was the #1 guild in other games, could only be ranked second. The Wasteland Professional Tournament this time was also a chance for these guilds. The previous rankings in other games didn't count. The final result of the Wasteland Professional League team competition would really determine the ranking of the top 10 guilds. The ambitious guilds wanted to pull the top 10 guilds down from the leaderboard, while the guilds on the leaderboard wanted to pull down the people in front of them. It was the same for the individual competition. There was no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. Everyone wanted to be the leader of their respective professions and obtain rewards and opportunities. He could even see advanced knowledge in advance, turning his strength into a greater advantage and establishing his position. The players' main focus was on increasing their levels and strength. They also had their own reasonable explanations for the sudden appearance of more researchers around the city. Just as Link had expected, the players all thought that he was going to repair the city. Under such circumstances, the research and development of Yinqing and the transformation of the machinery plant were in full swing. They did not encounter any difficulties or obstacles in all aspects. Time flew by. Very quickly, it was 3 days before the registration deadline. Link was sitting in his office, looking at the reports and progress that had been submitted over the past few days. The transformation of the machine factory was coming to an end. The broken parts of the assembly device were also successfully installed and had undergone pressure tests. The big and small engines had also been reserved, and all the internal circuits could be put into use again. Originally, in Professor Zhao's design, the outer metal of the city was highly resistant to corrosion. Now that they had advanced knowledge, the wasteland's technology could be said to be improving by the day. Dave and Dr. Ludovic had developed a metal coating. It could effectively protect the outer structure of the city. This kind of metal coating would not only appear on the outer body of the mechanical layer, but would also appear on the various kinds of armor awarded by the Professional League. Everything's ready, only the crucial wind is lacking. Now, all that's left is to use it. As soon as Link finished his sentence, his phone rang. It was Helen. Link was a little confused and muttered to himself, "Didn't you say that Yinking's research and development will take half a month? Could it be that you've encountered some difficulties?" Link picked up the phone and couldn't help but ask, "Is Helen in trouble?" Helen said excitedly, "Head of State, we've conquered the technology. I've already deciphered the blueprint of the engine. In 3 days, I'll be able to produce a large engine." "That's fast," said Link in surprise, "didn't you say it would take a month?" "Hehe, because I suddenly gained something in the process of reverse pushing down, I made a lot of progress in theory." Helen's tone was obviously asking for praise. Link naturally wouldn't be stingy with his compliments for such a great hero. "I really don't know what will happen to the science industry on the wasteland without Helen." "Well done." Helen chuckled and then said in a formal tone, "Don't worry, Head of State. On the day of the Professional League, all the engines needed for Mech City will be ready." Link thought about it carefully. This was a good time. All the players and NPCs were focused on the Pro League, so no one noticed that an unprecedented launch was going to take place on the Grand Canal a few dozen kilometers away. The Sand City was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, especially in the direction of the Animal Arena, where the crowd was surging and endless. The news of the Wasteland Inhumans professional tournament had been released half a month ago. Because of their major performance in the war against the alien planet, the attitude of the natives on the wasteland was quite positive. After hearing that there would be a professional tournament, many people came to buy tickets to watch, including some influential leaders and important people in the business and political world, such as Commander Mun, who had retired for more than half a year. Even many families from Dragon City and Far Night had come here. On the first day of the Professional League, the Colosseum was full. As the host, Link gave a speech and praised the Inhumans' performance on the wasteland. Because the first day was a preliminaries, it was held in all 4 places of the wasteland. There were venues for the competition in Shandu, Dragon City, Fei, and the Scattered Lands. There were also people from Monster Security Company supervising the competition. However, because Link was in the Sand City, he was the most popular and received the most attention. Because of Link's praise, all the Inhumans present had proud expressions on their faces. After that, it was the Macaw's turn to host the competition. No one dared to look down on this fat bird, who had a loud voice, could speak, and had special abilities. He was also the royal prime minister of the Spider Demon Empire. Link returned to his own platform after his speech. As the process went on, the players also appeared. The qualifiers for the individual and team competitions began. The free-for-all didn't have a preliminaries, but the top 20 players from each class would be selected and divided into groups to compete by drawing lots. Not long after the competition began, Link disappeared from the platform. The macaw noticed Link's figure, and a trace of resentment flashed across its eyes. It naturally knew what Link was going to do. However, because it had volunteered to be the host a few days ago, it only found out that there was another big event happening today after getting permission. It had missed this historical moment for nothing. Simply put, he had been tricked by Link. 648 Going into space, legendary transformation. Link left the competition grounds on the first floor and went to the temporary base on the second basement. Helen was directing the staff to install the engine onto the transport ship. When she saw Link, she smiled brightly. Head of State, you're here. Everything is ready. Grandpa and Dr. Ludovic are also fine and can set off at any time. All right, we'll set off immediately after the engine is packed. Link couldn't wait any longer. After all, today was the big day of the mech city's launch. It was also the day of the transport ship's pressure test in space, and the day he was going to modify the 9-patterned dragon in the mech city. A legendary pet, a legendary medium material, and a legendary mech city. Link wasn't sure what he would get after the modification. The only thing he could be sure of was that once the modification was successful, it would become the most powerful and grandest creation of all, but the modification was not done. There was no incubation time for modification and synthesis. Therefore, he would know the results as soon as the modification was completed. He would also know the attributes and effects of the modification. Before Link boarded the transport ship, a wave of cheers and applause came from the Colosseum upstairs. Lin Ke had seen the list of participants before and knew that it was a bombshell. After all, he was the senior brother of the Moon Shadow Council and was well loved by the Druid players. He was also the representative of the pub civilian players and could be considered half the home of the Druid players. With so many buffs on him, it would be hard not to get support. Link looked up at the ceiling, and his lips curled up. He muttered to himself, I hope that the contestants I have high hopes for will get a good result. They then boarded the transport ship, which slowly rose and left the Colosseum's underground dock through the tunnel of the underground dock. The TV station was responsible for broadcasting the matches in the Colosseum live. At this moment, even the people in the city were in front of the TV, watching the soul-stirring selection competition. Because they were immersed in the enthusiastic atmosphere of the game, the 5 of them even paid attention to the sound of the engine after the spaceship turned invisible. The entire Sandu could be considered to be empty. Soon, the spaceship arrived at the city of Mech along the Grand Canal and landed in the improved dock. The workers had been waiting for a long time. As Helen led the workers to load and unload the engine, the last process began. The machine factory had also entered the countdown stage. Countless staff members came down from the spaceship. They were very familiar with loading and unloading the engine, as if they had rehearsed it countless times. After Dave and Dr. Ludwig met with Helen, they immediately took out their holographic digital boards and wrote and drew. Troy also condensed a data entity and joined the discussion, answering their questions about the docking after the launch. A moment later, the few of them finally let out a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Link knew that there were no more problems. The large and small engines were sent to the engine room through the mechanical arm and the transportation track in the mech city. After about 2 hours of installation and debugging, more than a dozen engines in the mech city had been installed. Head of State, after debugging, all the engines are working normally. Should we proceed with the launch mission? Link couldn't wait any longer. He ordered, all crew members, board the transport ship. Troy will be responsible for the launch of the city. Thousands of staff members lined up to enter the transport ship, and the transport ship took off first after activating stealth mode. After the transport ship entered space, the surrounding scene was mesmerizing. The staff members all leaned over the window and enjoyed the unprecedented view of space. To them, even going into space was an extravagant hope. But now, their wish had come true. With the most sincere smile on their faces, they kept pointing at the stars in the universe and praising the broken stones and ice crystals on the circular orbit. Link had constructed many grand and magnificent scenes in the universe in his previous life. The star system where the wasteland planet was located was only a remote corner of the entire galaxy. There was nothing spectacular about it. It was more desolate and lonely. However, even such a bleak scene could make the staff extremely excited. Perhaps this was a special first relationship. Troy reappeared in front of Link and reported, Head of State, the scheduled orbit has been locked, and the time axis has been corrected. Do you want to launch? Lin Ke raised his hand to look at the time on his watch. He recalled the order of appearance in the list and said, the first launch will take place in 7 minutes. The second launch will take place in 12 minutes. There was a reason for these two timing. One was the appearance of the highly anticipated Miracle Guild's Guild Master, Wind Chaser. The other was the appearance of the Northern Desert Wolf's Guild Master, Cold Blade. The match between the two was very interesting. As the first player to follow Link, Win's strength could not be underestimated. He was already one step ahead of the players at the start of the open beta, and now he was the leader of the players. As a retired Special Forces soldier, Lang Feng had led the Northern Desert Wolf to the forefront of the game fate. He also learned from the army commander of Shandu, Li Zijun, and obtained the same Special Forces profession as his own profession, which maximized his own advantages. Coupled with the powerful weapon he had obtained from Link, he was very strong in the game. One of them was defending the honor of pugilist players, and the other was a mysterious Special Forces soldier. Moreover, the opponents of the two were not weak, which made these two matches the focus of everyone. At the same time, some of the engines of the city started to operate. The powerful thrust of the engine blew up the dust and the scaffolding and dust-proof cloth around the city. The blue energy generated by the engine ring at the bottom gushed out continuously, and the several small engines around it were used to adjust the position. Half of the city let out a metallic creak as the city that weighed hundreds of thousands of tons slowly rose. The entire area around the Grand Canal was caught in a sandstorm. In the orange sandstorm, the floating mech city soared into the sky. Dr. Helen Dave and Dr. Ludwig were closely watching the various values on the monitor. The load of the large engine reached a critical value and entered alarm mode. However, this only lasted for a few seconds. When the floating mech city rose into the clouds, the gravitational force on it gradually decreased, and the red color gradually turned yellow. The others also heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the color of the indicator. After the most difficult stage, the next step was to adjust the position and gradually enter the orbit. When half of the floating mech city entered the orbit, a giant object appeared in the orbit of the planet. Even though it was only half of the city, it was still 2.5 kilometers long. On the surface of the planet, one could even see the giant object in orbit with the naked eye. As soon as the former entered orbit, the other half of the city on the ground began its launch. Sand and dust swirled up into the sky. At this moment, the players and NPCs in Shadow were still reminiscing about the wonderful battle of Wind chasing Wolf. The pugilist department is awesome. Every punch is bloody. He's really ruthless, as expected of the number one pugilist. This set of moves makes people unable to fight back. I'm afraid Wind chasing Wolf is going to be the first. There were even some Esper players who couldn't help but curse, this dog. This kind of combo isn't his trump card, but he took it out as soon as he appeared. This guy is too showy. One could imagine that after today, other grandmasters of combat would also work hard to master this combo attack. This was definitely not good news for other players. The crowd was still not satisfied, and Lang Feng's appearance once again attracted everyone's attention. The combat methods of Special Forces soldiers and pugilists were very different. The biggest difference was that Special Forces soldiers mainly used weapons, while pugilists mainly used skills and moves. The effects presented were also different, giving the audience a different visual experience. The entire desert area could be said to be empty. Everyone was squeezed in places with television to watch the competition. The betting sales of the Colosseum were also quite exaggerated. Everyone was a contestant, and everyone was a gambling dog. With bloodshot eyes, many people held the lottery sales vouchers in their hands and shouted along with the TV screen. Under such circumstances, no one noticed the disappearance of the huge object on the Grand Canal. By the time they realized what was going on, it would be time to reveal the truth. 10 minutes later, the two halves of the city were in low Earth orbit. The transport ship stood still at a higher altitude. The two halves of the city started their engines and began to move. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. With such a behemoth approaching, there were countless places to dock, and it was difficult to estimate. Any mistake in any part of the plan would lead to a great disaster. The two parts of the city continued to approach, and many mechanical arms poked out from the edge and key positions. On the cross-section that was hundreds of meters high, there were countless mechanical arms densely distributed. A cross-section of the city appeared on the transport ship's control panel. The small squares in the cross-section represented the mechanical arms that had reached out. They were all in a red unlocked state. The lights of the engines gradually dimmed, and the reverse engines began to work. The speed of the two halves of the city gradually decreased. All the staff members were in their positions, reporting the data they had monitored. This was an experimental docking. If it failed, the two halves of the city would collide and the engine module would be crushed. The city would become two huge pieces of scrap metal and fall into the wasteland's atmosphere. It would become a 5-kilometer wide hot iron ball that would cause terrifying damage to the surface. The damage could even spread to hundreds of miles away. The most important thing was that there was no room for control. Once it landed in a densely populated area, it would cause immeasurable losses. Everyone held their breath and waited for the final moment of the docking. The mechanical arms were close to each other, and a special buckle device allowed them to join together, making them very secure. The red unlocked state on the screen gradually turned green, indicating that it was locked. Thousands of indicators of various sizes also changed color. Through the window of the transport ship, they saw the two halves of the city slowly closing up. The mechanical arms inside were intertwining and approaching each other. It was a spectacular sight in the silent space. When all the colors on the indicator turned green, white steam came out of the exhaust pipe of the city. The docking was successful. Thunderous applause and cheers rang out in the command room of the transport ship. Everyone was celebrating. Link, Helen, Ludwig, and Dave all smiled and looked at the staff around them high-fiving, hugging, and laughing. Link heaved a sigh of relief and patted Helen's shoulder. "Well done. All of you are heroes of the wasteland," he said. "The wasteland will remember your contributions." Then, Link went to the command deck and whispered to the operator, "Thank you for your hard work, Troy." Troy didn't show up, but the red indicator light on the command post blinked twice, and a smiling face formed by circles and arcs appeared on the display. Link's lips curled into a smile. He then ordered, "Now, let's head to the floating mech city." The transport ship successfully entered the cabin of the city. After the ship was docked, the workers entered the city from the transport ship. They entered the machinery factory through the extended passage and began to test the completeness and operation of various parts and equipment. Helen, Dave, and Ludovic also entered the busy examination. There would be a huge amount of data to analyze after the mech city was put together, especially in space. They had to be careful with every step. Link came to the transport ship's special room. The entire lounge was hundreds of square meters in size. It included an office room, a lounge, a training room, a weapon warehouse, and a secret room for keeping materials. The security level was the highest on the entire ship. When Link opened the door, he saw someone standing inside. The 9-striped dragon straightened his body. The dragon bone armor on his body looked unusually brave. His blue-green soul was in an excellent state, as if it had been waiting for Link's arrival. "Are you ready?" asked Link. Now that the connection was complete, the three scientists were analyzing the city's real-time situation. Everything was ready, and now was the time to transform. The 9-patterned dragon nodded and said, "I can't wait to accept the transformation. I'm curious to see if we'll be able to experience a completely different perspective and experience after modifying it." The 9-patterned dragon's Buddhism was to experience the appearance of all living beings. The scene of modification with machinery would give him a whole new experience. This was also more beneficial for him to explain his own Buddhism. Next, Link and the 9-striped dragon came to the core of the city, where the machinery giant was. This was the control core of the entire mech city. Although it had been damaged in the battle between Link and Dr. Zhao, Dave and Dr. Ludovic had repaired it and it could now be used normally. It looked brand new and even had many new functions added. It would become the driving center of the city. Link wasted no time and immediately started the modification. 9-striped dragon plus mech city, / mimicry metal equals. Success rate 99%. There weren't any unnecessary or gaudy changes. The blood vessels that Link created connected the 9-striped dragon and the city. The 9-patterned dragon gasped for breath. He widened his eyes and sighed, I can feel the entire city. This was an unprecedented wonderful experience. Being able to resonate with a mechanical city was something that the 9-patterned dragon had never thought of. 649 The Black Throne. This was also Link's first time modifying the city. He looked curiously at the changes to the 9-striped dragon and the city. However, even after a long time, Link still could not find any changes to the 9-striped dragon in the city. Other than the fact that the 9 dragons had said that they could sense the mechanical city, there was no change at all. Link had thought that there would be obvious changes like the synthesis, but he had miscalculated the changes. There was no blood chrysalis, nor was there any earth-shattering scene. Other than the 9-patterned dragon, nothing else had changed in the city. Link was a little discouraged and mumbled to himself, could it be that Ying Luo's luck was so bad that she hit that 1%? However, the 9-striped dragon had indeed sensed the floating mech city. Just as Lin Ke was still in doubt, the transform interface flashed and a new entry appeared. Link glanced at it curiously and saw the words Black Throne. After clicking on the word, the receptionist saw the introduction of the Black Throne. Black Throne, legendary, a combination of the 9-striped dragon and the city. The 9-striped dragon can put his soul into the core of the city and control it. The exterior of the city will be covered with dragon bones, and it will have new means of attack such as magic and spiritual power. As the 9-patterned dragon leveled up, the Black Throne would also change. This modification is only applicable to the 9-patterned dragon and the mech city. It was just a simple introduction, but Link's heart was in turmoil. It was a success. Not only was the first modification a success, it could be said to be a great success. The modified Black Throne was also of legendary quality and could be said to be the best of the best. Link was also very satisfied with the Black Throne's effects. When the 9-patterned dragon was completely integrated with the city, not only could it control the city, but it could also change the city's appearance and enhance its functions. What made Link feel the most comfortable was that as the 9-striped dragon leveled up, the Black Throne would also level up. It could be said to be a transformation with no upper limit to growth. As the saying goes, the fewer words there are, the stronger you are. There were only 3 lines of introduction to the Black Throne, which made Link even more excited about its actual state. Link looked at the 9-striped dragon, his face full of anticipation. You can merge with the city now. Let me see the true face of the Black Throne. The 9-patterned dragon was also filled with anticipation. It nodded heavily and closed its eyes. The 9-striped dragon placed his hands on the operating table, and his spirit body fused with the operating table. The dragon bones around his body were as soft as snakes, growing freely through the gaps of the operating table, forming an operating table surrounded by dragon bones. It looked awe-inspiring. At the same time, the entire city was changing. The railguns in the city were all made of dragon bones, and they were covered in a layer of blue and green soul power. The dragon's head was covered in an outer shell, and its eye sockets flickered with blue energy, looking particularly intimidating. Of course, the effect was also very powerful. After all, the weapons on the Black Throne had all inherited the 9-striped dragon's strength. A large number of dragon bones had also appeared outside the city. Link saw a spectacular scene through the porthole. The dragon bones were like bamboo shoots after the rain, breaking out from the gaps in the city. They seemed to grow freely and wantonly. However, if one looked closely, they would notice that the dragon bones were coming out in a regular pattern. They gradually formed a dragon bone shell that wrapped around the city. The floating mech city was black in color, and the white of the dragon bones made it look very domineering. As one of the top materials in the universe, dragon bones were rare. Now, Link had actually obtained a mobile fortress made out of dragon bones. It was really impressive. Black Throne, good name. The name given to the Black Throne by the system was also very appropriate and domineering. Dragon bones were top-notch material in terms of hardness, magic conductivity, and damage. This time, after being catalyzed by the mimicry metal, the dragon bone gained the ductility of the mimicry metal. The drastic change in appearance brought about an increase in the strength of the entire city. Originally, it was just a mechanical floating city in the universe. Now, it had directly become a space fortress. And this was only the change in appearance. Just as Link was about to ask, the digitized body of Troy appeared before him. Troy was also everywhere in the city. Now, they felt a powerful presence strengthening the city. Troy knew about the 9-striped dragon, but he was still very surprised that the 9-striped dragon had suddenly mastered such an ability. Chancellor, the 9-striped dragon's soul is scattered all over the city just like me. It has also increased the power of the engine by more than 50%. Troy's tone was filled with rare shock. After all, it was simply incomprehensible that he could increase the speed of such a massive creature by 50% with just his soul power. Also, head of state, you'd better take a look at this. The screen in front of him suddenly showed the scene of the tail engine spraying out. The energy tail that was originally blue had now turned green. The screen suddenly changed. The core engine of the floating mech city was now wrapped in dragon bones. Blue and green soul energy was burning inside, and the engine had become a soul furnace. Link couldn't help but click his tongue and ask, where does this soul energy come from? Link was well aware of the 9-striped dragon's strength. Although he had already advanced to the legendary level, he definitely did not have such an endless supply of spiritual power. The soul furnace in front of him was burning fiercely, and it showed no signs of weakening or extinguishing. The scene on the screen changed again, and Troy gave the answer. These were all forms of energy that drifted in the universe. They were captured by the dragon bones and sent to the soul furnace, becoming the energy to start the city. The dragon bones have also formed an invisible energy field around the city to protect it from all kinds of harmful substances in space. Link saw the powerful energy field around the Black Throne in the image. While protecting the Black Throne, it also absorbed the energy drifting in the universe and converted it into energy that could be released by the soul furnace. Doesn't that mean that the Black Throne has become a perpetual motion machine that doesn't need any additional energy? Link asked in surprise. Yes, Troy nodded and said, to a certain extent. This modification has brought us many surprises, Helen said as she ran over. Head of state, this was caused by the 9-striped dragon. Helen stuttered. Although she knew that Link would modify the city and the 9-striped dragon in space, she did not expect it to be so fast and the changes to be so drastic. As soon as the 9-patterned dragon and the city were transformed, Helen checked the data changes of the city. In the end, he was surprised to find that all his weapons had been completely changed. No. It should be said that it was a mosquito for a cannon. After that, the threshold of the entire kinetic energy system would increase, directly doubling. Helen's mind went blank. They couldn't believe that this was only one of the head of state's modifications. This wasn't just a transformation, it was an upgrade of 10 times. Chancellor, I don't think there's a need to change the Bastion ship before this. Helen had joked that she would change to a bigger ship after she made some capital in the universe. But now, it seemed that all ships were useless. This modified mech city was enough to wreak havoc in a star system. Of course not, said Link, smiling. The Black Throne will be our symbol from now on. Helen tilted her head and thought for a moment before asking, Chancellor, will the 9-striped dragon be bound to the city? There's no way to separate them. No, the 9-patterned dragon can exit the Black Throne state at any time. After the fusion, the Black Throne would return to its floating mech city state. As for the dragon bones, there was no need to worry at all. I've added a mimicry metal, so the strength of these dragon bones will change according to the will of the 9-striped dragon. Helen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, because it was completely beyond her current knowledge. However, a new problem also emerged. Helen said to herself, then, if the 9-patterned dragon leaves the state of the Black Throne, the dragon bones will not be able to absorb the ion energy of the universe, and the soul furnace will not be able to operate. As a result, the fortress still needed fuel to continue operating. However, is it possible to create a storage device that can store the energy absorbed by the dragon bone in advance? Helen's eyes brightened as she thought of a feasible solution. He ran to the control panel in the city and said, Uncle Long, can you come out for a moment? I have some questions to ask. Hearing Helen's call, the 9-striped dragon's soul condensed again and was wrapped by the overgrown dragon bones, like a white flower blooming from it. Helen, what question do you want to ask? Uncle Long, I want to study the structure and operation method of the soul furnace. This way, even if you don't merge with the city, I can still use the stored soul energy to power the fortress more efficiently. The 9-patterned dragon agreed without even thinking and said, I will take Troy into the soul furnace, and he will be responsible for recording the structure and operation of the furnace. This way, you'll be able to get a direct understanding of the soul furnace's various functions. Helen nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, her face full of joy. Seeing how happy Helen was, Link smiled like a loving father. Helen was still a child in essence. It was just that other children liked toys, but Helen liked the unknown mechanical principles and challenges. Then, the 9-patterned dragon and Troy disappeared from the console, turning into 2 streams of energy that flowed into the soul furnace to record the data. The workers stayed in the mechanical fortress for 2 hours and checked all the equipment and circuits according to the previous drill. After a final inspection, all the crew members involved in the launch boarded the transport ship and returned to the wasteland. As for the huge mechanical fortress, it would be under Troy's management. The abandoned Earth's scattered lands, Garden of Steel. Yvonne came out of his seclusion and laughed, haha, the class advancement knowledge is indeed worthy of its reputation. I've gotten stronger again, and I'm no longer below Link. But just as Yvonne finished his sentence, he suddenly felt an unusual aura in the magnetic field of the wasteland. It was as if something heavy was squeezing the magnetic field. He looked up and was shocked to see the mechanical city that was supposed to be on the Grand Canal of Goria suddenly appear in the sky, flying around the periapsis of wasteland. How did Link do it? Ivan's heroic spirit immediately disappeared. He couldn't help but gasp, dumbfounded. The floating mech city weighed millions of tons, and he didn't even dare to think about sending it into space. After 10 days of seclusion, such a monster appeared in the sky. Yvonne couldn't help but shiver and curse, crazy. The Colosseum was still bustling with noise and excitement, and today's competition was coming to an end. The team competition preliminaries, coupled with the multi-terrain venues that Lin Ke had specially arranged, made this 5v5 match particularly intense and exciting. Of course, the most exciting team match on the first day was Mo Beilang. These retired Special Forces soldiers used their actions to tell others that when it came to cooperation and tactics, they were all younger brothers. Mo Beilang easily relied on tactics to toy with his opponent. He didn't even display Lang Feng's powerful individual strength, easily ending the battle. At the end of the competition, Link appeared once again and announced the end of the first day. Just the first day of the competition was enough to make people's blood boil. The audience was watching for fun, the players were watching for the tricks, and the gamblers were watching the game for the hammer. Chasing dreams. The Wasteland Inhumans professional tournament had become a global carnival. Not only in Chatu, Dragon City and Magic Night, but even in the scattered lands, the number of viewers and participation was amazing. This was only the first day of the preliminaries, and there were already many things to watch, not to mention the finals that would definitely attract attention. Clicking into the Wasteland forum, it was all about the situation of the professional league, and there was no lack of analysis questions and heated discussions. Unlike the peaceful Wasteland planet, the forums of Pandora and Victoria were filled with complaints and complaints. The players were being beaten up by the alien planet and had no way to fight back. Even if many of the major powers who had different opinions in the past united, they were only paper tigers in front of the alien planet. He felt aggrieved, helpless, uncomfortable, and wanted to cry. When they looked at the Wasteland forum, almost everyone was in a frenzy. It was as if they were having a funeral on their side, while the opposite side was beating gongs and drums to celebrate a happy event. In comparison to the helpless children of the planet, Link had taken the initiative to drive the alien planet out of the planet and even become the designated protagonist of the promotional video version 2.0. The players from these two novice planets couldn't help but sigh. They were both main characters, so why was there such a huge difference? Previously, the players of these two planets liked to boast about their planet's protagonists, but now they were all silent, as if they had become mutes. That night, Link browsed the forum but did not find any posts or discussions about the city. Ridiculous. Such a big city has disappeared, but no one has posted anything on the forum. They're all gambling dogs. This is with you. Link complained and logged out of the forum. There were many clouds in the sky these 2 days, so it was impossible to see the mechanical fortress in the sky. However, after a few days, it was basically sunny. At that time, even if the players couldn't see it during the day, they would notice the unusual brightness in the sky at night. At that time, the matter of the mechanical fortress would be exposed. However, Lin Ke did not intend to hide it. He even ignored the news of the Pro League and allowed the discussion to grow every day. It would definitely be big news if they announced it after the professional league's final. In the next few days, Link was free. Every day, he would browse the forums and watch the players' arguments and speculations about the mechanical fortress in the night sky. Then, he would watch the competition in the Colosseum, and a happy day would pass.